The nominal younger brother of Hongying is, in truth, an agent of the heroic spirits, summoning and possessing. He commands the power of all souls. With Avalon at his disposal, he can annihilate foes, and with the Holy Lance and the Excalibur, he defies the very laws of divinity. Despite his invincibility, he boldly confesses his feelings to his protective sister, Hongying. Chapter 1, Artoria. In the brain deposit of Songnan City, at the entrance of the second high school. Wow, look, a beautiful girl. That kid, Luo Chen, is incredibly fortunate to have such a sister. If I could date someone like her, I'd gladly drive luxury cars and live in a villa. The whispers of admiration echoed around. A tall girl, her hair tied in a neat ponytail, donned a light sports jacket with a zipper slightly undone. She wore athletic shorts, revealing her smooth, fair thighs, radiating youthful vitality. A boy of about 180 centimeters, with delicate features, followed closely behind her. You naughty brother. Don't cause any trouble at school, just attend class. Understood? Hongying placed her hands on her hips, her expression stern. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. All right, I got it, Hongying sis. With that, he swiftly produced a lollipop he had prepared earlier and popped it into Hongying's mouth. Well then, I'm off to class. You go work, Hongying sis. The boy waved and dashed away in a flash. That mischievous brother. Hongying removed the lollipop from her mouth, her cheeks flushing as she recalled something, then savored the sweetness of the treat once more. In class 2 of the second year, at the back by the window, Luo Chen rested his chin on his hand, his mind drifting to long-forgotten memories. He was a traveler from another world, raised by Hongying's parents since childhood. If memory served him right, it was during a frigid winter when he, still an infant, was abandoned on a desolate street. Until the day little Hongying appeared. Initially, Hongying's parents intended to send him to an orphanage, but they could not withstand Hongying's pleas. They ultimately chose to adopt Luo Chen, perhaps to ensure that, should they ever be gone, Hongying would not be left entirely alone. Indeed, just as they had foreseen, one day, Hongying's parents vanished, leaving behind a villa and a substantial fortune. Suddenly, Hongying assumed the role of an elder sister, although it was primarily Luo Chen who tended to her daily needs. In his past life, the work Slaying the Gods became an internet sensation, and Luo Chen was fortunate enough to have read it. He understood well that Hongying was a night watcher. Yet, throughout his upbringing, she had never mentioned this to him. Although he had met Si Xiaonan, they both tacitly buried the secret of the night watchers, ensuring Luo Chen remained unaware. Luo Chen. The teacher's voice broke through his reverie, but he was lost in contemplation of those bygone days. Outside the window, a boy wrapped in black satin entered the school, capturing Luo Chen's attention. Lin Chia Luo Chen, are you daydreaming in class again? What are you mumbling about? The female teacher, fuming, hurled a chalkboard eraser towards him. The eraser described a graceful arc through the air. Teacher, you don't need to call my name so loudly. The classroom erupted in astonishment. The teacher's lips twitched with disbelief. This was her signature move. She had never missed before. How could Luo Chen so easily catch it today? Li Yifei gaped in shock. No way he actually caught it. As the bell rang, the teacher slammed her book shut and shot Luo Chen a furious glare. Class dismissed. Luo Chen, this is the last time. Meanwhile, the boy in black satin had reached the doorway, taking a deep breath before pushing the door open and colliding with the teacher. Lin Chia? Class, let me introduce you to our new student, Lin Chia. As you can see, I hope you all will take good care of him. The teacher glanced around the classroom for an empty seat, noting only that next to Luo Chen was available. Chia, you can sit there, Jiang Qian. Please show him. Yes, teacher. Before leaving, the teacher reminded Luo Chen. Lin Chia will be your desk mate. You must take good care of him. If I find out you bully the new student. Luo Chen chuckled wryly. Teacher, do I look like a bully? The teacher huffed, then exited the classroom. Immediately, classmates surrounded them, buzzing with chatter. In the class monitor, Jiang Qian, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I'll do my best to help. Li Yifei, I eat, sleep, and we can hang out together. Not quite a buddy. Luo Chen's lips twitched. This guy had a rather peculiar hobby. At that moment, he locked eyes with Lin Chia. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and everything in the classroom seemed to shift rapidly. Teachers, classmates, desks, and the podium all faded into the distance. Surrounding him were shattered weapons, reminiscent of the heart of a battlefield. Where's this? Luo Chen stood frozen, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the scene. He instinctively reached out to touch the towering, monument-like throne of heroic spirits. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. The Forbidden Ruins sequence. Unknown throne of heroic spirits. A legendary place where the souls of fallen heroes reside. Luo Chen's pupils constricted. According to his memories, he could summon heroic spirits at will from the throne. Naturally, the number of spirits he could summon was directly linked to his own realm. In other words, in his current state, he could summon at most one heroic spirit or servant. The closer the spirit resonated with his own essence, the more power he could wield. As these thoughts crossed his mind, countless images flashed before him, finally settling on a singular girl. He began to chant, "I declare, your body resides within me. I entrust my fate to your sword. Respond to the call of the throne of heroic spirits. If you wish to comply with this intent, heed my command, then my destiny shall be entrusted to your sword." O legendary Britain, leader of the Knights of the Round Table, bearing glory and renown across the world, the King of Knights, cry out victory, destined one. Here I stand, calling forth your true name. King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon, manifest. As he chanted, the towering throne of heroic spirits trembled slightly, and countless bright threads intertwined, as if the fates were converging. At the moment the true name was liberated, a girl clad in knightly armor and medieval attire appeared before Luo Chen. Despite her petite stature, her eyes radiated the majesty of a lion. Notably, a single tuft of hair stood upright atop her head, contrasting sharply with the aura she exuded. Luo Chen's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, it was the tufted hair king. "Are you my master?" The girl raised her gaze slightly, quietly observing Luo Chen. Simultaneously, a series of information appeared before Luo Chen's eyes. King Arthur Artoria Pendragon talent. Magic resistance. Artoria possesses the ability to nullify magical type Forbidden Ruins. Talent. Riding, proficient in riding various mounts, including ancient two-horse chariots and modern land vehicles. Inherent skill. Mana burst. Mana burst refers to the enhancement of her weapons and body through mana, enabling her to confront formidable monsters directly. Artifact. Wind King's Barrier. Utilizing the entanglement of multiple layers of wind, this barrier alters the refractive index of light to obscure the sword's blade, rendering the opponent incapable of discerning the weapon's length, while simultaneously concealing the wielder's artifact and true name. Artifact. Sword of Promised Victory. The most formidable and prestigious artifact wielded by Artoria, regarded as the emblem of King Arthur, it stands as the pinnacle among holy swords, a powerful weapon against fortifications. Artifact. Avalon. The sheath of the Sword of Promised Victory, granting its bearer the ability to heal from any injury, halting the process of aging, serving as an absolute defense. As the summoning concluded, the girl's form gradually became ethereal, fading from Luo Chen's view. "So this is my forbidden sanctuary. The throne of heroes," Luo Chen murmured, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Things are becoming increasingly intriguing." Chapter 2. I see you're truly hungry. Before him, Li Yi feigned animated gestures. "Luo Chen? Luo Chen? What are you pondering?" Luo Chen shook his head. "Nothing. Dude, that was ridiculously cool. How did you catch the Demoness lethal chalkboard eraser?" A slight smirk appeared on Luo Chen's face. "It's nothing. Merely a matter of practice." Li Yi's expression froze momentarily. This guy was insufferably smug. Unbearable. Rolling his eyes, Li Yi signaled his disinterest in further conversation. Luo Chen remained unfazed, a coin dancing upon his fingertips, lost in thought. Beside them, Lin Xie scrutinized this somewhat insufferable deskmate. Though he could not see, the enhancement from the mundane divine realm sharpened his perception of the surroundings. Just moments ago, an inexplicable force had erupted from Luo Chen, imperceptible to those lacking mental acuity. Majestic, sacred, perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he thought he glimpsed a fleeting silhouette of a maiden emerging behind Luo Chen, only to vanish in an instant. This made Lin Xie question his own senses. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon, and the bell for dismissal rang. Students chatted and laughed as they exited the classroom, pairs forming in jovial camaraderie. He shared a decent rapport with Li Yi, Wang Xiao, and others, and since they all resided in the same direction, they naturally walked together. Of course, he also contemplated the ensuing events, seizing the opportunity to test his strength, with the demon-faced entity as the perfect sharpening stone. "Hey, what do you think the mist truly is? A natural disaster? Or perhaps a supernatural event?" Li Yi suddenly posed this question. Wang Xiao paused. If it's not a natural disaster, what is it? Are there really deities or superpowers in this world? We must trust in science. Lin Xia interjected, then turned to Luo Chen. Despite his words, an instinct urged him to believe that Luo Chen, like him, possessed some hidden strength. He was curious to hear Luo Chen's thoughts. Luo Chen shrugged. Who truly knows such matters? Perhaps it is akin to the divine. It's best to approach it with reverence. You may choose not to believe, but respect is essential. Sometimes, living in ignorance is not entirely unfavorable. Luo Chen hesitated to reveal the harsh truth after all. For ordinary people, notions of deities felt far too distant. Jiang Qian emerged. Why ponder so much? It's a hard-won holiday. Don't seek out unhappiness. Luo Chen chuckled. Indeed, our esteemed class leader is correct. Long live the holiday. They chatted and laughed as they soon arrived at a fork in the road. Wang Xiao halted, pointing to the other direction. Well, I must head this way. Now, let us part here. He gazed into the shadowy alley. Li Rejulet, Wang Xiao. Your home is in the old district, isn't it? Yes, why? But I recently heard rumors of a psychopathic killer in the old district, apparently having claimed many lives. And when they were discovered, their corpses were horrifyingly mutilated, as if something had gnawed their faces. Could it be a cannibalistic maniac akin to Hannibal? A gust of chilling wind swept through. Wang Xiao, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Qian shivered involuntarily. Li, are you telling ghost stories? Jiang Qian's face turned pale with fright. Luo Chen's lips twitched. After all, the tale of the demon-faced entity was indeed a ghost story. Wang Xiao stared at the dark alley before him, suddenly feeling how unfamiliar the path he had traversed for years had become. How could he possibly proceed? Lin Xia spoke again. What if it's not human-made? Upon his words, the atmosphere stiffened. Luo Chen exhaled beside Li Yi. Dude, Luo Chen, don't mess around. People can scare each other to death. Huh, why are you all so timid? Luo Chen smiled. Relax, don't frighten yourselves. However, if it is indeed human-made, I trust the police in Sangnan City are competent enough. How could they allow a murderer to remain at large? His words further paled the faces of his companions. Jiang Qian's expression turned rigid. She slightly turned her head. Chia, Luo Chen, why are both of you like this? Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Qian lifted her leg, ready to move forward. However, as she took a step, wait, what is that smell? Li Yi sniffed the air. A foul stench engulfed them, reminiscent of something decaying, akin to a dead rat. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, sending chills down Luo Chen's spine, an ominous premonition washing over him. Run! Luo Chen shouted decisively. Jiang Qian and the others jumped in fright, instinctively following Luo Chen as they dashed forward, with Lin Xia trailing closely behind. Wang Xiao, still confused as to why they were running, stole a glance behind him. In the moonlight, two grotesque figures crawled along the wall, their crimson tongues exposed and writhing frantically. There are monsters! Wang Xiao screamed. Propelled by survival instinct, he sprinted away. Li glanced back at the creature with its writhing tongue, then blurted out upon reaching Luo Chen, Bro, I have an idea. Luo Chen was filled with question marks. He mused. You truly are famished. Jiang Qian and the others, fueled by adrenaline, raced ahead, quickly leaving Lin Xia and Luo Chen behind. Yet this was Luo Chen's intention. While puzzled as to why the demon-faced entity appeared here, he thought little of it. He was eager to test his powers, and fleeing would not resolve the situation. In a flash, Luo Chen darted into another alley, separating from the main group. One of the demon-faced entities immediately abandoned the others, pursuing Luo Chen. Luo Chen's gaze narrowed. The atmosphere around him shifted. After confirming his separation from the group, he swiftly turned to confront the demon-faced entity. Raising his hands high, Luo Chen proclaimed, To my sword, swear victory. Clang! A golden radiance erupted, illuminating Luo Chen and soaring skyward. The golden light pierced through the clouds, tearing apart the shroud of night, allowing moonlight to cascade upon the earth. A colossal silhouette of the throne of heroes materialized behind him, countless golden threads intertwining around Luo Chen. A spectral maiden clad in knightly armor emerged behind Luo Chen, gradually merging with him. Awaken, foul demon. The younger brother of Hongying, in truth, is an agent of the heroic spirits, summoning and possessing. He commands the power of all souls. With Avalon, annihilation is assured, and the Holy Lance and the Excalibur sever the laws to slay gods. Indomitable as he is, he boldly confesses his feelings to his protective sister, Hongying. Chapter 1, Artoria. In the Cerebral Repository at the entrance of number 2 High School in Sangnan City. Wow, look, a beauty. Luo Chen is quite fortunate. How could he have such an elder sister? If only I could date a girl like that. I would gladly trade a luxury car for a villa. The air was filled with murmurs of admiration. A tall girl, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, donned a light-colored sports jacket with the zipper slightly undone. She wore sporty shorts, her fair and rounded thighs drawing glances, radiating youthful vibrancy. A handsome boy, around 180 centimeters tall, followed closely behind her. Stupid brother. No causing trouble at school. Behave and attend your classes, understood? Hongying stood with her hands on her hips, her expression stern. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. All right, I got it, Sister Hongying. With that, he swiftly produced a lollipop he had prepared earlier and stuffed it into her crimson lips. I'll head to class now. You go to work, Sister Hongying. He waved and dashed away. That brat. Hongying removed the lollipop from her mouth, her cheeks flushing as she recalled something, then savoring the sweetness once again. In class 2 of the second year, at the back by the window, Luo Chen rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head as his thoughts wandered back to a distant past. He was a time traveler, raised by Hongying's parents since childhood, if his memory served him correctly. It was during the harsh winter when he, an infant, was abandoned on a desolate street, until the arrival of little Hongying. Originally, Hongying's parents intended to send him to an orphanage, but they could not resist little Hongying's pleading. They ultimately chose to adopt Luo Chen, perhaps also to ensure that if they were to depart one day, Hongying would not be left utterly alone. As fate would have it, one day, Hongying's parents suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a villa and a substantial fortune. Suddenly, Hongying was thrust into the role of an elder sister, yet in reality, it was Luo Chen who primarily took care of her daily needs. In his previous life, the work titled Slaying Gods had gained immense popularity across the internet, and Luo Chen was fortunate enough to read it. He was well aware that Hongying was a Nightwatcher. Yet, throughout their years together, she had never once mentioned it to him. Although he had encountered Si Xiaonan, both had tacitly buried the matter of the Nightwatchers deep within their hearts, never allowing Luo Chen to discover the truth. Luo Chen. The female teacher's voice broke through the classroom's silence, but Luo Chen, lost in his reverie, did not hear her. Outside the window, a boy draped in black silk caught Luo Chen's attention as he entered the campus. Lin Qiyi. Luo Chen, are you daydreaming again during class? What are you mumbling about? The female teacher, fuming, hurled the chalkboard eraser with force. The eraser traced a graceful arc through the air. Teacher, you need not call my name so loudly. The classroom erupted into gasps. The teacher's lips twitched uncontrollably. This was no jest. She had been a teacher for over a decade, and this was her signature move. She had never missed before, and yet today it had been so easily caught by Luo Chen. Li fils mot gupit in astonishment. Why? He caught it. As the bell rang, the teacher slammed her book shut, casting a fiery glare at Luo Chen. Class dismissed. Luo Chen, this is not to be repeated. Meanwhile, the boy in black silk approached the classroom door, inhaling deeply, pushing the door open, and colliding headlong with the teacher. Ouch! Lin Qiyi. Students, allow me to introduce our new classmate, Lin Qiyi. As you can see, I hope everyone will take good care of him. The teacher glanced at the empty seats, noting that only the space beside Luo Chen remained. Qiyi, you can sit over there. Jiang Qian, please show him. Yes, teacher. Before leaving, the teacher reminded Luo Chen, Lin Qiyi will be your desk mate, so do take care of him. If I discover you bullying the new student. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. Teacher, am I some kind of school bully? Why would I bully anyone? Oomph. The teacher huffed and exited the classroom. Instantly, classmates surrounded him, chattering excitedly. I'm the class monitor, Jiang Qian. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I'll do my best to help. Omedi Fi. We can hang out together, whether it's for bathroom breaks or meals. Not exactly a bro. Luo Chen's lips twitched at this peculiar quirk. At that moment, he locked eyes with Lin Qiyi. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and everything in the classroom began to blur and shift rapidly. Around him lay shattered weapons, as if at the heart of a battlefield. Where's this? Luo Chen stood frozen, feeling as though he had seen this scene before. He instinctively reached out to touch the towering, monument-like heroic seat. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. Unknown heroic seat of the Forbidden Ruins. The legendary resting place of fallen heroes' souls. Luo Chen's pupils constricted in realization. From the heroic seat, He could summon heroic spirits at will. Of course, the number of spirits he could summon would directly correlate to his own realm. In other words, at the level of a mere beginner, he could summon at most one heroic spirit or servant. The more aligned the heroic spirit was with his spirit, the closer the power he could wield would be to its true form. With this thought, countless images flashed through his mind, finally settling on a girl. He immediately began to chant, "I declare, thy body is entrusted to me, thy fate granted to my sword. In answer to the summoning of the heroic seat, if thou art willing to comply with my will, heed my command, then my destiny shall be bound to the sword thou wield. O Legend of Britannia, leader of the Round Table Knights, bearing glory, the Night King renowned across the world. Hail to victory, the destined one. I call upon thee now. Arthur Pendragon, Artoria Pendragon, appear before me." As he chanted, the towering heroic seat trembled slightly, and countless bright threads intertwined like fates converging. At the moment the true name was liberated, a girl clad in knightly armor and medieval attire appeared before Luo Chen. Though petite, her eyes radiated the majesty of a lion. Notably, a single strand of hair stood erect atop her head, contrasting with her imposing aura. Luo Chen's lips twitched slightly. "Truly, the king with the prominent hair. Are you my master?" The girl raised her gaze slightly, calmly observing Luo Chen. At that moment, a series of information appeared before Luo Chen's eyes. Arthur Pendragon Artoria Pendragon talent. Magecraft Resistance Artoria possesses the ability to nullify magical type attacks. Talent. Riding, she has the capability to skillfully ride various mounts, ranging from ancient chariots to modern vehicles. Noble Phantasm. Mana Burst refers to the enhancement of her weapons and body through magical energy, allowing her to confront formidable monsters hidden. Treasure Artifact. Wind King Barrier. Utilizing layers of entwined winds to alter the refractive index of light, this barrier conceals the blade of the sword, rendering it impossible for opponents to discern its length, while simultaneously obscuring the wielder's true name and treasure. Treasure Artifact. Sword of Promised Victory. The most formidable treasure wielded by Artoria, regarded as the symbol of King Arthur, this holy sword stands at the pinnacle of its kind, recognized as a powerful anti-city artifact. Treasure Artifact. Avalon. The sheath of the Sword of Promised Victory, allowing its bearer to heal from any injuries, halting even the process of aging, representing an absolute defense. As the summoning concluded, the figure of the girl gradually transformed into a spectral form, fading from Luo Chen's sight. "Is this my forbidden realm, the throne of heroes?" Luo Chen murmured to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 2. I can see that you are truly hungry before him. Li Yifei waved his hands incessantly, calling out, "Luo Chen? Luo Chen? What are you thinking about?" Luo Chen shook his head. "Nothing." "Wow, that was incredibly impressive. How did you catch the female demon's lethal blackboard eraser?" A faint smile graced Luo Chen's lips as he replied, "It's merely a matter of familiarity." Li Yifei's expression froze, unable to handle the arrogance of his friend. Rolling his eyes, he decided to ignore Luo Chen, who remained unfazed, his fingertip idly flicking a coin, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye observed this seemingly inconsequential classmate. Though he could not see, the enhancement of the mundane realm granted him a heightened awareness of his surroundings. Just moments ago, an inexplicable force had erupted from Luo Chen. Detectable only to those with spiritual sensitivity. It radiated authority and purity. Perhaps it was a figment of his imagination, but for a fleeting instant. He perceived the ethereal silhouette of a young girl manifesting behind Luo Chen, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. This left Lin Qiye questioning his own perception. Time swiftly passed, ushering in the afternoon bell that signaled the end of classes. Students exited the classroom, chattering and laughing, forming pairs as they departed. He and Li Yifei, along with Wang Xiao, shared a cordial relationship, their homes aligned in the same direction, thus they walked together. Naturally, he also contemplated the unfolding narrative, seizing this opportunity to test his own strength, using the ghost-faced man as a sharpening stone. "Hey, what do you think the mist really is? Is it a natural disaster or something supernatural?" Li Yifei suddenly posed this question. Wang Xiao, taken aback, replied, "If it's not a natural disaster, then what is it? Are there really deities or superpowers in this world? We must trust in science." Lin Qiye interjected, glancing at Luo Chen. Despite his words, an instinct told him that Luo Chen, like himself, possessed some hidden power. He was eager to hear Luo Chen's perspective. Shrugging, Luo Chen remarked, "Who can say for certain what such things are? Perhaps they are akin to deities. It's best to approach them with reverence. You may not believe, but you should still hold them in awe. Sometimes, living in ignorance can be quite liberating." Luo Chen was reluctant to disclose the harsh truths, as the concept of deities felt too distant for ordinary folks. Jiang Qian emerged, exclaiming, "Why think so much? You finally got a break. Don't create your own distress." Luo Chen smiled. "Indeed, our class monitor speaks wisely. Long live vacations." As they continued their light-hearted banter, they soon arrived at a fork in the road. Wang Xiao halted, pointing toward a different path. "Well, I'll be going this way now. Let us part ways here." Gazing into the shadowy alley, Li Yifei recoiled. "Wang Xiao, your home is in the old district?" "Yes, why?" "I've heard rumors of a deranged serial killer in the old district, and many have already perished. When they were discovered, their faces were horrifically mutilated. Could it be a monster akin to Hannibal?" A chill wind swept through, causing Wang Xiao, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Qian to shudder. "Li Yifei, are you telling ghost stories?" Jiang Qian's face turned pale with fright. Luo Chen smirked. "Isn't the tale of the ghost-faced man just a ghost story?" Wang Xiao gazed into the dark alley, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with a path he had traversed for years. "How can we proceed?" Lin Xie then spoke again. "What if it's not human-made?" His words immediately thickened the air with tension. Luo Chen exhaled sharply beside Li Yifei. "Dude, don't scare us." "Haha, who told you to be so timid?" Luo Chen laughed. "Relax, don't frighten yourselves. However, if it is indeed man-made, I trust the police of Cangnan City won't be inept enough to let a killer roam free." This statement further drained the color from the already pale faces of his companions. Jiang Qian's expression grew rigid as she turned slightly. "Why are both of you acting this way, Seven Knights and Luo Chen?" Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Qian decided to move forward. Yet, as she took a step, "Wait, what is that smell?" Li Yifei sniffed the air. A foul odor enveloped them, reminiscent of something decaying, akin to a dead rat. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed ominously, causing Luo Chen's hair to stand on end. An unsettling premonition washed over him. "Run!" he shouted decisively. Startled, Jiang Qian and the others instinctively followed Luo Chen, with Lin Xie close behind. Wang Xiao, still puzzled as to why they were running, glanced back cautiously. Under the moonlight, two grotesque figures crawled along the wall, their crimson tongues exposed and writhing. "They're SA monster!" Wang Xiao screamed, propelled by sheer survival instinct as he sprinted away. Li Yifei caught a glimpse of the creature's wriggling tongue, and as he reached Luo Chen, he blurted out, "Brother, I have an idea." Luo Chen, his mind swirling with questions, replied, "I think you're just really hungry." Fueled by adrenaline, Jiang Qian and the others dashed forward, quickly leaving Lin Xie and Luo Chen behind. However, this was intentional on Luo Chen's part. He welcomed the challenge, finding it curious that the ghost-faced man would appear here. He aimed to test his own abilities. After all, running would not resolve anything. With a swift motion, he slipped into another alley, separating from the group. One of the ghost-faced figures, abandoning the others, pursued Luo Chen. Narrowing his eyes, Luo Chen felt a shift in his aura. Once he confirmed the separation, he turned to confront the ghost-faced entity directly. Raising his hands, he declared, "To my sword. Swear victory." A brilliant golden light erupted from him, shooting skyward. The radiance pierced the clouds, tearing through the night and bathing the earth in moonlight. A colossal ethereal seat of heroes materialized behind him, golden threads weaving and intertwining around Luo Chen. The spectral form of a knightly maiden appeared behind him, gradually merging with him. "Awaken, evil spirit." Chapter 3, The Wind King's Barrier. Simultaneously, a furious roar erupted nearby. It was Lin Xie. A resplendent golden beam descended from the moon, engulfing him. The night transformed into day. A tempest arose. An invisible sword coalesced in Luo Chen's grasp, shrouded by the howling winds, rendering it unidentifiable. Golden particles floated around him. And soon, knightly armor enveloped his form as the towering ethereal seat shattered, transforming into golden particles that flowed into his being. With a stride forward, Luo Chen, clad in knightly armor, pointed the invisible sword at the ghost-faced man. The creature roared, its senses as a mythological being sharply attuned to danger. Sensing Luo Chen's formidable presence, it instinctively recognized its inferiority and attempted to flee. In a flash, Luo Chen vanished from sight. With a single strike, he severed the ghost-faced man's leg, sending it crashing to the ground, its foul blood splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Luo Chen's Wind King's barrier deflected the blood from splattering onto him. "Even if you beg, I shall not spare you," he said with a subtle smile, a grin that appeared demonic in the eyes of the ghost-faced entity. The creature whimpered. "Abba, Abba, Abba." Luo Chen raised his hand again, and instantly, countless deep gashes appeared on the ghost-faced man, its arms severed, bones shattered, and blood splattered wildly. Truly mundane, he mused. With a slow approach, he swung his sword. With a dull thud, the ghost-faced man's head fell to the ground, silent as if nothing had transpired. Luo Chen lifted his head and, from across the alley, spotted Lin Qi leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. With a slight flick of his hand, his knightly armor transformed into particles of light, gradually dissipating into the air. Glancing at the intangible sword enveloped by the Wind King's barrier in his hand, Luo Chen concentrated, and the sword vanished from his grasp. This was the first time he wielded such power. He seemed somewhat unaccustomed to it, experiencing a slight dizziness, but he quickly adjusted. In this state, he was unable to fully unleash the powers of the king, unable even to materialize it, relying only on a fraction of its strength in combat. He clenched his fists, exhaling deeply. Was he still too weak? The recent commotion had stirred quite a noise, especially at night. It would be hard for anyone to overlook it. The city of Changnan was filled with murmurs of astonishment. Goodness! What a revelation! Light. It's light. Like sunlight piercing through the night? The fool upstairs must have watched too much Ultraman. A new storm has arrived. It's Diga. We are saved. Why didn't TU evolve secretly without me? Who captured it? Send it to me quickly. Damn, that throne must be another middle schooler with delusions of grandeur. Similar discussions echoed through the streets. Suddenly, 5 figures cloaked in dark crimson appeared on the silent street. Wu Xiangnan gazed thoughtfully towards the old district. He had witnessed everything clearly. That golden beam was certainly a divine presence. As for the towering throne, he was utterly perplexed. The mysterious aura it exuded was unlike anything he had encountered before, albeit vaguely reminiscent of the spirits associated with the Xia 001 special team. Yet, it was broader and deeper, defying comprehension. Meanwhile, in a derelict factory, Chen Mai's gaze was sharp, his star blade dripping blood. Had the cunning beast managed to escape him again? He raised his head, observing the afterglow in the sky. He had distinctly felt the commotion from the old district during his battle with the demon-faced king. That golden beam was unmistakably linked to Divine Sequence 003, the Seraphim Michael. As for the towering throne, Chen Mai narrowed his eyes. He had never seen such a forbidden ruin, not even in the list of the Nightwatch headquarters. Could it be a divine ruin? Chen Mai pondered in confusion. On the other side, at Lin Chiye's home, Yang Jin held a small black cat, lost in thought. The presence of spirits lingered in the air. Zhao Kongqing dashed through the old district, heading towards the site of the incident. Was it divine? As he ran, he reflected on the extraordinary energies that erupted in what had been a mundane alley. He had no idea what awaited him, but as a night watchman, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. It was his duty. Before long, he arrived at the scene, where the air was thick with the scent of blood. Indeed, you are of the same kind. The two youths sat opposite each other, Lin Chiyi breaking the silence first. A divine agent? Quite impressive. Luo Chen smiled faintly, recalling Lin Chiye's mental space filled with a psychiatric hospital for gods. Yet, he too was not lacking. His spirit seat housed countless spirits. In a world where deities were fearsome, one mustn't forget that many spirits capable of slaying gods resided upon that seat. If summoned, what could gods possibly represent? From the start with the Dama King, he needed to grow stronger to summon more formidable spirits. Just then, a middle-aged man with a somewhat roguish demeanor approached. Observing the two youths thoughtfully, he glanced at the severed head of the demon-faced king, picking up a walkie-talkie. The demon-faced king has been eliminated. Inform logistics to clean up the battlefield. He then sat down, exchanging glances with the two boys. You look at me, and I look at you. Lin Chiyi was curious, ever since he saw the seraphim on the moon from the rooftop as a child. He knew this world was far more complex than it appeared. However, everyone believed he had lost his mind, and to leave the psychiatric hospital. He had to concede that what he saw were mere illusions. After this battle, his earthly divine domain had been fully awakened. He no longer needed to be blindfolded. And he had clearly seen that towering spirit seat, the armor reminiscent of a Western knight, the invisible sword, and these monsters. Everything intrigued him. Noticing his expression, Luo Chen chuckled. Aren't you curious? Lin Chiyi shook his head. Not curious. Aren't you curious why angels exist in this world? Not curious. Aren't you curious why I possess such power? Not curious. You were curious. Not curious. You were curious. Luo Chen and Lin Chiyi exchanged glances. Lin Chiyi's mouth twitched. Boring. It would be a lie to say he was not curious, but Lin Chiyi had no intention of inquiring further. He did not wish to be embroiled in it. He simply wanted to protect his little home. He cherished his current life and had no desire to alter his situation. Clearing his throat, Zhao Kongqing coughed lightly. Did you kill that demon-faced king? Lin Chiyi remained silent. Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Unless you did it? Damn. This kid Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched, but he quickly realized, his pupils lighting up. With the emergence of two formidable energies, it was almost certain that these two were divine agents. Such rare talent, and two appeared at once. What incredible luck. If he could recruit them into the Nightwatch, it would be a significant achievement. Zhao Kongqing's face broke into a lewd grin. Luo Chen glanced over, instantly sensing his thoughts. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He had already intended to join the Nightwatch, for only then could he grow stronger. Moreover, he did not wish to be constantly protected by a girl he admired. In his past life, he had been an orphan, and since crossing into this world, the Hongying family had treated him with great kindness, allowing him to feel the warmth of home. He wished to protect Hongying. Now that he had finally gained this power, he was determined to seize the opportunity. To grow stronger at all costs. Chapter 4. Trouble approaches. Zhao Conqing rubbed his hands together, eagerly speaking, "Hello, I am a night watchman. We specialize in nurturing individuals like you." He cleared his throat, his expression suddenly serious. "Don't be nervous if I offered you a chance to save the world. Would you accept?" Lin Shi responded, "No, I die." Such a hasty reason left Zhao Conqing at a loss for a rebuttal. His expression froze as he turned to Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled, wearing a playful expression, and decided to tease Zhao Conqing. "Me? Save the world?" "Yes. In response to the nation's call to become one of its warriors." "Sorry, this country does not care for me." "Zhao Conqing? Why not?" he asked, puzzled. "If you become a night watchman, I believe your father would be proud of you." "I have no father." Zhao Conqing's lips twitched. "Then what about your mother?" "I have no mother." Zhao Conqing. "I should truly be damned." Luo Chen stood up. "But I have an older sister who loves me." Zhao Conqing paused, then replied, "Rest assured, the Night Watch is an official organization. Once you join, your family will receive special protection with added compensation." Luo Chen slowly turned to look into Zhao Conqing's eyes. "Ah, no problem. As long as you join." "Wait, added compensation?" Zhao Conqing was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place, utterly bewildered by a single remark from Luo Chen. Wasn't this supposed to be a touching tale of sibling affection? Is this all there is? Besides that, I have another condition. What is it? Zhao Conqing regarded him with utmost seriousness. "I desire a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs, who is also wealthy and attractive, possessing a supple body and a melodious voice, and capable of performing the splits." Here, a few hundred words are omitted, "as my girlfriend." Luo Chen enumerated his demands with a rapid-fire succession of words. Zhao Conqing felt the veins on his forehead throb violently, his expression a blend of disbelief and frustration. "Is this a wish you're making, kid?" Suppressing the urge to give the boy a good thrashing, he turned to look behind him. "Kid, your classmates have joined us." "Haven't they? Where are they?" "You wouldn't believe it. Lin Xia has bolted." Zhao Conqing's smile instantly froze on his face as he slowly turned back. "Let us discuss the matter of increased compensation." Saying this, he casually draped an arm over Luo Chen's shoulder. Luo Chen shrugged, signaling his helplessness. In truth, he didn't even need to persuade. Lin Xia would inevitably embark on this journey, regardless of how much he wished to protect his little home. All of this was merely a dream woven from miracles, a 10-year-long fantasy. On their way to the Peace Affairs office, Zhao Conqing's chatter was incessant. "Little brother. What is your name?" "Luo Chen. I am Zhao Conqing. Pleased to meet you. How old are you?" "Just turned 18. After a while, the two arrived at the Peace Affairs office. Luo Chen hesitated momentarily as he gazed at the building, then followed Zhao Conqing inside. Upon entering, Zhao Conqing bellowed, "Hey, guess what?" Silence ensued. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Zhao Conqing's face until Wu Xiangnan emerged. Her gaze fell upon Luo Chen. "Who is this?" Luo Chen stepped forward, extending a polite hand. "Hello, my name is Luo Chen." Suddenly, a pink bubble burst, and Hongying stood rooted in astonishment. "Little Chen? What are you doing here?" Clad in sports attire, Hongying dashed over, her face alight with surprise. "Sister Hongying." Luo Chen smiled and nodded, then gestured to Zhao Conqing beside him. "This uncle brought me here. He said my bone structure is extraordinary and wants me to join the Night Watchers." "Uncle?" Zhao Conqing's lips twitched as he shot a glance at Hongying and cleared his throat. Hongying, do you know each other?" "No, old Zhao. Remember I told you I have a brother? This is my brother." Hongying gazed at Zhao Conqing with suspicion. "How did you bring him here?" Zhao Conqing was momentarily at a loss for words, just as a cute girl with a bun appeared. "Oh, isn't this little Chen, my little brother?" Luo Chen nodded. "Sister Xiaonan." As a close friend of Hongying, Xiaonan was quite familiar with Luo Chen. "What are you all doing at the entrance? Come in and sit down. Will you?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and entered the hall. Soon after, Wen Qima and Leng Xian also emerged. After everyone introduced themselves, Zhao Conqing exclaimed, "This kid says he wants a big-chested, long-legged, fair-skinned beauty, who is wealthy, has a supple body, a melodious voice, and can do the splits. About 128 requirements in total." Zhao Conqing spoke for a full 5 minutes, counting on his fingers to avoid repetition. The expressions on everyone's faces were priceless, especially Hongying, as the veins on her fair forehead visibly throbbed. Xiaonan chuckled and shook her head, glancing at Hongying. "Oh dear, Hongying, what do you mean?" Hongying replied, puzzled. This is directed at you. Hongying's cheeks flushed as she twisted Luo Chen's ear. You little rascal. Quite the list of demands you have. Wrong, sister. Please have mercy. Luo Chen yelped in pain, immediately begging for forgiveness. It was a memory from when he was 5 or 6 years old. A little boy in split-crotch pants, with a sweet voice, had said to her, Sister, when I grow up, will you marry me? At 10, Luo Chen, who was a head shorter than her at 8, cornered her against the wall, boldly declaring, Hongying, don't you want a husband? Recalling this, Hongying felt her face flush, nearly reaching her ears. However, she suddenly realized something. Luo Chen has awakened the forbidden ruins. What? Hongying's exclamation echoed through the office, causing ears to ring. Can't you keep your voice down? Wu Xiangnan covered her ears, slightly exasperated. Hongying looked at Zhao Kongqing. Wait, old Zhao? Are you implying that little Chen single-handedly defeated the masked ghost? That imposing throne was his doing too? Chapter 5, The Spirit Agent. Zhao Kongqing looked helpless. Yes, isn't he your brother? How could you not know? He turned to the innocent-looking Luo Chen. Kid, what is your ability? Which divine being do you serve as an agent? All eyes turned to Luo Chen. He scratched his head. Actually, I'm not serving a divine being. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luo Chen, and you may call me the Spirit Agent. The one I serve is King Arthur, the Knight. What? The group was instantly filled with confusion. They had never heard of a Spirit Agent before. King Arthur, the leader of Great Britain, whose name alone was renowned worldwide. His agent. Moreover, as far as they knew, there had never been a Spirit Agent before. Luo Chen could be considered the first in Daxia, an unprecedented Spirit Agent. Everyone turned to Wu Xiangnan, as he was the most experienced and knowledgeable aside from Captain Chen Mai. Wu Xiangnan fell into silence. Goodness, it's not that he didn't want to speak, but he had never encountered such a thing. Even though he had been the undying swordsman of the Blue Rain Squad and had seen divine beings in their true forms, he had never heard of any Spirit Agents. Just then, the door of the office swung open, and a man dressed in black, seemingly stained with blood, entered. Oh, why is it so lively today? What is going on? Chen Mai said with a smile. Chen Mai was momentarily taken aback. What? A Spirit Agent? He removed his bloody black clothing and approached the crowd, quickly spotting Luo Chen among them. Who is this young brother? Before Luo Chen could respond, Hongying pulled him closer. Captain, I forgot to introduce you. This is my brother, Luo Chen. You, hello? Luo Chen smiled shyly, a pleasant fragrance wafting into his nostrils, momentarily distracting him. Chen Mai smiled. So it's Luo Chen. Thank you for taking care of Hongying over the years. Everyone exchanged glances, stifling laughter. Captain. Hongying pouted, clearly upset. How could you say that? Seeing this, Luo Chen quickly intervened. Actually, it's all Sister Hongying taking care of me. If she hadn't kindly taken me in, I would have perished on the streets long ago. Hongying's cheeks flushed slightly. All right, it's all in the past. Why bring it up? Let us get to the point. Captain, have you ever heard of a Spirit Agent? Chen Mai stroked his chin, pondering. The Spirit Agent of King Arthur? I've never heard of it. With a thud, everyone nearly stumbled. Chen Mai chuckled softly. It seems there are still aspects of the Forbidden Ruins we have yet to observe. By the way, Luo Chen, since your Forbidden Ruins have never been discovered, you may name it yourself. What do you wish to call it? Luo Chen paused for a moment before uttering 3 words. The Spirit Seat. The Spirit Seat? Indeed. Let us call it the Throne of Heroic Spirits. The name is quite fitting. Thus, we shall officially designate it as the Throne of Heroic Spirits of the Forbidden Ruin sequence. Chen Mai nodded, decisively affirming the name. What about your abilities? Would you be willing to disclose them? Rest assured, your information will remain absolutely confidential and will not be leaked. Wu Xiangnan interjected, jotting down notes. After a moment's thought, Luo Chen realized there was little reason to conceal anything, especially in the company of familiar faces. He glanced casually at the charming girl with the bun hairstyle, Si Xiaonan, the goddess of trickery, Loki. Although she was his agent, her heart lay with the Daxia side, so revealing his abilities posed no issue. Luo Chen uttered a few words. I can utilize the noble phantasms and powers of King Arthur. For example, by releasing my magical energy, I can enhance my weapons and physical form through mental strength, forming armor externally. Additionally, I possess an instinctual ability that allows me to instantly determine the most suitable course of action in battle. One might even say it borders on the ability to predict the future. At this revelation, the crowd collectively gasped. Predicting the future. Is that not a jest? Such a power is extraordinary. Moreover, in addition to my inherent skills, I can also wield King Arthur's noble phantasms. Chen Mai cleared his throat. Could you demonstrate? Of course. I have no objections, Luo Chen replied with a smile, eager to engage in a friendly contest with his fellow team members. Who would be a suitable opponent? I will. Hongying exclaimed, fervently waving her hand. Let me at it. You better not expect your sister to go easy on you. With hands on her hips. She appeared adorably fierce. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. What are you laughing at? Hongying retorted, slightly annoyed. I am merely being a gentleman, Hongying. Domestic violence is rather unbecoming, don't you think? Huh? Hitting one's wife is something only weak men do. At this, Zhao Kongqing, who had just taken a sip of water, erupted with laughter, spraying Wen Qima's face. Firstly, I have not provoked any of you, Wen Qima stated, his expression calm. Hongying, initially caught off guard, felt her cheeks flush once more at his words, as if steam were rising from her head. You little brother. Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Enraged, she stomped her feet, ready to throw punches at Luo Chen. Help, Captain. Is there anyone to intervene? Luo Chen called out, darting away. You. Hongying was nearly beside herself with fury, grabbing a broom to chase after Luo Chen. Laughter erupted from everyone as they watched the sibling squabble unfold. Xishaoren rolled her eyes in exasperation. Ugh, I've had my fill. Soon, they arrived at the training arena in the basement, which was filled with weapons, armor, and an abundance of various items. At some point, Hongying had manifested a fiery spear in her hand, brandishing it with a flourish. Stinky little brother, watch how I deal with you. Luo Chen smiled and took a deep breath. Shall we place a wager, Hongying? What kind of wager? If I win, you must agree to be my girlfriend. Uft. Water splattered across Wen Qima's face once more as he stifled a laugh. He discreetly wiped his face and glanced at Zhao Kongqing. Apologies, Zhao Kongqing said sheepishly. Scratching his head. Why do you always say such things in front of everyone? I want to talk to you again. Hongying's face turned crimson, wishing she could vanish into the ground. However, Luo Chen remained unfazed, casting a knowing smile at the adorable Hongying. Very well, I shall take that as your acceptance. Let the duel begin. Chapter 6, A Plague on Oriamph. Stinky little brother. Today, I shall turn your backside into 8 pieces. Rosefire feather garb. With her spear in hand, Hongying danced it about, flames swirling around her like serpents, launching towards Luo Chen with incredible speed. Too hasty, Hongying. Luo Chen remarked with a slight smile. He focused intently. My life is entrusted to your sword. Manifest. Wind King Barrier. Raising his hand slightly. A fierce gust of wind swirled, revealing an invisible, transparent holy sword in Luo Chen's grasp, encased by the Wind King Barrier. Hongying's eyes narrowed in surprise. Why does he wield nothing? With a swift sweep of her spear, engulfed in searing heat, Luo Chen raised his sword in defense, the tempest dispersing the flames instantly. Clang. The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed as Hongying was momentarily dumbfounded. What is happening? He appears to wield nothing but air. Be careful, Hongying. Luo Chen smirked. With a sudden leap, his speed surged, and he vanished from sight. Empowered by the Wind King Barrier, his velocity reached unprecedented heights. Hongying reacted swiftly, instinctively using her spear to block, sparks flying as they clashed. Despite the rapidity of Luo Chen's strikes, Hongying matched him blow for blow. However, in the next moment, Hongying miscalculated the sword's length, the intangible blade grazing her cheek. Had Luo Chen not intentionally altered his aim, she would surely bear a wound. A strand of her hair fell to the ground, severed. Unbelievable, Xishaoren muttered, her lips twitching. Luo Chen's prowess had far exceeded their expectations. At this juncture, Hongying realized that he wielded an invisible sword. She could no longer gauge its length and size as she normally would, leaving her at a disadvantage without knowledge of the sword's dimensions. This spectacle left the onlookers speechless, as Luo Chen's fluid swordplay combined with the elusive weapon rendered him nearly untouchable. Yet Hongying was not without wits. She quickly adapted her strategy. Through the continuous exchanges, she began to discern the approximate length of Luo Chen's sword, ensuring she would not fall prey to misjudging distances. The rosy flames erupted as Hongying leaped high, resembling a falling meteor. Stinky little brother, did you really think I could be easily bullied? Rosefire feather garb. Simultaneously, Luo Chen sensed the impending threat and instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading her ferocious attack. Boom. The ground was instantly cratered, and Hongying stood within it, astonished as she gazed at Luo Chen. Instinct. In the heat of battle. This ability enabled Luo Chen to make the most accurate judgments in a split second. Clearly, he could not withstand Hongying's recent blow unless he unleashed the true name of the curry stick. However, with his limited mental capacity as a mere beginner, he would likely be drained in an instant. Furthermore, the curry stick's power was sufficient to obliterate a city, making it unthinkable to unleash such force against a girl he cherished. Gazing at the newly formed crater, Luo Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hey, Hongying, are you serious? That kind of power. Are you attempting to murder your dear husband? At his words, Hongying froze momentarily, then gritted her teeth. The rosy flames surging once more. Luo Chen's expression twitched. It seems like I've gone a bit overboard. Magical energy release. Luo Chen unleashed a torrent of mental strength. Golden particles manifesting as a silver knight's armor enveloped him. Stinky little brother, it seems you enjoy playing. Allow your sister to indulge you. My dearest little husband. As she uttered the final words, a dangerous aura erupted from Hongying, her tone deliberate and measured. Boom. Hongying traced her hands over the spear, which instantly ignited in rose-colored flames, intricate fiery patterns appearing. Clang. Luo Chen braced himself, activating his magical power to mitigate the incoming flames. However, due to Hongying's superior realm, he was unable to nullify the rosefire feather garb completely. Fortunately, his armor provided ample protection, minimizing the intensity of the flame's heat. In an instant, Hongying closed the distance, slashing, hacking, stabbing, and thrusting with her spear, which seemed to have a life of its own. Each swing was accompanied by the roar of flames, akin to a fire phoenix soaring through the heavens. Cold sweat trickled down Luo Chen's back, and he felt a surge of adrenaline. He dared not let his guard down for a moment, wielding an invisible sword to fend off Hongying's relentless onslaught. Each time, it was as if he had foreseen her moves. The invisible sword always struck the most vulnerable points of the spear, deflecting her attacks. Their arms danced wildly, leaving the spectators in awe. Goodness, is Luo Chen going to be defeated by that girl? Zhao Kongqing muttered, his cigarette burnt down to nothing, oblivious to the fact. Si Xiaonan clicked her tongue. It's hard to say. Clearly, Sister Hongying is furious. That fellow, Xiao Chun, is really something. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the training ground. With each impact, ripples surged along the invisible sword in Luo Chen's grasp. The golden blade flashing momentarily before being enveloped by a raging wind once more. Sister Hongying's flames can actually tear through the Wind King's barrier? Just as Luo Chen pondered this, Hongying leapt backward, effortlessly shifting to a one-handed grip on her spear, a violent blaze erupting from her form. Now, with the girl's commanding shout, the spear flew from her hand, enveloped in intense heat, hurtling violently towards Luo Chen. The flames wrapped around the spear, transformed it into a roaring dragon of fire. Goodness! Sister Hongying, are you serious? Luo Chen exclaimed, sensing the formidable power attached to the spear, bracing himself instantly. Chun Mai realized the gravity of the situation and quickly leapt over the railing, preparing to intercept for Luo Chen. Si Xiaonan. Luo Chen hastily raised his hand, summoning a furious gale. With no recourse to curry favor, he inhaled deeply, his pupils igniting with determination. The invisible sword was raised high, and in an instant, the surrounding air was stirred by an imperceptible force, coalescing into a visible vortex of wind around the sword's tip. As the vortex solidified, Luo Chen swung his sword with vigor. Wind King Hammer. Boom. With this incantation, the wind elemental spirits seemed to cheer, the storm vortex sweeping toward the approaching fiery dragon. Bang. The collision unleashed shockwaves that shattered the ceiling. And in a bid to control the force, both combatants instinctively directed their power skyward. In a fleeting moment, a tempest roared to life, the unique walls around them fracturing and the ceiling creating a massive hole. As the thick smoke cleared, Luo Chen propped himself up with the invisible sword, barely managing to stay upright. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The exertion from the Wind King hammer had drained his mental energy significantly, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed forward. The invisible sword and his knightly armor gradually dissipated. That girl is too fierce. Luo Chen, just before losing consciousness, he saw the beautiful girl rushing toward him, her face etched with worry as she called out his name. A slight smile graced his lips. Chapter 7. Britannia, where am I? Countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood filled his vision, strewn with shattered weapons and armor, all stained red. A girl stood atop this hill of death, her golden hair dancing in the wind. Luo Chen suddenly realized something. Britannia. This is Britannia. It is the memory of Artoria. Suddenly, a voice echoed, deep and hoarse. King Arthur, you do not understand the human heart. Luo Chen jolted awake, gasping for breath. Xiao Chen. Hongying rubbed her eyes, dazed. Xiao Chen, you're awake. Her joy was palpable, but her eyes soon brimmed with tears as she embraced Luo Chen and wept. I'm sorry. Xiao Chen. Seeing the guilt-ridden Hongying, Luo Chen gently patted her back. A glance around revealed they were in a medical room. It's all right, Sister Hongying. You don't need to blame yourself. It's my fault for speaking carelessly and making you angry. It's only natural to slip up sometimes. He comforted her softly. Yet this only intensified her guilt, prompting her to burst into tears once more. Goodness. Luo Chen continuously reassured her, gently wiping away the tears from Hongying's eyes. Looking at his smiling face, she sniffed, You really don't hold it against me, do you? Silly sister, when have I ever blamed you? Luo Chen replied with a helpless smile. If you really want to make it up to me, then dedicate yourself to me, he said. raising an eyebrow with a teasing expression. You. Humph. Hongying's cheeks flushed as she turned away. I was so worried about you. And you wake up just to, she mumbled, her voice barely audible. What? Sister Hongying, what did you say? Nothing. Now that you're awake, get up quickly. Hongying shot Luo Chen a fierce glare before exiting, covering her flushed face. The fall of Britannia. After a servant and a master form a contract, they share a peculiar bond, allowing the master to glimpse fragments of the servant's memories through dreams. To alter the history of Britannia's demise is Artoria's wish. For this reason, she awaits the Holy Grail's summons on that throne of heroes, hoping to realize her aspiration through its power. However, what she received was Luo Chen as her master. He suddenly recalled that there was also a heroic king confined in Linxia's mental hospital. Moreover, his treasury contained the Holy Grail, the one capable of granting any wish. Could it fulfill Artoria's long-held dream? With this thought, Luo Chen contemplated another matter. In Linxia's hospital, there was a heroic king, Gilgamesh. Could he summon him from the throne of heroes as well? What would it be like to have two heroic kings facing off? Yet, the thought of Gilgamesh's notorious temper made Luo Chen's head spin. However, the sword he held, the Caliban, was a potent weapon against Cthulhu. He must summon that heroic king someday. The Caliban, the star that opens the world. The treasure of the boundary. I believe even the key to the gate would find this treasure quite daunting. Luo Chen smiled slightly. What of the gods? There are indeed many heroic spirits capable of slaying deities. Among them, the illustrious King Gilgamesh stands out. Yet, compared to him, Luo Chen yearned to summon the wise King Gilgamesh, but it seemed the Caliban was sealed. For safety's sake, summoning him from his heroic king era would be preferable. Stepping out of the medical room, all eyes turned towards Luo Chen. He felt a bit embarrassed. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my foot. Chun Mai and the others twitched their lips. This kid nearly scared them to death. Thankfully, after a series of examinations, it turned out he had merely exhausted his mental energy and fainted. The abilities he showcased had already garnered the attention of the higher-ups in the Nightwatch. Chen Mai had already submitted his report. He sighed, Kid, you really gave us quite a scare. A freak like you, just awakening, could hold his own against an enraged Hongying. When Chen Mai shook his head in resignation, people can be so infuriating. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and confirming that Luo Chen was all right, Chen Mai looked into Luo Chen's eyes, extending his hand. Then, welcome to the Nightwatch family. I've submitted your application report. Until then, you are still a reserve member. In September, you will need to participate in a year-long training for new recruits. Luo Chen nodded, extending his hand. All right, Captain. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Wu Xiangnan remained at headquarters, ready to report any developments. Hongying, Wen Qianmo, and Leng Xian were dispatched to assist Qin Muyi in locating the traces of the Ghost-Face King. Si Xiaonan took Luo Chen to the school to complete the registration process. As for Zhao Kongcheng, Luo Chen followed Si Xiaonan to the school gate. A middle-aged man, exuding a rough demeanor, sat in the shade at the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The ground around him was littered with cigarette butts, indicating he had been there for quite some time. Old Zhao, what are you doing here? Upon seeing them, Zhao Kongcheng sprang to his feet, gripping Luo Chen's shoulder tightly, his face contorted with anger. A whole day? An entire day? Do you have any idea how I spent this day? His expression twisted with frustration. He had intended to confront the representative of the Seraph, but the fellow had not shown up at all. Luo Chen tilted his head. Why didn't you just go to his house and wait for him? Zhao Kongcheng's eyes suddenly brightened. Smack. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, of course. How could I forget that? He animatedly shook Luo Chen's shoulder. Look at my memory. It seems age is catching up with me. Luo Chen leaned in conspiratorially. You could always go buy a new one. Zhao Kongcheng shot him a knowing glance, leaning closer. And what about the old one? Sell the old one for a new one. They exchanged knowing smiles. Si Xiaonan sighed quietly, shaking her head in resignation. She acknowledged that men, regardless of age, could sometimes be remarkably childish. Chapter 8. A dream of yellow millet. Watching Zhao Kongcheng's retreating figure, Luo Chen ponders deeply. According to the original storyline, this man would soon become the catalyst for the protagonist Lin Qiye's entry into the Night Watchers. Through his sacrifice, he would ignite Lin Qiye's path to protect the world. Fear is humanity's instinct, while courage is the anthem of heroes. Zhao Kongcheng, General Zhao, in Luo Chen's eyes, was a true hero. To join the Night Watchers as an ordinary man was sufficiently admirable. The Ghost-Face King, although a mythical creature from Chuanjing, had been severely wounded by Qin Muyi, and his strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Luo Chen clenched his fists. Even if gravely injured, this adversary would not be easily subdued. If possible, he wished to save this tough guy. Though though he could be a bit talkative. He was genuinely an interesting person. Luo Chen did not want such a person to perish in vain. In the original narrative, he died. Luo Chen arrived. And he still died. What, then, was the purpose of Luo Chen's crossing over? The ghost-faced king, with the ability to manipulate space within a certain range, could disorient the five senses, deceiving biological perception. Luo Chen contemplated whether his inherent skill, intuition, could shield him from the disorienting effects of the ghost-faced king's abilities. If it could, he would have a greater chance of confronting the ghost-faced king. Worst case, he could unleash a curry stick. He could not believe that a single curry stick would not suffice to satiate it. However, to release the curry stick, he would need to reach the pool realm at the very least. Yet, he felt that due to previously overexerting his mental energy to activate the Wind King Hammer for the first time, his mental power had significantly increased, and he was now on the brink of the pool realm. As for Lin Shiyi, Luo Chen believed that regardless of whether Zhao Kongqing lived or died, fate would inevitably lead him to join the Night Watchers. There was no need for Luo Chen to worry about this aspect. The authority of the Night Watchers was substantial. And soon, Si Xiaonan had everything sorted out. They publicly announced that Luo Chen had enlisted in the military. Sitting in the passenger seat with Si Xiaonan, Luo Chen wore a contemplative expression. What's wrong? Are you reluctant? Should you say goodbye to your classmates? Si Xiaonan suddenly inquired. Luo Chen shook his head. No. At that moment, a young girl passed by and immediately recognized Luo Chen in the passenger seat. Luo Chen? Tears welled in Jiang Qian's eyes as she dropped her teaching materials to the ground. Is it really you? You're not dead. Jiang Qian grasped Luo Chen's arm, terrified he might vanish again. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. She had been gripped by fear at the time and had no choice but to abandon Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi to flee for her life. However, this was human nature, and Luo Chen held no ill will. Although humanity is inherently good and generally warm-hearted, who can guarantee that they would sacrifice themselves to help others in a life-and-death situation? Friends accustomed to fleeing know that when danger arises, as long as one can outrun those nearby, they are safe. For 2 whole days, Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi had not attended school, and she had assumed they were. Overwhelmed with guilt and remorse, she had spent those 2 days in turmoil. Lin Qiyi, didn't he die? Jiang Qian's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook Luo Chen's arm, repeatedly apologizing and thanking him. After all, if it weren't for Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi holding the rear, they might have perished at the hands of the ghost-faced man. Luo Chen gently pushed her hand away and patted her shoulder. Just live well. Jiang Qian bit her lip, nodding vigorously, then deeply bowed in gratitude. As the car engine roared to life, Si Xiaonan pressed the accelerator, and Luo Chen's figure gradually faded from her view. If memory served correctly, the Night Watchers only required a confidentiality agreement for special events with a small number of people. Only when there were too many individuals would they erase memories, which was why Jiang Qian remembered that day as events. On the road, Si Xiaonan teased, so, is that your little admirer? Luo Chen helplessly shook his head. Stop teasing me, Sister Xiaonan. My heart belongs solely to Sister Hongying. Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in hearing him gush. Observing her profile, Luo Chen felt a swell of emotion. It was hard to imagine that such a lovely girl would endure years undercover to eliminate Loki. How much suffering had she endured during that time? The scenery outside flickered past as Luo Chen listened to the shouts of vendors, the laughter of people, and the roar of cars, and he reflected on it all. It felt like a 10-year-long dream of yellow millet, and he could almost empathize with Chan Muye's feelings. Everything seemed so real, yet not entirely so. Love is real, and the world is real. Luo Chen smiled, deciding not to dwell on it further. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Zhao Kongqing, who wore a frown, his gaze fixed out the window while clutching a cigarette. Wow. Looks like Lin Qiyi's repeated rejections have knocked this tough guy's confidence. Old Zhao? Why do you look like a rejected swallow? Si Xiaonan stifled a laugh, teasingly commenting. Cough, cough. Zhao Kongqing nearly choked on his smoke, coughing incessantly. What do you mean? Si Xiaonan shook her head in exasperation. If you've been rejected again, perhaps you should let the captain handle it. I refuse. Zhao Kongqing declared fiercely. Damn it. It's the first time in my life I've been rejected so many times. Back in the day. Stop. Enough, old Zhao. Don't reminisce about your glorious past. Si Xiaonan quickly interrupted, halting Zhao Kongqing's nostalgic reverie. Luo Chen crossed his arms, quietly enjoying their banter, a slight smile gracing his lips. It seemed that this kind of life was not so bad after all. As night fell, the underlying concern for Luo Chen was evident in their words. Clearly, she was not opposed to his joining the Night Watchers, yet she feared that it might lead to his peril. Sister Hongying was indeed gentle, though she had a hint of pride. Luo Chen smiled softly, listening to her voice, a warm current surging within him. Simultaneously, Chun Mu Yi was laboriously drafting a report through the night. Luo Chen, a male of Han ethnicity, serves as the first agent of the heroic spirit in the realm of the Forbidden Ruins and is the agent of the Night King Arthur. He is entrusted with the confidential archives of the Night Watchman. Chapter 9. When darkness finally descends, the sky loomed heavy and dark, thick clouds hanging like a massive, frigid lead plate over the city, sealing away the last traces of warmth from the sun. Luo Chen gazed quietly out the window. The wind howled through the narrow alleyways, producing a wailing sound reminiscent of morning spirits, swirling up the withered leaves and dust in a wild dance. Time passed, and after a brief wash-up, Luo Chen took an umbrella and stepped out of the villa, heading towards the old city. The rain poured down heavily, drenching his face, each drop striking with painful intensity. Yet, Luo Chen seemed oblivious, strolling alone beneath his umbrella in the downpour. Rain descends from the heavens and meets the earth. This transition embodies the essence of life. For some reason, Luo Chen felt a sudden pang of introspection. Before long, he arrived near a low-rise residential building, where a black car was parked at the entrance. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Zhao Kongqing emerged, holding an umbrella, opened the car door, and took his seat in the driver's position. Habitually, he reached for a pack of cigarettes. Click, click. For reasons unknown, the lighter refused to ignite, which slightly irritated Zhao Kongqing. After a struggle, he finally lit a cigarette. Just as an urgent voice crackled through his intercom, the faceless king has appeared. Zhao Kongqing's pupils constricted instantly, and he flicked his fingers, discarding the freshly lit cigarette. He dared not linger, grabbing a suitcase, opening the car door, and sprinting into the rain. Luo Chen stealthily followed behind him. Raindrops trickled down Zhao Kongqing's cheeks. Despite the high temperatures, he felt a chill. Are you certain the faceless king is coming this way? Wu Xiangnan's voice echoed through the intercom. 10 minutes ago, the faceless king was spotted near the old city. Judging by its trajectory, its destination is likely the old city or the city center. 2 potential targets? Indeed. However, the city center has a massive population. It will be challenging to evacuate everyone in time. If the faceless king appears there, the casualties would be incalculable. At this point, Zhao Kongqing grasped Wu Xiangnan's intent. Clenching his teeth, he realized that even if the faceless king reached the old city, the damage would be minimal. But there are innocent civilians living here. Zhao Kongqing's voice was laced with fury. Wu Xiangnan sighed. Calm down, Lao Zhao. I never suggested abandoning the old city. Hongying is already en route. Your task is simply to evacuate the populace as swiftly as possible. If necessary, you must deploy the boundless void to contain it. Avoid direct confrontation at all costs. The faceless king is beyond your capability to handle. Zhao Kongqing's clenched fist finally relaxed, albeit reluctantly, he muttered, understood. Though discontented, he recognized this was the wisest course of action. Allowing the faceless king to roam into the city center would spell true disaster. He had to race against time to evacuate the residents of the old city. Just moments ago, he had confidently assured the youth inside that the duty of safeguarding the world rested upon him. Yet now, he was forced to knock on doors urging them to evacuate. A somewhat humiliating predicament, but this was not the time for pride. Zhao Kongqing dashed through the rain, when suddenly, a nauseating stench assaulted his nostrils. The nearby manhole cover emitted an ominous sound, and Zhao Kongqing's pupils dilated. He understood what this signified. He activated his intercom. This is Watchman Zhao Kongqing. I have located the faceless king. In critical moments like this, his heart remained unnaturally calm. With a snap, he opened the suitcase, revealing 3 pristine notice boards. Wu Xiangnan's anxious voice crackled through the intercom again. Copy that. 10 minutes. No more than 10 minutes. Lao Zhao, deploy the boundless void to trap it. Zhao Kongqing lifted his gaze, his voice steady as he replied, Xiangnan, you know the boundless void cannot contain it for 10 minutes. After all, the boundless void is meant to conceal battles, not to entrap. Wu Xiangnan fell silent, fully aware of this reality. Lao Zhao, do not act impulsively. We cannot prevent all casualties. We, the Night Watchmen, are human, not deities. We cannot sacrifice a core member for a severely wounded faceless king. Zhao Kongqing could no longer listen. He seized the intercom and shouted, if we do nothing, then I am unworthy of the title Night Watchman. Xiangnan, do you remember the oath we once took? Zhao Kongqing gazed towards the low building. When darkness finally descends, I shall stand before countless souls. This time behind him. There were no multitudes, only that child's entire world. Even the guards are Night Watchmen. Zhao Kongqing roared, tossing the intercom to the ground, his resolve unwavering. Lao Zhao, Lao Zhao. Wu Xiangnan's voice continued to echo from the intercom as he realized Zhao Kongqing's intent. Zhao Kongqing bit his finger, forcefully swiping it across the notice board. A black curtain unfurled, enveloping everything around them. With a loud bang, the manhole cover was flung open. A grotesque arm erupted from within, followed by a monstrous creature, significantly larger than the faceless king, emerging. Zhao Kongqing stood before it, a stark contrast. The faceless king loomed like a vengeful specter in the rain, exuding a palpable sense of menace. Yet, it bore deep, visible wounds, horrifyingly apparent. Despite this, Zhao Kongqing remained cautious. Clang! The celestial blade was drawn, slicing through the rain, its metallic ring resonating around them. Cloaked in a dark red mantle, Zhao Kongqing wielded the celestial blade, the rain soaking his form. Clang! The blade clashed against the creature's claws, sparks flying. Ultimately, Zhao Kongqing was but an ordinary man, even as a king among special forces. He felt minuscule before such a monster. Within 3 exchanges, he was sent crashing against a wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, a young boy picked up the intercom from the ground. Watchman Team 136, reserve member Luo Chen, has arrived at the battlefield. You. Wu Xiangnan's astonished voice came through the intercom, and after a brief exchange, he closed his eyes, his lips trembling slightly. May fortune favor you and bring you back safely. Received, Deputy Captain. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, advancing towards the black curtain as the Wind King's barrier slowly unfurled. Chapter 10, A Big Head. A big question mark. Zhao Kongqing braced himself against the celestial blade, struggling to rise once more. Huh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! The faceless king bellowed, its eyes glinting with mockery. It could easily have slain Zhao Kongqing, yet it chose to toy with him instead, kicking him about as if satisfying some twisted inclination. Zhao Kongqing swung his blade again, each strike aimed at vital points, but the faceless king evaded with blinding speed. In the next moment, the faceless king lunged, landing a punch on Zhao Kongqing's body. Thud! Cough! Zhao Kongqing coughed up blood as he was lifted off the ground by the faceless king. At last, the moment has arrived. Once engaged, there is no turning back. Should darkness descend, I shall stand before countless souls. A voice echoed, causing Zhao Kongqing's pupils to dilate in astonishment. Clop, clop. A youth emerged from the rain, seemingly gripping something tightly. With a sword drawn against the abyss, blood stained the heavens. Crackle. The boy's voice, accompanied by a series of harsh sounds, suggested that something was dragging across the ground, igniting sparks as the rain intensified. Strangely, not a single drop fell upon the boy, ripples forming as if an unseen force repelled the raindrops entirely. Luo Chen. Zhao Kongqing gasped in disbelief. Whoosh. In an instant, Luo Chen vanished from sight, leaving the ghost-faced king no time to react. Thud. Its arm erupted in a spray of foul blood, and before Zhao Kongqing's shocked gaze, the grotesque limb shattered. Bang! Zhao Kongqing fell to the ground, his face etched with confusion. Oh, old Zhao, you seem to be in quite a predicament. Luo Chen remarked with a faint smile as he helped him up. What are you doing here? How did you get in? Zhao Kongqing, in a daze, had expected reinforcements, only to find a mere child. This was, of course, due to the Wind King's barrier and Luo Chen's innate talent for magic, allowing him to disregard the powers of magical prohibitions. The void of the unbound realm was as nothing to Luo Chen. Roar. The ghost-faced king, in pain, let out a deafening roar, its crimson eyes fixated on Luo Chen. Get out of here quickly, Zhao Kongqing urged, worry etched across his face. The ghost-faced king's strength was beyond that of mere specters. It was a creature of the Chuan realm. You have no obligation to confront an enemy you cannot defeat. You are the unprecedented agent of the heroic spirit, the future of the great Xia. I cannot allow you to perish here. Touched by Zhao Kongqing's concern, Luo Chen's heart warmed, and he smiled. How can I know unless I try? He turned to face Zhao Kongqing, a surge of power radiating from him. I do not comprehend this notion of defeat. Boom. A tempest enveloped Luo Chen, golden particles swirling around him as knightly armor gradually adorned his form. Behind him, a specter of a young girl slowly merged with him, her hands gripping an invisible sword. The boy's figure stood in stark contrast to the massive form of the ghost-faced king, and Zhao Kongqing gaped at the scene unfolding before him. Ghost-faced king. I wager my life against yours. The ghost-faced king. It wore a perplexed expression, seemingly unable to grasp the human's words, yet sensing a challenge in them. Roar. The ghost-faced king lunged at Luo Chen. Be careful, Zhao Kongqing shouted. Yet Luo Chen, as if foreseeing the attack, sidestepped at an uncanny angle, evading the ghost-faced king's claws. Instinct. Clang. Crackle. Luo Chen raised his hand, delivering a powerful strike. However, the ghost-faced king blocked it with its claws, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, sparks flying. With a sudden burst of strength, the ghost-faced king sent Luo Chen flying. Despite losing an arm, its might remained formidable. The ghost-faced king, bewildered, could not comprehend why the seemingly empty-handed youth posed such a threat. Its large head was filled with questions. Aren't you curious? Just as the ghost-faced king pondered, Luo Chen's figure flickered, prompting the beast to evade in alarm. Thud. The partially healed wounds on the ghost-faced king were once again sliced open, blood spilling onto the ground. The ghost-faced king. I clearly dodged. Why am I the one getting injured? Roar. Perhaps due to its grievous injuries, its ferocity only intensified. It slammed the ground, and a massive, ghostly visage unfurled around it, enveloping the surroundings entirely. Prohibition Sequence 176, Ghostface Realm. In an instant, Zhao Kongsheng felt the world spin. A violent wave of dizziness assailing him as he fought to suppress his nausea. Summoning every muscle in his body, he barely managed to maintain his balance, refusing to fall. In his vision, the world began to whirl chaotically, complex, and utterly bewildering. Kid, beware of this creature's domain. Zhao Kongsheng shouted, battling his queasiness. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. Instinct activated. The effects on his hearing and sight were halved. Pressure abated. Although the world continued to spin in his view, the speed had significantly diminished, allowing Luo Chen to adapt effortlessly. He leaped and dodged amidst this swirling reality. Zhao Kongsheng watched in stunned silence. This poet. From his perspective, Luo Chen's movements appeared bizarre, leaping from the ceiling to the wall with ease. The ghost-faced king lunged at Luo Chen, its sharp claws slicing through the air. The Wind King's barrier. A fierce gust enveloped Luo Chen, exponentially increasing his speed. In an instant, he unleashed countless invisible wind blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the ghost-faced king could even approach, it was already marked with deep gashes. Instinct activated once more, and Luo Chen evaded the ghost-faced king's attack in a peculiar manner, seizing its remaining arm. With a sudden surge of power, he hurled the oncoming ghost-faced king away, crashing it violently to the ground. The ghost-faced king struggled to rise, dazed. What? Was I just thrown? Who truly is the monster here? The ghost-faced king found itself at a loss. With the enhancement of magic, Luo Chen's physical strength was nothing short of terrifying. This inherent skill elevated his physical prowess to astonishing heights. Why was it that Luo Chen seemed to know in advance how to evade its attacks? Do you realize the psychological damage this inflicts on a ghost-faced king? Meanwhile, Luo Chen sensed a shattering sound within his mind. In an instant, his mental power surged. Pool Realm. Zhao Kongsheng stared blankly at this scene, utterly dumbfounded. A breakthrough? In the midst of battle? What on earth? Is this kid even human? Awakening just about a week ago, and he has already ascended from the Candle Realm to the Pool Realm? Do I have no dignity? Yet Luo Chen remained oblivious to Zhao Kongsheng's tumultuous thoughts. He felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if the fatigue from the earlier battle had dissipated in an instant. Suddenly, a towering throne of heroic spirits appeared behind him, a golden radiance shooting toward the heavens. Chapter 11. Do I have no dignity? As the throne materialized, a brilliant golden light erupted from Luo Chen. Roar. The ghost-faced king charged once more, its claws slicing through the rain as it aimed for Luo Chen's throat. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, his hand clenching in a fist. Golden particles gradually coalesced, taking form before him as a young girl slowly emerged. Her shoulder-length golden hair and emerald green eyes captivated his attention, adorned in a medieval gown with knightly armor draped over it. A single rebellious strand of hair contrasted sharply with her formidable presence. Clang, clang. A flash of light erupted. The girl lifted her hand slightly. Luo Chen scarcely registered her movement, yet the ghost-faced king's chest erupted with a fountain of blood as its massive body was sent hurtling backward. She turned slowly, servant. I heed your summons. At that moment, the ghost-faced king's claws were a mere 0.01 centimeters from Luo Chen's throat. Luo Chen's pupils dilated, a smile gracing his lips. Eliminated. At your command, master. Artoria slightly turned her head, gazing at the heavily wounded demon-masked king across from her. With a deft touch of her toes, her figure vanished in an instant. The demon-masked king's pupils constricted, yet he could not perceive the girl's presence at all. Whoosh! An invisible sword sliced through the air, severing the last remaining arm of the demon-masked king in a heartbeat. Gush! Artoria did not grant him a moment to breathe. After one strike came another. The demon-masked king lacked the strength to retaliate, and the girl delivered a swift kick. Bang! With a resounding crash, the demon-masked king's body was thrust into the wall, new wounds compounding upon old ones, nearly overwhelming him and igniting thoughts of escape. Roar! The illustrious demon-masked king, a paragon among his kind, was reduced to such a state by a seemingly frail girl. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the girl's silhouette reappeared above him, a gigantic character for danger looming overhead. The demon-masked king thought, I long to flee. Clang! The clear, melodic sound of a sword resonated in the air, glimmering with a hint of golden light as Artoria unleashed her blade. In the horrified gaze of the demon-masked king, blood gushed from his neck, the smooth incision resembling a work of art. Thud. His head fell to the ground. The demon-masked king had perished. Zhao Kongsheng. who witnessed the entire scene, stood in a daze. Clatter. The star blade slipped from his grasp, but he paid it no heed. That was the Demon Mask King. Even in a weakened state, he was a mythical creature of the Chuan realm. What had he just witnessed? The Zhan realm and Chuan realm were evenly matched. And then suddenly, a girl appeared and effortlessly dispatched the Demon Mask King? No way. Even as a heroic spirits agent, this was beyond comprehension. Yet, before he could process the scene before him, another youth emerged. Lin Chiye. In the darkness, Lin Chiye's figure materialized. Zhao Conqing was momentarily struck by existential doubt. Staring at the sky, unable to comprehend. Wasn't he it enough to have Luo Chen in front of him and Lin Chiye behind? Did he really think the void of no restraint was so easily established? Luo Chen paid no mind to Zhao Conqing's tumultuous thoughts. He approached Artoria, who turned to meet his gaze. Thank you for your efforts, Artoria. May I call you that? The girl showed no flicker of emotion in her eyes, merely nodding silently. Thank you, Artoria. My duty is to protect my master, she replied solemnly. Observing the serious expression on her face, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. She was indeed very serious, though the tuft of hair atop her head seemed somewhat out of place. As he spoke, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger and nearly fall, only to be caught by Artoria. I apologize. I suspect it is because I am currently too weak to maintain your materialization for long, Luo Chen said with a wry smile. Understanding his plight, Artoria emitted golden particles, gradually fading from the scene. Gazing at the surrounding devastation, Lin Chiye's expression grew complex, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Raindrops fell upon his face, a stark reminder of the peril so close to home. If the Demon Mask King had advanced unchecked, his family would have been the first to suffer. What calamity would have befallen them? He could hardly bear to imagine. I owe you a favor, Lin Chiye clenched his fists. Teeth gritted as he helped Luo Chen to his feet. He was a man of clear boundaries, although he wished to shy away from these supernatural events. The favor owed to Luo Chen was too significant to ignore. Luo Chen smiled helplessly, shaking his head. If you truly wish to repay this debt, then come with me. He glanced at Zhao Conqing before extending the invitation to Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Zhao Conqing noticed Lin Chiye's dilemma and stepped forward to offer assistance. Luo Chen, if he does not wish to join, it would be better not to pressure him. Luo Chen shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chiye. If I had not come, Zhao Conqing would be dead. At that point, would you join the Night Watchers? Lin Chiye felt a sudden jolt of realization and spoke slowly, perhaps. Luo Chen pressed further, then if he had not died. Would you join? Taking a deep breath, Lin Chiye admitted, I do not know. Upon uttering those words, he suddenly recognized that he had not outright refused but had instead expressed uncertainty. Luo Chen smiled slightly. The Demon Mask King, having sustained severe injuries, requires human flesh to recover. He could easily retreat to the more densely populated city center, yet he ventured into this old district, even approaching your home. What do you make of that? Luo Chen continued to press. If you remain indifferent to these questions, will you not regret it? Lin Chiye froze, and seeing his expression, Luo Chen chuckled. From the moment you became a divine agent, you forfeited your choice. Your family, your friends, will perish due to your weakness. Strength is your only path forward, and the quickest way to gain strength is to join the Night Watchers. I'm not threatening you. I'm simply stating the truth. Luo Chen patted his shoulder. Come with me. Lin Chiye stood there, lost in thought, replaying Luo Chen's words in his mind. He did not feel anger at Luo Chen's statements. Rather, he found them to be quite accurate. Lifting his downcast gaze, he looked towards the nearby low-rise buildings. He feared not death. Having lost his sight as a child from witnessing angels, he had contemplated suicide countless times but had persevered for what reason? The answer was his family. He did not aspire to be a grand hero saving the world, but if his existence endangered his family, I will go with you. At these words, Zhao Conqing was instantly taken aback. What? I have begged you countless times. And yet you agree so readily to Luo Chen's words? Just like that, without a second thought? Do I not have any dignity? Chapter 12. Absurd. During the conversation among the three, Hongying and her companions arrived at the scene. Xiao Chen, Lao Zhao, are you all right? Hongying rushed over, panting and drenched from the rain, yet she seemed unconcerned. Her eyes were filled with anxiety, especially upon seeing Luo Chen covered in dust and Lin Chiye supporting him, both in a disheveled state. It's nothing, Hongying. I just exhausted too much mental energy. Luo Chen smiled slightly, presenting a reassuring expression. What about the Demon Mask King? Hongying turned to Zhao Conqing. Zhao Conqing gestured towards Luo Chen, then pointed to the headless corpse of the Demon Mask King amidst the rubble. The Demon Mask King has been dealt with. Dealt with? Hongying looked in the direction he indicated, her face instantly filled with shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. She glanced at Luo Chen, then back at Zhao Conqing. Old Zhao, Are you saying that the Demon Mask King was taken down by Xiao Chen? Yes. Zhao Kongcheng smiled wryly. Truly. The first heroic spirit agent of the Great Xia is nothing short of a freak. Gulp. Hongying unconsciously swallowed, gazing at Luo Chen with wide eyes. There he stood, wearing a cheeky grin, his right hand pinching together his index and thumb. Little Demon Mask King. Easily handled. Zhao Kongcheng's lips twitched, while Lin Xie turned away, pretending not to know him. I'm glad you're all right. Hongying offered a wry smile, her previously troubled expression gradually relaxing. Zhao Kongcheng was the first to push open the door. Though covered in wounds and appearing somewhat disheveled, he was exceptionally elated. Wu Xiangnan emerged from the back. Worry etched on his face. Upon seeing the group unharmed, he unconsciously exhaled a sigh of relief. Wu Xiangnan inquired seriously, has it been resolved? It has. Zhao Kongcheng cleared his throat. Resolved? Indeed. Zhao Kongcheng patted Luo Chen on the back. Thanks to this young lad here, the Demon Mask King was slain by Luo Chen. What? Wu Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. The Ghost-Faced King was a formidable figure in Chuanjing, even if he had sustained serious injuries. It was utterly unbelievable that a mere rookie like Luo Chen could fell him. Although he was aware of Luo Chen's extraordinary capabilities, he never anticipated them to be this outrageous. It was as if absurdity had reached its zenith. Wu Xiangnan's lips twitched. It was notable that Luo Chen had only recently become a spirit agent. Just how powerful was that forbidden realm of his? After a brief inquiry, Wu Xiangnan turned to Lin Xie, who was standing nearby. You are the agent of the Seraph, correct? Indeed. I wish to join your ranks. Wu Xiangnan was somewhat taken aback and slightly turned his head, only to see Zhao Kongcheng silently nodding at him. What is the reason? Why the sudden desire to join? Lin Xie glanced at Luo Chen, who shrugged nonchalantly, appearing indifferent to the matter. This prompted a light punch from Hongying, landing on his head. Ouch! Luo Chen exclaimed, his head swelling from the impact. Laughter erupted among the group, momentarily alleviating the tense atmosphere. Lin Xie smiled faintly, to repay a kindness, and also, I wish to grow stronger. Before long, when news reached them that Luo Chen had broken through to the Pool realm on the battlefield and subsequently slain the Ghost-Faced King, the group was left in disbelief. Sister Nan, what a freak. Wen Qima, can this be? Is he even human? Leng Xian stood quietly in a corner, observing the gathering. He discreetly retrieved a small camera from his pocket. Click. Staring at the photograph in his hand. Leng Xian paused for a moment before an involuntary smile crept across his face. In the picture, everyone was engaged in earnest discussion, while Luo Chen had turned to the camera, showcasing a peculiar grin. Luo Chen. Subsequently, Leng Xian carefully placed the photograph into a small iron box. After much deliberation among the group, Chen Mai submitted Lin Xie's information to headquarters. Lin Xie smoothly joined Team 136, becoming a reserve member alongside Luo Chen. They were about to face the rigors of new recruit training. However, Lin Xie mentioned he had set a 10-year deadline for himself. Eventually, at Luo Chen's invitation, Lin Xie moved into the villa that Hongying's parents had left her. Now, Luo Chen, Lin Xie, Hongying, and Si Xiaonan resided together in that grand villa. Everyone was preoccupied with their respective tasks when Luo Chen passed through the living room and noticed Lin Xie writing a letter. This letter would be sent to his aunt along with a year's salary advanced by Chen Mai. The next day, at the Peace Affairs office, Luo Chen strolled in, yawning, only to find a woman in her 50s animatedly recounting various pieces of evidence regarding her husband's infidelity. Hongying, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qima, and the others listened intently, chiming in with agreement. How could he do this? Exactly. Grandma, I completely agree with you. Luo Chen's lips twitched. The emotional value in the room was indeed overwhelming. Lin Xie followed behind him, bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be about night watchmen? How did it turn into an investigation of an extramarital affair involving a woman in her 50s? Sangnan is not large. It creates legends. What is going on? Lin Xie eagerly inquired as they descended the corridor to the basement. If our group spends all its time either training or bragging, how dull would that be? Lin Xie remarked with an odd expression. Is this considered business expansion? The elderly woman must be over 60. Even if she had that inclination, she likely lacks the capability. When Qima responded, silence is the bridge to tranquility tonight. The group arrived at the training ground, exchanging banter. Upon arrival, Luo Chen spotted Zhao Kongcheng practicing his martial arts, wielding a wooden sword with formidable force. Each swing was sharp and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Truly impressive, the king among special forces. If only he had a forbidden realm. Wait, forbidden realm? Luo Chen furrowed his brow. According to the original narrative, Zhao Kongcheng's forbidden realm was 083 Mingxing Shanyue, which, theoretically, should still be hidden and not yet activated. Could it be triggered artificially? Perhaps Zhao Kongqing had simply employed the wrong method, preventing his awakening. Luo Chen decided to experiment. Through his mental perception, he sensed something within Zhao Kongqing was on the verge of emerging. Could it be that the life and death ordeal with the Ghost-Faced King was the catalyst for Zhao Kongqing's impending awakening? He approached Zhao Kongqing. "Old Zhao, shall we spar?" Zhao Kongqing, taken aback, incredulously pointed to himself. "Me? Without the Forbidden Realm?" Zhao Kongqing asked tentatively. "Of course." At this, Zhao Kongqing became invigorated. "Humph. In close combat. Even the captain wouldn't intimidate me, but if you're using the Forbidden Realm, that's a different story altogether." As he spoke, Zhao Kongqing's tone turned somewhat melancholic. Yet he maintained a self-deprecating lightness. Luo Chen remained silent, stepping into the training arena and casually drawing a wooden sword from the nearby rack. The impending duel piqued the interest of others, drawing their attention, even that of Chen Mai. Although he had witnessed Luo Chen and Hongying's combat before, hearing that he had slain the Ghost-Faced King still left Chen Mai in awe. Luo Chen weighed the wooden sword, inhaled deeply, and assumed a stance. Zhao Kongqing, not to be outdone, tightened his grip on the sword, his aura shifting dramatically. It must be said that despite lacking a forbidden realm, his other attributes were nearly at the pinnacle of human capability. Whether in technique, strength, endurance, or speed, he embodied the limits of an ordinary human. Otherwise, the Night Watchman would not have made an exception for him. The moment Zhao Kongqing grasped the sword, confidence surged through him. He stepped forward, launching a swift strike with the wooden sword, executing the movement with precision and clarity. Clack! Luo Chen reacted swiftly, aided by his passive skill, effortlessly intercepting Zhao Kongqing's blade. Their wooden swords clashed, producing a sharp sound. Their figures danced in a blur as Zhao Kongqing unleashed a fierce assault, each strike coming from nearly impossible angles. Although Luo Chen was on the defensive, he managed to evade or deflect Zhao Kongqing's attacks in uncanny ways. Isn't supposed to be avoiding the Forbidden Realm? When Chima's lips twitched, and the onlookers wore peculiar expressions, Luo Chen, too, was at a loss, however. The instinctive skill was passive. It wasn't like he could switch it off. Chen Mai rose, his pupils flickering with unusual intensity. "Old Zhao, are you up for this?" "Damn it, you little rascal. Didn't you say you wouldn't use the Forbidden Realm? Isn't this cheating?" The sounds of their wooden swords colliding echoed throughout the arena. Smiling brightly, Luo Chen blocked Zhao Kongqing's blade, saying, "Old Zhao, you can't blame me. That skill is passive. I can't help it." "Humph." Zhao Kongqing snorted, a single bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. Despite this, he showed no signs of fatigue. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled Luo Chen backward. Regaining his stance, Zhao Kongqing squinted. "Kid, watch this strike closely." Luo Chen smiled faintly, perceptively responding, "Oh? Why?" Because this strike, Zhao Kongqing's body underwent a remarkable transformation as his aura surged. "It will be magnificent." In an instant, Luo Chen dropped his wooden sword and dashed away. "Whoa, Sister Hongying, help!" Clang. A crescent-shaped slash erupted from the wooden sword in Zhao Kongqing's hand. In an instant, a piercing yet frigid silver moonlight materialized out of thin air. This moonlight was not gentle and serene. Rather, it exuded a chilling aura imbued with lethal intent. Wherever the moonlight fell, the space appeared to shatter like a broken mirror, revealing countless minute yet terrifying cracks. A thunderous roar echoed, causing the entire Peace Bureau to tremble. As the smoke dissipated, Luo Chen twitched his lips and gazed at the ceiling, where a massive hole had formed, debris cascading down. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the scene. When Chima quietly stepped aside, feeling around before activating the ventilation system. It is noteworthy that the Peace Bureau served as the base for the Night Watchman Team 136, its walls specially crafted to withstand a rocket launcher without sustaining any damage. Yet, it had been cleaved into such a state by Zhao Kongqing's blade. Fortunately, Zhao Kongqing had realized this critical point at the last moment. Thus his strike was not aimed at Luo Chen, but rather swung into the air. Leaning against a supporting pillar, Zhao Kongqing gasped for breath. His face illuminated with excitement despite his fatigue. "Ha! Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083, Oblivion, Flash Moon. I knew it. I am a genius too." Chen Mai approached with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. "Old Zhao, congratulations are in order." Zhao Kongqing laughed heartily, overwhelmed with indescribable enthusiasm. The crowd glanced over at Luo Chen, who was holding onto Hongying's long legs, their expressions somewhat twitching. Chen Mai cleared his throat. "All right, I will report old Zhao's matter to headquarters. Let us keep this confidential." Luo Chen reluctantly released his grip, his demeanor prompting Si Xiaonan to roll her eyes in exasperation. However, the naive Hongying genuinely believed that Luo Chen was clinging to her out of fear. She approached Zhao Kongqing's side. "Now, I really ought to call you General Zhao. Congratulations, old Zhao. Ha ha ha. I owe you my thanks, kid. I never expected that just by sparring with you, my forbidden ruins would awaken. Truly, life is full of surprises. Zhao Kongxing replied with laughter, somewhat puzzled, as he had never confided his aspiration to become a general to Luo Chen. Yet, the thrill of the moment left him no room for contemplation. He was eager to rush out and test his mettle against a ghost-faced man. The ghost-faced man inquired, "Are you polite? Is there anyone to speak for me?" Wu Xiaonan coughed lightly, addressing old Zhao. "What is up?" "Well, while I am genuinely happy for you, you will be responsible for the repair costs of the basement." Zhao Kongcheng's smile abruptly froze. "I'm on early shift." Zhao Kongcheng could only nod in resignation, experiencing a bittersweet blend of pain and joy. Regardless, the awakening of the Forbidden Ruins was a significant achievement. Everything else was trivial. Clean up the area. Chenmai began instructing the two new recruits in close combat techniques. Luo Chen fared relatively well, bolstered by his passive skills. Yet Chenmai was no fool. He instructed him to attack rather than defend. Consequently, Luo Chen's swordsmanship was riddled with flaws. But when invoking the power of the adorable king, he felt no discomfort. The adorable king's swordsmanship spoke for itself, and under her influence, Luo Chen's technique became exceptionally fierce, as if it were his own. However, training required the prohibition of the Forbidden Ruins, and Luo Chen had never formally studied any swordsmanship. Through countless blows endured, he gradually grasped some techniques, managing to exchange a few moves with Chenmai. Unfortunately, Lin Xie was not as fortunate. A horrified scream echoed throughout the basement. After this training session, both Luo Chen and Lin Xie were left battered and bruised, their bodies adorned with various shades of blue and purple. Hongying stifled a laugh, observing the lump on Luo Chen's head. "Serves you right, little brother. That's what you get for teasing your sister." Chapter 14. Gas leak following the conclusion of the training. Chenmai decided to celebrate old Zhao's awakening of the Forbidden Ruins and the arrival of new recruits by cooking a meal himself. Hooray! Long live the captain! Hongying's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As a newcomer, Luo Chen was unaware of the occasion, yet observing the eager expressions of those around him. It was evident that Chenmai's culinary skills were highly regarded. Just as they settled at the dining table, the television in the living room began broadcasting news. Recently, due to a series of supernatural phenomena in Songnan City, a surge of tourists had flocked to the area. However, due to years of neglect, a gas pipeline on a street in the old district of Songnan City had leaked, resulting in an explosion, fortunately without any casualties. It is well known that the extermination of mysterious beings is conducted in secrecy. What are you all standing around for? Come in and serve the dishes. Chenmai's voice resonated from the kitchen. In no time, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Wenqimo rushed into the kitchen. Soon, the dining table was laden with an extravagant feast, causing the onlookers' eyes to gleam. Chopsticks were poised in anticipation as they entered a fervent eating mode. The last piece of meat. Clang. Luo Chen and Wenqimo's chopsticks collided. Mine. Little brat, you should be more courteous to your elders. How dare you speak such words? Elder? Luo Chen thought to himself. I Haven Tea called you an old hag, and you dare to call me elder? Just then, Chenmai interjected. All right, Qimo, you should be ashamed. You're a grown man, yet you're fighting with a child over food. If Luo Chen likes it, let him have it. Wenqimo pouted, feeling that the captain was rather biased. Consequently, Luo Chen seized the last piece of meat, playfully making a face at Wenqimo. No. Wenqimo retorted, you little brat. Then, in front of everyone, Luo Chen placed the meat into Hongying's bowl. Sister Hongying, enjoy? The crowd was left speechless. Si Xiaonan sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. Luo Chen, I want some too. No way. Hee. My heart belongs solely to Sister Hongying. Luo Chen grinned, and this gesture caused Hongying's cheeks to flush, though she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. A wave of happiness washed over her. Luo Chen cast a glance at the silent Long Xian nearby. Sister Xiaonan, it's about time you found yourself a boyfriend. Si Xiaonan's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh wow. You little brat, how dare you tease me? Sister Hongying, help me beat him. Ha. Laughter erupted, filling the room with a warm atmosphere. Long Xian shook his head, silently rising to sit in a corner. Observing the group gathered together, he retrieved his camera and pressed the shutter. He carefully placed the photo into a small black box, revealing a satisfied smile. Half an hour later, bang bang bang. Gazing at the scattered bullet casings and the unscathed target, Lang Xin fell into contemplation. How's my shooting talent? Lin Xie sighed, removing his eye mask and inquired. Long Xian closed his eyes, feeling a sense of despair. I dare not open my eyes. I hope this is just a hallucination. 20 meters off target. How do you think I fared? There were about 2 weeks left until the group training commenced. During this time, Luo Chen's daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, and enduring training. Wu Xiangnan watched Luo Chen collide with Chen Mai repeatedly, marveling, this kid is simply monstrous. His rate of improvement is astonishingly rapid. Hiss. Zhao Conqing exhaled a cloud of smoke, fully agreeing with Wu Xiangnan's assessment. At this rate, coupled with his forbidden ruins, the second sword saint of the great Xia may soon emerge. Despite having never studied swordsmanship, Luo Chen engaged in sparring with Chen Mai in reality, while at night. He summoned Artoria in the realm of consciousness. Lin Xie was no slouch either. Spurred on by Luo Chen, he also made rapid progress, though firearms remained an exception. After a couple more days, Luo Chen entered the Peace Bureau. Upon stepping inside, he sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Sister Hongying, what has transpired? Hongying shook her head, stepped forward, and grasped his wrist, leading them both downwards. The Nanda Serpent Demon, a significant event prior to the new recruits training. Upon entering the activity room, the members of Team 136 had already assembled. Chen Mai slowly approached the conference table, his expression devoid of emotion, exuding a serious demeanor. Let us commence, he stated, tapping the table. Last night, we received intelligence regarding the appearance of a mythical creature. After preliminary assessment, the location has been pinpointed at Songnan City's second high school. The mention of the school prompted everyone to turn in unison to look at Luo Chen and Lin Xie. Chen Mai also directed his gaze towards them. This is the institution you previously attended, and the report came from an acquaintance of yours. The door swung open, revealing a youth with bloodshot eyes and a dispirited demeanor. Li Yifei, Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise. Luo Chen remained silent, narrowing his eyes as a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Well. A thief calling stop thief, are we? Li Yifei's eyes sparkled as he looked at them. Weren't you supposed to be in the military? So, you've joined here. Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, you are off to join a mysterious organization to save the world. A look of envy spread across Li Yifei's face. Let us reminisce later. First, let us discuss the matter at hand. Share your experiences with us. Recalling the events of the previous day made Li Yifei break into a cold sweat. In summary, he recounted how a classmate named Lu Xiaoyan had suddenly transformed into a monstrous creature with a gaping maw and devoured the headmaster. Friend, delicious. Strangely, a phrase popped into Luo Chen's mind. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyan had even regurgitated an identical headmaster, both leaving in jovial spirits. If Li Yifei was truthful, this incident undoubtedly involved a mystical entity. Luo Chen listened quietly to his ramblings, choosing not to expose him. After all, the first point was the lack of evidence. The second, how could he explain his knowledge of Li Yifei being the serpent demon? The third reason was his curiosity to witness the legendary vice-captain and necrophiliac, the agent of the Key of Doors. Thus, Luo Chen decided to let things unfold naturally. Wu Xiangnan also rose, adjusting his glasses. Our immediate priority is to locate the mythical creature's true form and ascertain how many individuals it has infected. We shall split into two teams. One will focus on the vicinity of the second high school to search for other infected individuals, while the second will enter the school to quickly find the creature's true form. To avoid causing panic, it would be best for those resembling high school students to enter the school. Luo Chen, Lin Xie, Hongying, and Xiaonan, this task is entrusted to you. Understood, Captain. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Zhao Conqing placed his hands on his hips, exclaiming, finally, we can engage in some real action. Old Zhao. Chen Mai's subsequent statement extinguished Zhao Conqing's enthusiasm. You have only recently awakened your forbidden void. For now, you will still be responsible for establishing the unguarded void. Huh? Zhao Conqing was taken aback. Captain, it's one thing if I had T awakened, but now that I have, am I still relegated to being on lookout? Was my awakening for naught? Chen Mai shook his head, insisting on adherence to orders. As he watched the team depart from the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai sighed. It was not that he doubted Zhao Conqing's abilities. Rather, it was because he had too much faith in him. That was why he placed him between the two teams, responsible for establishing the barrier, ensuring that he could provide timely support should any issues arise. Stepping out of the Peace Affairs office, Luo Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. The show is about to begin. Chapter 15. Elegance, never out of style. Approximately 20 minutes later. Standing at the entrance of the second high school, it was the early morning rush as students flocked to school like cattle. Make sure to wear your IDs. No entry without them, the security guard called out. Luo Chen gazed at the familiar campus, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The group, carrying a black box, appeared at the school's perimeter. Since the Starblade was exclusive to formal team members, Luo Chen and Lin Xie were equipped with standard long swords, which were of little use. Observing the towering walls, Li Yifei appeared perplexed. He timidly inquired, why don't we just use the front entrance? Walking in with weapons? Do you wish to be caught by the security guard and reported? Luo Chen shot him a glare. Because it's cooler, Lin Xie chuckled. eager to try climbing the school wall since he had never attempted it before. Si Xiaonan and Hongying approached, causing Luo Chen's eyes to brighten. Si Xiaonan donned a cartoon long-sleeve shirt with her school uniform tied around her waist, sporting 2 bun hairstyles that made her look exceedingly adorable. Hongying, in contrast, wore a form-fitting white athletic long-sleeve top, accentuating her well-defined figure, exuding a captivating charisma. Let us go. I've been wanting to do this for ages. With that, Hongying lightly tapped her toes and leapt against the wall, effortlessly scaling the barrier. The white athletic fabric billowed, revealing glimpses of her form, leaving Luo Chen awestruck. Si Xiaonan nodded, then lightly tapped the wall several times, gracefully fluttering over like a butterfly, landing softly on the other side of the wall, leaving Li Yifei in astonishment. Elegant. Truly elegant. Lin Xie glanced at Luo Chen. Shall you go next? Luo Chen smiled. Don't blink, okay? With a sudden gust of wind, Luo Chen's body was enveloped. Wind King barrier. Then, to the astonishment of Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan, Luo Chen lifted his foot as if walking on air. Taking steps upward. What on earth? Walking on air. The prowess of a Dozong expert was indeed terrifying. Tossing the black box into the air. Before it could descend, Luo Chen leaped lightly and effortlessly vaulted over the wall, catching the black box as it fell without even glancing at it. Applause erupted from the side as Hongying and Si Xiaonan cheered with fervor. So cool. 100 times cooler. On the other side of the wall, Lin Xie and Li Yifei exchanged glances. Lin Xie shook his head helplessly. He could not match Luo Chen's extraordinary abilities. He tossed the black box over and then leaped high, using the edge of the wall for support, easily clearing it. Though nothing extraordinary. It was the epitome of a standard wall-climbing maneuver. Li Yifei was left dumbfounded, realizing he was now alone. Gathering his courage, he jumped up. Thud. A loud crash echoed as Li Yifei landed heavily on the ground, looking quite disheveled. After several unsuccessful attempts, he was on the verge of tears. What the heck? You all made it in. What am I supposed to do now? Sighing, Luo Chen remarked, is this guy for real? Are you foolish? You don't have a weapon. Why not just enter through the front? Li Yifei suddenly realized, his lips twitching. You guys go ahead. I'll use the front entrance to find you. Luo Chen shook his head, opting not to engage with the foolishness. Hongying turned to Luo Chen, then let us proceed as planned. Xiao Dian will scout the surroundings. Xia will approach Lu Xiaoyan, and Xiaonan and I will investigate the headmaster's situation in the office building. Luo Chen signaled affirmatively. Understood, Sister Hongying. We will accomplish the task. Trusting in Luo Chen's capabilities, Hongying felt assured. After all, he had slain the Ghost-Face King, and with him scouting the area, he could provide timely support should any issues arise. Report any problems immediately. Stay in contact via the earpiece. The group then split to execute their respective tasks. As Luo Chen walked alone in the corridor, he glanced at a nearby storage room, deep in thought. Captain, I discovered a remnant inside the storage room. It appears to be human skin. Human skin? Captain, I found a piece of human skin here as well, Hongying's voice echoed. Luo Chen smiled faintly, as this was precisely the effect he sought. While he could not directly articulate that it was the Nantua serpent demon, he could certainly provide clues to guide them in that direction. Chen Mai stroked his chin and replied, All right, I understand. What about Xia? What is the situation on your end? I just learned that Lu Xiaoyan, Han Roro, and Tian Li share the same dormitory. Preliminary assessments suggest that the mythical creature may have emerged from the girls' dormitory, Hongying noted, nodding as she led Si Xiaonan toward the girls' dormitory. Then Xiaonan and I will investigate the girls' dormitory. After a brief exchange, the group began to busy themselves. Standing atop the building, Luo Chen gazed down at the entire campus. He witnessed Lin Xie boldly seize the national flag, ascending the stage openly. With his intuition heightened, he could slightly sense the chaos. Woohoo! Little one, quite the fiery spirit you possess. A fleeting golden glimmer passed through Lin Xie's pupils, and his expression darkened. The captain's voice trembled. What's wrong? You'd better brace yourself. At least 100 students from the second high school have been infected. And even the teachers have been affected, approximately 30 of them. The group fell silent at Lin Xie's report. 100 infected individuals? What does that even mean? The thought of over 100 mythical creatures, even if weak, was terrifying due to their sheer numbers. The potential for a single oversight could spell disaster for the entire Songnan region. If their true forms were provoked, they might unleash indiscriminate attacks, endangering the innocent students. Old Zhao, activate the unguarded void immediately. We cannot allow anyone to escape. Zhao Kongqing nodded, having already positioned his notice board around the school. Captain, should I go in to assist? Old Zhao, prioritize the greater good. You must guard the entrance. If any slip through, you will be responsible for dealing with them. Zhao Kongqing nodded in acknowledgement. Although he yearned to confront the mythical creatures, his duty as a night watchman compelled him to protect the civilians above all else. This enemy was particularly formidable. Based on their analysis, it was likely the legendary non-Tuas serpent demon. They needed to eliminate its true form in the shortest time possible to prevent further casualties. Understood, Captain. The voices of the group resonated through their earpieces. Luo Chen stood atop the building, one foot perched on the railing, hands bracing against it. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as fierce winds began to swirl around him. The Wind King's barrier unfolded once more. Little serpent demon, you seem rather spirited. Let us seek some amusement. With that, Luo Chen leaped from the rooftop, soaring toward the girls' dormitory. A true man never takes the stairs. Inside the girls' dormitory, Hongying and Si Xiaonan walked side by side, standing before a group of grotesque monsters. Their heads exploded open, revealing crimson flesh and sharp teeth. The sight was filled with non-Tuas serpent demon offspring, densely packed and quite repulsive. Those with a fear of crowds should steer clear. The narrow passageways of the dormitory offered little room for Hongying and her companion to maneuver. With a steely gaze, Hongying summoned a surge of magenta flames. The shockwave sending the advancing monsters flying. A thunderous boom resonated as the dormitory windows shattered, tendrils of black smoke billowing outward. Luo Chen grimaced, remarking, "Gas leak, indeed," before hastening toward the girls' dormitory. With a clang, Hongying patted the black box on her back, and a fiery long spear sprang forth, which she caught with ease. "I can tell at a glance you aren't good people." She wielded the spear, swiftly piercing the body of one serpent demon. Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow, quietly retreating behind Hongying. "Sister Hongying, you're so cool." Hongying smiled, resting the spear on her shoulder and tapping her own shoulder. "Who will dare call me foolish again?" However, before she could relish her triumph, a swarm of figures surged toward them, their dark hair framing eyes that glimmered with an eerie red light. With a roar, they transformed, their heads splitting open to reveal their grotesque forms as they lunged at the two. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, shredding the oncoming monsters into a gruesome mess of flesh. "Though you are adversaries, you aren't too shabby. Apologies, Sister Hongying, for my tardiness." A young man stood at the center of the corridor, gripping the hilt of his knife, surrounded by a sea of crimson remains. Resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, the wind elements danced around him, causing his school uniform to flutter and concealing the blade in his hand. Although he appeared empty-handed, an oppressive aura emanated from him. "Xiao Chen," Hongying exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. Yet, in an instant, her smile was replaced by concern. "Xiao Chen, there are too many monsters here. Be careful." Luo Chen remained unfazed, approaching the two and meeting Hongying's delicate visage with a smile. "Sister Hongying, can you run with the wind?" Hongying paused, then seemingly realized something, responding with a bright smile, "Of course. I'm a professional." Luo Chen positioned himself before Hongying, surveying the massive horde of creatures. He gradually raised the blade cloaked in the Wind King's barrier, assuming a stance as the wind elements coalesced around him. With a step forward, the invisible blade was unleashed in a swift motion. His mental energy surged forth, drawing the wind elements toward him with an unseen force. The air quivered violently, emitting a sharp howling sound. Then, with a mighty swing of his blade, a deafening roar erupted as a torrent of wind surged from the blade's tip. Wind King's hammer. The long knife radiated a golden light, seemingly tearing through space and creating fissures, while the surrounding walls were lifted by its immense power. Debris and glass caught in the whirlwind, instantly reduced to fragments. The monsters in proximity were likewise obliterated by the tempest. Seizing the opportunity, Hongying dashed to Luo Chen's side, moving with the wind as her magenta flames erupted once more. Weaving through the throngs of monsters, she left a path of carnage in her wake. The fiery spear etched a long trail of flames upon the ground as she leapt high, the magenta flames intensifying with the wind's aid. Behind her, a fire phoenix appeared, its resounding cry reverberating through the air. "Phoenix of fiery feathers." In an instant, the fire phoenix lunged toward the multitude of monsters. The wind fueled the flames, and the flames empowered the wind. The impact of this strike obliterated the very roof of the girls' dormitory, the tremendous noise startling Zhao Kongsheng and the others outside. "This is our exhilarating combination technique," Kanoa wrote. Witnessing the scene, a smile crept onto Luo Chen's lips as he gazed at the dormitory, from which black smoke continued to billow. Chenmai grimaced. "This girl, Hongying. It seems she will be making headlines again." With a soft sigh, he decided not to say more, knowing that erasing students' memories of the incident would suffice afterward. Inside the girls' dormitory, Luo Chen stared in astonishment at the sky above. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of this strike. Looking up, he noticed that the once dense swarm of monsters had been almost entirely annihilated. As the magenta flames gradually extinguished, the air was filled with the scent of charred remains. Those monsters were reduced to nothingness, shredded by the wind blades and scorched by the flames, leaving no trace behind. With a sigh of relief, Luo Chen exhaled, realizing that the Wind King's hammer had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Fortunately, having broken through to the pool realm, he would not have been completely depleted otherwise. Well done, Xiao Chen. Hongying extended her hand, and Luo Chen approached with a smile. With a resounding clap, they struck a high five in perfect harmony. Xiaoan stood to the side, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips. The thrill of an effortless victory was undeniably exhilarating. Just as the trio prepared to leave, a startled exclamation echoed through the air. Oh dear, ladies. Who is using high-powered appliances in the dormitory? It sounds like a gas explosion. Are you all right? Hongying immediately grew alert. But upon realizing that the speaker was the dormitory matron, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed as he readied his weapon. Yet beside him, Si Xiaonan was quicker. Bang! The bullet fired, and the matron hardly had time to react before a gaping wound appeared on her forehead, her body collapsing backward. But that was not the end. Si Xiaonan fired again, 2 more shots ringing out. Each bullet found its mark with lethal precision. Even the King of Hell would shake his head in disbelief. Employing the Mozambique shooting technique, even mythical creatures could not escape their demise, especially when they were targeted by specially crafted bullets designed for such beings. Soon after, the matron revealed her true form. Well done, Sister Xiaonan. Luo Chen chuckled, retracting the Wind King's barrier, revealing his standard long knife. Oomph. Si Xiaonan is no mere plaything. Si Xiaonan proudly wiped her nose and placed her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Just then, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. Based on the information we have, we can now confirm that the mystery involves the mythical Nandu snake demon, a creature of folklore, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans and an exceptional ability to disguise itself, making it extremely difficult to detect. It can implant a serpent seed within a human body, transforming the host into its progeny and thus controlling their actions. However, the serpent seed has its limitations. Even the original can produce only 1 seed per day, while its offspring require 3 days to do the same. Hearing this, Luo Chen's lips twitched. So the question arises, if the snake demon can produce 1 seed per day and its progeny can only do so every 3 days, how many days would it take to infect 100 individuals? This cursed mathematical problem. Chapter 17. Hongying, have we located the original? Chen Mai's voice broke in. Not yet, but I believe I have identified a potential presence. We need to accelerate our efforts. Several monsters have appeared around the school. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened as he exchanged glances with Hongying and Si Xiaonan, and they nodded in agreement. However, just as they took a few steps, a creature with a serpent's tail and a human body blocked their path, its emerald scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its dark green eyes glittered with mockery, and a derisive smile adorned its face, as if it regarded Luo Chen and his companions as mere prey. Hongying charged forward. Xiao Chen, leave this to me and Xiaonan. You go assist Qi Yi. Quickly deal with the snake demon's original form. Understood. Luo Chen stepped onto the windowsill and leaped out. The Wind King's barrier enveloped him, allowing him to land smoothly on the ground as he sprinted towards the teaching building. Meanwhile, thanks to Lin Qiye's efforts, most of the uninfected students had been evacuated from the campus, yet many remained trapped within the classrooms. Luo Chen and Lin Qiye met in front of the teaching building. What should we do? Luo Chen tightened his grip on the knife, offering Lin Qiye a slight smile. Do you wish to dance as well? What? In Lin Qiye's astonished gaze, Luo Chen's blade flashed, and in an instant, his silhouette transformed into an afterimage, weaving through the floors. The sharp clang of the blade echoed as he moved, leaving a trail of severed limbs and blood in his wake. In just 2.5 minutes, he had single-handedly decimated the entire floor of Nandu snake demons. On the second floor, Class 8 of the second year, the students huddled together, trembling and chattering anxiously. What should we do? The outside is filled with monsters. Help, Mom. Inside the classroom, the boys piled desks and chairs against the door in a futile attempt to block the monsters' advance, while the girls, pale-faced, some already crying, were gripped by fear. Yet, in the corner of the classroom, a bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, his expression calm, markedly different from the panic surrounding him. Interesting. Hongying Yu's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, his face alight with excitement. At that moment, a strange noise erupted at the door as the desks and chairs trembled. The monsters threatening to break through. It's over. I don't want to die yet. Help. Someone save us. Cries of despair filled the air, and a palpable atmosphere of terror enveloped the room. Suddenly, the creatures at the door seemed to sense something, turning their heads in alarm. Yet, Luo Chen appeared behind them, his voice resonating like a vengeful spirit demanding retribution. What are you looking at? Clang. A flash of cold light, and several monster heads fell to the ground, their eyes wide with shock. Lin Chi stepped forward, observing the lifeless bodies of the snake demon progeny with a wry smile. At that moment, his red and white school uniform was soaked in blood, the acrid scent filling the air, a testament to the carnage he had wrought. In stark contrast, Luo Chen, shielded by the Wind King's barrier, wore a pristine uniform, his attire untouched by the blood of those he had slain. He flicked the blade, dispersing the blood with the force of the wind, splattering it against the walls, creating a gruesome mural. The students in the classroom were rendered speechless at the sight. Wow. We're all students, wearing the same uniform. Why can they look so cool? Teacher, I want to learn this. Teacher, well, will you behave? Student, of course. Teacher, good. Then we won't learn it. Student, I have an early class at 8. Luo Chen, Chi, you finally made it. Li Yifei jogged over, his previously sorrowful expression now lighting up with joy. Yet, a long knife pressed against his neck. Sorry, but I don't like men hugging me. Luo Chen replied with a hint of disdain. Li Yifei's expression froze, unsure of how to react. With their arrival, the students burst into excitement. Classmates, are you here to rescue us? Luo Chen glanced at Lin Chi, signaling him to handle the negotiations. Lin Chi, resigned, realized that since Luo Chen had contributed the most, the task fell to him. As Lin Chi conversed with Li Yifei, Luo Chen scrutinized the students in the classroom. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a gentle-looking, seemingly frail boy. Hongying, I found you. The boy seemed to sense someone watching him and slowly turned his head, their eyes locking in an intense gaze. His expression shifted to one of fervor, akin to a lovesick fool beholding beauty. Brother, you smell delightful. Ugh. Luo Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Hongying stepped forward, extending a courteous hand. Hello, I am Hongying. Luo Chen, though bemused, shook his hand. Luo Chen. Subsequently, Hongying turned to Lin Chi, intrigued by their extraordinary combat prowess and identities, eagerly wishing to dissect them to understand what set them apart from ordinary individuals. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, he ultimately refrained. This one is our academic prodigy from Songnan City, the genius scholar from No. 2 High School. Haven't you heard? Li Yifei explained, slightly perplexed. No. Lin Chi shook his head. Luo Chen remained silent. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to escort the students to the auditorium, which appeared to be relatively safe. But there are monsters downstairs. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Yifei realized something was amiss. He gazed at Lin Chi, drenched in blood, and recalled how effortlessly Luo Chen had dispatched the creature at the entrance. Well, if you think you're impressive, consider it my flatulence. Suddenly, Li Yifei remembered the students trapped upstairs. Are you all going to continue up? Yes. Li Yifei quickly interjected, I'll go with you. I am more familiar with them. So communication should be smoother. And Qingyu also chimed in, I wish to accompany you as well. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Qingyu. Aren't you afraid of dying? A fervent glint appeared in Qingyu's eyes. Afraid? Why should I be? I find it quite exhilarating. At that moment, a student behind them suddenly mutated, revealing its true form and lunging at Qingyu. The creature's razor-sharp claws were perilously close to his throat, too close for Luo Chen to react. And Qingyu's pupils contracted, somehow. A small utility knife had appeared in his hand. The creature's claws grazed his neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Luo Chen swiftly responded, cleaving the monster in two with a single stroke. And Qingyu slowly turned to regard the fallen serpent spawn on the floor, his eyes brimming with zeal and excitement. His body trembling slightly, seemingly overwhelmed by exhilaration. I truly wish to examine their cellular structures and brain slices. They must be exquisite. Luo Chen's lips twitched in irritation. Enough of this. Chapter 18. Your wife Luo Chen glanced at Qingyu, offering a resigned smile. Let's move, everyone. This farce has gone on long enough. Thus, they strode down the corridor, effortlessly slaying the serpent creatures that charged at them. Luo Chen forged ahead, while Lin Chi dispatched the remaining spawn on either side, blood staining the corridor and transforming it into a veritable hellscape. Many students began to retch, their legs trembling, and Qingyu hurried to Luo Chen's side. I have a question. Don't ask. The answer is simply unknown. And Qingyu persisted. Luo Chen reluctantly halted. Did I not say I don't know? Forget it. You are not mistaken. These monsters have always existed in our lives. As for us, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Can you guess why the common folk can live so peacefully? Because, before dawn breaks, there are always those who illuminate the darkness. And Qingyu's gaze sharpened, and he nodded silently. As they spoke, Luo Chen drew a handgun from his waist and tossed it to him. You know how to use this, right? And Qingyu caught it hastily, staring at the gun in astonishment. Aren't you afraid I might turn into a serpent monster? Luo Chen chuckled. If that were the case, I assure you, Your head would fall before you could pull the trigger. Just a jest. Within 10 steps, the gun is swift. Beyond that, it is both fast and accurate. But it also depends on who is the target. Besides, Luo Chen was well aware of Hongying's background. He would never aim a gun at Luo Chen. Hongying nodded silently and uttered 2 words. Thank you. Soon, under their leadership and with Hongying providing cover, they rapidly ascended to the 5th floor. Do you know what you're doing? This is illegal detention. I'm calling the police. Who is Li Fei? What evidence do you have to claim monsters are among us? Just as Lu Yuan shouted, a tremendous crash echoed. The furniture barricading the door was cleaved into splinters, with shavings flying everywhere. Ah, quite a lively scene. Seeing you also spirited reassures me. Luo Chen grinned as he stepped inside, the long knife in his hand radiating a chilling aura, blood still dripping from the blade. Not to mention, behind him was Lin Chia, also covered in blood, a sight that terrified the students. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. The classroom fell silent, save for the sound of Luo Chen's footsteps echoing. Each step felt like he was treading upon their hearts, and some timid souls had begun to weep, fearing they had encountered a murderer. Han Ruoruo, frightened by the scene, clutched Lu Yuan's sleeve tightly. Lu Yuan, I'm scared. Lu Yuan immediately felt a surge of masculinity, gripping Han Ruoruo's delicate hand reassuringly. Don't be afraid. I am here. No one can harm you. With this declaration, it seemed he had made a determination, resolutely shielding Han Ruoruo behind him. Luo Chen, Lin Chia, I warn you. What you are doing is illegal. You will go to jail. I am taking Ruoruo away today. Let us see who dares to stop me. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Yuan's audacity. He wished to play the hero, did he? Very well. Let it be as he desires. Luo Chen and Lin Chia exchanged glances, stepping aside. Luo Chen smiled slightly, his voice a devilish whisper. Time's almost up. Those who wish to leave should hurry. Han Ruo was a serpent spawn, and of the pool realm, distinctly different from the previous rabble. If a battle erupted here, students would undoubtedly be harmed. Since Lu Yuan was so brave, let him lead Han Ruoruo elsewhere. Lu Yuan was bewildered. He hadn't anticipated Luo Chen would be so accommodating. You're quite agreeable. With such prestige, he boldly took Han Ruoruo's slender hand and swaggered out. His vanity peaked in that moment. After their departure, Luo Chen and the others gathered the remaining students, swiftly eliminating the remaining serpent spawn. Once the clearing was complete, Li Yifei led the students to a safe zone. Luo Chen, Lin Xie, and Hongying stood atop the building, surveying the entire school. What shall we do next? Lin Xie inquired, having unconsciously grown accustomed to following Luo Chen's lead. Luo Chen glanced at him. Oh dear. Meanwhile, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Xiao Chen, how are things on your end? The students have been taken to safety. That's good. It seems the serpent spawn on our end is headed south. South? Where? Uncertain. Xiaonan and I are searching the cafeteria. Then I will take Chie to the art building. We have already cleared the spawn in the teaching building. With that, Luo Chen glanced at Lin Xie and leaped from the railing, landing gracefully on the ground thanks to the Wind King barrier that cushioned his fall. Lin Xie silently turned and walked towards the stairs. Hongying asked, aren't you going to jump down with him? Faced with Hongying's direct inquiry, Lin Xie's lips twitched. Do you even know what you're saying? Hongying looked puzzled. Aren't you all night watchmen? Do you think everyone is like Luo Chen, that freak? He is practically Superman. Lin Xie sighed, his pace unconsciously quickening. In the art building, Lu Yuan questioned, Ruoruo, why are we hiding here? Why not just leave the school? He was perplexed. But soon, a delicate hand caressed his chest, causing him to swallow hard. Han Ruoruo lifted her head, her gaze dreamy, leaning closer to Lu Yuan's ear, her voice sultry. What has the rush to go outside? It's so quiet here. We could engage in something interesting. Lu Yuan gulped, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. His throat suddenly dry as he surveyed the tranquil surroundings. Inappropriate images flashed through his mind. ISNT that a bit inappropriate. Ruoruo? After all, this is a school. His dwindling rationality attempted to reason with him, but Han Ruoruo lightly blew into his ear. ISNT it's stimulating enough for you? Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt a tremor coursing through his body, igniting a surge of malevolence within him. Just as he was about to take action, the door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. Luo Chen, observing the intimate scene between the two, donned a playful smirk. Oh, Lu Yuan, you're quite the player, aren't you? Luo Chen shrugged, his face adorned with mockery. Can you handle this, little pup? If not, allow me to take over. With that, Luo Chen unsheathed his long blade, advancing step by step toward him. Lu Yuan, alarmed, quickly rose to shield Han Ruo behind him. Luo Chen, Lin Xie, what do you intend to do? Ruoro is my girlfriend. I want to allow you to. Luo Chen abruptly interrupted him. Han Ruo's lips split open, revealing a gruesome sight as a grotesque serpent head emerged from within her. Help! Luo Chen, Lin Chia, driven by the instinct for survival, Lu Yuan scrambled toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen, amused by Lu Yuan's plight, couldn't resist delivering a swift kick, sending him flying. Lu Yuan crashed to the ground, thoroughly humiliated. Yet this did not deter his escape. He hastily rose and dashed toward the school gates. Han Ruo, transformed into a monstrous serpent, bared her fangs and roared. Her body coiling into a combat stance, her eyes ablaze with madness as she lunged at the two. However, Luo Chen was quicker. He reacted before she could strike. With a resounding crash, the serpent's tail slammed into the ground, creating a crater where Luo Chen had just stood. He retaliated with a glimmering blade. But Han Ruo evaded his strike, countering with vicious claws aimed at Luo Chen. Seizing the serpent's distraction, Lin Chia leaped into the air, bringing his long blade down upon the serpent. The clash of blade against thick scales echoed, sparks flying, yet the blow merely left a shallow mark on Han Ruo's hide. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the air, and Luo Chen looked up in astonishment to see Lin Chia's blade shatter in his grip, leaving him momentarily stunned. The serpent, seizing the opportunity, swung her massive tail at Lin Chia. Luo Chen swiftly intervened, kicking Lin Chia out of harm's way. Dust and debris filled the air as Luo Chen stood, glaring at Lin Chia. What were you thinking? Do you wish to die? Lin Chia, struggling to regain his footing, replied apologetically, I didn't expect the blade to break. This was not entirely Lin Chia's fault. Anyone would have been taken aback in such a scenario. He had already battled numerous serpent monsters, dulling his blade, and this was merely a standard steel weapon, not the famed star blade, so its breakage was hardly surprising. On the other hand, the serpent form of Han Ruo was significantly more formidable than her previous incarnation, her scales thick and resilient. Luo Chen activated his earpiece, Sister Hongying. The serpent is in the art building. Copy that. We're on our way. Make sure to hold your ground and prioritize your safety. The urgency in Hongying's voice accompanied the sound of rushing wind, indicating her swift approach. Luo Chen tossed Lin Chia a blade. Use this. And you? A fierce wind began to swirl. Luo Chen assumed a battle stance, seemingly gripping an invisible object. The sword of victory, Lin Chia exclaimed. Though it remained concealed by the Wind King's barrier, Han Ruo stared, bewildered by Luo Chen's actions. What is he doing? Is he trying to be funny? Wielding nothing but air? From her perspective, Luo Chen appeared empty-handed, yet he maintained his stance, raising questions. Your misfortune has arrived. With a fierce focus, Luo Chen unleashed a surge of energy, the wind howling, propelling Han Ruo away. In an instant, he appeared before her, wielding an unseen blade. What? Although invisible, Han Ruo sensed a chilling intent. In a moment of instinct, she dodged. However, she miscalculated the reach of the blade, and a deep gash appeared on her serpent body. Before she could react, a barrage of gunfire erupted from Hongying, forcing her to evade, yet Luo Chen seized the opportunity. With a flurry of strikes, he unleashed slashing winds that tore through Han Ruo's thick scales, inflicting new wounds upon her already injured form. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes as she writhed, retaliating with her massive tail. The metallic clash resonated as Luo Chen parried her assault with his intangible sword, and thus began their struggle. What kind of hero hides their weapon? Luo Chen scoffed. I have no desire to reason with you. You are unworthy of my words. With a powerful thrust, he repelled her, stepping forward as his invisible sword radiated an overwhelming aura, gathering wind elements. Even if you beg, I shall not spare you. Go to hell and repent. In a brilliant flash of golden light, his invisible sword cleaved through Han Ruo, penetrating her form. The Wind King's hammer. Her eyes widened in clarity. No? In an instant, her massive body was pierced, half of it exploding into a torrent of blood, while the other half collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Luo Chen panted lightly, his complexion pale but unbothered. Lin Chia and Hongying stood in shock. Freak, Lin Chia uttered. Hongying adjusted her glasses, her curiosity about Luo Chen piqued further. Luo Chen sheathed his holy sword and dismissed the Wind King's barrier, glancing at the two behind him. Let us go? His eyes narrowed. He understood that this affair was far from over, as another old acquaintance awaited his attention. However, this individual was Lin Chia's chief steward, and it would be best for him to deal with the situation. With that thought, Luo Chen led the two out of the art building. Upon exiting, they spotted Hongying and Si Shaonan rushing towards them. Brother, Hongying called anxiously, having noticed Luo Chen's pallid complexion from afar. She immediately enveloped him in a tight embrace. Concern etched on her face. How are you? What happened to the serpent? Are you hurt? In response to her three questions, Luo Chen merely smiled gently. Sister Hongying, I'm fine. The serpent has been dealt with. Hearing this, Hongying's expression shifted to one of worry. You silly brother. I told you not to act recklessly. Look at your face. It's as pale as a ghost. One might think you've applied some cheap makeup. Luo Chen chuckled softly, relishing Hongying's warmth as he nuzzled closer. It's all right, a wash will suffice. With that, he playfully rubbed against her, enjoying the softness of her form. Oblivious to his intentions, Hongying assumed her brother was merely being affectionate. Si Xiaonan, however, saw through his antics, casting a disdainful look at Luo Chen but refraining from exposing him, inwardly lamenting how naive Hongying was. Clearing his throat, Luo Chen, unperturbed by Si Xiaonan's gaze, coughed twice to ease the awkwardness and stood up from Hongying's embrace. Hongying playfully pinched Luo Chen's nose. You silly brother, despite everything, I'm proud of you. Let us go, sister will treat you to some delicious food. With that, Hongying grasped Luo Chen's hand, but he remained still. What's wrong? Hongying asked, puzzled. Sister, the matter is not yet resolved. Lin Shi had also approached Luo Chen. Have you noticed as well? Luo Chen nodded silently. Watching the two communicate in silence, Hongying's little head was filled with questions. What exactly have you discovered? Chapter 20. Flashpoint. Luo Chen laid everything bare, and Lin Shi nodded in agreement. As they spoke, and Qing Yu's eyes narrowed. He had evidently pieced it together as well. Ultimately, all clues pointed to one individual, Li Yifei. Listening to their conversation, Hongying's head spun even more. In the end, she nodded in agreement. Me too. Hongying's fair cheeks flushed. Xiaonan, what are you laughing at? Si Xiaonan struggled to suppress her laughter, her face turning crimson. Luo Chen looked on helplessly at the two, then led the group to the grand auditorium, a safe haven where Li Yifei had gathered the students for refuge. As they entered, the scent of blood on them immediately caught the attention of the students. Li Yifei ran over with excitement on his face. Qi, I've made a significant contribution this time, right? Can I join the Nightwatchers now? Lin Qi's expression was complicated. Perhaps. Meanwhile, and Qing Yu raised his icy gun barrel against the back of Li Yifei's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet instantly penetrated Li Yifei's skull. A scream erupted from the crowd. Murder! Luo Chen pushed open the door, ushering the students away. However, Li Yifei did not die. Instead, he slowly turned his head. And Qing Yu, why did you shoot me? No, I'm not dead. Li Yifei's face reflected astonishment. Haha, Qi Yu. Have I awakened superpowers? Can I join you? A gust of wind swirled around them. An invisible blade reappeared in Luo Chen's hand as he advanced step by step towards Li Yifei. Luo Chen? What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Li Yifei suddenly appeared flustered, his face ashen. I'm sorry, Li Yifei. But you are the embodiment of the Nanda serpent demon, or rather, you are its alternate persona. Li Yifei clutched his head in disbelief, gradually descending into madness. No. Impossible. You are lying. How could I be the Nanda serpent demon? You want to harm me. Why would you want to hurt me? I cannot be a fake. I cannot be a murderer. You are the fakes. With a roar, Li Yifei's body began to transform. A foul odor erupted forth as he grew in size, turning into a monstrous creature with a serpent-esque body and a human head covered in thick scales. Lin Qi's pupils glimmered with golden light as he engaged the Nanda serpent demon. Luo Chen raised his hand and slashed with the wind blade, severing one of the demon's arms. At the same moment, Qing Yu closed in, plunging his utility knife into the demon's eye. Blood gushed forth. The Nanda serpent demon roared, sending Qing Yu flying as it grappled with Lin Qiyi. Luo Chen, sword in hand, observed the scene quietly. As the sun set and night fell, Lin Qiyi underwent a transformation. His speed, strength, and overall attributes surged dramatically, rendering him nearly unrecognizable from moments prior. Bang, bang, bang. Qing Yu continued to fire, helping Lin Qiyi divert the Nanda serpent demon's attention. Each shot was perfectly timed, interrupting the demon's assault. Hongying prepared to intervene but was stopped by Luo Chen. Sister Hongying, this is a great opportunity for the newcomers. Let us handle it. Hongying raised an eyebrow, but oh, there's no but. If anything unexpected happens, I will step in. Let us trust Qi, shall we? Luo Chen winked and smiled. With a resigned sigh, Hongying relented. All right, dear brother, but do be cautious. Should anything arise, I will act immediately. I knew Sister Hongying was the best. Hongying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You little rascal. During the sibling banter, Lin Qiyi, empowered by the Starry Night Dancer, clashed with the Nanda serpent demon. Their speed was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only fleeting shadows. Si Xiaonan disregarded the sibling squabble, focusing intently on Lin Qiyi. She was curious to see what this divine agent could achieve. Lin Qiyi flickered, adeptly evading the Nanda serpent demon's attacks with precision, resembling Luo Chen's prowess. Miraculous. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. This ability, akin to his own instincts, was even more extraordinary. While Luo Chen could merely predict future events in battle and perceive an opponent's attack trajectory, Lin Shiye's miracle was all-encompassing, usable at any moment. Indeed, those who believe in miracles are remarkable in their own right. Yet Lin Shiyi himself was the embodiment of that miracle. As the cold light flashed, Lin Shiyi ultimately severed the Nanda serpent demon's head. Thud! The head rolled to the ground, coming to a halt not far away. And Qingyu cast a thoughtful glance before approaching Luo Chen, returning the handgun. Thank you. The shy young man looked at Luo Chen with a tentative gaze. May I join you? Luo Chen lifted his downcast eyes to meet his earnest expression. Are you serious? Of course. It can be deadly, you know. Seeing this, Hongying shook her head. Little brother, while your courage is commendable, joining the Nightwatchers requires more than just bravery. And Qingyu's gaze dimmed instantly. Luo Chen sighed, contemplating for a moment before addressing Qingyu with seriousness. And Qingyu. He looked up, confusion clouding his eyes. Swish. Luo Chen swung the invisible sword, startling those present. Si Xiaonan, Hongying, and Qingyu's face registered shock, yet he remained remarkably calm, standing still, gazing into Luo Chen's eyes without blinking. Clang. The invisible sword resonated with a clear sound, quivering slightly, mere millimeters from Qingyu's neck. Due to its sharpness, a trickle of blood began to seep from his neck. The sword halted just before him, and Luo Chen smiled, retracting the invisible blade. Sister Hongying, don't dismiss him so quickly. Look at this promising candidate. I believe this scholarly student's courage already meets the Nightwatcher standards. Wouldn't you agree? Hongying, taken aback by Luo Chen's smile, responded, You little rascal, but ultimately it's the captain's decision, right? Luo Chen winked at Hongying. Although she could not fathom her little brother's thoughts, she did not refute him. After all, memories would ultimately be erased, so it mattered little. The agent of the key to the door, this is intriguing. Since he is destined to join the Nightwatchers, perhaps bringing him in early will yield unexpected surprises? Holding on to this thought, Luo Chen smiled. Thank you. And Qingyu smiled faintly. However, Luo Chen waved his finger in front of him. Hold off on your gratitude for now. Whether you can join us depends on how our captain assesses you. After all, Qingyu is the key to the door, playing an exceedingly vital role in this dream. On another note, Luo Chen considered that since he had traversed into this world, the original storyline had already been altered. Why worry so much? Let nature take its course. Since Qingyu wishes to join, then Luo Chen shall grant him the opportunity. With this thought, a mysterious gleam flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. Similarly, Qingyu gazed at the unheated head of the serpent demon, seemingly having made a resolute decision. His eyes sparkling with an inscrutable light. Surely, what lies on the ground is of no one's concern. Chapter 21. Fishing at the riverbed at the entrance of the school, a sleek black car stood quietly. 3 shadowy figures clad in dark red leaned against it. Luo Chen and his companion strode out of the campus in a line. Upon spotting them, Hongying leapt up, waving her hand enthusiastically. Captain, old Zhao. Si Xiaonan wiped a streak of blood off Lin Qiye's arm and then smeared it onto her own school uniform, striking a defiant pose with her hands on her hips. Si Xiaonan, never slack off. Luo Chen and Lin Qiye had long discarded the black boxes in their hands. Both blades, rendered useless by Lin Qiye, had been obliterated. As they approached, Chen Mai chuckled lightly. Did you 2 rascals get hurt? No, they replied in unison. How does it feel to participate in a mission for the first time? Lin Qiye shrugged, glancing at Luo Chen. After all, it was Luo Chen who had vanquished most of the monsters, while he merely handled the final blow to the main body, Li Yifei. And that was only after Luo Chen had already disarmed him. Luo Chen smiled. It was quite simple, Captain. Not as difficult as I had imagined. Zhao Kongqing sighed. You 2 had your fun hacking away, while I was left on lookout all day. Hey, you can't say that, old Zhao. You play an essential role. Without your vigilance, those students might not have safely evacuated. Besides, there must have been some that slipped through, right? How could you have not struck down even one? Listening to Luo Chen's inquiry, Zhao Kongqing could only chuckle helplessly. The serpent demon that escaped was taken out by Lang Xin with a single shot. I'll let it slide, he lamented, having finally awakened his forbidden powers, yet still relegated to lookout duty, leaving him feeling despondent. Next time, I'll let you take the lead, but do be careful not to die, old Zhao. Chen Mai shot him a disapproving glance. Zhao Kongqing immediately perked up. Captain, you said it. Next time, I can't be on lookout. Indeed, next time for sure, Chen Mai replied with a smile. With her hands on her hips and a proud expression, Hongying beamed, while Si Xiaonan lifted her head high, eager to showcase the blood on her face. As if to proclaim, praise me. Wu Xiangnan observed their antics and scoffed. You 2 nearly demolished the dormitory rooftop. It's a miracle the school still stands. Hey, Hongying glared at Wu Xiangnan, pouting adorably. You're not the captain. I am the vice captain. Amid their banter, Luo Chen chuckled softly, glancing at the lively group. Feeling as if something was amiss, On a nearby rooftop, Luo Chen peered through his sniper scope at their warm camaraderie. He retrieved a camera from his pocket. Click. The shutter snapped. Sitting alone on the rooftop, he watched the photograph emerge from the camera, momentarily stunned before a gentle smile graced his lips. In the photo, everyone was laughing and moving forward, with Luo Chen trailing behind, turned away from him, forming a heart shape with his hands above his head. This boy. He cherished the moment like a precious gem, placing the photograph into a small black box before slowly rising and leaving the rooftop. Stinky brother, what are you doing? Come over, we're about to leave. Upon hearing Hongying's call, Luo Chen glanced at the nearby rooftop and smiled faintly. Coming, Hongying Jia. Wait for me. Inside the renowned hot pot restaurant, Hidi Lao, Hongying slammed the menu onto the table. Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll treat. Long live Hongying Jia. Luo Chen immediately cheered, his enthusiasm palpable. Hongying chuckled, hands on her hips, exuding pride. Chen Mai surveyed the group before his gaze landed on a frail youth. This is Luo Chen quickly pulled Xingyu over, declaring, this is our academically gifted classmate. He wishes to join our night watchers. Xingyu stood up. Hello, I'm Xingyu. I want to join you, so I asked Luo Chen to bring me here. He extended his hand toward Chen Mai. Noticing Luo Chen's cheerful demeanor, Chen Mai's expression hardened. Nonsense. With a swift motion, Chen Mai's reprimand silenced the group. Their eyes darting toward Luo Chen. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen looked earnestly at Chen Mai. Captain, I believe in is a promising candidate worthy of nurturing. Besides, who says ordinary people can't join the Night Watchers? Old Zhao was once one too. Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched. Not you, kid. Chen Mai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Chen's serious demeanor. You're not jesting, are you? Is this amusing? Luo Chen met Chen Mai's gaze unwaveringly, eventually raising a finger to indicate 1 month. What? A month from now, during the new recruit training, let us make a wager, Captain. I bet that Xingyu will impress you. Chen Mai regarded Luo Chen's peculiar expression with confusion. However, he ultimately sighed, you little rascal. He turned to the bashful boy, Xingyu. You're fortunate. Had it been anyone else saying this to me, I would have outright refused. Pointing at Luo Chen, he continued. But this lad is an unprecedented spirit envoy who has slain the Ghost King of Hongying. His endorsement of you suggests you might possess some hidden talents. At these words, Xingyu glanced at Luo Chen, who wore a harmless, jovial expression, the seriousness having vanished. Chen Mai sighed again, since he believes in your potential. I shall grant you this opportunity. Upon hearing Chen Mai's words, Xingyu's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, so, what about me? Yay. Long live the captain. Before Xingyu could react, Luo Chen shouted, shooting him a meaningful glance. Xingyu promptly understood, bowing to Chen Mai. Thank you, Captain. Chen Mai's mouth twitched. At this point, you're not even a reserve member. You're merely an external recruit. Don't thank me. For if I find your performance lacking during the new recruit training, I won't hesitate to dismiss you. Xingyu nodded fervently. Chen Mai chuckled helplessly, let us eat. All this is the fault of this little rascal. I can't even enjoy a proper meal. Hey, Captain, you saying that doesn't sit well with me. Chen Mai and Luo Chen exchanged heated glances. Ultimately, Luo Chen conceded, retrieving cigarettes and a lighter from old Zhao, moving closer to Chen Mai. Captain, care for a smoke to ease your mind? Zhao Kongqing? Chen Mai shot him an exasperated glance, accepting the cigarette as Luo Chen lit it for him. Ha ha. 2 hours later, staring at the hefty bill of 700, Chen Mai winced in pain, ultimately sighing as he lit another cigarette. These little brats can really eat. Wu Xiangnan chuckled beside him. What's wrong? Feeling the pinch? Of course. Why don't you pay? Wu Xiangnan shrugged. The captain is generous. Chen Mai looked up at the sky. I hope you bring me the surprise Luo Chen spoke of, not a shock. Inside Hidi Lao, Hongying stood up. Waiter. Check, please. After some inquiry, it turned out that Chen Mai had already settled the bill. After all, he regarded Hongying as a sister. When your sister insists on treating, a brother simply cannot allow her to pay. Zhao Kongqing rose to his feet, instinctively pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips. When suddenly, a realization struck him. Where's my lighter? The figure of Luo Chen had already vanished without a trace. And Zhao Kongqing twitched the corner of his mouth, ultimately resigning himself to set the cigarette aside. Luo Chen, holding a lighter in his hand, played with it, revealing a mischievous smile. Smoking is detrimental to one's health. Old Zhao. Chapter 22. Mother, I have achieved success early in the morning. Luo Chen arrived at Xingyu's doorstep. Being the one who recommended him, it was only natural for him to escort the individual to the office. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Inside, rustling noises could be heard, and soon after, Xingyu appeared before Luo Chen, dressed in a white lab coat and donning white gloves. Observing Xingyu's attire, Luo Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him, followed by wide-eyed shock. What on earth are you doing? A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Pushing past Qingyu, he rushed into the room, and indeed, there lay the head of the Nantua snake demon. It had been sliced into various shapes, the gruesome scene bespeaking a horrific spectacle, with red and white substances placed within petri dishes alongside an array of instruments. Gagging. Luo Chen immediately felt nauseous. Qingyu, with an expression full of excitement and a morbid smile, exclaimed, Luo Chen, are you perhaps interested in it as well? Before Luo Chen could decline, Qingyu pulled him down to sit. How wonderful. Let us study it together. I thought no one would understand me. Qingyu took up a scalpel, commencing his dissection lesson. Luo Chen was left in a state of shock. After enduring a morning of torment, Luo Chen staggered out of Qingyu's home, supporting himself against the wall. This was nothing short of mental torture. He vowed never to engage with this eccentric again. Watching Luo Chen's retreating figure, Qingyu smiled faintly, framing Luo Chen with his hands. If only. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. No. Luo Chen is a genuinely good person. How could I entertain such ideas? At the peace office, Luo Chen lay on the sofa, his eyes devoid of spirit. His complexion pale, having lost all desire for life. Contemplating death, Chenmai emerged from the back room, frowning at the sight of Luo Chen. What is this kid up to now? Suddenly, the morning's grotesque scene flooded back into Luo Chen's mind, making him feel ill again, and he rushed to the restroom. Gag. After a fit of dry heaving, he emerged slowly, propping himself against the wall. Lin Qiye observed him with a puzzled expression. What happened? Is it really that bad? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen seized Lin Qiye's arm, his eyes wide with intensity. Do you know what I went through this morning? Gag. With that, he heaved again, leaving Lin Qiye looking utterly disgusted. Luo Chen began to regret seeking out Qingyu. He should have just let him come over. The light in the youth's eyes had dimmed. Subsequently, Chenmai took Luo Chen to the training ground for knife practice. Under his guidance, Luo Chen improved rapidly. Even when he exposed flaws, he could quickly respond and compensate. Nowadays, even Chenmai, with a moment's distraction, could easily fall prey to Luo Chen's counterattacks. This remarkable progress was attributed to Artoria, who would visit his consciousness space each night, imparting swordsmanship lessons. Consequently, Luo Chen's advancement was so rapid that, in terms of knife techniques and swordplay, he surpassed 95 of seasoned veterans. Even Lin Qiye, as a divine agent, stood no chance against Luo Chen without the advantage of nightfall. After training, Chenmai prepared an elaborate feast as a reward. Following the meal, he presented a list, instructing Hongying and Si Shaonan to take Lin Qiye, Luo Chen, and Qingyu for shopping. Yes, after conducting a dissection lesson, Qingyu had also arrived at the peace office. Witnessing Luo Chen and the others in training, he eagerly joined in, albeit being quickly bested by Chenmai on his first attempt. However, his keen observational skills caught Chenmai's attention. Upon hearing about the shopping trip, Hongying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Luo Chen and the others, her face adorned with a playful smile. Hiki. Suddenly, Luo Chen had a thought, and the expression of despair returned to his face. No way. At the shopping mall, Hongying exclaimed, Hee, I think this outfit is perfect for little Chen. It's decided. Hooray. Luo Chen, gazing at the Lolita dress in Hongying's hands, felt utterly numb. Weakly, he protested, Sister Hongying, I'm a guy? Turning to him, Hongying replied earnestly, I know. Luo Chen sighed. 2.5 minutes later. Sister Hongying, this is definitely not okay. This one is fine. This one is absolutely unacceptable. Please, Sister Hongying. Hee. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Raw throat. Little Chen, just give in to your sister. Pink suits you so well. Luo Chen's cries echoed throughout the mall. Lin Qiye and Qingyu initially chuckled, but soon found themselves unable to continue laughing. Lin Qiye hee. Lin Qiye, no more hee. Standing at the entrance, Luo Chen looked up at the sky and then glanced at the pink Lolita dress he wore, falling into deep contemplation. At that moment, Lin Qiye emerged, clad in a black-made outfit complete with animated cat ears. In his hands, he dragged a yellow suitcase and a pink Peppa Pig suitcase. Uffed. Luo Chen immediately covered his mouth. Apologies, I am professionally trained. I generally do not laugh. Unless I can't help it, ha ha ha. Without regard for his image. Luo Chen doubled over in laughter. Lin Qiye twitched the corner of his mouth, sighing helplessly. However, a striking silhouette soon captured everyone's attention, even turning the heads of passers-by. Qingyu appeared, his square glasses transformed into round ones, clad in a light pink knitted cardigan embroidered with delicate floral patterns, paired with a light blue pleated skirt. Uffed. Luo Chen burst into laughter once more. Ha! What? How did your square glasses turn into round ones? How adorable. Qingyu's mouth twitched, and he retorted in unison with Lin Xie, talkative. You're no different. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. No more hee. The three effeminate boys stood on the street, attracting a multitude of gazes. The next day, a news segment on the peace office's television caught everyone's attention. The headline read, "Shocking. 3 cross-dressing masters spotted in shopping mall. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline?" Watching the news, a reporter captured photos of the trio, and Wen Qima laughed heartily. Ha ha, Lolita, maid outfit, and a youthful girl's high school uniform. Ha ha ha. Lung Xian was also amused, quietly standing in a corner, covering his mouth as he chuckled. Mother, I have achieved success. I'm on television. Feeling the peculiar stares from the crowd, the three could hardly bear the embarrassment. Was there anything more mortifying than this? It is worth mentioning that Xingyu had also moved into Luo Chen and Hongying's home, just like Lin Xie. Wow, what is this? A little hamster? Hongying exclaimed with excitement as she took a cute little hamster from Xingyu's shoulder, momentarily enamored. Its name Snowball, and Xingyu adjusted his glasses, smiling. However, the next moment, upon seeing the bloody petri dish in Xingyu's hand, Hongying's smile vanished. A new house rule was established: no experiments or research of any form permitted at home. What are you doing? In response, Xingyu could only feel helpless. Thus, he was left to set up his laboratory in his original home. Chapter 23, Little Chubby. The following day, Shinmai received a call, causing the originally planned training session in another location to be relocated to Cangnan. Thankfully, he had not yet purchased his train ticket. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. A grimace formed at the corner of his mouth. Under the scorching sun, Luo Chen, Lin Xie, and Xingyu trudged along the muddy path, each burdened with their respective suitcases. This desolate place, devoid of any sign of life, is truly where the training is taking place. Luo Chen couldn't help but mutter, discreetly wiping the sweat from his forehead. The cliffs surrounding them reflected the glint of sniper scopes. Aside from the military, it was unlikely that any other entity would possess such resources. Xingyu raised his head and, after surveying the area, spoke up. Indeed, Lin Xie also unleashed his mental energy, confirming Xingyu's observation. Dark sentinels were indeed stationed everywhere. What appeared to be an uninhabited wasteland was, in reality, teeming with hidden personnel. Meanwhile, an officer picked up his walkie-talkie. Report to headquarters. 3 youths have been spotted. No suspicious activity detected. Understood. They are likely new recruits here for the training session. Ensure they remain unaware. Report any developments immediately. Yes, we are professionals. If those little rascals discover us, I might as well swallow my weapon. Their conversation fell within Lin Xie's perceptual range. A twitch formed at the corner of his mouth. Little glutton, he thought. Luo Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, but refrained from further comment. Beep. With the honking of a vehicle, a military jeep skidded to a halt before the trio. What are you doing here? An officer stepped out, eyeing them with suspicion. Participating in the training, of course. Or are we here to relieve ourselves? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The officer inquired, why did you arrive so quickly? We're locals. Identification. After the officer verified their credentials against his list, he nodded. Get in. Under his guidance, the trio boarded the vehicle, passing through numerous checkpoints and guard posts until they finally arrived before a grand entrance. 039 New Recruit Training Camp. Luo Chen was the first to disembark, curiously surveying his surroundings. Simultaneously, an officer emerged from within the camp. New recruits? Yes. Names. Luo Chen, Lin Xie, and Xingyu followed closely behind. Lin Xie and Xingyu. The instructor raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Luo Chen and Lin Xie. Unable to withstand the gaze, Luo Chen remarked, what are you staring at? What about it? Hong Hao and Luo Chen exchanged glances. Finally, Hong Hao cleared his throat and stated seriously, you two are indeed Luo Chen and Lin Xie. Yes. Hong Hao glanced at Xingyu. And you, a mere civilian, wish to join the Nightwatch? You look rather delicate. You may face significant hardships. Xingyu remained silent, a flicker of subtle light passing through his eyes. Come in. I am Hong Hao, your instructor. Greetings, instructor. Subsequently, under Hong Hao's guidance, the trio began exploring the training camp, their curiosity piqued by the environment. The camp was far larger than they had imagined, with rows of buildings arranged neatly, as if constructed long ago. Over there is the cafeteria. I believe you will enjoy the meals here, Hong Hao remarked with a light chuckle, exuding an air of mystery. Luo Chen's lips curled into a wry smile. He already knew what to expect: raw meat and oversized buns, a meal that would leave one speechless. The entire training camp was enclosed. Should you require personal items, you may collect them from the supply station. As the trio walked through the camp, curious glances followed them wherever they went. It felt akin to being observed as circus clowns. Luo Chen's lips twitched, while Lin Chia directly inquired. Why do they keep staring at us? Hong Hao chuckled. One a divine agent, another an unprecedented spirit agent, and a simpleton. It's hard not to attract attention. Simpleton? And Qing Yu's expression darkened, yet his character dissuaded him from engaging in a dispute, so he remained silent. Rest assured, everyone is merely curious about what a divine agent looks like. There is no malice intended. After all, the last divine agent to leave here is now the captain of the Special Team 004. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen sighed. I am merely a temporal agent. Yet I cannot outrun the river of time. It is indeed a lamentable and ironic fate. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, their commanding officer Yuan Gang observed them intently. Interesting, Yuan Gang mused, a smirk gracing his lips. He anticipated whether one among them might become the next captain of the special team. The military strength of the Dixia had become insufficient. The special team was burdened with numerous responsibilities. This batch of recruits was not to be trifled with. Notify the special team to come here. Which one? The aide inquired, perplexed. The faceless. The aide's lips twitched. Was it truly necessary for the 4th special team of Dixia to be dispatched for mere recruits? Do not forget that among them is the agent of Michael and that unprecedented spirit agent, King Arthur. Moreover, this lad's report indicates he has advanced to the Pool realm in combat and has slain the king of ghost faces in the Chuan realm. He is currently the only one among the newcomers at Pool realm. Furthermore, this new batch includes 3 high-risk individuals and a young master from the Bailey family. Only a genius can command another genius. The aide fell silent, turning to execute Yuan Gang's orders. The group arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitories accommodated 4 individuals. And naturally, the 3 were assigned to the same room. Soon, they had unpacked their belongings, when suddenly a cacophony erupted outside. Young master, I have shown you so many places. This room has the best environment. Open the door. I will be staying here today. Hee. Yes, young master. As the door swung open, the sight within left the man momentarily stunned. A small, chubby boy emerged from behind him, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Luo Chen and the others. However, the man who appeared to be his bodyguard seemed oblivious to this, his brow furrowing. Oh dear. Young master, these 3 blind fools have dared to seize your room. Hurry. What are you all doing standing there? Throw everything out. Luo Chen crossed his arms, a playful smile gracing his lips. Bai Li Pang Pang. This one is different from the others. He possesses genuine cash capabilities. A few bodyguards rushed forward, ready to intervene. You dare to touch my roommate's belongings, you scoundrel? The chubby boy exclaimed in fluent Cantonese, kicking the man aside. I despise you arrogant bullies. Get as far away from me as possible. By the way, bring in my gifts. I will show my roommates what it means to be like long-lost friends. With bonds stronger than gold. The chubby boy chuckled as he turned to the trio. What are your names, brothers? The moment I saw you 3, I felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity. In the next moment, Luo Chen found himself staring at the towering pile of Rolex watches before him, lost in thought. Among them were the Green Submariner, the Explorer, and the Greenwich Patek Philippe. Chen Gu, Qi Yi, Qing Yu. My feet are truly fragrant. Luo Chen's forehead throbbed with veins. The following day, at the medical office of the training camp. How peculiar. Why is there a fungal infection in the lungs? Each dormitory was disinfected in advance. A military doctor clad in a white coat gazed perplexedly at Luo Chen and his companions, who lay on the bed with expressions of utter despondency, silently staring at the ceiling. Bai Li Tu Ming. No, Qi Yi. The 3rd day of the new recruits at Yebidi had arrived. The new soldiers had mostly gathered in the square, their heights varying significantly. They stood in a rather disorganized manner, contrasting sharply with the row of instructors across from them. The difference in discipline was instantly palpable. Luo Chen gazed upwards at the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is it about to begin? Lin Chia looked at him with some skepticism. Luo Chen, what are you smiling about? Oh, nothing. Just suddenly remembered something joyful, he replied. Just moments ago, Luo Chen had sensed several presences approaching, undoubtedly the mass team. Before long, Yuan Gang, the chief instructor, ascended the podium, surveying the disorderly recruits below. Stand at attention, he barked. And the crowd fell silent. I know you are all geniuses from various parts of Daxia, or possess extraordinary abilities from the Forbidden Ruins, or come from remarkable backgrounds. But here, you are merely a group of new recruits. No, some of you have never even encountered the mysterious. To call you recruits is an insult to the term. You are nothing but novices. You are useless. You are burdens that will endanger your teammates. His words elicited a range of expressions among the new recruits. Some scoffed. Others held their heads high, and many felt a surge of anger at Yuan Gang's remarks. Yet, Luo Chen remained expressionless, as did Lin Chia and Qing Yu beside him. Bai Li Pangu furrowed his brow. Why do you all seem so unfazed? Didn't he say that some of us have faced the mysterious and even fought against it? Why should we take it personally? Luo Chen chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Bali Tuming silently raised his thumb. Impressive. Yuan Gang observed the disdain and indignation on the recruits' faces. Sneering, you seem quite dissatisfied? With your level of incompetence, even if you break through to Klein, you will still be just slightly stronger incompetence. You will remain a burden to your teammates. At that moment, a man in military garb, with his cap turned backward, stepped forward. He raised his hand, chewing gum with an air of disdain. What is your name? Shin Qingzhu. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. This guy was quite formidable, merciless to enemies and even harsher on himself. As Luo Chen pondered, Yuan Gang's voice rang out again. All right, who else is dissatisfied? With Shin Qingzhu leading the charge, more recruits raised their hands. Me. And me too. Li Panga looked at the three of them with confusion. Aren't you all going to respond? I comply, Luo Chen replied with a faint smile. I comply as well, Lin Xia added. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. If both of you comply, I certainly will too. After all, Luo Chen and Lin Xia have dealt with the Nantua snake demon. Luo Chen had even slain a ghost-faced king from the Chuanjing. Hence, realm has never been the sole measure of a warrior's strength. Although Qingyu contributed significantly during the Nantua snake demon incident, compared to the other two, his role was considerably lesser. Why should he take the lead when they remained silent? In his eyes, aside from dissection, his primary interest lay in Luo Chen and Lin Xia. Although Li Pangu appeared puzzled, he said nothing further, merely nodding in agreement. If that is the case, I'll follow suit. Yuan Gang smirked slightly. Good. Since so many of you are dissatisfied, I shall grant you an opportunity. He picked up the walkie-talkie. It's your turn to appear. With that, Yuan Gang lifted his gaze to the sky. Perplexed, many recruits followed his line of sight. Suddenly, several small black dots pierced through the clouds, hurtling downward at an alarming speed. What on earth is that? A recruit exclaimed, pointing at the sky. As the dots became clearer, and when they were 300 or 400 meters from the ground, the recruits finally recognized their forms. There were 7 figures, cloaked in gray. Each wore a different mask and carried black boxes on their backs. Without any protective gear, they simply let themselves plummet from the sky. The masked team. The recruits immediately recognized them, gasping in shock. One of the last 4 special teams of Daxia? No way, the chief instructor wouldn't make us fight them. Would he? That would be absurd. The recruits, who had been so brash moments ago, were now in a state of disarray. Amidst the chaos, the members of the masked team landed gracefully. The leader, wearing a mask with the character for king, stepped forward. Hello everyone, we are the masked team. Before he could finish, the recruit wearing the whirlpool mask crumpled, his legs giving way, and he knelt perfectly upright on the ground. The silence that followed was palpable. King Mask twitched his mouth, and Yuan Gang covered his forehead in disbelief. The other members of the masked team discreetly distanced themselves from the kneeling recruit. At that moment, the Whirlpool recruit's mind raced, and he finally raised his hand slightly. Nice to meet you. I'm the Whirlpool from the masked team. Wishing everyone an early Happy New Year. I've mentioned my fear of heights, and upon landing, my legs felt a bit weak, but fortunately, you all say I'm silly, when in fact, I'm quite clever most of the time. The Whirlpool thought triumphantly. Luo Chen, the protagonist, nearly laughed uncontrollably. Had it not been for the divine aura emanating from King Mask, he might have believed this masked team was a mere imitation. The Whirlpool was simply too conspicuous. He understood that the masked team intended to assert dominance over the recruits. Now, however, this was a genuine display of dominance. Chapter 25. Just luck. King Mask stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over Luo Chen and Lin Xia. He sensed their divine essence. No wonder Chief Instructor Yuan Gang had summoned them to maintain order. Ordinary individuals might not be able to do so. After all, he had come from a similar background. Silence. Yuan Gang's roar brought instant quietude. He stepped forward, standing beside King Mask. This is the special team, the masked team. Just a moment ago, you all seemed quite unruly, boasting your bravado. Now, the opportunity lies before you. If you cannot seize it, then obediently follow orders and comply. Cast aside your baseless pride. Do you understand? For fairness, I shall have them suppress their realms to match yours. 241 against 7. Given such a disparity, do you dare? This was a blatant provocation, and the recruits erupted in fervor. 241 against 7? Do we even need to think about it? The advantage is ours. In response to the recruits' soaring battle spirit, King Mask slowly spoke. To deal with you, we one team need all 7. 5 will suffice. At this, a smile crept onto Luo Chen's lips. Oh wow. So you've excluded 2 auxiliary members? Aren't you just afraid of a potential mishap? Naturally, some perceptive individuals caught on, such as Shin Qingzhu, who scoffed. What are you trying to prove? Are you afraid of your auxiliary members failing? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. a flicker of gray light flashing in his eyes as he observed King Mask. So this is the Night Watchman. Indeed, quite intriguing. Let us go. 241 of us can't handle 5 of them? When did this start? As soon as those words left his mouth, a tremendous sound echoed as a recruit was sent flying by a giant hammer, instantly incapacitated. Rose stepped forward, tapping the giant hammer on her shoulder, beckoning the recruits with a gesture. Come here, little brothers. Sister will play with you. The battlefield erupted into chaos as countless new recruits charged forward. Vortex formed intricate hand seals, and a flicker of violet light illuminated the sky, revealing numerous purple wormholes. Enormous boulders emerged from these wormholes, crashing down mercilessly upon the new recruits. Boom. Dust and debris filled the air. At that moment, the majority of the recruits realized the dire situation. But it was too late to turn back. Now you want to run? Too late. A voice rang out. A pink giant hammer descended fiercely upon the recruits. Bang. In an instant, half of the 241-strong new recruit team vanished. Is this the power of the realm? Bai Li, covering his mouth, felt his body quiver. Wang emerged from the smoke with 3 others. A calm voice resonated. Do not hold back. Obliterate them. Understood. The 4, Rose, Vortex, Balance, and Moon Ghost, rushed forth. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had already taken Lin Shiyi and Qing Yu and Bai Li to flee. He understood that, given the current circumstances, engaging in a team battle was evidently unwise. Although he possessed the sword of victory, Lin Shiyi and the others were unarmed. Fighting would be too disadvantageous. Upon reaching a warehouse, Luo Chen paused. I remember this as the weapons depot. If we can find suitable weapons, we might have a chance. Lin Shiyi looked at Luo Chen, slightly agape. It seemed they were on the same wavelength. Bai Li instinctively reached into his pocket. At that moment, a commanding voice pierced through the air. Step aside. A tall, ethereal woman appeared, her fiery red hair cascading down her shoulders. Even in the simplest military uniform, her elegance was undeniable. She tied her crimson hair into a high ponytail and approached the warehouse entrance. Bai Li, entranced, thought, is this love? The girl pressed her hands against the door, while Lin Shiyi wore a perplexed expression, unsure of her intentions. Luo Chen, standing nearby, smirked slightly. Molly and Qing Yu adjusted her glasses, intrigued by the sudden appearance of the girl. Suddenly, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. Crack. As Molly's palm met the metal door, it vibrated at an almost imperceptible frequency, emitting a sharp hum. In the next moment, terrifying fissures appeared on the door's surface. With a disdainful huff, Molly struck. Boom. The metal door shattered into fragments. Molly, expressionless, brushed off the dust from her hands, ignoring the others as she strode into the warehouse. Outside, Bai Li's gaze remained fixated on the girl's silhouette, involuntarily swallowing hard. Observing his demeanor, Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. Ah, love has struck Bai Li. Bai Li gradually turned his head, a foolish grin on his face. Chen Gu, don't you think she is stunning? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Like her? Then go pursue her. With that, Luo Chen called out to Molly. Hey, that girl over there. This little chubby guy has something to say to you. What the Chen Gu? You're unbelievable. However, as Molly picked up a katana, preparing to leave, she caught Luo Chen's voice. She rolled her eyes and turned back. What is it? Hastily, Bai Li rushed forward, forgetting to bicker with Luo Chen. Wait, I feel like we're fated to meet. He began to pull out a local specialty, clearing his throat. He introduced himself. Hello, I'm Bai Li Tu Ming, from an ordinary family in Guangshan. Get lost. Molly shot him a cold glance. I despise spoiled brats like you. Consider this a warning, stay away. Bai Li was momentarily stunned. No, I'm not a spoiled brat. I really come from a regular family. Meanwhile, Luo Chen approached with Lin Shiyi and a Qing Yu. A katana is quite rare, Lin Shiyi remarked. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Hello, I'm Luo Chen. Molly. Among the 5 of us, 3 are extremely high risk, and 1 is a divine agent. If we do not unite, we stand no chance. Upon hearing this, Molly slowly raised her gaze to Luo Chen. You are also high risk. Luo Chen chuckled. I asked you first. Molly sighed. Molly, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076. The frequency of all things from the Mo clan's Blade sect. At the same time, Luo Chen's pupils constricted as if sensing something. Lin Shiyi's eyes glimmered with golden light, and both moved simultaneously. Molly leaped high, her hand swiftly on the katana's hilt, landing firmly behind them. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as Luo Chen and Lin Shiyi's blades collided with an unseen force, sparking bright embers. Yet, before them, there was nothing. Oh, you can actually see me? You two are indeed intriguing. A figure emerged from the void, wearing a crescent moon patterned mask. Just luck, Lin Shiyi replied. Merely a fluke, Luo Chen added. Chapter 26. You are surrounded observing the two before him. Moon Ghost pondered for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. Oh, I see. You two are the agents mentioned in the report. Molly gritted her teeth, an expression of annoyance crossing her features. If it hadn't been for Luo Chen and Lin Shiyi, she might have been dealt with by Moon Ghost already. The katana in her hand was drawn in an instant, vibrating with terrifying intensity as she leaped forward, aiming to strike Moon Ghost. Huh. Accompanied by the girl's fierce shout, Moon Ghost's body vanished in an instant. As her strike landed, the ground of the warehouse was devastated. Boom. Thick smoke billowed, and a terrifying crack appeared on the floor. However, Moon Ghost reappeared moments later, albeit missing his right arm. As moonlight coalesced, his right hand gradually restored. That was close. If I had been hit, it would have been quite the trouble, he remarked, flexing his right fist. What? Regeneration? Molly asked, astonished. No, at the moment of impact. He decomposed into moonlight, evading your attack, Lin Shiyi explained, his pupils glowing with golden light. Meanwhile, Luo Chen scrutinized Moon Ghost intently, and Qing Yu quietly retreated behind the others, her eyes shimmering with gray light. To him, Moon Ghost's ability was deconstructed into formulas and data, the only correct answer. Everyone was taken aback at that moment, and Qing Yu had awakened the forbidden ruins, but he remained discreet, not uttering a word. It appeared that only he possessed this knowledge. It was an opportunity. If they could unmask him, victory would be theirs. Lin Shiyi spoke again, turning to Bailey. Where's your weapon? Bailey chuckled sheepishly, spreading his hands. Hee, I don't know how to use any weapons. What a bold claim, Luo Chen remarked. Though he recalled Bailey's monetary abilities, perhaps weapons were not as crucial after all. Suddenly, an ominous intuition surged through Luo Chen. Run, he shouted. Lin Shiyi and the others, momentarily puzzled, instantly followed Luo Chen's lead, knowing he wouldn't retreat without reason. Indeed, in the next second, the masked team gathered. Except for Wang. The new recruits who hadn't managed to escape the warehouse faced dire consequences. Purple vortexes emerged, consuming the recruits' attacks entirely. Then, the swallowed flames, frost, and raging winds followed. A myriad of attacks descended like raindrops, and a series of explosions erupted within the warehouse. Fiery flames and thick smoke billowed upwards, leaving Bailey stunned in disbelief. Tianping also arrived at the scene, doubling the gravitational force. Upon witnessing this, Xianwu rubbed his hands together, initiating a spatial transformation. Following closely was a colossal pink hammer, ruthlessly descending upon the new recruits. Simultaneously, Rhongomyniad slowly made his appearance. Newbies, you are surrounded. Merely 4 members of the masked team encircled nearly 40 individuals within the warehouse. An overwhelming advantage for the opposing side. This was primarily due to the cramped quarters of the warehouse and the seamless coordination among the masked team, in stark contrast to the rookies, who were utterly disorganized. In such chaotic circumstances, they had no hope of success. Their only recourse was to gather the elite among the new recruits and engage the masked team in one-on-one battles. A melee was not conducive for their strengths. Shinchiju, Chao Yuan. Luo Chen's immediate objective was to locate these 2 individuals as swiftly as possible. Only then would they have a glimmer of hope. As for why he refrained from activating the Wind King barrier earlier, it was because he did not wish to reveal his trump card prematurely, especially given that there were infiltrators from the ancient god church within the training camp. Luo Chen had to remain vigilant. Should the ancient god church dare to act, he would show them what a curry stick truly meant. Hehehe. Regarding this competition, Luo Chen felt confident. As long as Rhongomyniad did not lift the realm's suppression, he was equally capable of overpowering the temporal marauder. His instincts allowed him to predict Rhongomyniad's attacks. Gu Yuan could condense blade energy, coupled with Rhongomyniad's temporal marauder, controlling time to accumulate energy. Even if suppressed to the realm of the lantern, he could unleash the lethality of the river realm. Yet, even with the power of the river realm, what difference would it make? I could simply evade you and avoid the explosion. In the control room, Yuan Gang lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. He quietly observed the screens, where the masked team was crushing the new recruits with overwhelming force. He had gone to great lengths to have the masked team make a special trip to temper the rookie spirits. How could he possibly lose? Whether it be the high-risk Forbidden Ruins or the agents of the divine, they were all geniuses among geniuses. However, one must not forget that having talent does not equate to possessing strength. Geniuses require time to mature. Of course, we cannot overlook a certain prodigy who cleared all main quests in just 7 days. That individual is an exception. On the other side, Luo Chen led a few individuals towards the dormitory. The 5 stood atop the building, each lost in their own thoughts. Bailey exclaimed, "Wow, Chenggu, Qi, you 2 are actually agents of the divine." Exhausted from fleeing, he suddenly realized this fact. Luo Chen smiled faintly without responding. In a certain sense, His role as an emblematic agent was even more troublesome than that of a divine agent. After all, he was not bound to complete the tasks assigned by the deity. And among the spirits he could summon, many possessed the ability to slay gods. However, his current realm was too low to summon such powerful spirits. A flicker of surprise crossed Molly's eyes. She had initially thought that Luo Chen and his companions were merely high-risk forbidden ruins. Little did she expect them to be divine agents, and two of them at that. Molly sheathed her katana and looked towards Luo Chen. What are your plans next? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen knew they had already captivated the spirited woman, and it seemed he could smoothly invite her to join. Thus, Luo Chen smiled slightly. What? Now you're interested in joining us? Molly scoffed, her face slightly embarrassed. Not welcome? Then forget it. Hey, I was joking. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly while signaling Bai Li to make a move. Bai Li instantly understood, grinning as he approached Molly. Molly, get lost. Stay away from me. Sure thing. You little rascal, why are you so spineless? When I tell you to get lost, you actually do it. Helpless, Luo Chen glanced at the silent Qingyu. Qingyu, why have you been silent? What are you thinking? Hearing this, Qingyu finally raised her head. Oh, nothing. I was just pondering how great it would be to obtain the body samples of the masked team members. Their abilities are quite fascinating. At this remark, the atmosphere grew awkward, and everyone stared at him in disbelief. Molly and Bai Li exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why one would want body samples. A pervert? Luo Chen, unlike Lin Shiyi, seemed to grasp the implication. His expression turned serious as he looked at Qingyu. Have you awakened the forbidden ruins? Chapter 27. If you don't kiss, then don't kiss. A mysterious smile graced Qingyu's face. He adjusted his glasses. How did you find out? You should have told us if you awakened. What is your forbidden ruin? Lin Shiyi sighed, stepping forward. Qingyu smiled slightly. My forbidden ruin seems to belong to none of the known types discovered by the Night Watchers. The only similar one appears to be the Eye of True Sight. But my ability is entirely different. I call it the unique solution. Luo Chen nodded and continued. Aware of this ability yet recognizing that Lin Shiyi and the others were unaware, hence the need for inquiry. I can dissect living beings and analyze their structures to acquire their abilities. For instance, take the Nanda snake demon. A white hamster climbed onto his shoulder as Qingyu gently patted its little head. Snowball is a product of my ability. I refer to it as fish seed. This is one of the abilities I acquired from the Nanda snake demon, allowing me to implant fish seeds into living beings to control them. So far, I find rodents to be the most satisfactory, as they are swift, numerous, and easy to manage. At this point, Qingyu sighed, however, fish seeds do not work as effectively on highly intelligent beings, such as humans. Whoa, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. Luo Chen chuckled, while Lin Shiyi and the others involuntarily twitched their lips. Molly, being a girl, took a step back, silently distancing herself from Qingyu. The gazes directed at Qingyu were filled with two words, pervert. Yet, upon reflecting on this, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Then, let me ask, in this training camp, how large of an area can you monitor with Snowball and the others? Qingyu pressed his lips together, raising his gaze to Luo Chen, and uttered two words, all of it. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen shook his head with a smile. Then it seems I have found the perfect opportunity. I was just worried about where to find Chao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu. Thus, I need your assistance in locating two individuals. Two? Who? Qingyu's curiosity was piqued. Eager to understand Luo Chen's intentions, the others were equally puzzled. Before we confront the masked team directly, we need to find some allies to increase our chances of victory. Do you remember the first man who stood up to oppose during the commander's speech? Are you referring to that guy wearing the military cap backward, chewing gum, and looking quite arrogant? Bai Li pondered before speaking. I remember him. Lin Shiyi nodded in agreement. Molly stepped forward. You're right. That guy is likely a high-risk individual too. Qingyu adjusted his glasses. You mentioned two earlier. Who is the other? Luo Chen smiled faintly. A monk. Guided by Qingyu, the group made their way downstairs. Room 204. Gazing at the closed door, Luo Chen looked towards Qingyu. Is it here? Qingyu's lips twitched slightly. I am uncertain as to who you refer to as the monk, yet amidst the search by Shueqiu and the others, the only individual who fits that description is the man within the door. He clutches a string of prayer beads, his lips moving in the recitation of scriptures. Luo Chen nodded and promptly pushed the door open. Before him sat a young man with a buzz cut, perched upon the bed, rhythmically manipulating the prayer beads while chanting the verses. Noticing the intrusion, the buzz-cut youth kept his eyes closed and spoke coolly. You may leave. I shall not partake in this competition. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Is he quite so arrogant? Chao Yuan replied, very well, Lin Shiye, we shall take our leave. Luo Chen deliberately elongated Lin Shiye's name as he prepared to depart with the group, leaving the others perplexed. Wasn't the purpose to find someone? And now they were leaving? Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Chao Yuan murmured to himself, Lin Chia, 2 trees standing tall, 8 gods depart, 10 years into the night. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait a moment. Lin Chia, initially perplexed, was pulled back by a firm grip on his shoulder. You are Lin Chia? Lin Chia turned to meet a pair of fervent eyes, resembling that of an infatuated admirer. A shiver ran down his spine. Surely, this fellow cannot be. Oh. Lin Chia hurriedly pushed away the buzz-cut youth. Yet, Chao Yuan remained undeterred. You are Lin Chia, correct? I'm Chao Yuan. You plan to confront the masked team, yes? If so, I shall assist you. I am quite strong. Lin Chia turned slightly to glance at Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled enigmatically. You can do it. I can? Lin Chia shook his head vigorously. No, I cannot. You can. No, truly, I cannot. I am incapable. You must not expect me to sacrifice my appearance for this. But you wish for me to fight against the masked team? And with a male? During their exchange, Chao Yuan leaned in closer. Lin Chia felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Buddy, we have only just met. Men should not be so intimate. Luo Chen turned his head to stifle a laugh. If it is not intimate, then it is fine, as long as you can endure. Chao Yuan nodded earnestly, seemingly understanding, which relieved Lin Chia. However, Chao Yuan merely shifted slightly to the side. Yes, just a little. Lin Chia's frustration peaked, and he finally uttered 3 words. You are insane. What kind of eccentricity has Luo Chen recruited? Nevertheless, Luo Chen offered no explanation, his objective achieved. He instructed in Xingyu to guide the group in search of another individual of extreme danger. After circumventing a dormitory, they arrived at a lengthy corridor. A cluster of new recruits was gathered here, likely the last remaining candidates yet to be eliminated. Upon noticing newcomers, the recruits cast curious glances. Xinqingzhu scrutinized the group. Why haven't you fled? From the outset, he had keenly observed that Luo Chen and his companions had retreated without engaging. Luo Chen paid no mind to Xinqingzhu's taunts and smiled slightly. There is an ancient proverb in Daxia. Those who recognize the situation are the true talents. In a free-for-all at such a position, where do you perceive your advantage? Upon hearing this, Xinqingzhu fell silent. Luo Chen extended his hand. Come with us. Only the elite can contend with the elite. Do you believe you can win while burdened by this group? What burdens? They are my brothers. Xinqingzhu replied earnestly. He then raised his chin disdainfully. Do you think following you guarantees victory? You overestimate yourself. At this, Bai Li Pangpang stepped forward with bravado. My good sir, I regret to inform you that we possess 2 divine agents. Are you still unwilling to join us? Chapter 28. This Zhang, you must be boastful. Xinqingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Divine agents? 2 of them. Observing Xinqingzhu's astonishment, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Chen, the first spirit agent of Daxia, the agent of King Arthur. He then gestured toward Lin Chia. This individual is the divine agent of the Archangel Michael. We also have 2 extremely dangerous individuals, one unknown, and Luo Chen glanced at Bai Li Pangpang, who wore an expectant expression, the foolish son of a landlord. May your mother enjoy good health. Bai Li Pangpang's lips twitched. He covertly glanced at Mo Li, only to find her disdain intensifying, which caused him to grow anxious. Luo Chen, I will accuse you of slander. He is defaming me. I am merely a child of an ordinary family. Yet no one paid heed to this jester. Mo Li unconsciously displayed her aversion. The situation was grim for Pang Pang. The other new recruits were visibly impressed by the grandiosity of their lineup. If their brother Shen were to join, they might indeed stand a chance at victory. The Li brothers, who were closest to Xinqingzhu, along with Dang Wei, approached him. Brother Shen, go ahead. We will provide cover fire from here. Yes, Brother Shen, we might truly win. Xinqingzhu's mouth twitched. What do you mean by this? I have yet to speak. He sighed in resignation. Do you intend to challenge the masked team? How? Luo Chen maintained his gentle smile. You must have seen how strong they are. Even a group assault may not suffice. And you wish to engage them one-on-one? Luo Chen stared intently at him. What? Are you afraid? Xinqingzhu's expression darkened, and he snorted disdainfully. Is this a provocation? Very well, I shall accept it. He turned to the new recruits behind him. You all manage your affairs. Try not to be eliminated. I will take on something significant. Yes, boss. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Moments later, the group ascended to the rooftop of the dormitory, quietly awaiting the arrival of the masked team. Luo Chen, Lin Chia, Xinqingzhu, and Xingyu, Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li, 7 individuals, each wearing a distinct expression, were lost in thought. Yet, excitement and anticipation were evident on their faces. A chance to confront a special team. Such an opportunity is rare. 7 against 5, the advantage lies with us. Pang Pang and Chao Yuan will face the Moon Ghost. Mo Li will contend with the Rose. Xin Qingzhu will confront the whirlpool, and Xingyu and Lin Xie will tackle the scales. As for the masked leader, the group decided to leave that to Luo Chen. The whirlpool inhaled sharply, observing the individuals on the rooftop. Their posture suggests they are preparing to challenge us directly. Rhongomyniad raised his gaze, fixating on Luo Chen and Lin Xie, two divine agents, three extreme dangers, and a pampered heir of the Bailey family. Who was that last one? The one who entered with the two divine agents? Interesting. Since they have declared war, our masked team cannot afford to lose face. Beneath the mask, Rhongomyniad's lips curved slightly. Let us obliterate them. In the monitoring room, the instructors watched in disbelief. They were abandoning their numerical advantage to engage in a battle of elite forces, gathering the elite recruits to confront the masked team one-on-one. Am I seeing this correctly? This year's recruits are remarkably confident. They are extraordinarily brave. Yuan Gang observed the screen, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It seems they are employing strategy. However, with Rhongomyniad present, this group of youngsters cannot create a storm. On the battlefield, the clash officially commenced. The seven descended from the rooftop, swiftly advancing toward the masked team. Hey, youngsters, you seem quite fiery. Such arrogance. The vortex lifted its head, gazing at the approaching seven figures. Luo Chen paid no heed to their provocations. A tempest swirled around him, guiding everyone to their designated positions. Bailey Pang inhaled sharply. Brother Chen. He seems to have a point. Are we being too arrogant? Suddenly, Molly spoke up. Are you afraid? Pang's corpulent body trembled momentarily. Fear. That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen chuckled. You must be audacious. Let us engage. Rose giggled, twirling a pink hammer in her hands. You enjoy playing, do you? Sister will indulge you. Boom. The colossal pink hammer surged toward the group. Molly swiftly drew her katana, emitting a sharp tremor. I'll join the fun. Clang. The metallic clash resounded, marking the onset of battle. Each of them sought their respective adversaries, partitioning the battlefield into 5 distinct zones. Chao Yuan and Pang approached the moon ghost. In an instant, the moon ghost vanished. The next moment, clang. Golden light flickered around by Li Pang, who was taken aback as the moon ghost reappeared. Apologies, esteemed elder, but I possess this Yaoguang protective shield. Such attacks cannot harm me. By the way, its rank is 171, classified as a high-risk forbidden domain. Li Pang immediately raised his hand, commanding a golden flying wheel to strike at the moon ghost. However, the moon ghost flickered and vanished once more. Observing his surroundings, Li Pang noted. It seems this elder excels at stealth. With that, he produced a pair of glasses, True Vision Eye, sequence 315, designed to pierce through illusions. The moon ghost's form reappeared in his sight, and the golden flying wheel slashed forward, prompting the moon ghost to parry with his short sword. What the devil? Where does this chubby kid acquire so many forbidden items? Yet, as he deflected the golden wheel, Li Pang leapt high. Come closer. Let me show you my new treasure. He drew forth a magnificent golden broadsword, aiming a strike at the moon ghost. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan inhaled deeply and began to approach the two combatants. I must alter the impression I leave before the 7 knights, so allow me to apologize in advance. Amitba. May your path be smooth. A chill surged within the moon ghost as he prepared to contend with the rotund adversary. Black malevolent flames erupted, enveloping Chao Yuan entirely in a shroud of darkness. Before the onlookers stood a creature wreathed in obsidian fire. His mouth twisted into a smirk. White smoke billowed from his lips, and a pair of blood-red, sinister eyes opened. Hee. The Black King emitted an eerie chuckle, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Danger. The moon ghost deflected by Li Pang's strike, but Chao Yuan had already materialized behind him. There was no time for phasing. As the moon ghost prepared to unravel his domain, a blurred figure appeared before him. Clang. The spear of Rhongomyniad unsheathed, intercepting Chao Yuan's blade. The terrifying force of the clash sent both man and weapon hurtling away. Moon Ghost, you have underestimated your opponent. What in the world is this? The Moon Ghost grimaced. The Forbidden Domain Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation, revered as the sole forbidden domain above all beings under the divine. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. I say, Captain of the masked team, have you forgotten about me? Luo Chen suddenly appeared, clearing his ear and then blowing a puff of air. Isn't this rather unfair? You promised a one-on-one duel, yet you come to aid your teammate. Rhongomyniad narrowed his eyes. Oh, 2 against 1 is your interpretation of a fair duel? Indeed. Isn't it unjust for him to face both of them alone? Luo Chen smiled slightly. You truly lack a sense of fairness, boy. Rhongomyniad's voice resonated, tinged with helplessness. Let me see what grounds you have to be so arrogant. The battle reignited. Chapter 29. Do not approach. Meanwhile, the vortex, witnessing the unfolding events, ready to intervene. By the way, where did that fire-wielding lad go? Over here. Boom. A violent explosion erupted before the vortex. He quickly raised his hand, a purple vortex materializing to absorb the explosive force. At the same time, Shen Qingzhu's figure appeared above him, delivering a powerful punch downward. The purple vortex materialized once more, intercepting Shen Qingzhu's strike. You seem to have developed a penchant for sneak attacks. With that, the vortex countered with a punch, only to be thwarted by an invisible wall of air, the explosive aftermath sending both combatants reeling. If it's a one-on-one, let us confront each other directly. I can blow you up too. Boom. Flames surged towards the vortex once more. On another front, the golden seraphic angel's might erupted, toppling the balance. As Lin Xie relentlessly swung his long blade, the balance quickly manipulated gravity, sending nearby objects hurtling towards Lin Xie, only to be intercepted by Qingyu. Qingyu wielded a handgun in one hand and a sharp scalpel in the other, simultaneously shielding Lin Xie's main offensive while seizing opportunities to launch surprise attacks on the balance. Now, he possessed only the fish-type ability, rendering him less effective in direct combat. However, his analytical prowess allowed him to exploit every flaw in the balance's defenses. Yet, as the vice-captain of the masked team, the balance was a formidable foe, second only to Rhongomyniad, and the three engaged in a fierce struggle. Boom. The surveillance room was filled with the sounds of chaos. The ceiling trembled incessantly while the lights flickered erratically. Shall we find another place to oversee this? It feels rather precarious here. Surely not. They're just a bunch of rookies. Can they really bring this place down? Just as those words left his lips, a loud crash. The ceiling's chandelier plummeted, smashing onto the table. The instructor fell silent, while the other instructors twitched at the corners of their mouths. You mean to tell me these are rookies? From another perspective, they felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness Yuan Gang had sent the masked team to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, by convention, they would have been reduced to mere rookies themselves. What an embarrassment. Yuan Gang had lost all interest in tea, his gaze fixed intently on the display screen. On the battlefield, I've been waiting for you for ages, the premier spirit agent of the Great Xia. Luo Chen regarded him without fear. As a rookie, should I let you go first? At this, Rhongomyniad's gaze swept over Luo Chen, and with a thunderous roar, his aura surged, his mental prowess reaching the pool realm. A pool realm against another pool realm. Now that seems fair. Despite his words, Rhongomyniad was astonished to discover a pool realm presence among the rookies. Shameless. Luo Chen retorted, spewing the words. Thank you for the compliment, Rhongomyniad replied with a slight smile, resting his hand on the hilt of his spear, readying himself. Very well then. Boom. A fierce gale erupted as the Wind King's barrier unfurled. Luo Chen donned knightly armor, golden light flashing in his hand, then concealed by the elemental winds. Observing Luo Chen's appearance, Rhongomyniad narrowed his eyes, perplexed. This kid seems empty-handed. Why does it appear as though he is grasping something? Has he concealed his weapon? Luo Chen's figure flickered, and an invisible sword sliced through the air. Rhongomyniad, reacting swiftly, drew his spear. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed repeatedly, but with each exchange, Rhongomyniad's frown deepened. After yet another collision, they distanced themselves. How despicable to hide your weapon. What sort of hero does that make you? Rhongomyniad inhaled deeply, unconsciously brushing the surface of his mask. A shallow scar etched upon it. Rhongomyniad evaded time and again. What is the matter? Is the esteemed captain of the special task force merely a master of evasion? Luo Chen smiled slightly, the provocation in his words unmistakable. If you do not attack, then I shall not hold back. With a clang, Luo Chen assumed his stance once more, an invisible sword in his hand emitting a faint chime. Before we proceed, may I inquire, is your weapon a longsword? Rhongomyniad suddenly interjected. Luo Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Who knows? It could be an axe, or perhaps a spear. No, no. It might even be a bow and arrow. Humph. Rhongomyniad snorted coldly, flicking his weapon, the Guyuan. Nonsense. It's a sword. Clang. The blades clashed again. Sparks flying. How intriguing. In that case, I shall reveal some of my true skills. A fierce wind surged, enveloping Luo Chen's form, causing his speed to surge once more. Rhongomyniad similarly accelerated, matching Luo Chen's pace as if empowered by the Wind King's barrier. Their figures blurred, becoming mere phantoms, rendering their battle nearly invisible to the spectators. Yet, Rhongomyniad's combat experience was formidable. Despite Luo Chen's strength, he remained composed and strategic. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt time around him stagnate. And the Guyuan in Rhongomyniad's hand radiated a menacing aura. Converged the blade's essence. His instincts flared. As countless sharp blades rushed toward him, Luo Chen instinctively moved, evading all of them in a strange manner. What? Rhongomyniad gasped in shock. At that moment, Luo Chen passed over Rhongomyniad, landing gracefully. It's only natural to be somewhat formidable when facing something unprecedented. Luo Chen smiled slightly. You are indeed impressive, but my next strike is coming. Clang. The Gu Yuan erupted with a fierce silver light, flashing like thunder. Clang. Luo Chen raised his invisible sword to block, and the clash of their confrontation stirred up dust all around. In an instant, the area was shrouded in smoke as they began to grapple. Meanwhile, Yu Gui continuously dodged, while Chao Yuan pursued him like a madman, seemingly sensing his aura and striking with uncanny precision. The chubby figure of Bai Li Pang Pang bombarded him with forbidden items, leaving Yu Gui utterly flabbergasted. Damn, is there anyone who can switch lines with me? After dodging another of Chao Yuan's strikes, Yu Gui shouted to his comrades. However, no one paid him any heed, as they were all preoccupied with their own battles. Stay away from me. Yu Gui fled desperately, while the deranged Chao Yuan laughed maniacally behind him. Boom. As Yu Gui darted across the battlefield, he disrupted the original combat format, accompanied by Bai Li Pang Pang's relentless bombardment. Clang. Rose and Molly, who were previously engaged in combat, leaped aside simultaneously as they saw Chao Yuan and his companions approach. Can you guys get a little further away? Ah, two lovely ladies. My apologies. Chao, you lunatic. Why are you attacking me? Go after him. Bai Li Pang Pang shouted as he fled. Hee. Molly narrowed her eyes, springing toward Rose, her blade vibrating with terrifying frequency. Clang. The two collided once again. Little sister, I'm growing fonder of you. Bang. Rose swung her massive hammer towards Molly with great force. Bai Li Pang Pang stood atop a building, pointing to the sky. Transform into 3000. Kill. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless large swords shot toward Yu Gui. What the hell? Is this little fatty like Doraemon? Bang. As the large swords approached, the weighing scales were unexpectedly knocked away, and Yu Gui exchanged glances with Bai Li Pang Pang. Extending his hand, Yu Gui forcefully flung the scales away as they both frantically dodged the incoming barrage of swords. Dark, sinister flames flickered amid the smoke. As the deranged Chao Yuan observed the two, hee. Luo Chen glanced at the rest of the battlefield, his lips twitching involuntarily. Goodness. Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang Pang are like troublemakers, turning the originally orderly battlefield into chaos. However, it hardly matters at the moment, as they still hold the advantage. Chapter 30. Compliance. Yuan Gang's lips twitched as he observed the increasingly absurd scenes on the monitor. His earlier calmness began to wane, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Chief, are we going to crash? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang sighed. In this situation, I cannot predict what will transpire. Yet, he also felt a sense of relief. From the perspective of the future of the Great Xia, this was undoubtedly a positive development. However, he feared that if Luo Chen and his team truly emerged victorious, managing this group of recruits in subsequent training would be a challenge, as they would likely become even more unruly. Perhaps before I retire, I might witness the birth of the 5th Special Squad of the Great Xia. The instructors behind him reacted with expressions of astonishment, each displaying a look of incredulity. In this era, humanity is as insignificant as dust. In this era, humanity shines as brilliantly as the stars. Yuan Gang, positioned among the Night Watchmen, was considered a high-ranking official and was naturally aware of the existence of outer gods. In the eyes of Western deities, humanity was akin to livestock, kept in captivity. Gazing at Luo Chen on the screen, Yuan Gang's astonishment deepened. An unprecedented heroic spirit agent, yet a heroic spirit, when alive, was merely human. How could a heroic spirit's agent contend on equal footing with the agent of the god of time? What secrets lay hidden within him? Or could it be that heroic spirits truly rival deities? Yuan Gang had no answers to these questions. By now, everyone was utterly exhausted, their gaze drawn to Rhongomyniad and Luo Chen. Go, Captain. Defeat that kid. The voice of the vortex rang out. Seeing this, Bai Li Pang Pang, unwilling to be outdone, produced a device resembling a loudspeaker from his pocket. Chengu, get him. Damn it. Vortex's lips twitched. You have to use forbidden items to cheer him on? Rhongomyniad slashed down, only to have Luo Chen evade, and then Luo Chen retaliated with a whip kick. Rhongomyniad quickly raised his hand to block, and with a thud, he was sent flying. Not good. He instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Below, Luo Chen's invisible sword was enveloped in a tempest, wind elements converging along the blade, producing a sharp explosive sound. It's over, Captain Rhongomyniad. Luo Chen's mouth opened slightly, uttering 4 words. Wind King's hammer. Buzz. Boom. The gathered winds erupted violently towards Rhongomyniad. The raging wind elements left cracks in the surrounding buildings, sending dust swirling, as if a typhoon had struck the battlefield. Rhongomyniad's pupils constricted. The invisible whirlwind coalesced into a small tornado, rapidly approaching him, causing his eyes to widen in alarm. Boundary seal release. Temporal berserker activation. Luo Chen paused slightly, then lowered his invisible sword. Now, I suppose that counts as my victory? Luo Chen smiled at Rhongomyniad, releasing his magical aura as his knightly armor disintegrated into particles. He plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. To be fair, this was the first time he felt the pressure from someone other than Artoria. A contest of equals was distinctly different from merely being on the receiving end of a beating. He had learned much. Beneath the mask of Rhongomyniad, his handsome face displayed a hint of displeasure. No more fighting, no more fighting. Battling someone like you, who possesses cheating abilities, is simply a futile endeavor. Luo Chen smiled subtly, lying back on the ground in resignation. At that moment, time froze precisely at 9 o'clock. The masks of the members of the masked squad remained intact. According to the rules, the masked squad emerged victorious. An uproar erupted throughout the venue. Luo Chen had his own considerations. He intended to give the masked man some face and did not plan to expose Rhongomyniad, instead conceding his loss. He believed Hongying must have witnessed the scene and could seek benefits later. The camaraderie within the masked team was commendable indeed. In the monitoring room, exclamations filled the air. I thought Rhongomyniad was going to lose. Fortunately, he didn't falter at the crucial moment. Truly, a special team. Did Rhongomyniad just unlock his realm? Forget that. Just tell me if Rhongomyniad's mask shattered. Isn't that cheating? Can scholars be accused of cheating? Use your brain. Will you? The instructors began to chatter animatedly. Hongying, exasperated, interjected. What are you all clamoring about? Didn't you hear Luo Chen concede? It's 9 o'clock. The match is over. He was the first to leave the monitoring room, seeking a secluded spot to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, this kid knows how to handle things, allowing us a way out. If Luo Chen had directly exposed Rhongomyniad's unlocking of his realm, although the training camp would continue, the new recruits would surely cause an uproar. Just imagining that scene gives Hongying a headache. Outside the dormitory, Rhongomyniad patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Is that all? Luo Chen replied with a subtle smile, his meaning unmistakable. Rhongomyniad's lips twitched. The chief instructor should provide you with some compensation. Probably around 500,000. It needs to be more. Otherwise, I might have to call for it. There might be an additional forbidden item. Now that's more acceptable. Furthermore, in the capacity of the masked team, I owe you a favor. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen paused momentarily before breaking into a sly grin. Captain Rhongomyniad, you wouldn't want this to be revealed to others, would you? This secret I shall cherish for a lifetime. Rhongomyniad found himself both amused and exasperated, feeling as though they were colluding in some underhanded scheme. Hongying's voice echoed through the speakers. Time's up. The masked team wins. But Li Pang, perplexed, adjusted his glasses. Something feels off, extremely off. The truth is singular. However, before he could finish, a hand rested on his shoulder. Pang, you didn't see anything, correct? Luo Chen emerged from behind Bai Li Pang with a smile. The moon is particularly round tonight, don't you think? Bai Li Pang trembled, silently removing his eye of true sight and gazing at the rubble on the ground. These stones are indeed stones. A disastrous outing, threatened. Half an hour later, surrounding the martial arts platform, the instructors stood in a line. Hongying's gaze swept over the multitude of new recruits below. A total of 241 individuals, and hardly a few could participate in the combat. Many were eliminated without even engaging in a fight. Am I wrong to call you all worthless? Each of you struts around as if you were invincible superheroes. Aside from a select few, the rest are simply the dregs of dregs. To call you worthless is an insult to the term. The new recruits lowered their heads in shame. After this competition, they finally recognized the vast chasm between themselves and the special teams. They knew the masked team was strong, but they were unaware of the extent of that strength. Now, they had learned humility. Chapter 31. The second servant. You all have worked hard this time. Hongying sighed, glancing at Rhongomyniad beside him. It's a trivial matter. I wanted to see for myself. Slap. Hongying promptly delivered a smack to the back of Rhongomyniad's head. TCH, trying to act cool in front of me? You were even more reckless as a rookie. Rhongomyniad chuckled helplessly, resting a hand on Hongying's shoulder. Hey, old Yuan, you haven't changed. Still enjoying your antics. Hongying shook his head, somewhat nostalgic. These new recruits, each generation comes with its unique personalities. But slap. Rhongomyniad received another smack to the back of his head. Wouldn't it have been better if you had won? Rhongomyniad winced, rubbing the back of his head. Hey, you can't blame me. You told me to use only 30 of my strength. Of course. Otherwise, you'd demolish my training camp. Following yesterday's first round of testing, we have decided to eliminate 112 non-compliant recruits. In every subsequent round of training, anyone could be further eliminated. We will use a forbidden item to suppress your forbidden ruins. You will be reduced to mere mortals, and during this time, we will employ various methods to torment you. You will experience despair and suffering. You may even contemplate ending your own life." Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had come to the training camp primarily to hone his mental fortitude, and the ruined tablet would assist him in this endeavor. Seated cross-legged on his dormitory bed, he delved into his consciousness. In a void, the dazzling throne of heroic spirits materialized before him. He had long since advanced to the pool realm. He was now qualified to summon a second servant. He placed his hand upon the throne, and golden patterns illuminated instantly. Before the ruined tablet sealed him, he intended to summon the second servant first. As for the choice, after much contemplation, he declared, "O weapon crafted by the gods, the closest companion of the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, chain that connects heaven and earth. I, here, call upon thy true name, Enkidu, descend upon this world." Indeed, it was the illustrious Enkidu. As he chanted, the throne quivered slightly, golden threads intertwining, and a figure emerged. With green hair cascading radiantly, the figure was androgynous, possessing an exquisite appearance and an air of dignity and elegance. Clad in simple white garments devoid of embellishments, the figure radiated purity. Once everything settled, Enkidu turned slightly, gazing at Luo Chen. "You are my master?" Luo Chen nodded in response, and Enkidu transformed into green particles, gradually merging into Luo Chen's body. Information regarding Enkidu materialized before him. Innate skills, transmutation, within a certain total value. It allows for the allocation of values according to circumstances, a unique skill of the free-moving clay doll. Also capable of altering its appearance at will. Breath perception, can detect presences over long distances through the earth, and render the auras of those below its level ineffective at close range. Complete form, utilizing the earth's magical power, it restores its original form. As long as the earth continues to provide magical energy, it will not collapse, possessing a regenerative ability unmatched by others, except for the soul. Noble phantasm, chains of heaven can bind and pierce enemies. The higher the divine nature of the opponent, the more unbreakable the chains of heaven become. Conversely, for ordinary humans, the chains of heaven are merely sturdy chains, serving as divine treasures. O world, I hope to bind the divine. Enkidu transforms into a weapon forged by the gods, able to convert the power of restraint into the might of his noble phantasm. Thus, the stronger the enemy's attack, the greater the retaliation power becomes, countering divine treasures. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, considering the potential assaults from the ancient god church and divine wars. He resolved to summon a servant with capabilities against divine agents. And Enkidu represented the finest choice, not only as a divine agent, but as a god himself. Surely, even he would find it challenging to escape the control of the chains of heaven. But the prerequisite was that Luo Chen's mental strength must suffice to activate the chains of heaven, capable of binding even deities. Currently, he was not yet capable of this. But little Enkidu was. Loki, with little Enkidu's control and the curry stick of the aloof king, I refuse to believe that this won't be enough for him to have a drink. As for the other noble phantasm, it seemed only Enkidu could utilize it. As his master, Luo Chen could not wield this ability. However, the ability known as complete form stands in stark contrast to the artifact Avalon. With Avalon in place, one need not worry about sustaining injuries. Yet, activating Avalon requires an extensive expenditure of mental energy. In many respects, complete form functions passively, rendering it more convenient than Avalon, albeit with its own drawbacks. Should one's soul come under attack, complications may arise. As the summoning of the heroic spirit concluded, the throne of heroes gradually fell silent. Luo Chen felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, as the influx of Enkidu's power seemed to enhance his mental fortitude. If others were to discover this, it would surely incite envy. The disparity among individuals can indeed be disheartening. With the morning bell ringing the following day, Luo Chen stretched languidly, instinctively activating his aura perception. The surroundings crystallized vividly in his mind. Lin Chia quietly picked up his basin and stepped outside to wash up at the sink. Shen Qizhu, toothbrush in mouth and basin in hand, strutted past with an air of arrogance. Molly, meanwhile, was busily tying her long crimson hair into a high ponytail. Chao Yuan, hunched over, presented a towel to Lin Chia, embodying a servile demeanor. The chubby figure stood beside Molly, grinning mischievously while stealing glances at her. As for Qingyu, he adhered to a strict routine, having completed his morning rituals and now waiting patiently aside. Observing this scene, Luo Chen shook his head with a resigned smile and stepped outside. "Ah, Chia, you're quite the charmer," he teased, eliciting an immediate scowl from Lin Chia, who struggled to find a retort. What was the meaning of this? Was he envious? Did he want to turn? No, I'm not worthy of such blessings. Luo Chen chuckled as he began his own grooming. Before long, the group arrived at the training ground. Instructor Hong regarded them with an approving gaze, for they were the first to arrive. As time passed, all the recruits gathered at the training platform. From now on, upon hearing the assembly whistle, even if you are in the midst of relieving yourselves, you must hastily pull up your pants and assemble. You have 3 minutes. Anyone who fails to reach the grounds within this time will face punishment. Such is the rule of a soldier. Now, let the training commence. The first task, physical training. Everyone, strap on your weights and run 10 laps around the field to warm up. As his words echoed, an invisible energy enveloped the area. The monument of suppression activated. What the? Where is my suppression? Shouts of disbelief erupted, and Luo Chen too felt the weight of suppression. He could not utilize any of their powers or artifacts. Yet, a smirk tugged at his lips. Though he was unable to wield their abilities, it seemed he could still summon their manifestations. This monument of suppression had proven futile. You could say it's half suppressed, Luo Chen mused. Fortunately, the mental pressure remained, allowing him to engage in rigorous training. With this thought, he surged ahead, leaving the other recruits in his wake. Artoria had previously informed him during training that to grow stronger, physical conditioning was paramount, no matter how exquisite one's swordsmanship. Without sufficient stamina, one could not unleash their full potential. Chapter 32, The Fortunate Hanli. Wow, how is Chun Gu running so fast? Bailey exclaimed, panting heavily. Lin Chia and Shin Chiju exchanged glances, momentarily stunned before gritting their teeth to follow suit. Lin Chia sought to measure the gap between himself and Luo Chen, while Shin Qingzhu was driven solely by his competitive spirit. Chao Yuan was also taken aback, hastening to catch up with Lin Chia, yet to his astonishment, even his formidable physique seemed to struggle to keep pace with the others. It must be noted that his body had been honed under the rigorous training of the Black King for many years, in terms of raw physicality. Few in the Great Xia could rival him. Instructor Hong took a deep breath as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Do you think 10 laps with weights is too easy for this group? The instructors fell into contemplation. These few prodigies are not unlike the likes of Rhongomyniad, are they? Lin Xia remarked. I have 7 individuals as formidable as Rhongomyniad. Luo Chen replied. I am quite sparse, possessing only 1 throne of heroes, perhaps a 3-to-7 ratio. I could dispatch all 7 of them in mere seconds. On the training field, Bai Li was panting heavily, his sweat-soaked clothes clinging to him, his flesh jiggling with each stride. Finished with his own laps, Luo Chen stood nearby, a mischievous smile creeping upon his face as an idea struck him. Chubby, keep it up. Ha, ha, ha. Luo Chen ran alongside him and whispered, what do you think Molly would think if she saw you like this? Can you keep going? At the mere mention of Molly, Bai Li's dazed expression sharpened. I can do it. Charge. In an instant, Bai Li surged forward. But after about 400 meters, he once again collapsed in exhaustion. Luo Chen wore a cheeky grin as he leaned closer. Girls like Molly probably don't fancy someone who runs this slowly, do they? Charge. For Molly. Bai Li lay sprawled on the training ground, gazing up at the sky, lamenting, why do I feel like I'm flying, Mom? I can fly. I want to be an astronaut. Lin Chia's lips twitched as he looked at Luo Chen as if he were a demon. What a mess you've made. Molly sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Could you refrain from using my name in your games? Lin Chia sighed in silence. Shin Qingzhu interjected. When did I ever acknowledge him as the captain? Luo Chen chuckled. Heh, this chubby one is truly entertaining. Bali protested. How can you say such things? Is this how a person should speak? Do you think Instructor Han will encounter any issues on his first day with the recruits? Surely not, right? After all, he is the champion of the National Martial Arts Competition. The instructors gathered around the monitors, observing the unfolding scenes. I'll pose a question. When faced with mysterious creatures, which pose a threat to the general populace, what is our primary method of eliminating them? Shinchiju scoffed. Of course, it's through suppression. Hanli shook his head. Suppression is indeed helpful in our battles against the mysterious, but it is not everything. Do you think a mere gesture can vanquish them? Excuse me, suppression sequence 068. Chi-Min Hanli froze momentarily. That is highly dangerous. Then, is there any other perspective? Report. Monetary ability. Bailey raised his hand. Superpower? ISNT that's still suppression? Hanli furrowed his brow. No, instructor. It's the power of money. The expression on Hanli's face instantly stiffened. Monetary ability? Are you suggesting you wish to crush the mysterious with coins? Hanli chuckled dryly, shaking his head. In today's Great Xia, we face internal threats from the mysterious and external ones from malevolent gods, with cults like the ancient god church wreaking havoc. Do you really think you can combat them with your monetary ability? In a swift motion, Hanli leaped, swinging his wooden sword forcefully at Bai Li. Clang. A flash of golden light erupted as Han Li was sent flying. Sorry, Instructor Han. I forgot to disable the automatic emergency mode. Shall we try that again? All right. However, in the next moment, Han Li gazed at the charred remains of the wooden sword in his hand, lost in thought. Bailey chuckled sheepishly. I'm sorry, Instructor Han. I forgot to turn off the automatic firewall. Shall we try again? This scene nearly sent Luo Chen into fits of laughter, leaving him to ponder whether the chubby one was acting intentionally or genuinely careless. Han Li's expression darkened. You, step down. Again? Nonsense. I refuse to believe I can't find a soft target to squeeze. His gaze swept over the recruits below. You, the one laughing with your hand over your mouth. Yes, you. Come forward. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Soon, I shall ensure you have ample reason to laugh. Impartial and unbiased, Han Li was precisely referring to Luo Chen. Luo Chen was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me? Yes, indeed, you, Lin Qi remarked. We have undergone professional training. A soft chuckle escaped even from our aloof beauty. Molly, as she discreetly turned her head, covering her mouth with a smile, a scene that left Bailey fat drooling in admiration. It was truly heart-stirring. What is so amusing? Has Instructor Hong not taught you any decorum? Silence, everyone. Pay close attention. I shall now demonstrate a set of sword techniques. Do not worry if you cannot keep up. I shall not strike too harshly. However, Luo Chen's mind was elsewhere as he quietly picked up a wooden sword from the weapon rack. What nonsense are they chattering about? Well, as long as I can defend myself, that should suffice, right? Whoosh. Han Li's figure suddenly closed the distance, swinging his sword with astonishing speed. The wooden blade slicing through the air towards Luo Chen. Crack. A crisp sound resonated as Luo Chen raised his sword to block, successfully parrying Han Li's cunning strike. Han Li was momentarily stunned. Have you trained in swordsmanship? A little, Luo Chen replied. Ha. Crack. 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 The wooden swords collided repeatedly, with each of Han Li's strikes seemingly anticipated by Luo Chen, who effortlessly blocked every attack with one hand. With a sharp sound, Han Li's sword was unexpectedly sent flying from his grasp by Luo Chen. The entire venue fell silent. The wooden sword landed atop a fortunate individual's head with a dull thud. Ah, that must be a lucky hit, Luo Chen chuckled, turning to the instructor. Shall we continue? Who taught you? Captain Chen Muyi of Team 136. Han Li coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. It turned out a captain-level individual had personally instructed him. Impressive. Indeed. Impressive. As Luo Chen stepped down from the platform, Han Li waved his hand, pointing at Lin Qi. You, step down. Han Li was breathing heavily, unconsciously clenching his fists. You can do this, Han Li. I refuse to believe that all 241 of them are so extraordinary. His gaze fell upon a girl not far away, and Molly tentatively pointed to herself before stepping onto the stage. Mo Clan Sword Sect, Molly. Hey, not you. Step down. Han Li was now on the brink of collapse, yet he continued to bolster his own confidence. This time, his eyes fixed on a seemingly ordinary, frail recruit nearby. Hey, do you possess any forbidden items? No. Has anyone taught you swordsmanship? No. Then what are you best at? Reciting Buddhist scriptures. Han Li's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, then it shall be you. At last, a smile reminiscent of his earlier demeanor appeared on Han Li's face. Luo Chen's lips twitched slightly. Should one consider Han Li fortunate or unfortunate? Chapter 33. He is your benefactor, not your master. Qiao Yuan ascended the stage, and Han Li tossed him a wooden sword, but Qiao Yuan did not catch it. Thud. The wooden sword fell to the ground. With his hands clasped together, he stated, I cannot touch swords. You cannot withstand it. Han Li's brows furrowed. It's just a wooden sword. As long as it resembles a sword, I cannot touch it. Instructor. He truly cannot touch swords. What nonsense. Your restrictions have been suppressed. I command you to pick up the sword. This is an order. Realizing this was a possibility, Qiao Yuan nodded in understanding and slowly picked up the fallen wooden sword. Luo Chen sighed. This is it. Boom. The slumbering beast within him awakened. Hee. Black malevolent flames manifested around Qiao Yuan's body, transforming him into a fearsome visage of the Black King. Please, stop me. Han Li was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't he the forbidden place suppressed? Is this suppression reliable? Crack. Han Li instinctively raised his hand to block, a tremendous force sending him flying. Han Li swallowed hard. While he could skillfully parry Qiao Yuan's attacks, he could not forget that the transformed Qiao Yuan far surpassed him in speed and strength. The new recruits retreated in alarm. Witnessing the instructor in peril, Bailey Fat hurled a forbidden item that exploded upon contact with Qiao Yuan, yet it proved utterly futile, drawing Qiao Yuan's attention instead. The Black King leaped, swinging his sword fiercely towards him. Brother Chen, help! Bailey Fat turned and fled, while Luo Chen exchanged a glance with Lin Qi. Instantly, Luo Chen positioned himself before Bailey Fat, delivering a fierce strike. Crack! A struggle ensued between him and Qiao Yuan, Luo Chen exerting himself to push Qiao Yuan back. However, the frenzied Qiao Yuan had lost his rationality and, in an instant, charged at Luo Chen once more. Where's the sealing scroll? Hurry, bring it out. Lin Shiyi urged by Li Fat Fat, recalling that during their previous match against the masked team, Li Fat Fat had mentioned that the spear in the Black King's hand was once used to swat mosquitoes in his childhood and could be sealed with the scroll. However, Luo Chen had dismissed it, claiming it mattered not, as he had his own means. Yet now, in this dire situation, the sealing scroll was precisely what they needed. Li Fat Fat fumbled through his belongings, producing a heap of forbidden items, but alas, not a single sealing scroll among them, leaving everyone astounded. Oh dear. Where did I put it? Aha. Found it. Li Fat Fat swiftly tossed the tape-like object to Lin Shiyi, who tore it open and hurled one end towards Luo Chen. Molly also adeptly joined in to divert Xiao Yuan's attention. Humph. Lin Shiyi's eyes widened. The celestial angel's divine might surging into Xiao Yuan's mind, causing him to groan as his body swayed unsteadily, as if intoxicated. Now, observing the moment, Luo Chen wasted no time. The sealing scroll coiled around Xiao Yuan, tightly wrapping around his neck before he yanked it forcefully. The flames enveloping the frenzied Xiao Yuan gradually diminished, revealing his original skin as his body collapsed with a thud. Clarity returned to his gaze, and he began to cough violently. I asked if you could be a little gentler. Xiao Yuan spoke helplessly. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him in response. Gentler? And what about you? You certainly could not be any gentler. Han Li gazed at the few recruits before him, suddenly filled with self-doubt, ultimately uttering two words, monsters. He could not subdue the frenzied Xiao Yuan, yet a mere handful of recruits managed to do so, leaving him questioning his own existence. Quietly, he rose and approached Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong, I feel I may not be cut out to be an instructor. I am better suited for the front lines as a combatant. Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow, but this is only your first day on duty. What has transpired? Han Li chuckled bitterly, recounting his experiences. After listening, Hong's lips could not help but twitch. Out of 241 recruits, Han Li can precisely identify 2 agents. One from the Bai Li family and another of exceptionally high risk. Such luck is unparalleled. I suggest you buy a lottery ticket or consider a career change. However, despite his thoughts, Instructor Hong patted Han Li on the shoulder, offering some comfort. This is also my fault for not informing you in advance about the few anomalies among the recruits, though they are indeed rare. The majority remain within the ordinary spectrum. Old Han, you simply had bad luck, inadvertently selecting those few troublemakers. You are the national martial arts champion among our night watchmen. No one is more suited than you to instruct these students. Just imagine, if among this group of recruits, one were to rise to become a city squad captain or even a member of a special team, how proud would you feel when they address you as instructor? The entire Nightwatch would know that he is one of your students. With Instructor Hong's persuasive words, a spark reignited in Han Li's eyes. All right, I shall give it another try. However, you must inform me of the others who are formidable. Otherwise, I truly wish to abstain if I suffer another setback. Hong Hao chuckled in exasperation, responding affirmatively. Yet, inwardly, he couldn't help but laugh. Behold, this is the artistry of language. Who cannot spin a tale? Even Han Li was thoroughly bamboozled, much like your expression when your superior mandates overtime. However, as he passed by Luo Chen and the others, he felt an involuntary shiver. Recalling the earlier scene, he was particularly cautious not to let those little monsters take the stage again. As mealtime approached, the new recruits dashed toward the mess hall like wild horses. Yet upon seeing the food before them, they were rendered speechless. Are they jesting with us? Chef. Where's the chef? Shen Qingzhu shouted with a displeased expression. What is all this racket? An elderly man holding a ladle emerged from the kitchen with a grim demeanor. Who the hell is making such a noise? Look for yourself. Are these morsels fit for consumption? Shen Qingzhu replied coldly. If you wish to eat, then eat. If not, get lost. The old man retorted gruffly. Luo Chen, however, remained unfazed, casually tearing into the raw meat. Alongside the raw meat and steamed buns, there was a small dish of pickles. While modest in the outside world, here, that small dish was akin to a royal feast. Fortunately, the recruits, driven by hunger, devoured anything within reach after a day of rigorous training. At that moment, Xiao Yuan presented his pickles to Lin Chia. Chia loves pickles, so I give mine to him. Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily dumbstruck, finally uttering 2 words, lick dog. Xiao Yuan replied, I am pleased to do so. He then earnestly gazed into Lin Chia's eyes. I merely wish to admire you. Lin Chia responded, is that appropriate? Luo Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably. Xiao Yuan, remember, Lin Chia is your benefactor, not your master. Chapter 34, what are you thinking? Outside the mess hall, a sharp whistle pierced the air. The new recruits promptly rose. Bai Li Pang Pang, who had choked on a bun, frantically patted his chest. Observing this, Luo Chen delivered a forceful slap on his back, causing him to stagger and finally swallow the bun. Instructor Hong entered with two other instructors, surveying the recruits before speaking slowly. This afternoon, you will undertake your first extreme training. After finishing your meal, assemble behind the mess hall. Do you understand? The recruits chorused in unison, we understand. After satisfying their hunger, Li Pang Pang, toothpick in mouth, followed closely behind Luo Chen and the others. What do you think this extreme training entails? Surely, it cannot be anything pleasant. Luo Chen smiled helplessly, which only deepened Li Pang Pang's confusion. Once everyone boarded the large black bus, it slowly set off. As the scenery outside flashed by and the lush mountains came into view, Luo Chen felt a wave of calm wash over him. After approximately 40 minutes, the bus finally halted. The recruits disembarked one by one, their chatter incessant. Jinan Mountain. Lin Xia, being a local, had heard of this place. Oh no, we have to climb a mountain? Li Pang Pang's face fell, a look of despair overtaking him. Luo Chen remained silent. Instructor Hong stood at the forefront of the line, pointing to Jinan Mountain. We begin now. Each of you will carry a weight of 35 kilograms and traverse this mountain. Is this merely a standard weighted cross-country exercise? The recruits were puzzled. If that were the case, even with restrictions, they could complete the task in a few hours. However, it was far from simple. A smile crept on Hong Hao's face as he waved his hand. A swarm of drones emerged, each equipped with a miniature gun beneath. The weight each recruit carried was equipped with a tracking function. Once training commenced, the drones would pursue them relentlessly. Anyone struck by the paintball guns would be deemed eliminated. And those eliminated would inevitably face punishment. Hong Hao's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Believe me, none of you wish to confront this harsh penalty. Then, Hong Hao extended 3 fingers. Moreover, there are a few rules that must be emphasized. First, you may exchange weights among yourselves, determining the weight as you see fit. But be warned, you must not discard your load. Being caught will result in immediate failure. Second, you may not attack or touch the drones in any manner. Nor may you cover yourself with any objects to obstruct the paintball guns. You may use cover to evade, but do not hide motionless in dead angles of the terrain. Third, you may act in groups, but do not attack each other or interfere with others' progress. When faced with the drones, you can do but one thing: flee. Is that clear? 35 kilograms of weight coupled with a tactical dagger. Han Li spoke sternly. This dagger is meant to aid your navigation through the mountains, not for infighting. When it was Chao Yuan's turn, Han Li produced a spoon from behind. Are you expecting him to tunnel with that? Your situation is rather unique. You cannot use a dagger, so make do with this. It will suffice, Han Li said, feeling somewhat guilty by the end of his statement. Li Pang Pang donned his weight, his face instantly contorted in bitterness. However, upon seeing the weights on Luo Chen and Lin Xia, he became utterly flabbergasted. Oh my, brother Chen, Xia, what are those weights you're carrying? Gazing at the 100 kilograms on Luo Chen, Li Pang Pang smacked his lips. Why not just carry me on your back, and you can negotiate with the instructor? Most importantly, I can shield you from bullets. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Hey, you are indeed a genius. Li Pang Pang's eyes sparkled with hope, but then he hesitated, ultimately retracting the thought. This extreme training allowed for team formations, leading most recruits to pair off in groups. Molly joined a few other female soldiers, while Shin Qingzhu teamed up with his 3 loyal subordinates. Ultimately, only Luo Chen, Lin Xia, and Qingyu, Li Pang Pang, and Xiao Yuan ambled into the mountains together. Before entering, the instructor confiscated all of Li Pang Pang's forbidden items, claiming they would be kept safe. After all, they couldn't let this little chubby fellow scatter contraband all over the place during training. Once all the recruits had entered the mountains, Instructor Hong yawned and entered the makeshift tent. Instructor Hong, is it necessary to orchestrate such a spectacle for merely a weighted cross-country exercise? The entire mountain had been transformed into an inescapable labyrinth by their contraband. No matter how they ran, escape was impossible. Thus, Hong Hao revealed a sinister smile. They would be relentlessly pursued by drones within this intricate maze until exhaustion set in. The effectiveness of this training far surpassed that of a standard weighted cross-country exercise. Han Li's lips twitched. It was no wonder he was the superior. His heart was truly dark. What did you say, Instructor Han? Oh, nothing. I merely meant that even if these little monsters defy the odds, they will still face challenges. Han Li shrugged helplessly, stepping forward to join Hong Hao and the others in monitoring the surveillance. This training would not only inflict physical pain upon the recruits, but also mentally torment them. Yet, the most harrowing aspect would undoubtedly be the cruel punishment, an absolute spectacle of social death. Han Li couldn't help but feel grateful for having graduated early, thus avoiding such torment. Meanwhile, within the winding mountain trails, the recruits remained oblivious to the trials they were about to face. Several recruits had already been caught by the drones and eliminated. Li Pang Pang gasped for breath, finding this training to be exponentially more challenging. due to the dense thickets and shrubs scattered throughout the mountains. The journey proved exceedingly arduous for the corpulent Bailey Pang Pang. Indeed, it was not long before he plopped down onto the ground. I feel like I'm going to perish. Could you lend me a hand, brothers? Luo Chen shot him a disdainful glance, recognizing the little chub's sheer laziness rather than any genuine incapacity to proceed. The others paid him no mind. Seeing this, Bailey Pang Pang decided to give up entirely. Perhaps I should just wait for the drone to eliminate me. And Xingyu adjusted his glasses. Isn't there a punishment for being eliminated? Aren't you afraid? Upon hearing this, Bailey Pang Pang sat up. Those instructors shouldn't be too harsh, should they? Luo Chen smiled slightly, a smile that did not go unnoticed by Bailey Pang Pang. A shiver ran through his corpulent frame, and he felt a sudden jolt of fear. Brother Chen, you. At that moment, the weight they bore began to emit sounds. Chapter 35, The Scene of Mass Punishment. Name, Lu Peng. Hong Hao regarded the new recruit before him with amusement. What is the most embarrassing thing you have ever done? Lu Peng sat on a bench, his jaw clenched, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Yet, even in his distress, he could not resist the power of the truth ring. His mouth trembled open. When I was young, my grandfather would take his afternoon nap on a bamboo mat, snoring with his mouth agape. I poured a cup of water into his mouth, and when he awoke, he gave me a severe reprimand. Out of spite, I didn't speak to him for a week. It wasn't until I reached middle school that I realized I had poured boiling water from a thermos. Lu Peng raised his gaze, staring vacantly at the sky as a solitary tear of despair slipped from the corner of his eye. Opposite him, Hong Hao continued to bombard him with various mortifying questions. The other instructors stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves as a wave of mirth swept through the group. The new recruits in the mountains paused, erupting into laughter. But soon their expressions shifted. A chill crept up their spines, and their faces turned pallid, resembling those who had just consumed a dead rat. Bailey Pang Pang swallowed hard, his eyes suddenly clear. And it didn't end there. The revelations from the other recruits, now adorned with truth rings, were even more explosive. Some recounted peeking at the neighbor's older sister while she bathed, while others confessed to fantasizing about never smiling again after quarreling with their parents, hoping to instill a lifetime of guilt in them. The instructors were nearly doubled over with laughter, yet the recruits in the mountains found no humor in the situation. It was akin to staring into a mirror. How utterly humiliating, if they were caught. With this thought, the recruits took off running, despite the sweltering heat, a piercing chill enveloping them. Particularly for Bailey Pang Pang, who moments ago contemplated giving up, he now sprinted faster than Luo Chen. Reflecting on the original story, Luo Chen found amusement in Bailey Pang Pang's past entanglements with the maid, suspecting that he must fear that Molly would discover the truth. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "This is too harsh. It's no different from defecating in public." Chao Yuan's lips twitched in agreement with Lin Xie's sentiment, and Xingyu adjusted his glasses, unfazed, as he had never engaged in any outrageous behavior, being solely devoted to learning and knowledge. Time passed swiftly, akin to the author's typing speed, growing increasingly rapid. Luo Chen observed his surroundings as he ran, attempting to activate his aura perception only to recall that his forbidden domain had been sealed. Although he could sense the presence of heroic spirits, their powers were beyond his reach, with drones monitoring their every move. He suddenly noticed a drone on their left flank closing in on them. We must veer right. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed as he halted the frantically running Bailey Pang Pang. Brother Chen, please, don't stop me. I don't want to be caught. The instructors are doing this on purpose. Bailey Pang Pang struggled desperately, but to no avail. And Xingyu glanced towards the right, analyzing the terrain as a top student. The right path is more rugged. Traversing there will likely deplete our stamina further. With no other options, Luo Chen took the lead, brandishing his dagger to clear the vines and branches obstructing their path. The group pressed on with great difficulty. Although Luo Chen's physical prowess had improved over the past month, the exertion of leading the way through the mountains was draining him. Even someone as robust as he was beginning to tire, his pace gradually slowing. Bailey Pang Pang appeared on the verge of collapse, yet somehow found the strength to keep moving steadily. The others were similarly breathless, gasping for air. Meanwhile, as Luo Chen cleared the underbrush, a rebellious face emerged before him. They both exclaimed, "Oh!" Moments later, two waves of drones surrounded them from the front and back. "What the hell? Why are you here too?" Shen Qingzhu exclaimed, flipping to the left. Awkwardly, Luo Chen instinctively chose the same direction, and the two groups merged, dashing leftward in unison. "This is not the time for discussion," Luo Chen shouted. However, among Shen Qingzhu's three followers, two were suddenly struck, collapsing to the ground with cries of despair. Observing this, Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened. Luo Chen swung his knife furiously, carving a path through the jungle as Lin Xie and the others followed closely behind. Bailey Pang Pang, seeing the drones targeting him, quickly sought refuge behind a large tree. After a barrage of gunfire, he rolled and scrambled to catch up with the main group. They all raced desperately, finally breaking through the dense foliage to discover a small stream before them. Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief, slowly approaching to scoop up a handful of water, drinking deeply before splashing his face. Fortunately, the drones did not pursue them immediately, granting them a moment to catch their breath. Shen Qingzhu wore a scowl, seething with anger over the elimination of his 2 lackeys. The remaining follower, named Dang Wei, approached closely. Damn it, those 2 got eliminated. Why are you still following me? Shen Qingzhu snapped, his temper flaring. Because you're my brother Shen, Dang Wei replied with a foolish grin. If it weren't for you helping me pay off my debts, I'd still be begging on the streets, let alone being a night watchman. Shen Qingzhu shot him a fierce glare. Damn it, I don't care anymore. If you blind fools want to follow me, then so be it. But remember, don't cause me any trouble. With that, he turned on his heel, angrily striding forward. Once the 2 had distanced themselves, Bailey Pangdang joined Luo Chen, submerging his face in the icy stream, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Brother Chen, don't you find these guys peculiar? Shen Qingzhu has such a foul temper and is quite arrogant, yet someone still chooses to follow him. It's truly eye-opening. Chao Yuan suddenly interjected. That boy's name is Deng Wei. When he was young, his father ran off with a mistress, and his mother had a penchant for gambling, accumulating a mountain of debt. When the creditors came knocking, he was left with no choice but to borrow money. That's when he met Shen Qingzhu, who, surprisingly, turned out to be a kind-hearted person. He sold off a few plots of land to help Dang Wei pay his debts, and later, both awakened their forbidden domains and were discovered by the Night Watchman, leading them here. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and the others perked up, astonished to learn that Shen Qingzhu had such a side to him. Wow, Chao Yuan, how do you know all this so well? The young man named Deng Wei is my roommate, accompanied by 2 twin brothers who serve as his followers. The reasons for this, I cannot discern. Luo Chen chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. A sharp tongue yet a tender heart. This, perhaps, epitomizes Shen Qingzhu's charismatic allure. After all, he is undoubtedly the most audacious man in the narrative. Chapter 36, The Manual for the Rotund. Before long, a voice pierced through the weight of the burden once more. Why do you persist in following Shen Qingzhu? Because I admire Brother Shen. And why is that? The instructor appeared somewhat incredulous. It was during our first year of high school when my brother Li Jiao was deceived and entangled with a group of thugs. Shen Gu, despite his excellent grades, confronted those ruffians to defend us. As a result, he was expelled from school and ultimately denied a place in university. From that day forth, my brother and I vowed to follow Shen Gu, despite his irascible temperament and frequent scoldings. Yet, over time, we discovered that Shen Gu is the gentlest man in the world. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu, who had been sprinting, momentarily paused, his face contorting with anger. You were the one punished. Why am I the one stripped bare? He slowly turned his head, unconsciously tightening his grip on the dagger in his hand. Simultaneously, a second wave of drones approached. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire rained down upon them, prompting Luo Chen and the others to swiftly dodge and seek cover. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu led Dang Wei in a desperate evasion through the underbrush. Suddenly, Dang Wei stumbled over a vine and fell hard to the ground, a pained expression crossing his face. Dang Wei. He shook his head, the intense pain distorting his features, yet he forced a smile. Brother Shen, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle. It seems I cannot continue. Shen Qingzhu's expression turned ashen. Get up. I'll carry you. Yet Dang Wei shook his head. Brother Shen, taking me along will only hinder your escape. I am now a burden. You must continue running. Do not let these instructors underestimate us. Shut up. Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, surveying their surroundings. The drone's firepower was overwhelming. If they lingered, even he would be unable to break free from the encirclement. He understood that Dang Wei's weight, over 100 pounds, combined with their 70-kilogram load, would severely limit his ability to flee. Let us go, Brother Shen. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Dang Wei shouted, shoving Shen Qingzhu forward. With gritted teeth, Shen Qingzhu sprinted ahead. Only then did Dang Wei feel a semblance of relief. He struggled to rise, determined to assist Shen Qingzhu by drawing fire. Come at me. Eliminate me. Dang Wei stood, waving at the drones. Several drones promptly redirected their course toward him. Satisfied, he closed his eyes. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted, yet strangely, Dang Wei felt no pain from being struck. He opened one eye, astonished and bewildered. Brother Shen, the rules state that you cannot shield your body with objects. To hell with the rules. Shen Qingzhu tossed aside the burden he carried. Rules exist to be broken. When have I ever abided by them? In Dang Wei's astonished gaze, Shen Qingzhu leaped, driving his dagger into one of the drones. Boom. The drone exploded instantly. What they say cannot be done, I shall defy. Shen Qingzhu shot Dang Wei a fierce look. Useless. Your brother Shin has come to your rescue. Tears welled in Deng Wei's eyes, but in the next moment, a paintball struck them both, inducing a wave of dizziness. They collapsed simultaneously. In the mountains, Luo Chen, Lin Qiye, and Xingyu, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang narrowly evaded another drone assault, finally finding a moment to catch their breath. Among the burdens they carried, Shen Qingzhu's voice echoed. Hey, you dared to blow up a drone? You've got some guts. Apologies, I've turned over a new leaf. Then your punishment must be even harsher. Huh, did you hear what Li Liang said earlier? I did. Why disguise yourself as someone unruly and uncontrollable? Because humanity invariably preys on the weak when faced with evildoers. You must be more wicked than they are for them to fear you. The weak are merely bullied. Interesting. You do care about others' opinions, huh? Let us shift topics. How many love letters have you penned thus far? 114. Oh, who would have thought you had a story to tell? Pray, enlighten us. Haha, who would have guessed? Shin Qizhu is quite the romantic. Listening to Shin Qingzhu's romantic history, Bai Li Pangpang's lips curled into a slight smile. I truly admire such a person. If it were me, after 2 rejections, I would have surely given up. Hey, Qinggu, you're my true brother. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pangpang immediately slid down to his knees, gliding over to grasp Luo Chen's leg. I was merely joking. Please don't tell Molly the truth. I am absolutely a pure-hearted warrior. Believe me. Seeing the disbelief etched on Luo Chen's face, Bai Li Pangpang grew agitated, clinging to Luo Chen's leg. Tears streaming down his face, as if he would not rise unless Luo Chen acquiesced. Luo Chen, visibly disgusted, pushed him away inch by inch. Yet Bai Li Pangpang clung on like a stubborn adhesive. All right, I was just joking, don't gross me out. Finally, Bai Li Pangpang reluctantly settled a short distance from Luo Chen, suddenly turning to speak again. At this pace, it will take us another 2.5 hours to exit. Though Luo Chen's powers were suppressed, he could still faintly sense the Earth's essence, enabling him to discern the way out of the vast maze. Bai Li Pangpang shivered. Hey, Qinggu, don't joke about that. We've been walking for several hours. And now it's going to take 2.5 more? However, no one paid heed to this lively character. As Lin Qiye and Xingyu silently followed Luo Chen. It's getting dark. We must hasten. The group resumed their journey. As night fell, the already treacherous mountain path became increasingly difficult. Strangely, the drones seemed to have vanished, likely due to the extensive assaults draining their power. After traversing approximately 10 more kilometers, the entire Jinan mountain lay in eerie silence. The group, too, had grown too fatigued to speak. Now only 5 of them continued forward. Lin Qiye took the lead, empowered by the starry night dancer, enhancing his abilities and allowing him to see clearly in the darkness. His energy gradually replenished, making him the strongest among the group. As time ticked by, the squad's pace slowed considerably. It had morphed into a battle of willpower. Bai Li Pangpang's consciousness blurred, his previous vivacity replaced by a puppet-like gait, trailing behind the main group. Just as he seemed on the brink of collapse, Luo Chen inhaled deeply, determined to emerge from the mountains and bravely declare to Molly, "Prove to her that you are not cowardly." With that thought, Bai Li Pangpang's eyes sparkled with fervor as he shouted, "Tell Molly, I am not a coward. This, indeed, is love." Under the surge of potential, Bai Li Pangpang stubbornly kept pace with the 4. Whenever his strength waned, Luo Chen would lean in to whisper, "For Molly." For Molly. His fervent cries elicited involuntary twitches from Lin Qiye and the others. The manual for the rotund, indeed. Chapter 37. The Solitary King. Approximately 2 hours later, Bai Li Pangpang's gaze began to grow vacant as he muttered to himself, "Why have I not fainted yet? I wish to die." With those words, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Goodness, he fainted just like that. During this time, Xingyu could no longer hold on and ultimately succumbed as well. After all, he was merely an academic achiever. Though he exercised regularly, he had never endured such extreme training. It is understandable for an intellectual. Chao Yuan's physique, having been tempered by the malevolent energy of the Black King, possessed considerable strength. With Luo Chen determining the direction and Lin Qiye leading the way, the 3 of them finally glimpsed the dawn after traversing a thicket. Numerous camouflage-painted off-road vehicles were parked ahead. The instructors, including Hong Hao and Han Li, gazed at the trio's appearance with astonishment. The moment Luo Chen spotted the instructors, he too fell into unconsciousness. Unlike Lin Qiye, he lacked the divine support of the divine ruins, and he certainly did not possess the physical resilience of Chao Yuan. The only reason he had managed to endure until now is sheer willpower. Lin Qiye and the others quickly supported him and made their way towards Hong Hao and the others. Hong Hao took a deep breath, astonished that someone had actually achieved this. It was a first in the history of the Nightwatchers, as a new recruit had completed extreme training on their first attempt. In his unconscious state, Luo Chen beheld a vast expanse of land. A gentle figure was conversing with a domineering man. Suddenly, an invincible divine beast appeared, transforming the once peaceful land into a scene of devastation. The gentle figure ultimately collapsed into the embrace of the golden figure. Unforgivable, unpardonable, why must you perish? If it is divine punishment, let it be bestowed upon me instead. I am the one who deserves it. Is all of this not merely my own unreasonable turmoil? The man clad in golden armor cried out to the heavens. Please do not grieve. I am but a weapon, merely one among countless treasures you possess. The gentle figure caressed the man's cheek with his palm. In the future, many treasures far more outstanding than I will emerge. So I have no reason or value to make you weep. The golden-armored man shouted at him. You possess value, your singular value. I hereby swear that in this world, my dearest friend shall forever be but one person, only one. This value shall remain unchanged for eternity. Fool, walking side by side, conversing together, fighting together. This is not merely humanity or a tool, but friendship, Enkidu. The scene froze at that moment. In the end, a tender voice echoed, Gil, after my death. Who will understand you? Who will accompany you on your journey? My friend, the thought of you living on in solitude fills my eyes with tears. Witnessing this, the corners of Luo Chen's eyes inadvertently grew moist. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself submerged in a wooden tub filled with a foul-smelling medicinal liquid. Strangely, all his previous fatigue and exhaustion had vanished. Luo Chen instinctively wiped his eyes, only to discover that he had indeed shed tears. The crystalline droplets slipped from his fingertips and disappeared into the medicinal tub. Was it the memory of Enkidu? So, his wish was to see that dear friend once more. Luo Chen took a deep breath, whispering to himself, Rest assured, little N, I shall ensure you meet that king again. Meanwhile, Luo Chen felt a clarity in his mind. As though his mental acuity had improved, perhaps reaching the mid-stage of the pool realm, with a vague sensation of nearing a breakthrough to the later stage. Looking around, he noticed that Bai Li Pang Pang and the others had yet to awaken, so he decided to remain in the medicinal liquid a while longer, allowing his body to fully absorb its essence. Hong Hao pushed open the door, exchanging a glance with Luo Chen, who smiled in return. Ah, you're awake? Good morning, instructor. Well, since you're awake, let us visit the commander. He has something to discuss with you. Understood. Luo Chen promptly dressed and followed Hong Hao to the office. Yuan Gang had been waiting for quite some time. You've arrived? Then I'll be direct. Yuan Gang retrieved a small black box from his desk and slid it towards Luo Chen. Regarding the matter of the masked squad, Wang Mian has already informed me. The bag inside is a spatial artifact. This is our reward for you, a forbidden item containing a bank card with 500,000 in cash. Luo Chen smiled slightly, appreciating the spatial artifact, which was precisely what he desired, a necessity for storing various items for convenient use. Thank you, instructor. Yuan Gang chuckled, shaking his head. You rascal. Off you go to the cafeteria, otherwise, training will begin soon, and you won't have time to eat. Yes. Watching Luo Chen's departing figure, Yuan Gang couldn't help but smile faintly. An agent of the heroic spirit. Under the luminous moonlight, a beautiful woman clad in starry fabric stood quietly atop a building, her skirt swaying gently in the breeze. Luo Chen, observing the absence of Lin Qi in the dormitory, had already discerned the identity of the woman standing on the rooftop. The goddess of the night, Nyx. Nyx seemed to sense Luo Chen's gaze and glanced over, her pupils widening slightly at the sight of him. However, she made no further movement, though Lin Qi, standing nearby, keenly noticed this change. He was curious as to why the formidable goddess of the night would react in such a manner upon seeing Luo Chen. Luo Chen understood the reason well. She likely sensed the aura of the heavenly lock and the sword of oath victory. The heavenly lock needed no introduction, as it was a divine artifact specifically targeting deities. And as the creator goddess, Nyx could undoubtedly perceive its threat. As for the sword of oath victory, it was the sword given to King Arthur by the Lake Fairy. In the worldview of slaying gods, King Arthur was also a deity, and if memory served, there was indeed an agent of his mentioned in the original work, Danan. What is it, mother? How could such an existence be present in your divine realm? Lin Qi chuckled. This is my friend. Upon hearing this, Nyx smiled. This friend of Danan possesses an aura that even I find daunting. He is a special being, so be sure to interact well with him. Lin Qi was taken aback. Even the creator goddess of night felt apprehensive. While he was aware of Luo Chen's extraordinary capabilities, he had not anticipated them to be of such magnitude. Yuan Gang was left speechless. After resolving everything, he sat in his office chair, deep in thought. An agent of a heroic spirit, a dual deity agent. There had been scarcely one divine agent in 10 years. After a deep sigh, Yuan Gang felt utterly exhausted yet hopeful for the future of the great Xia. What on earth is happening? Being an instructor is truly challenging. Chapter 38. I want to get off. Time flew by. From the beginning of the training camp to now, Nearly 5 months had passed. In the training camp, within the instructor's office, Chen Muyi sat across from Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang was immediately taken aback. Captain Chen, you know this is against the rules. Chen Muyi leaned back in his chair. I don't care about your rules. You may not believe me, but my team is lying in ambush outside the training camp. If you refuse to comply, don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands. Yuan Gang stared at Chen Muyi, astonished. Is this how a person speaks? How can a captain of the Night Watchers talk like a bandit? If you don't give it to us, you'll just take it? Captain Chen, please don't make this difficult for me. Yuan Gang frowned. Can you tell me why you are so desperate to see Lin Shiyi and Luo Chen? After a moment of silence, Chen Muyi realized he could not hide anything from Instructor Yuan. I'll be straightforward. Someone intends to take action against the new recruits. Yuan Gang's expression instantly turned serious. What do you mean? Chen Muyi exhaled a puff of smoke. The ancient god sect. Yuan Gang furrowed his brows, questioning their sanity. How could they dare, knowing how many instructors were present, both overtly and covertly? Chen Mai scoffed lightly, stating that he was well aware of the personnel within the training camp, considering he was the chief instructor. He would never jest about such matters. Did he believe that the ancient god church would allow these youngsters to grow unchecked? It was now evident that they were targeting Lin Xie and Luo Chen, one an unprecedented figure, the other a divine agent. The allure these two held for that group of lunatics was self-evident. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. I understand. The recruits were suddenly summoned to assemble on the training ground. Hong Hao surveyed the group and smiled. Excellent. It appears you have all become qualified recruits. Due to your commendable performance lately, the chief instructor has decided to grant you a 4-day holiday. Cheers erupted from the recruits. However, Hong Hao's commanding voice silenced them instantly. You are not permitted to leave Songnan City. That's it. Bai Li Pang questioned, puzzled. Indeed, that's all, Hong Hao replied with a grin. Long live the chief instructor. The recruits erupted into fervent cheers once more. Life in the camp had been exceedingly dull, filled with chores, training, meals, and sleep. The prospect of a holiday brought them immense joy. Yet one individual remained silent. Luo Chen's expression hardened. He understood the implications of this brief respite. What was meant to happen would inevitably occur, and there was no evading it. Lin Xie and In Qingyu exchanged glances with Luo Chen, both sensing that this holiday was far from ordinary. Bai Li Pang observed their lack of enthusiasm and was taken aback. What are you all thinking? It's not every day we get a holiday, and you want to even prepare? Luo Chen shook his head with a smile. It's fine. You go have fun. Bai Li Pang was bewildered. What do you mean? Are you implying I should sit at the kids' table? Approximately half an hour later, the recruits finished packing and stood at the gate. The black long boxes piled up like a small mountain on the ground. Hong Hao regarded the recruits with seriousness. For this holiday, you are permitted to carry your starblade. However, this is strictly for self-defense. Any misuse will not be tolerated. Is that clear? And Qingyu nudged her glasses and exchanged a significant look with Lin Xie, both realizing that this holiday surely harbored some underlying issues. Otherwise, why would they be allowed to carry starblades? Luo Chen boarded the bus, casually choosing a window seat and preparing to rest his eyes for the challenges ahead. Lin Xie followed closely behind, leaning in to ask, what do you think, Luo Chen? Luo Chen, having just closed his eyes, opened them again, stretching out and reclining comfortably against the seat. What do you think? Just lie down and take it easy. Lin Xie's expression was one of disbelief. Noticing the flicker of a dark line across Luo Chen's forehead, he chuckled. I'm just teasing you. What else can we do? We must adapt to the situation. As the bus gradually departed from the training camp, the recruits began to sense an unusual change in their bodies. They had broken through. Under the suppression of the town monument, their mental prowess had been compressed, their strength accumulating. The moment they stepped outside its range, they had transcended. The recruits' exclamations filled the air. Lin Xie, curious, recalled that Luo Chen was already at the pool realm before entering the training camp. Now, he asked, what is your level now? Luo Chen, observing Lin Xie's inquisitive gaze, replied slowly, peak of the pool realm. Lin Xie's lips twitched. He regretted asking and felt he had invited unnecessary discomfort. Suddenly, Luo Chen sensed a wave of murderous intent and glanced upward. Concurrently, shouts erupted from within the bus. Holy crap! Look, a meteor shower. The recruits fell silent, following the direction indicated by the shouting recruit. In the azure sky, 5 streaks of light tore across, trailing white tails as they rapidly approached. Whoever said it was a meteor shower is a fool. Those are missiles. Get down. Just as the last words were uttered, 3 missiles soared over their heads, directly impacting the training camp. Boom. A brilliant explosion erupted, thick black smoke billowing upward, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Meanwhile, 2 additional missiles descended upon them. In an instant, Luo Chen dashed forward, yanking the instructor from the driver's seat and plopping down himself. What are you doing? The instructor shouted angrily, but the next moment, a whirlwind erupted around Luo Chen. The entire bus began to transform, its exterior becoming sharper, its speed escalating dramatically. Wind King Barrier. Unique skill, mount. Luo Chen pressed the gas pedal forcefully, shouting to everyone, hold on tight. He began to maneuver the vehicle into a drift. One missile struck, obliterating the military checkpoint they had just passed. The shockwave tilted the bus, but Luo Chen deftly steered the wheel, keeping the bus from overturning. Whoa, that was a sick maneuver. The recruits erupted into chaos. Yet the danger was not over. Another missile was still on its way. Luo Chen pressed the accelerator, the speed reaching its zenith under the Wind King Barrier's influence. Slow down. Mom, I want to get off. The intense sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed the recruits in the back, some unable to contain themselves and vomiting, much to the chagrin of those nearby. As the missile closed in, Luo Chen's pupils constricted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, a spear wreathed in fuchsia flame shot forth from a distance, striking the descending missile. Boom. Chapter 39. A long-awaited life. A burst of flame erupted in the sky, the shockwave rushing toward the bus as fragments of the destroyed missile were propelled outward. Wind King Barrier. Luo Chen shouted, unleashing the barrier to its maximum capacity. The gust enveloped the entire bus, forming a semicircular protective shield around it. Countless missile fragments pierced through the wind barrier, only to be consumed by the swirling winds surrounding the bus. Luo Chen yanked the steering wheel, executing a drift that sparked friction with the ground, sending showers of sparks flying. The bus finally came to a steady halt. Panting heavily, Luo Chen gasped for breath. Though only 2 seconds had passed, it felt as if he had fought a fierce battle. His back was drenched in sweat. It was his first time unleashing the Wind King Barrier to its fullest extent. While driving, he had to maintain stability with the barrier and simultaneously extend it outward to block the incoming debris. Every inch required meticulous control of his mental energy, leaving no room for error. Otherwise, given the explosive power of the previous blast, the fragments could have caused devastation exceeding that of a heavy sniper rifle. Silence enveloped the scene. Lin Qiye rushed to support Luo Chen, noticing his pale complexion and furrowing his brow. He understood what Luo Chen had just accomplished. Upon entering the pool realm, Luo Chen's mental perception had expanded to an astonishing 100 meters. Just moments ago, he had created a barrier that shielded all the shrapnel, saving nearly 40 to 50 recruits in the bus within a mere 2 seconds. And Xingyu joined in, helping to assist Luo Chen off the vehicle. The new recruits, having narrowly escaped death, erupted in fervent cheers. Bai Li, plump and cheerful, gazed at Luo Chen with admiration shining in his eyes. Brother Chen, you are simply a driving god. I never expected your skills to be so extraordinary. You even dodged missiles. Luo Chen smiled wryly. It's merely a matter of practice. Come on, even in such a situation, you still want to show off. Stay humble, Hong Hao remarked, observing them with a complex mix of emotions, though primarily feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang seethed with anger. The new recruits had barely emerged from the training camp before being bombarded. He could not fathom how the enemy had managed to deploy missiles. In Launch Base 39, debris and blood were strewn everywhere. A captivating woman sat at the control panel, a playful smile curling her lips. Have they escaped? That makes things even more interesting, she mused, licking her crimson tongue like a serpent, her eyes glinting with a morbid excitement. Are you all right, little brother? Hongying trotted over, her face etched with worry as she meticulously checked Luo Chen for injuries. I'm fine, Sister Hongying. You're overreacting. You even managed to blow up a missile with a single shot. After confirming that Luo Chen was unscathed, she sighed in relief, then playfully tugged at his ear. You troublesome little brother, you never make it easy for me. Ouch. Ouch. I'm sorry, Sister Hongying. I want to do it again. When did you learn to drive? How come I didn't know? Only then did she release him, her expression filled with curiosity. Well, that's a long story. Luo Chen chuckled awkwardly, explaining that it was one of his innate skills to master any vehicle or mount. Zhao Kongqing approached with a resigned smile and walked over to Hong Hao. You must be their instructor. We'll be taking these two back with us. If you need anything, find us in Team 136. Hong Hao nodded, having been instructed by Yuan Gang not to impede them. Before they left, he approached Luo Chen. Hongying's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Luo Chen smiled slightly, attributing his skills to Sister Hongying's teachings. Hey, if you can talk, you might as well say more. Hongying chuckled, her mood instantly lifting. Bai Li waved at Luo Chen and Lin Qiye. Brother Chen, Qiye. Brother Qingyu. The butler booked the finest luxury hotel in Songnan for me. Room number 9039. Don't forget to come find me. Luo Chen nodded thoughtfully as he watched Bai Li's retreating figure. Gazing at the familiar buildings, he smiled and shook his head. a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. This place is still the best. The training camp was just too dull. Hongying snorted playfully. Now you know how nice home is, huh? Aside from the sentry, Luo Chen, the entire team 136 had gathered. Lin Chia spoke solemnly. Captain, why were we attacked by missiles? Chun Mai exhaled a puff of smoke. Their target wasn't the training camp. It was you. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The Ancient God Society? Chen Mai paused. You know about the Ancient God Society? Luo Chen chuckled sheepishly. I heard some gossip in the training camp. However, Chen Mai chose not to pursue that line of questioning. As a night watchman, being aware of the Ancient God Society was not unusual. While they conversed, Wu Xiangnan brought over several cups of tea. Don't worry, the Ancient God Society is a primary target for the night watchman. Even if someone seeks to harm you, they likely won't be too formidable. Hongying nodded. Don't worry, little brother, with your sister here, no one can lay a finger on you. Chen Mai smiled. All right. Let us go eat. What do you want? It's on me. Hongying's eyes lit up. I want hot pot. Then she suddenly pouted. Captain, you're being biased. Ever since little brother and Chia went to training, you haven't treated us to a meal. Chen Mai simply smiled, shaking his head without responding. As evening fell, the members of Team 136 gathered around a copper pot, the bottom bubbling with steam. The table was laden with various meats and vegetables. Luo Chen's eye sparkled. At the training camp, every meal consisted of bland meat buns and pickles, rendering one's taste buds almost numb. They all indulged heartily in the feast before them. Luo Chen picked up a slice of meat and placed it in Hongying's bowl. Sister Hongying, enjoy your meat. Well, Luo Chen, you're being biased. I want some too. Si Xiaonan pouted, looking at him with dissatisfaction. Luo Chen smiled. Sister Xiaonan, isn't it time for you to find a boyfriend? It should be him feeding you. He glanced subtly at Long Xian. The implication was clear. Long Xian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Laughter erupted among the group as they began to tease the two. Observing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but smiled genuinely for the first time in a long while. Chapter 40. Catching mice after dinner. Everyone was lounging around, letting out satisfied burps. Luo Chen glanced out the window. The dim sky seemed to signal something. I'm going out for some fresh air. Hearing this, Hongying stood up. Little brother, I'll go with you. In a flash, Luo Chen stuffed a peeled lobster into Hongying's mouth. Little brother, what are you doing? Luo Chen chuckled. No need. Sister Hongying, where I'm going isn't suitable for girls. By the way, Chia, Qingyu care to join? Hongying's cheeks reddened slightly. Just be careful and remember to take the star blade. Luo Chen nodded with a smile. When Chima's eyes sparkled, can I go with you? Luo Chen shot him a glance and sighed. What are you thinking? We're just going to meet a friend. Fine. When Chima felt a bit disheartened. Watching the three leave, Hongying furrowed her brow. Captain, are we really letting them go out like this? Isn't it a bit unsafe? They need to grow up. Hongying, I understand your concern for Luo Chen, but as his guardian, his path to growth will never be tranquil. Chen Mai replied, exhaling smoke slowly. Wu Xiangnan also stood up, glancing outside. The captain is right. These youngsters will eventually become capable individuals. We cannot protect them forever. Hongying made a face at Wu Xiangnan. You're just lazy. Stepping out of the office, Luo Chen glanced at Qingyu beside him. Any discoveries regarding your fish species? Qingyu was taken aback. How did you know? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly, and Qingyu nodded. You guessed correctly. I did find some traces. Sangnan City has suddenly seen an influx of peculiar individuals. They are likely connected to the Ancient God Society. Scorpion mercenaries and the Ancient God Society. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed as Qingyu revealed all the clues she had gathered. 2 from the sea realm. 15 from the river realm. This could be troublesome. Luo Chen frowned. Chia, Qingyu, go find Bailey. And you? Lin Chia asked, puzzled. Me? I'm going to catch some mice, Luo Chen replied with a smile. Though Lin Chia and Qingyu were curious, they said nothing more. Luo Chen's abilities were evident, and they assumed he could manage without them. Luo Chen's figure gradually receded into the distance. Under the dim light, with each step Luo Chen took, he underwent a transformation. His once tall stature shrank, becoming scruffy and aged, until he completely morphed into a frail old man with gray hair. His inherent skill, transformation, a unique ability that allowed him to alter his appearance at will, even adjusting his attributes effortlessly. Luo Chen entered a dark alley, squatting there like a beggar on the street, activating his sense of breath. Soon, a middle-aged man, sporting red triangular glasses and slicked-back hair, swaggered into the room with a cigar dangling from his lips. Damn those divine agents. That babbling lord expects me to search for them in this sprawling city? Where the hell am I supposed to begin? Perhaps I should first seek out the serpent woman for a bit of fun. She's clever. Surely she has a way to locate those 2 rascals, he muttered, as the cigar burned down to its nub. He took a deep drag before carelessly discarding the smoldering remains. You shouldn't litter in public places, young man, an aged voice admonished. Lu Liang, the 16th seat of the faithful, never imagined he would be lectured by a beggar. These young people today have no respect for their elders, he thought, shaking his head slightly. Old fool, who are you to lecture me, a beggar? Lu Liang seethed, grabbing Luo Chen by the collar, ready to teach him a lesson. To his surprise, Luo Chen suddenly exerted force, swiftly seizing Lu Liang's arm and twisting it with brutal efficiency. Crack! Lu Liang let out a scream as his arm was forcibly broken. Before he could react, an icy murderous intent radiated from Luo Chen's seemingly empty hand. Thud! His heart was pierced in an instant, but Luo Chen's hand remained firmly clamped over his mouth. Don't fret, the babbling ones will soon join you, he said, gripping Lu Liang's hair and elegantly wielding his invisible sword. With a swift motion, the blade severed Lu Liang's head with surgical precision, crafting a smooth cut that resembled a work of art. Blood splattered against the adjacent wall, creating a stunning tableau of crimson. The headless body crumpled to the ground. Lu Liang's face still frozen in shock. A formidable figure from the Chuan realm had met his untimely demise in this dark alley. Having completed his grim task, Luo Chen departed as if nothing had transpired. On the rooftop of a nearby church, Long Xian lay quietly, scanning the surroundings with his sniper rifle. A slight twitch of his lips accompanied the dialing of a phone. Captain, what is the situation? Luo Chen appears to have killed a suspected believer and is now heading towards Chiye and Qingyu, Chen Mai replied, inhaling deeply, his forehead lined with worry. That scoundrel. Understood. I'm on my way. Bai Li Pang Pang, Lin Xie, and Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu stood together, the pink light casting an eerie glow on their faces. Mengdai Village. Lover's Hotel? Bai Li Pang Pang's lips twitched uncontrollably. Wait, you guys. Enough chatter. Are we staying or not? If not, you can sleep under the bridge. Lin Xie shrugged helplessly. Well, you lads seem to be having quite the time, Luo Chen remarked, stepping out from a distance with a playful smile. Curse it. I'm straight. Shin Qizhu grumbled, his expression darkening. Finally, you're here, Brother Chen. Bai Li Pangang exclaimed, excitement etched across his face. We were just attacked. Those lunatics are terrifying. Recalling a group of escaped prisoners from the sanctuary, who had been bribed by Li's young master to eliminate Pang Pang, Luo Chen glanced at him, only to be struck by the absurdity of the scene. Bai Li Pangang, still draped in a towel from the hasty battle, was comically exposed. Realizing his predicament, Bai Li Pang wiggled his hips with a cheeky grin. Hey, nice, right? Nice indeed, Luo Chen retorted, delivering a swift kick. Under the moonlight. Chapter 41. The Chubby One approaches. Xie, let us head to your neighborhood and pull off something big, Luo Chen said with a faint smile. While Lin Xie suddenly sensed urgency, his expression shifting to one of concern. Inside a modest building in the old town, Yang Jin was affixing spring festival couplets with his aunt. A black van idled nearby, a man inside slowly exhaling smoke. Scorpion 3 reporting, no anomalies detected. A voice crackled through the radio. Scorpion 9 reporting, the target female is in the kitchen chopping vegetables. Report concluded. A man clad in white tactical gear lay concealed in the white snow, meticulously observing the low-rise building through his sniper rifle. Copy that, remain on standby. Hearing this, Scorpion 3 furrowed his brow. Scorpion 1, we've been on watch for 3 days. How much longer must we wait? What if the target never shows? The serpent woman instructed that if the target does not appear by tonight, we are to abduct the children and women inside and deliver them to her. Came the grim response. Serpent woman, all we hear is serpent woman. When did we start taking orders from a woman? Scorpion 3, mind your language. The serpent woman is one of the gods in the ancient divine church. They're merely agents of a few deities. Who do they think they are? Scorpion 3 scoffed. Scorpion 3, do you know what betrayal leads to? If we breach our contract, not only will you perish, but you will also endanger us all. As they conversed, a shadow approached silently. A scream pierced the air as Scorpion 9, perched on the rooftop with his sniper rifle, cried out in agony. Scorpion 9, what is happening? Report. Lin Xie slowly picked up a nearby radio. Apologies, but he can't hear you anymore. Soon, you all will join him, Luo Chen shouted, as nearby sentinels from the crazy scorpions erupted in screams. Who are you? Scorpion 3 turned abruptly, his body tensing, as he beheld a youth advancing toward him, seemingly grasping something in his hand, yet appearing empty-handed from his perspective. Your companions have mostly departed. It's time for you to join them. The youth's voice whispered like a demon as he raised his hand. A wave of invisible sword energy cleaved the van in two. The massive explosion was muffled by the Wind King barrier, the residual shockwaves absorbed by the gales, dissipating as if nothing had occurred. The group gradually reconvened. What the hell? Brother Chen, How did you know these guys would be lurking here? Luo Chen chuckled. Li Pongpong's lips twitched. Brother Chen, conversing like this will kill the mood. Luo Chen shook his head, his demeanor turning serious. Is it all taken care of? All done, Lin Chiye and the others affirmed, especially Lin Chiye, whose eyes glinted with cold fury. He yearned to consume these foes whole. While he could tolerate their aggression, any threat to his family ignited an intense rage within him. Meanwhile, not far away, a seductive woman lounged against the railing, her dark waves billowing in the breeze. Her alluring visage graced with eerie vertical pupils that scrutinized the 6 youths before her. A sly smile crept across her lips as she unconsciously licked them. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, abruptly turning to his side. Lin Chiye seemed to sense something amiss as well. Yet when they glanced over, the area lay utterly vacant. Was that just a figment? Lin Chiye pondered, confusion etching his features. Luo Chen furrowed his brow, certain of the earlier sensation. Someone had been watching them. Activate the aura perception. Indeed, Luo Chen sensed an ominous presence lurking nearby, but strangely, it flickered in and out of sight, akin to teleportation. This isn't right. Luo Chen's expression darkened. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Li Pangpang inquired, puzzled. They're coming. As Luo Chen's words fell, the atmosphere thickened with tension. A captivating figure gradually emerged into the view of several onlookers. Her raven hair danced in the breeze, and a pair of enchanting slit pupils gazed intently at the crowd. Upon spotting Luo Chen and Lin Chiye, a playful expression surfaced on her face. Simultaneously, eerie fissures suddenly appeared on the walls surrounding them, resembling serpent eyes, sending shivers down their spines. These ominous serpent eyes enveloped the surrounding structures, leaving them entirely encircled. Even the moon in the sky took on the shape of a serpent's eye. It is the divine ruins, she remarked. As her words fell, the alluring woman tilted her head slightly, her dreamy eyes fixated on Luo Chen and Lin Chiye. Oh my, still 2 charming young men. Much more handsome than in the photographs, she cooed, her serpent-like pupils glinting with excitement, a sickly smile gracing her alluring face. I can hardly contain myself. Every movement of the snake woman stirred the most primal desires within the hearts of those present. She swayed her delicate waist and approached them slowly. Are you here to kill us? Lin Chiye inquired calmly. Hee, how could that be? The snake woman replied with a flirtatious laugh, her crimson tongue gliding over her lips, revealing a sickly yet exhilarated grin. The ancient god church treasures you 2 divine agents, but for me, slaying a genius brings greater delight. However, I have changed my mind. The snake woman's hand brushed lightly against Luo Chen's face. Come, be my slaves, dear ones. I shall treat you well. Clang. Just as her gaze turned dreamy, Luo Chen suddenly launched an attack, with Lin Chiye and the others following suit in unison. Shen Qingzhu manipulated flames, Li Pangpang employed forbidden items, and Xingyu raised her pistol. Luo Chen and Lin Chiye simultaneously swung their blades. As for Chao Yuan, it was best to avoid his transformation into the Black King until the last moment. Just as their attacks were about to strike the snake woman, she vanished from sight. Luo Chen looked up at the nearby brown tree trunk. The snake woman was perched there, a smile gracing her face, showing no signs of anger, only excitement. Such crude men. Just like that damned king. Are all of you Nightwatchmen's divine agents so lacking in gentlemanly demeanor? Because you are too ugly, we simply cannot muster any interest. Luo Chen retorted with a smile. I concur, Shen Qingzhu chimed in. Lin Chiye and Xingyu nodded in agreement, while Chao Yuan added, I prefer voluptuous, intelligent women. The snake woman turned her gaze to Shen Qingzhu. You are quite lovely as well, come with me? Once I tire of these 2, I shall treat you well. She then glanced at Li Pangpang with evident disdain. With all that excess flesh, even snakes would not feast upon you. It would be better to kill you for the bounty. Li Pangpang exclaimed, What do you mean? How dare you look down on me? He produced a shining sword and declared, I will fight you. As the esteemed young master of the Bailey family, he was used to being admired. Yet the snake woman's words twisted that perception. Am I not a poet? This is sheer bullying. Chapter 42. Returning to the matter at hand. Luo Chen promptly tossed his star blade to Lin Chiye, instantly wielding an invisible sword. The snake woman sat upon the tree trunk, quietly observing the group below, seemingly unconcerned. After all, to her, they were merely a band of novices. How formidable could they truly be? The snake woman licked her lips, a sickly excitement glimmering in her eyes. Come, be my slaves, young lords. Submit at my feet, and I shall grant you unparalleled pleasure, ensuring you experience the utmost ecstasy. Ah! The snake woman emitted a breathy moan that ignited fervor. Just imagining it exhilarates me. I shall mercilessly ravage your bodies and minds with my noble feet, and together we shall reach the pinnacle of delight. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, a peculiar flush blooming upon her face. Luo Chen felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Ugh, even I, a pervert, find this abnormal. Isn't it embarrassing for you to indulge in such fantasies? Perhaps you should consume more cucumbers instead of dreaming of such things. The snake woman was unperturbed. She hung upside down from the tree branch, her face still alight with excitement, her arms slightly outstretched. What are you waiting for? Do you realize how many men aspire to this? To possess me and revel in the peak of pleasure, to become a part of the ancient God Church, to rise above all in the impending dark age. Oh, Luo Chen, Lin Chia, I can already envision undressing you, kissing you passionately, and calling your names. Luo Chen replied, though I do not fully grasp it. I am utterly astonished. Must I articulate it? I have no interest in someone like you, who is meant for countless others. With a swift stroke, he swung his sword. But the snake woman's figure vanished once more, leaving only a quivering sound of the blade. She reappeared in a nearby clearing, the flush on her face gradually fading. Her icy gaze bore into Luo Chen. Are you rejecting me? Luo Chen paused, taken aback by the obviousness of the situation. The others behind him burst into laughter, chiming in unison, quite evidently. Only Bai Li Pangang scratched his head, as if recalling something. He had personal experience with the notion of an older woman with a younger man. Shun Qingzhu's lips twitched. Hey, I say, fatty, don't tell me you, like Chow Yuan, have a penchant for mature women? This is beyond the realm of maturity, isn't it? If you fancy such a thing, I shall scorn you for life. Bai Li Pangang jumped up in protest. What? You're spreading rumors. I'm serious. Even if I were starving, I would not settle for her. Luo Chen chuckled and stepped forward. This perverse older woman, have you heard? My brothers here do not seem to harbor much interest in you. A flicker of anger crossed the snake woman's face. Damn. Then perish. With that, the serpent eye patterns along the street ignited in red, covering everything in a dense shroud, obliterating the moonlight with a sinister crimson glow. Not only that, but the snake woman's raven hair sprang to life, resembling a multitude of black pythons. Close your eyes, she commanded. At her words, everyone except Luo Chen and Lin Xie complied, shutting their eyes. Lin Xie unleashed the might of the seraph and the goddess of night. A dazzling duality of gold and black shimmering brilliantly. Activate the magic. With a flash of blue light, Luo Chen donned his knightly armor, wielding the invisible sword. Despite this, some gray spots appeared on his skin, yet they did not hinder his actions. The reason was simple. Artoria possessed extraordinary magical resistance, and the petrifying gaze was fundamentally a magical attack. Moreover, the snake woman's realm was not significantly higher than Luo Chen's. Both were at the pinnacle of their realm. The petrification she prided herself on held little sway over Luo Chen. As Luo Chen swung his sword, just before it was about to connect, the snake woman's form vanished once again. Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, a murderous intent surged from his left side, prompting his body to react instinctively. Intuition. Swish. The snake woman's strike missed, her blade, resembling a serpent's fang, danced at her fingertips. Lin Xie appeared beside her, his star blade imbued with divine power aimed at the snake woman. Once more, the snake woman's figure dissipated. Teleportation? Luo Chen suddenly recalled that the snake woman's divine ruins possessed this ability, and he glanced at the myriad serpent eyes surrounding them. His gaze sharpened. The snake woman's divine ruins allowed her to instantaneously transport herself to the location of any serpent eye. The troublesome divine ruins, much like the flying thunder god, posed significant challenges. Meanwhile, Xingyu did not close his eyes like the others. A veil of grayness clouded his pupils as he analyzed the divine ruins before him. To break through this enigmatic realm, it sufficed to uncover the true three eyes. He raised his hand, and a small white mouse sprang from his palm, scurrying through the area littered with serpent eyes. A serpent, formed from his black hair, lunged at Xingyu. Be careful, Luo Chen shouted. With a subtle push of his glasses, Xingyu mused, I have discerned a method for solving this conundrum. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Chen replied, Xie, and I will keep this creature occupied. The intricate divine ruins are entrusted to you. Understood, and Xingyu smiled faintly. The Gorgon sisters, I see. As the white mouse scampered across the ground, a purple eye illuminated with brilliance. The first, Sasina, and Xingyu sprang into action, gripping his scalpel in reverse. With a swift thrust, the scalpel plunged into the purple eye. Ah, it hurts. The snake woman held in agony, clutching her eye. Now, shouted Xie, as Luo Chen unleashed a tempest with his invisible sword, striking fiercely at the snake woman. Not a problem. Lin Xie also launched an assault from another direction. The snake woman's dark green aura flickered erratically, and her form vanished once more. The once alluring visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage as she fixated on the darting little mouse. There you are, you little creature. Ha ha ha, I shall catch you. Not a chance. Luo Chen and Lin Qiye closed in again, but the snake woman commanded a swarm of black pythons to attack the two. At the same time, she aimed a foot at the small mouse. Yet Qingyu remained unperturbed. The little mouse was a champion in long-distance races. As if sensing imminent danger, the mouse dodged swiftly and accelerated. Clink. The mouse once more landed on an eye, which erupted with dark green luminescence. The second, Uriel, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses, and the scalpel effortlessly slipped from his grasp. Those pesky little brats. I shall slay you all. The snake woman's eyes radiated an ominous darkness, her flowing black hair writhing as countless black pythons materialized. With a roar, the black pythons surged towards the trio, enveloping them in a menacing darkness. Luo Chen sliced through one of the pythons with agility, deftly evading their snapping jaws. Simultaneously, a pale arm emerged from a serpent's eye, seizing the small mouse. Aha! At last I have you. This little delicacy is destined to be devoured. The snake woman, with a tongue like a serpent's, opened her gaping maw, tossing the mouse into the air. Humph! And Qingyu scoffed. His hair abruptly turned white, and with a wave of his hand, a colossal ice pillar surged from the ground. In astonishment, the snake woman twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the sharp ice column, though her side was still grazed, resulting in a spurt of blood. The mouse narrowly escaped, landing directly atop the third eye, hidden by the three sisters. It was the singular weakness of the goddess Gorgon. I have found you, Medusa. With a swift motion, and Qingyu hurled an ice spear towards the final eye. Thud. Ah! As the last eye was pierced, the multitude of serpent eyes surrounding them dissipated, and the snake woman's divine realm was shattered. She fell to the ground, clutching her eyes, emitting a wretched scream. Subsequently, with Chenmai orchestrating, he dissected a certain mystery, thus acquiring the ability of frost. Lin Qiye hastily swung his blade towards her neck. For reasons unknown, an alarm blared within Luo Chen's mind, an instinctive warning that surged forth. Qiye, get back. Lin Qiye frowned, swiftly dodging. Clang. A silver halberd descended from the heavens, blocking the snake woman's path. A seemingly courteous man landed atop the halberd. Greetings, I am the 13th seed of the faithful, Han Shaoan. See realm. Luo Chen's brow furrowed. It was no wonder his instincts had been alerting him. There was indeed a big fish on the line. Han Shaoyan glanced at the beleaguered snake woman. You may leave. The snake woman nodded slightly. Having sustained severe injuries, though she longed to flay Luo Chen and the others, further combat was ill-advised. Think you can depart so easily? Luo Chen scoffed, his left hand grasping at the air. Clang. What is this? The snake woman gasped. Golden voids emerged in the air, and countless chains surged forth, ensnaring the snake woman and binding her in midair, rendering her immobile. Binding. Bailey Pang-Gang. Wow, Brother Chen, you are quite extravagant. Luo Chen's lips twitched, but he said nothing further. Han Shaoyan frowned slightly, raising his halberd to strike. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, the chains remaining unscathed. How is this possible? The snake woman could scarcely believe her eyes. Han Shaoyan was from the sea realm. How could he not sever mere chains? Do not struggle. This is my artifact, the heavenly lock, designed specifically for divine agents like you, Luo Chen declared with a cold smirk. Not even a true deity could break free from these chains. The higher the divine nature, the more resilient the chains become. Your realm is not far from mine. There is no way you can escape. At this moment, the snake woman was bound in midair, her form resembling a letter, tightly ensnared by 4 chains. The reason for not deploying the heavenly lock initially was due to the snake woman's divine realm abilities being rather troublesome and constant movement. The heavenly lock would struggle to capture her. However, now that the divine realm was shattered and the snake woman severely wounded, the situation had changed. If the chains cannot be severed, then eliminating you should suffice to release them, right? Han Shaoyan quickly realized this. Luo Chen smiled. You are indeed clever, but... Luo Chen pointed to the sky, and Han Shaoyan suddenly felt it. A subtle wave emanated, as if the sky were enveloped by a massive curtain. Void domain. Redding. Help. Luo Chen shouted towards the heavens. Boom. A graceful figure burst forth from the flames, trailing a rosy afterimage in midair. Stupid brother. Now you know to call for help? Redding smiled, yet her assault did not relent, each shot aimed directly at Han Shaoyan's vital points. Han Shaoyan moved with lightning speed, evading Red Ying's gunfire, swinging his halberd towards her waist. Foolish sister. The heavenly lock. Luo Chen called out, as countless chains once again materialized from the void, shielding Red Ying's waist. Clang. The clear sound echoed as the attack was thwarted. Immediately, Red Ying adjusted her aim. Her gun blazing with fire. My heart is as fierce as this flame. She leaped into the air, erupting in a burst of rose-colored flames, burning 100 cuts. For reasons unknown, a phrase flashed in Luo Chen's mind. Han Shaoyan frowned, his right foot crashing onto the ground. Boom. A whirlwind erupted from his center, propelling Red Ing and her weapon away. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster. Within 10 miles, a blizzard swept through the sky. Chinmai glared coldly at Hongying. You dare attempt to kill my team members on my territory? Who gave you the audacity? Lin Chiye and the others struggled against the wind and snow. Unable to open their eyes, relying on their star blade thrust into the ground to steady themselves. Bailey Pangyang seemed to suddenly recall something. Hongying, wait a moment. What is your relation to the Nightwatch captain of Gusta City, Hongying? As the young master of the Bailey family. Although he spent most of his time indulging in pleasures, he had heard quite a bit about the exploits of the Nightwatch. 5 years ago, the Nightwatch team from Suzhou City faced a direct encounter with the leader of the ancient god church, Whisper. 8 members of the team either perished or were gravely wounded, with only Captain Hongying vanishing without a trace. It turned out he was not lost, but had betrayed them. Bai Li, the plump member, attempted to voice his thoughts, but was restrained by Luo Chen. Luo Chen understood that the man before him did not act of his own volition, but rather out of necessity. Hongying smiled bitterly, acknowledging, it was me. Chinmai's gaze sharpened. Why? If your team members were crucified, would you choose to fight to the death alongside them? Or forsake your dignity and freedom to spare their lives? Hongying's voice remained eerily calm, as if recounting a tale detached from himself. Following his words, an overwhelming psychic force erupted from him, embodying the pressure of the sea realm. Chinmai gripped his blade tightly, inhaling deeply. Clang! The 2 blades at his waist were unsheathed, a wave of dark energy radiating outward from his center. Behind Chinmai, a massive blood-red palace materialized, Yama's Hall. Witnessing this, a flicker of relief appeared in Hongying's eyes, mingled with an unexpected desire. He longed for death. For him, it could be a form of liberation. He had committed unspeakable acts for Whisper, and despite his internal turmoil, he was bound by the soul contract, unable to resist her commands, even to the point of taking his own life. Everyone, be cautious, Hongying spoke softly. The psychic force of the sea realm surged forth, raising a whirlwind around him. In an instant, Hongying appeared before Chinmai. Clang! The clash of dual blades and long spear resonated sharply, forcing Chinmai back several steps. Yet, his form morphed into nothingness, slipping past Hongying's spear, striking at his neck with both blades. Hongying was momentarily taken aback but reacted swiftly, conjuring a fierce wind to deflect Chinmai's blades. However, despite his efforts, the twin blades left a shallow scar across his chest. Hongying swung his spear, instantly manifesting countless wind blades to cleave towards Chinmai. Wind King's hammer. Boom. Luo Chen wielded his invisible sword, the wind elements swirling around it coalescing under his immense psychic force, forming a miniature storm vortex. With a swing of his sword, the vortex released its pent-up energy, the air compressing to an extreme, producing a thunderous roar. Did he dare toy with wind elements in the face of the Wind King's barrier? Had he lost his mind? Chapter 44. How embarrassing. Hongying was taken aback, hastily dodging. Boom. Luo Chen's strike created a deep crater where Hongying had just stood. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Chinmai's blades were upon him. Swish. The dual blades struck Hongying heavily, sending a spray of blood into the air. Hongying's body visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Clang. Using his spear for support, he staggered to regain his footing. Great wind calamity. He roared. The surrounding blizzard abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie stillness as snowflakes drifted gently from above. He pressed his palms together, gathering a spherical object that spun continuously, growing larger. A wind eye. Luo Chen instantly realized the gravity of the situation. The dying Hongying was unleashing his ultimate move in a last-ditch effort. Once formed, this wind eye would unleash a tempest capable of tearing through their barrier and devastating the entire city of Cangnan. Hongying's voice was weak, revealing the substantial damage Chinmai had inflicted, compelling him, under the soul contract's influence, to expend all his strength to release the wind eye. Bang! A bullet whizzed from a distance. It was Lang Xian. However, as the bullet approached the wind eye, it was thwarted by an invisible wall of wind. Unable to advance even a fraction. Get down! Hongying cried, her spear engulfed in fierce flames, shooting towards the wind eye like a meteor. Luo Chen also attempted to tear through the wind wall with the Wind King's barrier. Yet, it remained utterly unyielding. This was the manifestation of Hongying's dying psychic force, far beyond the wind blades from before, infused with his entire essence. All attacks were rendered ineffective. But at that moment, a man stepped forward. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Let us see your performance. Bro Shin Qingzhu smirked. What a bother. They warned me not to meddle with the heavens and earth during training, and now I'm tasked with managing this air vortex. Great wind calamity, indeed. Snap. With a snap of Shin Qingzhu's fingers, the once rampant wind eye was instantly silenced. Is that all? Shin Qingzhu scoffed. Upon witnessing this, A smile crept onto Han Xiao's face. Now, the group surged toward Han Xiao, who was now at his weakest. Due to his injuries, Han Xiao's attacks were disjointed, quickly revealing a flaw that Luo Chen exploited with his invisible sword. Han Xiao attempted to evade, but he clearly miscalculated the reach of Luo Chen's weapon. Swish. A new gash appeared on Han Xiao's body as Luo Chen raised his arm. Heaven S-lock. Swish, swish, swish. Countless chains emerged from the void, piercing through Han Xiao's form. Han Xiao's eyes gradually dimmed, tears involuntarily spilling from the corners of his eyes. Thank you, Luo Chen. Shinmai shouted. You had the ability to capture him. Why did you have to kill him? Shinmai stormed toward Luo Chen, glaring furiously. Luo Chen bowed his head. I'm sorry. Captain. Shinmai seemed to recall something, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes, and he coldly huffed. This is the last time. The reason was simple. Luo Chen wanted to grant the Suzhou team captain one last shred of dignity. His lover had perished, and to protect the remaining teammates, he had to betray the Nightwatch, forsaking his beliefs, and commit countless heinous acts. For him, living was a torment. Stupid brother, are you hurt? Hongying trotted over, anxiously checking Luo Chen's body. Luo Chen also removed his knight armor, stowing away his curry stick. Hongying embraced him, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Sister Hongying, you smell so good, Luo Chen blurted out without thinking. Hongying was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing instantly. What are you saying at a time like this? Do you have any idea how worried I was for you? Stop joking around. With that, she turned to leave. Luo Chen smiled, remaining silent, yet he grasped her small hand tightly. Hongying paused, ultimately reluctant to pull away, pouting slightly. Stupid brother, always teasing your sister. Next time, don't run off alone. She shot him a fierce glare. A warm current surged within Luo Chen. I understand, Sister Hongying. I knew you cared for me the most. Humph. Now you realize your sister's worth? Hongying crossed her arms, feigning annoyance, while he scratched his head, glancing at Shin Qingzhu. Bro, what are you up to? Are you Thanos or something? Shin Qingzhu retorted. Look who's talking, Doryman. Shinmai glanced at Lin Chia, shaking his head in resignation. You're following Luo Chen's antics now too. Chia, this isn't like you. Lin Chia awkwardly scratched his head. Shinmai shot a sidelong glance at Xingyu beside him. Don't think I won't call you out just because I'm scolding those two. Xingyu forced a smile, nodding repeatedly. He is indeed an academic prodigy, a model student. Yet he is clearly the one who has been led astray. Shinmai sighed as he gazed at Han Xiao, pierced by the Tianchi lock. It is truly lamentable to encounter you in such a manner. At that moment, Yuan Gang arrived, his eyes falling upon Han Xiao's lifeless body. Captain Chen. This seems rather irregular, does it not? You all had the capability to subdue him. Why resort to lethal force? Shinmai huffed disdainfully. He sought to harm my team. Thus, he must pay the price. Should there be any objections, let Xiaopinga come to discuss it with me. In Songnan, I, Shinmai, am the law. Luo Chen, overhearing these words, could not suppress a smirk. His captain, ever so proud yet fiercely protective, was truly endearing. He hurriedly followed suit, as did the rest of the team. Leaving Yuan Gang alone to grapple with the chaos, or rather, there appeared to be another presence. The snake woman cried out. Is there no one to speak on my behalf? This shameful predicament is unbearable. Yuan Gang shook his head in exasperation, his gaze landing upon the snake woman. Unable to stifle a scoff. One of the evil deities from the esteemed ancient divine church, now ensnared by a rookie. Well, confess and be lenient, resist and face severity. You shall reflect upon your actions in the sanctuary. Yuan Gang suddenly froze, pondering how to escort her away. Realization struck him. Hey, you. Don't you dare leave. Chapter 45, My Wife Hongying. The next day, the doorbell of the villa chimed. Luo Chen opened the door to find Bailey Pang Pang, Shin Qizhu, and Chao Yuan standing there. Oh, you all are here so early? Hongying's voice sounded from behind him. Clad in form-fitting spandex that accentuated her alluring figure, Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Stinky brother, what are you staring at? Hurry, and let them in. Hongying blushed slightly at his gaze. Bang. Luo Chen abruptly slammed the door shut. Bailey Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Shin Qizhu exchanged glances. Sister Hongying quickly changed into something more comfortable. Just her usual attire will suffice. Luo Chen urged as he pushed Hongying inside. What are you doing, stinky brother? What's wrong with this outfit? Hongying, bewildered by Luo Chen's actions, protested. Oh, just change, trust me, be good now. Hongying raised an eyebrow. Slightly displeased, yet she said nothing and prepared to change. A fleeting glance revealed that Luo Chen still lingered within the room. Hey, stinky brother? What's the matter? What do you mean? How can I change if you don't leave? Oh, we are already an old couple. Sister Hongying is so bashful. Luo Chen chuckled. Get lost. Hongying's voice echoed throughout the villa, leaving the three outside momentarily stunned. Eventually, Luo Chen was unceremoniously kicked out. Rubbing his head, he returned to open the door once more. Bailey Pang Pang grinned foolishly. I wasn't sure what you all would like, so I just brought a few things. At that moment, Lin Xie emerged. Noticing Bailey Pang Pang and his companions, he approached, puzzled as to why Luo Chen hadn't let them in yet. Luo Chen stared in disbelief, locking eyes with Lin Xie, both of their lips twitching in unison. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Rolex, Vacheron Constantine, Patek Philippe. When Hongying finally emerged in her new attire, Bailey Pang Pang rushed forward. Ah, this divine sister, greetings. I am Bailey Pang Pang, a mere child from an ordinary family. Not knowing your preferences, I brought some local specialties. And this Patek Philippe perfectly suits your elegance. Please do not disdain it. Luo Chen grimaced, pulling Bailey Pang Pang aside. Hongying's lips twitched as she glanced at Luo Chen. The foolish son of a landlord. Please accept it, he doesn't lack for such things. Luo Chen sighed resignedly. Allow me to introduce my wife, Hongying. Luo Chen shamelessly declared. Hongying? She paused for a moment, her cheeks visibly reddening, and she delivered a punch to Luo Chen's forehead. Bang! Stinky brother, what nonsense are you spouting? I am his sister, do not misunderstand. How painful. Luo Chen's cries echoed through the villa. Bailey Pang Pang remarked, as expected of Brother Chen, a model for our generation. Chao Yuan beside him shrugged. I seem to smell something delicious. Lin Xie looked at him in astonishment. Aren't you a monk? Meat and wine pass through the belly. The Buddha resides in the heart. Lin Xie chose to ignore him. Soon, Chen Mai and others arrived at the villa, and the gathering commenced. Shen Qizhu glanced at the crowd, feeling somewhat out of place. Isn't this a gathering of friends? Why must I be included? The others looked at him in surprise. Bailey Pang Pang muttered under his breath, what an arrogant fellow. Fatty, are you seeking death? Clearly, Shen Qingzhu heard him, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Hey, Brother Chen, help. This is your home. You must save me. Bailey Pang Pang hastily fled. Luo Chen shook his head in resignation, unwilling to intervene in their quarrel. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan were busy preparing food, while Leng Xian likely stood guard outside. Zhao Kongsheng had finally awakened his forbidden abilities and was diligently training. Hongying was engaged in gossip with Si Xiaonan, while Wen Qima occasionally nodded in agreement. Lin Xie stood by the window, quietly gazing toward the old district, lost in thought. As for Chao Yuan, Luo Chen was perplexed to see him seated, engrossed in a comic. Upon closer inspection, good heavens, brave new world. Truly, you never cease to amaze. Chao thief. Luo Chen felt a cold sweat on his back. It seemed wise to keep an eye on this fellow, lest his home be pilfered. After a while, a splendid array of dishes adorned the table. Chao Yuan's eyes sparkled, his comic suddenly forgotten. As everyone gathered around the dining table, it became the New Year's Eve feast. At this moment, it was time for a certain little chubby one to shine. Captain Chen, your distinguished presence is undeniable. I pondered all night. And only this Rolex is worthy of you. Please accept it. Ah, Xiangnan bro, this green submariner has been yearning to accompany you. Sister Xiaonan, you are truly a celestial beauty. This Patek Philippe is a limited edition matching set with Sister Hongying. Please accept it. Brother Qima, I feel a kinship with you. Kindly do not disdain this Vacheron Constantine. When Qima cast a strange glance at Luo Chen, who winked back, the foolish son of a landlord. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, who had come empty-handed, felt quite awkward, wishing they could disappear. Thanks to Bailey Pong Pong's influence, the atmosphere grew lively. While Chao Yuan boasted about his culinary prowess, the only one uncomfortable was Shen Qingzhu. As for Qingyu, after some inquiry, Luo Chen learned that it was thanks to Chen Mai's authorization that a portion of mysterious corpses had been brought in, granting Qingyu the opportunity to acquire new abilities. Such splendid moments always pass swiftly. With the ringing of the next day's bell, Luo Chen observed the bleary-eyed Bailey Pang Pang, who clearly had not yet awakened. Luo Chen picked up a slipper and delivered a swift blow. Smack! Bailey Pang Pang, instantly alert. The recruits quickly assembled at the training ground. Gazing at the familiar structure before them, Luo Chen felt as though it were but yesterday. Yuan Gang surveyed the new recruits before him. Today, the most important matter is to bestow honors upon some of you. The new recruits simultaneously turned their gaze toward Luo Chen and his companions. As their performances had been nothing short of remarkable, from their battles against the faceless opponents to traversing Jin and Mountain, and later, bravely confronting missile attacks. When the mention of honors arose, they immediately thought of Luo Chen, displaying expressions of envy. Chapter 46, Twirling and Leaping. Yuan Gang lifted the small box in his hand, directing his gaze toward the recruits below. After a brief diversion of gaze, it ultimately settled on Luo Chen. Ahem, let us commence the awarding ceremony. Yuan Gang cleared his throat. The first recipient is Luo Chen. During the ambush on new recruits while they were on leave, he bravely stepped forward. rescuing many of his comrades and safeguarding the future of the Night Watchman. He also eliminated the 16th seat of the Believers, LV Liang, and led Lin Chia and others in vanquishing the members of the Scorpion mercenary group hidden within the city, severely injuring and capturing the Serpent Woman of the Ancient God Church, as well as slaying the 13th seat, Han Xiaoyan. That's quite impressive, isn't it? It was evident during the match with the masked opponent that he was formidable, but I had no idea he was this powerful. Upon hearing Yuan Gang recount Luo Chen's series of deeds, the new recruits below began to whisper among themselves, united in their admiration for Luo Chen's capabilities. Yuan Gang, glancing at the summary of accomplishments in his hand, was equally astonished. This lad is more extraordinary than the divine agents. Yuan Gang cleared his throat, composed himself, and his voice resonated. The recruits immediately covered their mouths, astonished. Such a statement astonished not only the new recruits, but also the instructors on stage, leaving them momentarily speechless. How could one not be surprised? Luo Chen slowly ascended the stage and saluted Yuan Gang. Subsequently, he stood aside as Yuan Gang continued. Bai Li Tuming, Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pang Pang. Both of them assisted the aforementioned individuals during this operation, performing remarkably, and are hereby acknowledged. Bai Li Pang Pang. Why am I not mentioned? Immediately, Bai Li Pong Pong's eyes glazed over, frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Chao Yuan patted his shoulder, saying, "We pretty much coasted through this whole thing. Being acknowledged at all is quite fortunate." On the training ground, the instructor opened 2 large cardboard boxes behind him, retrieving a silver wristwatch. This device is affectionately referred to as the acrobatic detonator. It will continually stimulate your body to perform peculiar movements, and your task is to counteract it with your mental strength. Once the introduction concluded, the new recruits eagerly approached to claim this strange apparatus. When it was Luo Chen's turn, Hong Hao surprisingly handed him 2 wristwatches. Luo Chen looked perplexed. Hong Hao coughed twice, saying, "These are specially prepared for you by the higher-ups." Luo Chen frowned. "Isn't this bullying the honest person?" Behind him, Lin Chia's lips curled slightly. But before he could revel in the moment, 2 silver wristwatches were placed in his hands as well. Lin Chia, "No way." Hong Hao chuckled at Lin Chia, saying, "To the capable goes the burden." Were it not for the image of the instructors, he would have burst into laughter. "This thing is truly hideous. Incomparable to my local specialties," Bai Li Pang Pang pouted, looking disdainfully at the wristwatch in his hand. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan had already donned his wristwatch. Whoosh! Chao Yuan, watch how I entertain everyone. Spinning and leaping, just as the wristwatch closed, Luo Chen glanced at Lin Chia, saying, "Your Chao Yuan can do a backflip?" Lin Chia, "Who the hell is your Chao Yuan?" Lin Chia suppressed the urge to retort. Chao Yuan landed steadily, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Don't look at me. You all are just as affected." Bai Li Pang Pang immediately thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Oh, with this physique of mine, how could I possibly? Oh my God. Save me. Chen Gu." Bai Li Pang Pang's voice transformed into a high-pitched electronic tone. Watching Bai Li Pang Pang jump around, Luo Chen fell into contemplation. If this device is making him this frantic, what about the others? The training camp transformed into a circus, even more abstract than one. With an array of bizarre movements on display, the instructors stifled their laughter. This year's Michael surpasses last year's. These are the future dance kings. Ha ha ha. As soon as Luo Chen closed his wristwatch, he felt an immense electric current coursing through his body, compelling him to twitch, taking a step forward. However, perhaps due to his frequent usage of the inherent skill of magical energy release, he quickly regained control of his body. Since magical energy release requires intricate control to envelop the entire body, it necessitates a formidable level of mastery. Thus, under the instructor's watchful eyes, Luo Chen stood in stark contrast to the other new recruits, sitting serenely and motionless. Hong Hao felt puzzled. Is this lad's wristwatch out of power? The adjutant beside him remarked, "That shouldn't be the case. This batch of equipment was meticulously tested by experts before use. There's absolutely no issue with the power supply. So why is he so calm? No way this kid can be so abnormal. He just put it on and adapted immediately? I saw him only react briefly when he first wore it, but he regained control almost instantly." Hong Hao's lips twitched, unsure of what to say. No wonder he is the unprecedented agent. Over there, the dual divine agents are bouncing around. Hong Hao glanced over at Lin Chia, noticing he too was hopping about, suggesting that the electric current from the 2 wristwatches was equally challenging for the divine agents to manage. After approximately 60 minutes, as the training session drew to a close, Hong Hao stood up, announcing, "That will be all for today's training. You are dismissed." The new recruits let out a collective sigh of relief, ready to set down their wristwatches when Hong Hao revealed a playful smile. "You must wear these wristwatches at all times, whether eating, sleeping, or doing anything else. You are not allowed to remove them." "What?" The recruits below were instantly filled with dismay. Observing their dejected expressions, Honghao's smile grew more pronounced. This is for your training. You must always remember to control your mental strength, forming it into a reflex. The new recruits gritted their teeth, slowly shuffling towards the dining hall, resembling a collective experiencing discomfort. Chapter 47. The Painless Fatherhood. The new recruits swiftly arrived at the dining hall. Luo Chen glanced at Bai Li Pangpang beside him, unable to suppress a laugh. Lin Xie inappropriately asked, "Not hungry?" Luo Chen chuckled, saying, "How could one not eat? Is it that you dislike it?" Bai Li Pangpang stared at the food before him. Gulp. Unconsciously swallowing, he finally seemed to come to a resolute decision, tremblingly reaching for his chopsticks. In a flash, he seized a piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth. Slap. The chopsticks trembled, and Bai Li Pangpang's body uncontrollably performed a backflip. Landing firmly on the table, hands raised high, the piece of meat fell to the ground. Bai Li Pangpang. Luo Chen paused for a moment and instinctively applauded. There should be applause here. Bai Li Pangpang gazed longingly at Chao Yuan, who was enjoying his meal, instinctively looking at Luo Chen. "Brother Chen, I refuse." Before Luo Chen could finish, he unhesitatingly declined. He had no inclination to feed a man. Bai Li Pangpang then looked at Lin Xie with a pitiful expression. "Feed me." "Xie." Lin Xie sighed in resignation, then picked up the meat from the floor and stuffed it into Bai Li Pangpang's mouth. Luo Chen chuckled, saying, "You spoil him." Unbeknownst to them, this table presented quite a scene, particularly regarding a certain arrogant figure. Shen Qizhu stood at the table's edge, flanked by his 3 loyal subordinates. "Brother Shen, I'm hungry." "Brother Shen, Brother Shen, I want to eat." The scene was visually delightful. Luo Chen nearly laughed himself to death, teasingly saying, "Painless fatherhood. Huh, arrogant brother? Get lost. Don't add to my troubles." Shen Qizhu cursed. Then, as if resolved to something, cursed again. "Settle down, all of you. Come one at a time." The only noteworthy incident was the sound of gunfire echoing. Bang, bang, bang. Missed. Lin Xie contemplated the gun in his hand. Luo Chen approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right. On the battlefield, if you can't kill him, you can at least scare him to death." Saying this, Luo Chen winked at him. Lin Xie's lips twitched in disbelief. "Are you attempting to comfort someone? Perhaps you should listen to your own words." Such misguided statements. Missing the mark entirely. Could this not also be considered a gift? Lin Xie replied with a hint of sarcasm. Following this exchange, he sought out Bai Li Pangpang for practical training, which concluded amidst the lamentations of the latter. The year-long intensive training was drawing to a close, yet the concept of waves eluded Luo Chen, who gazed at the ceiling and drifted into a deep slumber. One morning, a beam of sunlight penetrated the glass and fell upon Luo Chen's face. He gradually rose, only to discover that Bai Li Pangpang and the others were still ensconced in sleep, resembling dead pigs. The surrounding stillness felt oddly eerie. No bugle calls, no instructors. Luo Chen immediately activated his breath-sensing ability, and indeed, an invisible spider web enveloped the entire training camp, with countless threads intertwining and connecting all the dormitories. Some recruits had already been ensnared by the web, with a few awakening and struggling in vain, while others remained blissfully ignorant of their captivity. A faint smile graced Luo Chen's lips. It appeared this was to be their final test. Meanwhile, Qingyu, a diligent scholar, had long cultivated the habit of rising early. As soon as the time arrived, he instinctively opened his eyes. A tiny mouse scurried up to his shoulder, reporting its observations. Qingyu furrowed his brow upon noticing Luo Chen, who was now awake. Luo Chen smiled nonchalantly and stretched, suggesting this might just be some form of assessment. "Don't you think?" After a brief contemplation, Qingyu quickly deduced the implications, nodding in agreement. It was indeed abnormal for such a large training camp to be mysteriously invaded. It was undoubtedly a test set up by the instructors. On the other side, Lin Xie was roused by the conversation, wondering what had transpired. Qingyu then recounted everything he knew to Lin Xie and Luo Chen, during which Bai Li Pangpang continued to snore loudly, much to their exasperation, until Luo Chen finally struck him with a slipper. "What's wrong, Molly?" Bai Li Pangpang mumbled groggily, showing no signs of waking. Luo Chen, exasperated, exchanged glances with the others. How could he still be dreaming at such a critical moment? Despite their calls, Bai Li Pangpang remained unresponsive, his already round cheeks visibly swelling. The imprint of the red slipper stark against his skin. It appeared he had fallen under some sort of illusion or mental enchantment, and Qingyu pondered. "What should we do now?" Lin Xie inquired, a hint of confusion in his expression. Their gazes fixed upon Luo Chen. "If we eliminate the source of the problem, there will be no problem," Luo Chen shrugged, earning blank stares from the others, though they were gradually becoming accustomed to his unconventional methods. The trio exited the building and immediately collided with another person. "Luo Chen, Shen Qingzhu's eyes lit up as she approached. This is peculiar. Li Jia and the others seem to have fallen into a deep slumber, and no matter how I call, they won't awaken. Lin Qiya's heart sank. It appeared that Bailey Pang Pang was not the only one affected. Luo Chen remained silent, already aware of the situation. Shall we undertake something significant together? Are you in, bro? Luo Chen grinned at Shen Qingzhu, causing her to feel a chill run down her spine. What do you plan to do? Thus, the four set off together. As they walked, Shen Qingzhu caught sight of a camera at the corner and promptly gestured to it with a friendly international sign, muttering two words, silly thing. Arrogant and boastful, she scoffed. Points deducted. Han Li chuckled wryly beside her. Look at you, so impatient. By the way, Instructor Hong, is it really alright to toss those three mysterious entities into the fray? It should not pose much of a problem. Those little ones are quite formidable, and we've placed them under control. Should anything arise, we will intervene immediately, Han Li assured. But, Instructor Hong, I am genuinely concerned about those three mysterious entities. Hong Hao replied, his expression twitching as if recalling something. Chapter 48. As Zhu Yuan Gang entered, and the instructor saluted. Commander. Yuan Gang nodded and glanced at the monitors. These youngsters should bring us some surprises. He chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps before my retirement, I will witness the emergence of a fifth special squad. Hong Hao similarly nodded in agreement. These youngsters are no ordinary ones. Although they have the support of Team 136, they have managed to slay followers of the ocean realm. The weakest among them is at an extremely high-risk level. This configuration already bears the semblance of a special squad. Luo Chen and the others traversed the armory and proceeded to the cafeteria, only to find it eerily deserted. Damn it, are these instructors out of their minds? What nonsense are they concocting? Haven't they tormented me enough with training? Shen Qingzhu cursed. In the monitoring room, Hong Hao quietly made additional notes. So, where do we go now? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Luo Chen closed his eyes, activating his breath-sensing ability. The locations of the three mysterious entities appeared in his mind, and he pointed in a direction. Over there, let us go. Before long. The four arrived at the entrance of a warehouse. Lin Qiye swung the two daggers in his hands. Are you sure this is the place? Luo Chen nodded affirmatively. There is no mistaking it. An unusual aura emanates from within. The stark contrast between the energy of the mysterious entities and that of humans allowed Luo Chen to locate them with ease. This inherent skill proved exceptionally useful in tracking. As long as the opponent was on the ground, Luo Chen would perceive their presence. Bang! Shen Qingzhu kicked open the heavy door. What greeted their eyes was a shimmering expanse of spider silk, transforming the entire warehouse into a nest-like domain. Among the thick webbing was a grotesque figure that elicited frowns. Behind the heavy strands, a massive silhouette emerged, a gigantic gray spider, its 6 crimson eyes fixed upon the group. Wow, there really is a spider, exclaimed Luo Chen. Someone's here. A Zhu cried. Yet, the creature quickly reacted, its scarlet eyes emitting an eerie wave. Luo Chen furrowed his brow and activated his magical defenses, instantly nullifying a Zhu's mental assault. Nearby, Lin Qiye's pupils flared with divine power, equally unaffected, while Qingyu's eyes briefly clouded with gray as he began to analyze the incoming attack. All three remained unscathed, save for Shen Qingzhu, who was struggling against the drowsiness. Relying solely on sheer willpower, even stabbing a knife into his thigh to stay awake. What a tough character. Luo Chen marveled. Yet, the group responded swiftly, drawing their blades and charging toward Zhu. However, the massive gray spider turned tail and fled, shattering a window and spewing forth silk in one fluid motion. It bolted away as if it had made a decisive resolution. Isn't it from the river realm? Lin Qiye pondered, leaving everyone speechless. They too were baffled as to why the giant spider chose to flee. They had anticipated an epic confrontation, only for it to turn and run. Lin Qiye glanced at the grotesque figure, frowning slightly. Wasn't this supposed to be a test? Why is it like this? Of course, this was all the doing of the instructors, but Luo Chen had no intention of revealing that. And Qingyu and Shen Qingzhu's expressions also darkened. With a sigh, Luo Chen declared, I'll pursue it. I can still sense its aura. A voice, audible only to Luo Chen, echoed in his mind. His pupils flickered slightly, emanating an inexplicable aura that surged forth from Luo Chen, pursuing the vanishing Zhu. The other three contemplated for a moment, reassured by Luo Chen's strength. However, Shen Qingzhu suddenly remembered that Dang Wei and the others were still asleep in the dormitory. If they encountered another mysterious attack, it could spell disaster. There was a large group still in slumber, and any further mysteries could prove perilous. Hearing Shen Qingzhu's concerns, Lin Qiye nodded, suggesting, Then I'll accompany Luo Chen to chase after that spider. Qingyu, you and Zhuaigu should guard the dormitory, so you can look out for each other in case of emergencies. And Qingyu nodded in agreement. With a strategy established, the four divided into two groups. Luo Chen and Lin Xie set off in pursuit of Zhu, while Xin Qingzhu and Xingyu remained to protect the dormitory. The instructors observed the footage on the monitor, astonished. Why is this spider child so timid? It simply ran away. How are we to instill pressure on these new recruits? They pondered. Is the atmosphere group prepared? How should we proceed now? Next, on a desolate street, a grayish-white spider scurried frantically, its long legs moving desperately as if fleeing for its life. Suddenly, it transformed into the form of a small boy, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old, with silvery gray hair and faint spider-like patterns on his face. His red eyes glistened, brimming with tears as he lamented, "What should I do? I've been so well behaved. Yet they look as if they want to kill me. Woe is me, I just want a place to sleep. If I get caught, will I be turned into braised spider limbs, spicy stir-fried spider, or steamed spider soup? They're all villains." With this thought, Zhu burst into tears, exclaiming, "I want to find my mother." He was merely a little spider of 2 years and over 300 months. Zhu yearned to create a world without humans. Just as he prepared to flee, a pale green figure appeared before him, and unable to halt his momentum, he collided into the stranger's embrace. Clad in a pristine white robe, the figure's light green hair shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. The figure turned slightly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I apologize. Did I hurt you?" The voice was gentle, like a refreshing spring breeze. Zhu looked up to behold an exquisitely beautiful face, so captivating that one could hardly discern the individual's gender. All while the stranger offered a tender smile. Such a charming and gentle elder brother. No, wait. Zhu suddenly realized something and struggled to escape. "Big brother. I'm not tasty. I'm just a child." With that, Zhu dashed away. And she, puzzled, mused, "Do I really resemble a man-eating monster?" He gently implored, "Could you please not run away?" However, Zhu paid no heed and continued his frantic escape. Observing Zhu's desperate flight, Inchi sighed and stood up, contemplating. "What should I do? This is quite a dilemma." He raised his hand slightly, murmuring to himself, "But I've already given instructions. I can't let it escape." Suddenly, a golden void materialized behind him, and countless chains surged forth, ensnaring the fleeing Zhu. As the chains approached, Zhu ran as if possessed, shouting, "Run, legs. Why won't you move faster? Woe is me." Yet, all struggles proved futile. The chains bound his limbs tightly, forming a cage-like prison. "No. I'm going to be barbecued." Zhu wailed, but regardless of his frantic attempts, the chains only tightened further. Inchi approached slowly, glancing at the distraught Zhu, and offered a rueful smile. "I'm sorry, dear little spider." The pale green figure gradually vanished from the scene. Chapter 49. I will return. Luo Chen promptly led Lin Xie to their destination. They beheld Zhu locked within a cage, now reverted to his true form. 6 pairs of compound eyes glowing ominously as he attempted one last struggle. Lin Xie cast a puzzled glance at Luo Chen, who immediately recognized the chains as a manifestation of his abilities. Before Zhu could unleash his mental assault, Lin Xie swiftly removed him, granting him a painless ascent. Once the situation was resolved, Lin Xie turned to Luo Chen, inquiring, "When did you capture it?" Luo Chen smiled, playfully winking guess. Lin Xie refrained from pressing further, knowing that without Luo Chen's response, he had no means to pursue the matter. Inchi had previously expressed curiosity about the nature of mystical beasts in this world. And since Inchi's full form did not require additional consumption of Luo Chen's mental energy, Luo Chen permitted him to proceed directly, capturing Zhu to prevent any further chaos. With the spider child subdued, the mental control was lifted, allowing all the slumbering recruits to awaken. Bai Li, confused, stirred awake to the cacophony, glancing at his Rolex, his pupils dilating in alarm. "Oh no, did I oversleep? This is a disaster." Bai Li immediately snapped into action, anxiously surveying his surroundings, only to find the dormitory empty, with Luo Chen and the others nowhere in sight. "What the heck? These ungrateful fellows left me all alone. I'm going to get severely scolded by the instructors." Suddenly, the sound of Shun Qingzhu's irate voice echoed down the corridor. "Damn it. You all sleep like dead pigs. If I hadn't stayed awake, you'd all be dead in your beds." He berated, exuding exasperation. Bai Li was taken aback. What? A mysterious attack. He hastily flung open the door and dashed out of the dormitory, not even bothering to put on clothes. He saw Shen Qingzhu furiously reprimanding his 3 subordinates, his expression one of disappointment. Deng Wei and the others remained silent, absorbing the scolding, occasionally exchanging silly smiles. Witnessing this, Shen Qingzhu's frustration intensified. "So, you think my words are mere wind? Laughing, are we? The mysterious entity is upon you, and you remain oblivious." Deng Wei scratched his head, replying, "Brother Shen, thank you for sticking by us during such danger." Shen Qingzhu paused for a moment before delivering a swift kick. "Damn it. You always give me a headache. Next time, see if I even acknowledge you. With that, he turned away. Li Jia and Li Liang exchanged knowing smiles, confirming that Shun was indeed the gentlest person in the world. However, upon hearing their remarks, Shun Qingzhu's annoyance flared, and he promptly kicked both of them. And Qing Yu emerged, witnessing the commotion with a resigned smile. Bai Li exclaimed, "What the heck? Qing Yu, where have you been? Where are Qi Ye and Brother Chen?" And Qing Yu glanced at him, stating, "You were sleeping like a log. No one could wake you." It seems everyone was attacked by the mysterious entity, succumbing to some form of mental assault. It appears that the culprit has been resolved by Luo Chen and the others. After speaking, and Qing Yu adjusted his glasses. Bai Li paused, processing the information. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he turned his gaze to Qing Yu, leaping toward him. "Qing Yu, so you've been watching over me all along, right? I'm truly moved." And Qing Yu's mouth twitched, usually mild-mannered. He felt a surge of irritation toward Bai Li. Yet he ultimately restrained himself, for he noticed the shimmering pendant around Bai Li's neck. After Shen Qizhu had finished scolding his three subordinates, he approached Qing Yu. "What shall we do now? It seems that the large spider has been dealt with." Meanwhile, many new recruits began to emerge from their rooms, gathering to inquire about the situation. And Qing Yu patiently elucidated everything to the crowd, revealing that a mystery had emerged within the training camp. "What?" The new recruits exclaimed in disbelief, causing a cacophony of chatter to erupt among them. Shen Qingzhu, already irritable from the noise, became even more incensed. "For heaven's sake, can you all just be quiet? Are you all brainless? Your sudden realization only signifies that the mystery has been resolved by Luo Chen and Lin Qiye. What are you shouting about?" His scathing remarks silenced the crowd. Bai Li Pongwan chuckled. "So, does that mean we VE won by default, Brozhu?" Shen Qizhu scoffed and glanced at the surveillance monitor. The audacious instructors had failed to notify them, suggesting that there must be further trials yet to be completed, and likely more mysteries to unravel. Applause erupted from the side. As expected of Brother Shen. "Brother Shen is amazing." The trio of sidekicks cheered, their enthusiasm palpable, as if they were ready to wave banners in support of Shen Qingzhu. With a disdainful grunt, he snapped, "Enough. The noise is unbearable." Clenching his fists, he struggled to suppress his urge to lash out. And Qing Yu adjusted her glasses and stated, "We've searched most areas. Only one remains." "Where?" The new recruits inquired in unison. And Qing Yu and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances and declared together, "The girls' dormitory." Bai Li Pongwan immediately envisioned Molly's figure. There's a mystery in the girls' dormitory. Molly could be in danger. Without hesitation, he revealed his forbidden items and dashed toward the girls' dormitory, opting to exit through the window. However, he seemed to have underestimated his size. Bai Li Pongwan's upper body passed through the window, but his lower half became firmly lodged in the sill. The silence was palpable. Hey. He flailed his short legs desperately. Witnessing this, and Qing Yu turned her head slightly, covering her mouth with her hand. Shen Qizhu was exasperated. Does this fool not have a sense of his own dimensions? A window. Bai Li Pongwan, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, could only plead for help. "Brozhu, save me." Laughter erupted from the new recruits. Bai Li Pongwan was mortified, his cheeks flushed, unsure if it was due to embarrassment or exertion. Hearing his plea, Shen Qingzhu flexed his wrist. "Humph, you brought this on yourself. Be gentle, Brozhu," Bai Li Pongwan begged. Shen Qingzhu gathered his strength and delivered a forceful kick. Clang. Yao Guang protect. A searing pain shot from Shen Qingzhu's ankle throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily shudder. He endured the agony, turning his head and clenching his teeth to stifle any sound. Bai Li Pongwan scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry Brozhu, I forgot to deactivate Yao Guang. Get lost." Shen Qingzhu's roar echoed throughout the floor. Bai Li Pongwan flailed in a panic, appearing comically stuck in the window. "Brozhu, let me explain. I didn't mean it. You foolish fatso, I'm getting you out." Shen Qingzhu turned with a menacing expression, gathering an enormous energy sphere in his hand. The new recruits quickly ducked for cover. Bai Li Pongwan sensed the ominous energy behind him and hastily maximized Yao Guang's barrier. Boom. Not only did the window shatter, but the entire wall exploded into debris. A plump figure soared into the sky. "I'm coming to save you, Molly." Chapter 50, The Pinnacle of Experience. Luo Chen and his companion heard the commotion behind them and looked up. Luo Chen pointed to the sky. "Look, a flying pig." Lin Qiye's expression was peculiar. "Isn't that Bai Li Tu Ming?" They then proceeded into the dormitory building, but upon entry, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Lin Qiye frowned. "Something feels off." Luo Chen shrugged. "It's probably affected by some mysterious power." He was well aware that it was the work of a certain cube. As they ascended the stairs, upon reaching the second floor, they were not greeted by a corridor, but the interior of a dormitory. This only deepened Lin Qiye's confusion. He crouched down to examine the floor where the stairs connected to the dormitory. This cut is too smooth. It's as if the space has been stitched together. Clearly, that mystery is adept at manipulating space, transforming this place into a labyrinth. Luo Chen activated his energy perception, trying to locate the cube's precise position. However, the chaotic space seemed to disrupt even the flow of energy. I can't lock onto its energy. Perhaps you can try your mental perception to find it. Lin Xie nodded. Though limited in range, he couldn't guarantee he would detect it. Luo Chen followed Lin Xie to a wall. Is there anything behind this wall? He inquired. There's a staircase leading directly to the 4th floor behind this wall. Then let us destroy it. Luo Chen raised his hand, and a golden void materialized behind him. Lin Xie quickly grabbed his arm. Be careful. Although the space is chaotic, destroying the load-bearing structure could cause the entire dormitory to collapse. Understood. Clang, clang, clang. For chains erupted from the void, wrapping around the load-bearing columns for reinforcement before smashing through the wall, creating an opening just wide enough for 2 people to pass through. Lin Xie nodded and stepped inside first, followed closely by Luo Chen. The instructors in the monitoring room wore grave expressions. They were astonished at how quickly the location of the chaotic cube was being discovered. If this continued, the other recruits would feel little sense of involvement, and all 3 mysteries would be eradicated by those 2 brats. Honghao narrowed his eyes, contemplating countermeasures. Previously, they had aimed to use the cube's abilities to trap these 2 youngsters, allowing the other recruits to engage. But they hadn't anticipated the duo finding the correct path in the chaotic space so swiftly. With a resigned sigh, Honghao turned to Hongying. Sir, what should we do? Luo Chen and his partner are about to find the chaotic cube. Hongying rubbed his temples, uncertain. The spider child from the river border, frightened, had been controlled by Luo Chen and subsequently slain by Lin Xie. Now, only 2 mysteries remained in the girls' dormitory, if these 2 brats dealt with them as well. What kind of examination would it be? Honghao, go fetch Luo Chen out. Let the chaotic cube unleash its abilities to the fullest, delaying the time it takes for those 2 rascals to find it and the hunter. Honghao grimaced. Hongying was truly out of options. Luo Chen's capabilities were too versatile, possessing both tracking and destructive power. If not for the fear of a single curry stick dealing with all the female soldiers in the dormitory, Luo Chen wouldn't need to waste time with such trivialities. Wouldn't it be easier to annihilate both the building and the mysteries in one fell swoop? Lin Xie glanced at Luo Chen. This. Luo Chen shook his head. Is he trying to avoid us? Meanwhile, Bali Pongguan had also entered the girls' dormitory. Is anyone here? He stepped back 2 paces, thinking this would stump him. Digging into his pocket, he produced a piece of chalk. He then drew a circle on the glass door and effortlessly slipped through the circle into the interior. Molly, I'm here, in the monitoring room. What the heck? The instructors were dumbfounded. How many forbidden items does this little fatty possess? Is he Doraemon? Even Hongying couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Goodness. However, as soon as Bali Pongguan took a step forward, the surrounding space began to shift. The staircase before him vanished in an instant. Splash. Bali Pongguan felt as though he had stepped into water. What the heck? Bailey Pangang exclaimed in shock, quickly raising his leg. Casting a glance around, he realized there were no stairs or corridors in sight. To his horror, he had just stepped into a toilet. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he felt utterly unwell. What on earth is happening? After scanning the area, he chose a random direction and dashed forward. Molly, Brother Chen, 7 Night. Simultaneously, he heard what seemed to be dragging sounds nearby, as if something was scraping along the floor. Although puzzled, Bailey Pang cautiously drew his sword and donned the Eye of True Sight. Suddenly, a shadow emerged and covered his mouth. Don't make a sound. Follow me. His eyes widened in recognition. It was Molly. He nodded eagerly, allowing her to lead him forward. Molly's hand was so soft, and Bailey Pang couldn't help but grin foolishly. Unbeknownst to him, Molly was alert, carefully surveying their surroundings. They passed through a wall and arrived at the balcony of a dormitory. Just as Bailey Pang was about to speak, Molly covered his mouth, shaking her head to signal him to remain silent. Observing her serious demeanor, he sensed the danger and held his breath. Once the dragging sounds faded into the distance, Molly finally exhaled in relief. Bailey Pong's eyes darted around, and he took a deep breath, savoring the fragrant air. Ah, it smells wonderful. Top-notch. Molly seemed oblivious to his delight and released her grip on his mouth, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Do you want to get killed? Molly hissed. A flush of embarrassment crept over Bailey Pang's face, as he thought she had discovered his behavior and was about to speak. Molly, I didn't mean to. Shouting so loudly will attract it. It's the mysterious entity of Hongying. Molly warned gravely. Mysterious. Bailey Pong's eyes widened, and he sighed in relief. As long as they hadn't been discovered, everything was fine. Hee hee. Molly is really something. He coughed to collect himself. What exactly was that thing? Chapter 51. Renovation. Molly sighed. That mysterious entity, we call it the sound hunter. It captures sound sources, and the louder the sound, the stronger it becomes. Bailey Pang was dumbfounded. So why is there a mysterious entity in the training camp? Are the instructors using this as a test? That's insane. Molly shook her head. We have already lost many sisters. It is precisely because of this that we discovered its killing mechanism and habits. Bailey Pang's face turned white. Didn't they say it was just a test? How could there be deaths? Molly scoffed. I witnessed familiar comrades die right beside me. Is this still a test? A wave of murderous intent surged from Molly. I will personally slay that creature. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Lin Xie were wandering through the dormitory building, and finally, Luo Chen could no longer contain himself. Shaoan, can you find that thing without causing the building to collapse? Luo Chen communicated telepathically with Enkidu. That should be possible. But I will need to secure the structure with the chains of heaven. Luo Chen nodded. As long as the building doesn't fall, just get that damned cube. Damn. I'm getting dizzy from all this turning. Luo Chen sighed helplessly against the wall. Lin Xie immediately inquired, why aren't we moving? Hold on. That thing won't escape. Just like before, I'll trap it, and you deliver the finishing blow. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. All right. Considering that Lin Xie needed the support of these workers, Luo Chen decided it was more appropriate to let Lin Xie take the lead. But don't tell anyone about what happens next, okay? Luo Chen smiled slightly. Lin Xie looked puzzled. Suddenly, a green figure materialized beside Luo Chen. Lin Xie was immediately taken aback and speechless. This is hello. My name is Enkidu, he said with a smile, his voice as refreshing as a spring breeze. Lin Xie politely nodded. I am Lin Xie. Luo Chen nodded and winked at Lin Xie. He is the spirit I summoned. Didn't I tell you? I'm a spirit agent. Lin Xie stood frozen. But aren't you the agent of the Night King Arthur? Luo Chen smirked. What? Is it only allowed for you to be a dual spirit agent? Lin Xie suddenly understood and could only smile helplessly. You really are something else. Shaoan, I'm counting on you. Yes. As his words fell, Enkidu's gaze sharpened, and countless golden voids appeared behind him, illuminating the dim space. Luo Chen wore a playful smile. Watch me renovate this dormitory for free. Lin Xie watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded. Suddenly, clang, boom, countless chains surged from the void, instantly breaking through the surrounding walls. The tremendous noise caused the entire dormitory to shake. The floors, which seemed on the verge of collapse, were pierced by iron chains that forcefully secured them. The space rippled, attempting to sever the chains of heaven, but it was utterly futile. Countless chains of heaven erupted, penetrating the entire building and forming a layer akin to a prison around it, forcibly stabilizing the structure. In the monitoring room, the instructors, witnessing this spectacle, collectively exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Yuan Gang's mouth twitched as he exclaimed, where is Hong Hao? Is he not here yet? Running on the way. Hong Hao felt as if his legs were about to give out. He watched the scene unfold before his eyes. What the hell? What is that brat doing? Damn it. Move faster, he shouted, pouring all his strength into running towards the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, Bailey Pang and Molly were equally astonished, watching as countless chains burst through the walls, securing the previously precarious floors. Bailey Pang instantly recognized this as Luo Chen's ability. What the hell? Brother Chen is going to demolish the entire building. Molly remained silent, observing the over-the-top actions with a sigh, her lips curling slightly. With this guy around, that mystery shouldn't last too long. It's just a pity I can't personally avenge my sisters. Lin Xie mused. Is this guy really human? His abilities are beyond anything in the divine ruins. Luo Chen had initially hesitated to use the ability of spirit manifestation, fearing it would expose his trump card and consume a substantial amount of mana. However, Enkidu was an exception. He resembled a Bao-class spirit, perhaps even more formidable. Unlike others, he could act independently for 3 days without a master, drawing power from the earth itself. He didn't require the meager mental energy of Luo Chen to manifest, which made him significantly stronger than the likes of Artoria. On the other side, sensing Luo Chen and Enkidu's intentions, the chaotic cube attempted to continuously adjust the space to interfere with them. However, to its horror, it discovered that once it was fixed in place by the chains, it became immobile. Its powers could not shake free of the chains. Bang! The wall suddenly shattered. Clang, clang, clang. Countless chains surged toward the chaotic cube, and upon witnessing this scene, it was left utterly dumbfounded. Crisis. Got you. Enkidu chuckled lightly. Turning to Luo Chen. The target has been successfully captured. You just need to head to the 4th floor. Luo Chen nodded. Thank you, Shaoan. Enkidu smiled gently. It's my duty, and I'm also pleased to witness the magical beasts of this era. As he spoke, Enkidu once again transformed into spirit form, vanishing from the scene. Since Luo Chen did not wish to reveal too much of his strength, he had hardly allowed his heroic spirit to materialize. Thus far, only Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xie had witnessed his heroic spirit. Regarding the surveillance, Luo Chen had obscured it with certain means before allowing his spirit to manifest, preventing the instructors from seeing Enkidu. Yuan Gang watched the screen displaying the girls' dormitory, now resembling a prison, and he unconsciously broke into a sweat. What difference was there between this rascal and demolishing the entire dormitory building? Hanli pointed at the screen. Commander, look quickly. In the surveillance footage, Luo Chen and Lin Xie had already arrived at the location of the chaotic cube. The instructors immediately held their heads in despair, a wave of helplessness washing over them. How could they proceed? There were only 3 mysterious entities in total, and the second one was on the verge of being dealt with by Luo Chen and his companion. Only one remained. Hunter, I truly beg for mercy. How can I manage with such a useless teammate? Chapter 52. Exam concludes upon arriving at the scene. Luo Chen and Lin Xie beheld the chaotic cube ensnared within a cage formed by the celestial lock. With a swift motion, Lin Xie cleaved the entity into fragments, quietly collecting the remains. Although Luo Chen noticed, he refrained from commenting. Once the chaotic cube perished, locating the last hunter would be exceedingly simple. On the 3rd floor, boom, a deafening explosion erupted, and Luo Chen and Lin Xie exchanged glances, hastily making their way downstairs. Black flames erupted from below, and Luo Chen felt an ominous premonition. In the next moment, a figure engulfed in black flames was propelled backward, crashing through the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hee. Yet it seemed he felt no pain, as he stood once more, a maniacal laughter escaping his lips. Chao Yuan, Luo Chen exclaimed, astonished to see him there. Brother Chen. Simultaneously, a shout from Bai Li Pang Pang reached his ears. Turning to look, he discovered Bai Li Pang Pang, Imoli, and a group of female soldiers nearby. After approaching to inquire about the situation, he learned that they had been relentlessly pursued by the hunter. But then Chao Yuan had suddenly appeared, seemingly searching for Lin Xie. Unfortunately, he had collided head-on with the hunter, resulting in a fierce battle. The frenzied Chao Yuan was presently engaged in a chaotic clash with a headless figure, having already breached several dormitory rooms. However, the cacophony had escalated the hunter's abilities to the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, nearing the threshold of the High realm. Luo Chen made a swift decision. He had to subdue Chao Yuan immediately, for the hunter's strength was too formidable. It was not that they could not contend with him, but the presence of too many people made Luo Chen reluctant to allow his 2 heroic spirits to materialize. It was absurd. If they could slay Han Xiaoyan of the High realm, why fear a hunter of the Chuan realm? Everyone nodded in agreement, and in an instant, Luo Chen raised his hand, summoning countless chains from the ground to tightly bind Chao Yuan. He then quickly dragged him away from the battlefield. I will handle this fellow. Can you all manage the hunter? Luo Chen's gaze sharpened as the frenzied Chao Yuan struggled, exhausting much of his spiritual energy in the process. Leave it to us. I will avenge my sisters, Imoli declared resolutely, drawing her katana. Luo Chen regarded her deeply. Understood. Pang Pang, hand me the chastity lock for Chao Yuan. Bai Li Pang Pang hurriedly retrieved a roll of tape from his pants and passed it to Luo Chen. Clang. A celestial lock shot forth, piercing the hunter's shoulder and pinning it to the wall. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Chen grasped the chains binding Chao Yuan and leaped from the 3rd floor. Wind King Barrier. The wind element coalesced, supporting Luo Chen and Chao Yuan as they plummeted. Bang. Luo Chen cast Chao Yuan aside, the chains dissipating as they released him. The frenzied Chao Yuan gasped for breath, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, evidently exhausted from the battle with the hunter. Meanwhile, a profound darkness enveloped the entire 3rd floor. It was Lin Xie. Seeing this, Luo Chen devoted himself entirely to confronting the frenzied Chao Yuan before him. Hee. Frantic, Chao Yuan launched another attack, wielding a long knife wreathed in malevolent flames towards Luo Chen. Don't blame me, Chao Thief. Clang. An invisible sword manifested, colliding instantaneously with the malevolent blade. The golden sword flashed, and Luo Chen's eyes narrowed as he activated his instinct. Clang. 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 The blades clashed at an imperceptible speed, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground around them. Luo Chen raised his sword high, Wind King Hammer. Boom. A tempestuous force of wind surged towards Chao Yuan, dispersing the malevolent flames that enveloped him, revealing his darkened skin beneath. Bang. Chao Yuan was violently propelled away, crashing through the 1st floor wall of the dormitory, debris raining down, nearly burying him. Seizing this moment, Luo Chen affixed the tape to the celestial lock. As Chao Yuan rose once more, Luo Chen waved his hand. Clang. The celestial lock swiftly ensnared the frenzied Chao Yuan once more, binding him securely. Luo Chen's figure flickered to Chao Yuan's rear, yanking the celestial lock forcefully. Bang. Once again, he slammed the frenzied Chao Yuan into the ground. As the sealing scroll took effect, the malevolent flames on Chao Yuan gradually receded, revealing his original skin. Cough, cough, cough. The crimson hue in Chao Yuan's pupils faded, revealing a glimmer of clarity. Upon witnessing this, Luo Chen finally relinquished the chains. Looking at the celestial lock adorned with the sealing scroll, he shook his head helplessly. This had indeed become the genuine chastity lock for Chao Yuan. Could you not be so forceful? Chao Yuan murmured, clutching his neck, marked by red imprints. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. Still, that blade in your hand cannot be any lighter. Meanwhile, Emily emerged from the girls' dormitory, bloodied, cradling a severed arm in her hands. Bai Li Pang Pang, Lin Chia, and the other female soldiers were also stained with blood to varying degrees. It appeared the hunter had been dealt with. Luo Chen approached. Have you managed to resolve it? Emily nodded, raising the severed arm, of course. Luo Chen's lips twitched. If I may inquire, how did it come to be just an arm? Emily nonchalantly replied. It was shattered by the myriad of movements. Though he had anticipated the outcome, hearing her stated outright left Luo Chen momentarily speechless. This woman was truly formidable. Emily contemptuously discarded the severed arm to the ground, clenching her fists. Sisters, I have avenged you. Bai Li Pang Pang quietly approached. Emily, roll? I told you I despise rich playboys. The richer, the more I loathe them. This prompted Luo Chen to glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, concerned for his future. However, the Celestial Lord could not engage in romantic entanglements. Becoming a Celestial Lord meant he could not love her. Failing to become a Celestial Lord meant he could not save her. Was this a blessing or a curse? Luo Chen remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Hong Hao hurriedly arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the situation, he exclaimed, Marula. The anxiety that had lingered was finally laid to rest. Emily rushed towards the instructor, seizing Hong Hao by the collar. The other recruits, led by Shen Qizhu and De Qingyu, gathered in the training ground, chattering incessantly around Hong Hao. Enough. Everyone quiet down. There were no casualties in this exercise. It was all a ruse. The crowd fell silent. Hong Hao finally exhaled, grateful for the brief respite. After a while, several military vehicles arrived at the scene. Yuan Gang disembarked, his expression filled with helplessness. According to the planned circumstances, this exercise was supposed to last at least until the afternoon, yet before noon, these individuals had already resolved 3 mysterious entities. Luo Chen single-handedly dispatched 2 adversaries and subdued the deranged Chao Yuan, even managing to control the Sound Hunter. Where's the promised evaluation based on performance? What a farce. Luo Chen accomplished the crucial tasks all on his own. The situation in the girls' dormitory was somewhat better. At least they contributed in the final confrontation with the Sound Hunter. Yet what of the boys? Aside from Luo Chen, Lin Chia, Bai Li Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Qingyu, and Shen Qingzhu, who had all shown commendable prowess, most of the other male soldiers were left to slumber through the conclusion of the exercise. Yuan Gang sighed in exasperation. This batch of recruits is the finest I have ever guided. Chapter 53. I want to retire. Yuan Gang cleared his throat, suppressing his emotions. We have all witnessed this exercise. The final results will be determined by your performances. Training this afternoon is cancelled, and results will be announced tomorrow. Scoring? The recruits suddenly grasped the implication. What the hell? We slept through the entire exercise. How will that be accounted for? We did nothing. Reactions among the recruits varied widely, with some elated and others distressed. After the recruits departed, Yuan Gang called out to Luo Chen. Luo Chen, what happened to those mysterious corpses? Luo Chen's eyes darted. Corpses? Aside from the shattered Sound Hunter, the other 2 had seemingly been taken by Lin Chia. What corpses? Luo Chen feigned innocence. The 3 mysterious bodies you dealt with? I didn't pay attention. They seem to have been obliterated. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. Luo Chen shrugged nonchalantly, putting on an air of indifference. However, his evasive gaze did not escape Yuan Gang, the chief instructor. You little rascal, Yuan Gang sighed, letting it go. Back in the office, Hong Hao approached to discuss grading. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment. The highest score is 20 points, and Qingyu, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan performed satisfactorily, so I'll give them 15 points. What about Luo Chen and Lin Chia? And that troublemaker Shen Qizhu? Yuan Gang grimaced. Despite Shen Qingzhu's repeated insults to the instructors, he had performed commendably, steadfastly protecting his comrades, so I'll give him 12 points. As for those 2 little rascals, Yuan Gang sighed again. Luo Chen receives 19 points. Lin Chia loses 2 points for shooting, resulting in 17 points. Hong Hao looked puzzled. 19 points? But he was the most outstanding performer. Yuan Gang shook his head, explaining that he deducted a point to prevent arrogance, and besides, those 2 little scamps had taken 2 mysterious corpses. There had to be some consequence. Luo Chen, I didn't take anything. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Chen had inexplicably taken the blame for Lin Chia. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Luo Chen sneezed unexpectedly. Damn, who is cursing me? After a long day, he felt fatigue wash over him, and soon he drifted into slumber. That night, a certain Lin classmate stealthily infiltrated the training camp's weapons warehouse. When Yuan Gang and the other instructors awoke, they found the situation dire. The entire weapons warehouse had been emptied overnight. Yet, they could find no clues or traces of the thief. Thus, this incident became a mystery within the camp. Upon hearing the results, Li Pangpang exclaimed, "What the hell? Brother Chen, you scored 19 points. 2 points higher than Chia." Luo Chen remained silent. He was not particularly concerned. More importantly, due to the materialization of his bond, his connection with Shaoan had grown stronger. His forbidden ruined spirit seat became more potent as his mindset aligned with the spirits. In retrospect, this exercise had not been without its merits. Meanwhile, Li Pangpang and Luo Chen were called away. The instructors inspected their private spaces, but found nothing amiss. Days turned into weeks, and after a year of training, the recruits had significantly improved in strength and discipline. August, the countdown to the end of the training camp was nearing. This signified their imminent transition into true night watchmen, joining various teams in different cities. In the cafeteria, "I'm going to miss you all, Brother Chen," Li Pangpang sobbed, clinging to Luo Chen's leg. Luo Chen, his patience waning, wished to kick him away. But out of sentiment, he refrained from treating him as he usually would. Meanwhile, the cafeteria lady observed the scene, her hand trembling as she served meat to Li Jia. Li Jia, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback before responding with a twinge of emotion. "Brother Shen, just eat your meal. No need for all this nonsense." As a sharp whistle pierced the air, everyone immediately set down their bowls and rushed towards the training ground. A year of training had instilled in them a reflexive response. Hong Hao watched the recruits jog in, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Once assembled, he pulled out a document. "Today, I must announce something significant regarding your assignments." Tension and anticipation flickered across the faces of the recruits. Shen Qingzhu, Team 006, Beijing City. Chao Yuan, Team 007, Huaihai City. Li Tuming, Team 010, Guangzhou Shenzhen City. Mo Li, Team 017, Suzhou City. Upon reaching the end, Hong Hao cast a glance at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, Lin Xia, and Qingyu, Team 136, Songnan City. What is happening? The recruits erupted with disbelief. The top 3 ranked individuals were assigned to such a peripheral city? Had the higher-ups lost their minds? Yet, as soldiers, their duty was to obey orders, and none voiced their dissent. Simultaneously, within a certain special task force, a blonde bombshell, disregarding her image, shouted at her phone. "What the hell? Dual divine agents. And an unprecedented spirit agent. ISNT, our Special Task Force 001, known as the Spirit Team? He dares to claim he is a spirit agent? This one T do. We must recruit these 2 fellows into our Phoenix team." Kong Shang felt a headache coming on, but as the vice captain, he had to intervene. "Captain, please calm down. Our team is already at full capacity." Upon hearing this, the blonde bombshell paused momentarily before grinning at Kong Shang, a playful expression crossing her face. An icy chill crept down Kong Shang's spine. "Captain, what do you intend to do? I'll just injure you. That way, we'll have personnel losses, right?" Kong Shang thought. "Oh no, she is coming for me. But Captain, even then, we still need one more. Come on, is there anyone who wants to sign up? Limited spots available. The sooner you sign up, the sooner you can retire." The Special Task Force members looked on in disbelief as the blonde bombshell suggested, "How about I injure myself?" "Perfect. I've wanted to retire for a while." "Yes, that is the plan." The team members were dumbfounded, quickly restraining the blonde bombshell as she attempted to harm herself. "Don't stop me. I want to retire." She struggled fiercely, but it was all in vain. Kong Shang, drenched in sweat, thought this was more challenging than herding pigs. Chapter 54. Murmurs. Rain continued to fall. The sky was unusually overcast, imparting a sense of oppression, as if the entire world was buried beneath torrential downpours. Luo Chen gazed out the window at the rain, lost in thought. He understood that this deluge was a precursor to the murmurs of an impending attack, marking the beginning of our brother's espionage journey. A faint smile curved on Luo Chen's lips. "Perhaps this time, I can assist in saving those 3 fools. As for the ancient God Church, the murmurs, and its followers, what exists here is merely a semblance. What else can this Chen Erniu do besides capturing jellyfish? Mental attacks?" Within Luo Chen's subconscious space lies a throne of heroic spirits, upon which countless essences of heroes reside. If you are unafraid of death, why not attempt an attack and see what transpires? Not to mention the presence of Avalon. Just as Luo Chen pondered, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Everyone rushed towards the training grounds, braving the torrential rain. The new recruits stood tall amidst the storm. "What is happening?" Baili Fat inquired curiously. "I don't know. But it surely cannot be good," Lin Shiyi replied with a grave expression. Luo Chen took a deep breath, preparing to face the unfolding events. Thunder rumbled. Lightning illuminated the sky, casting the earth in stark white. The instructors stood in unison at the base of the training ground. Gang slowly ascended the martial platform, seemingly indifferent to his drenched uniform. "We have just received a distress signal due to the torrential rain and earthquakes. 8 villages near Jinan Mountain have been struck by massive landslides, trapping nearly 200 people. The urban rescue teams will take considerable time to arrive. And since we are closest, I am issuing an emergency order." Gang's voice was thunderous, undeterred by the storm. "Our primary duty is to conduct rescue operations, to save the trapped civilians. Now, everyone, get in the vehicles and head to Jinan Mountain." "Yes." The new recruits roared in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Due to the urgency of the operation, the available military vehicles were limited. Dozens of soldiers squeezed into a single military pickup truck. Even the trunk was open to accommodate the recruits huddled together. Despite their clothes being soaked, each face displayed a resolute expression. Not a single person faltered. Moments later, several military pickups filled with new recruits slowly departed from the training camp. Honghao produced a map, thoughtfully issuing commands to Luo Chen and the others. "This mission will be executed in teams. Luo Chen, you will serve as the captain of Team 1, with your members being in Qingyu, Shunqingzhu, Dengwei, Li Jia, and Li Liang." "Understood." "Next is Team 2, led by Lin Shiyi, accompanied by Li Tuming, Imo Li, and Chao Yuan." "Understood." Honghao patiently instructed. "You are all the elite among the recruits. You must enter the heart of Jinan Mountain within 72 hours to conduct rescues in the 2 most perilous villages, which are in close proximity for mutual support." There were no objections, and they began distributing the Starblade. The vehicles continued to advance, and along the way, many recruits disembarked to proceed to their respective rescue sites. Eventually, due to the excessively muddy conditions, the vehicles could no longer advance, and Luo Chen and the others had no choice but to disembark and proceed on foot. "The soldiers of the Great Xia, the Grim Reaper shall retreat. Survivors shall live." The soldiers' rallying cries resonated through the mountains. Even the torrential rain could not muffle their indomitable will. Luo Chen clenched his fists, witnessing too many tragic scenes along the way. His fury towards the murmurs reached a boiling point. To achieve their objectives, they would brazenly threaten the lives of ordinary people, all to lure their 2 agents. Absurd to the extreme. Luo Chen gazed at the overcast sky, murmuring to himself. Before dawn arrives, someone must illuminate the darkness. Heroic spirits. Yes, heroic spirits. Are they not the same? Do they not exist for this very purpose? In that moment, Luo Chen appeared to grasp something. A sound of shattering echoed in his mind. Crack. Boom. A formidable surge of mental power erupted from Luo Chen, startling those around him. Chuanjing. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, a look of astonishment gracing his face. To think it would happen at such a moment. A breakthrough. Qingju's expression was one of disbelief. He pouted in frustration. What a freak. Luo Chen raised his hand in bewilderment. Had he truly broken through? Meanwhile, within his subconscious space, the throne of heroic spirits, shimmering with light, trembled violently. Interesting. A voice resonated, and then everything returned to tranquility. Simultaneously, at the moment the voice echoed. The ethereal forms of Artoria and Enki beside Luo Chen revealed a moment of shock. They exchanged glances. Was it merely an illusion? However, Luo Chen remained oblivious to this. He and Qingyu, along with Shunqingzhu, sprinted through the muddy path, not daring to pause for a moment. The golden rescue window of 72 hours could not afford a single second of delay. A moment's tardiness could cost a life. No one spoke as their figures darted through the roads ravaged by landslides. Near Jinan Mountain, within the hastily established rescue command center, Gang picked up the intercom. As various teams began reporting their statuses, a crackling sound emanated from the intercom. Soon, updates began to flow through. Report to the command, aside from teams 1 and 2. The other rescue teams are currently engaged in their missions. According to calculations, teams 1 and 2 will require at least 5 more hours to reach their destination. As he set down the intercom, a grave expression crossed Gang's face. He drew back the tent flap and stepped outside, gazing at the intensifying downpour. A wave of unease surged within him. Something feels amiss. The torrential rain around him abruptly froze in midair. The previously overwhelming sound of rainfall vanished without a trace. Gang furrowed his brow. A man in a black tailcoat appeared, striding with an elegant demeanor. Murmurs. Gang's expression darkened instantly. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the man's enchanting visage, resembling a courteous nobleman. I never expected that the esteemed vice-captain of the Shandong City team would recognize me. Hongying narrowed his eyes as a night watcher. It would be impossible not to know one of the three oldest gods of the notorious ancient god church on the wanted list, along with that repugnant noble demeanor. Murmurs paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Are night watchers always this impolite? However, Hongying suddenly understood something. In an instant, rage ignited within him. To hell with natural disasters. This is clearly a man-made calamity. The earthquake and landslides were entirely orchestrated by this fellow. Chapter 55, Survivors. Hongying was no fool. He quickly connected the dots. Your target is those two kids, Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi? Murmurs grinned, congratulating you for answering correctly, but there is no reward. Murmurs seemed entirely unconcerned with Hongying realizing his intentions, exuding an air of control that unsettled Hongying. Just two novices at the pool realm. And you chose to intervene personally? Hongying scoffed, are you afraid? Upon hearing Hongying's words, Murmurs laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha, I admit. The talents of those two agents are frighteningly high, but they are merely at the pool realm. What waves can they stir? Murmurs replied coldly. Without the support of the Night Watcher team stationed in Songnan, I have 1,000 ways to eliminate them. Hongying felt an ominous sense of foreboding. He realized that the figure standing before him was merely a projection of a nightmare, yet it was sufficient to delay him. Moreover, Murmurs had somehow anticipated the Night Watcher's arrangements. This tightened Hongying's brows, indicating there was a traitor among the upper ranks of the Night Watchers. Murmurs immediately activated his ability, attempting to ensnare Hongying within a nightmare. Observing Hongying's struggles, a sickly smile crept onto his lips. By the time you break free, this world will no longer have heroic spirit agents or dual god agents. Luo Chen and his group advanced through the mountains, unknowingly drawing ever closer to their destination. We have been walking for quite some time. Shall we take a brief respite? Luo Chen inquired kindly. Having utilized his inherent skill to allocate most of his attributes to endurance, thus retaining ample stamina. However, this did not imply that the others shared his condition. As expected, Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang were beginning to feel the strain, leaning against the nearby stone wall, gasping for breath. And Xingyu's glasses had become damp, prompting him to remove them for the sake of efficiency. With the blessing of the sole correct answer, he no longer required spectacles, yet he wore them out of habit. Shen Qingzhu glanced at his three companions behind him and sighed in resignation. Just as he was about to speak to Luo Chen, Deng Wei and the others stood up, their eyes filled with determination. We do not need to rest. We are almost there, and there are villagers who need us. Li Jia declared resolutely. Indeed, if our pause results in anyone losing their life, I shall never forgive myself. Li Liang added. Shen Qingzhu stared at this scene in awe, a slight smile gracing his lips. Well said. Let us proceed, Luo Chen. We must move forward. Shen Qingzhu lifted his gaze to meet Luo Chen's eyes. Luo Chen nodded. Then let us continue. Hold on. We are nearly at our destination. The six of them pressed onward. After an indeterminate duration, they finally caught sight of the village's outline. Luo Chen promptly reported the situation to headquarters via his earpiece, unaware that Hongying was preoccupied with dealing with the nightmare projection of the murmuring. We shall split up to search for survivors. Once we find anyone, we will immediately render assistance. As they prepared to set off, Luo Chen's expression sharpened, instinctively glancing at Li Jia and the others. Additionally, be vigilant about your safety. Should anything arise, sound the alarm, and I will rush to your side with utmost haste. Understood. The group dispersed, and before departing, and Xingyu cast a deep glance at Luo Chen, as if sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, an aura quietly detached itself from Luo Chen, silently trailing behind Li Jia and Li Liang. Once the others had scattered, Luo Chen's expression turned grave. Hongying's disappearance signified one thing. The murmuring had commenced its actions. Luo Chen immediately activated his aura perception, attuning himself to the nearby energies through the earth. Under the cover of night, Brother Shun, there is someone here, Li Jia exclaimed, having seemingly discovered something. Shen Qingzhu hurried over to Li Jia, following the beam of the flashlight to find a small girl, bruised and unconscious, trapped in a corner. This is undoubtedly a villager. She appears to be a little girl. Shen Qingzhu exclaimed with delight, though he felt a pang of discomfort upon seeing her in such a plight. Quickly, go fetch Deng Wei and the others to lend a hand. I cannot move these boulders alone. If I use my abilities, it may cause her harm. Shen Qingzhu instructed Li Jia. Li Jia nodded and swiftly ran to summon Deng Wei and Li Liang. 1, 2, 3. The four of them exerted their strength simultaneously to remove the massive stones that had buried the girl. Shen Qingzhu quickly cradled the girl in his arms, checking for her breath. She is still alive. Shen Qingzhu exclaimed joyously, the three young men beside him also wearing expressions of happiness. At that moment, the girl, sporting braided hair, slowly opened her eyes as if sensing something. Yet, upon seeing Shinchiju and the others, her expression was devoid of relief, as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Soon, near the corner where she had been trapped, they discovered two elderly individuals, their bodies already cold. Grandpa, Grandpa, what has happened to you? Please wake up, Yaya pleaded, shaking the icy arms of the elders in a desperate attempt to rouse them. This scene stirred Shinchingju's heart. He gritted his teeth and approached Yaya, gently lifting her into his arms. What is your name? Shinchingju asked in the softest tone he could muster. Yaya trembled slightly, evidently still shaken by the events that had transpired. I am Yaya. Shinchingju nodded. Yaya, your grandparents are asleep. Let us not disturb them. Speak softly. Yaya pressed her lips together, casting one last glance at her grandparents lying on the ground before nodding earnestly. After her emotions settled somewhat, she timidly asked Shinchingju, Big brother, who are you? Shinchingju smiled gently. We are here specifically to rescue you, Yaya. Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang also smiled at Yaya, though their faces were covered in dust, rendering their smiles somewhat unsettling. This frightened Yaya, who clutched Shinchingju's clothing and timidly hid behind him. The three young men felt a surge of emotion at this sight. However, sensing their lack of malice, Yaya eventually summoned her courage and shyly addressed Deng Wei and the others. Thank you, big brothers. Instantly, tears welled in Deng Wei's eyes, their hearts melting. Wow. This makes it all worthwhile. The hardships we've endured pale in comparison to that one utterance of big brother. Shinchingju could only smile helplessly at the sight. You three fools. Chapter 56. Just a woman. Yaya blinked at Shinchingju. Big brother, when will Grandpa and Grandma wake up? Shinchingju suddenly felt a jolt, and Deng Wei and the others bowed their heads. After a moment of silence, Shinchingju spoke gently. Yaya, besides your grandparents, do you have any other relatives? Yes, I have a father and mother. And where are your father and mother? Shinchingju inquired, nodding. Yaya, do you remember where they went up the mountain? Yaya lifted her hand, pointing in a direction. I remember, it should be there. The four turned to follow Yaya's indication. That was the very spot where the mudslide had first occurred, half of the mountain peak engulfed. Shinchingju and the others exchanged glances, falling into silence. Despite this, Shinchingju endeavored to maintain a smile, gently stroking Yaya's head. They understood that the rain had started after ascending the mountain in the morning, followed by an earthquake and a mudslide. The probability of Yaya's parents surviving was exceedingly slim. At the same time, Qingyu, having heard the commotion, arrived at the scene. After a brief explanation, Qingyu grasped the situation and offered Yaya a warm smile, complimented by his handsome features, easily instilling a sense of comfort. Yaya, big brother will take you away from here for now, alright? Shinchingju nodded as well. Yaya, this big brother will lead you away. It is not safe here. Yaya glanced at Shinchingju. Big brother, my father and mother are still in the mountain. Shinchingju patted her head. I promise to help you find your father and mother. You must be obedient, okay? Yaya bit her lip, nodding earnestly as Qingyu took her small hand. Yaya, be good. Soon there will be no danger. Qingyu softly reassured her, carrying Yaya on his back as they made their way down the mountain. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at Shinchingju. Bro, remember to inform Luo Chen. I am counting on you from here on. Shinchingju leaned against the wall, his eyes narrowing. We must ensure Yaya's safe passage. Of course. Qingyu waved his hand, his figure gradually fading from their sight. Yaya, nestled against Qingyu's back, gradually fell asleep, utterly exhausted. As for the reasoning behind entrusting her to Qingyu, it was partly due to his approachable demeanor, making it easier for the little girl to accept him. On the other hand, Shinchingju felt reassured by Qingyu's strength. Thus, this task fell to Qingyu. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, a robust man wielding a massive axe traversed the mountain path, occasionally humming a tune as a gentle breeze caressed the air. A figure suddenly materialized before the imposing man. Clang! An invisible sword was raised, and Luo Chen slightly parted his lips. Apologies, this path is blocked. The burly man stood frozen, a large question mark hovering in his mind. What is this? Who dares to obstruct me? Moreover, this lad is holding nothing. What is he using to challenge me? Surely, I must be facing a lunatic. Little brat, are you here to amuse me? The robust man scoffed, thinking that someone with such a deranged mind should remain in a mental institution. It seemed he had lost his senses. He would help him regain clarity. Gripping a massive axe, the man stomped the ground, launching himself at Luo Chen like a cannonball. The axe sliced through the air as it descended upon Luo Chen. Clang! Luo Chen raised his sword to block the man's axe, leaving the burly man momentarily dumbfounded. This kid is using thin air to thwart my attack? What is he thinking? Seizing the opportunity of his opponent's bewilderment, Luo Chen thrust his weapon, forcing the axe away. Simultaneously, he swung his sword. Clang. The burly man reacted quickly, raising his axe in defense, but an astonishing scene unfolded. Crack. The axe in his hand emitted a sound of unbearable strain, followed by a metallic chime. The axe shattered. How is this possible? The burly man gazed in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. What could be impossible? Are you about to utter some nonsensical bravado? Luo Chen chuckled coldly. Such narratives were already outdated. It was no longer fashionable to boast after a loss. For those types of villains typically met their demise first. Farewell. In a flash, Luo Chen vanished from sight. The burly man had no time to react. Clang. A streak of invisible sword light flashed by, and the burly man felt a sudden, overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. His thoughts froze, as if everything around him had slowed down. Why can I see my own body? In his view, a headless corpse was gushing blood. Where's my head? Ah, so I am already dead. As this thought arose, his consciousness slipped into nothingness. Luo Chen flicked the blade, and blood splattered onto the ground. He slightly raised his head, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, there are still others? This place is indeed lively. In the tranquil mountains, his light voice echoed among the trees. Hee. It appears that this is the agent that Lord Mumble specifically sought to eliminate. A sharp voice rang out, followed by the appearance of three figures before Luo Chen. At the forefront stood the Sea Realm. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the trio. 2 from the River Realm, 1 from the Sea Realm. He inhaled deeply, Artoria. Yes. A gentle voice responded, and a graceful figure emerged before him, clad in knightly armor, with flowing golden hair and emerald green eyes. The girl had her hair elegantly pinned up, exuding an air of nobility that was both intimidating and graceful. The appearance of the girl momentarily stunned the 3 opponents, who then erupted into mockery. Is this your trump card, little brat? The Sea Realm spoke, seemingly named Mao Yang, though Luo Chen couldn't recall clearly. After all, it wasn't necessary to remember the names of insignificant foes. I have no time to waste, Artoria, deal with them. A murderous intent flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. Haha. That is the funniest joke I've heard. The little brat, killing the weakest old man song. You truly don't know your limits. Mao Yang laughed uproariously, pointing at Artoria, who wielded the invisible sword. Just a woman, what kind of storm can she stir? I am from the Sea Realm. Upon hearing this, Artoria's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. A slight smile crept upon Luo Chen's lips. The code was correct, a smooth journey ahead. It was no joke. This lady detested being referred to merely as a woman. You stepped on a landmine. Chapter 57. The pervert what? Mao Yang exclaimed. Artoria had already reached him, her invisible sword slicing through the air, although nothing was visible in her grasp as a member of the Sea Realm. Mao Yang's senses were sharp, and he instantly detected the danger. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. It was one of the River Realm members intervening, seemingly named Zhuangqi. Countless blades shot towards Artoria, his brow furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! How could this woman possess such strength? He manipulated the blades to intercept Artoria's attack. A rare displeasure flickered across Artoria's face as she swung her sword. Clang, clang, clang. The invisible sword shattered all incoming blades. Humph. Artoria huffed, expanding her Wind King barrier to its maximum. In an instant, those blades that had been dancing in the air came to a standstill, then fell uncontrollably to the ground. Zhuangqi's pupils dilated. This is impossible. His forbidden domain was rendered useless. Meanwhile, Luo Chen silently observed Artoria, noting her unparalleled mastery. Her prowess far exceeded his own. If it were him, he would only be able to disrupt the trajectory of the blades with wind elements. Gulp. Zhuangqi unconsciously swallowed, staring at the seemingly delicate figure nearby. Terror flooding his mind. However, Luo Chen was not one to indulge him. Seizing the opportunity, he struck. Clang. Uft. A golden void shot forth a chain, piercing through Zhuangqi's heart, causing his pupils to slowly lose their color. Simultaneously, Artoria effortlessly severed the head of another River Realm member. His metallic ability was utterly useless against the Excalibur. Any strike resulted in severe injury. Only Mao Yang, the Sea Realm, remained in a fierce battle with Artoria. The more Mao Yang fought, the more he sensed something was amiss. Who the hell said this kid was merely a rookie from the Pool Realm? This is no ordinary River Realm fighter, and he can summon a woman who rivals a Sea Realm warrior. Mao Yang had no inkling that the legendary King Arthur stood before him. Instinctively, he turned to flee, but Artoria would not grant him the chance. He had insulted the name of Arthur. Clenching Excalibur tightly, the magical energy danced like blue flames around the sword's blade, intertwining. Wind King's hammer. Artoria raised Excalibur high, and the wind elements surrounding the sword condensed and compressed under her immense magical power, forming a miniature vortex of wind. The vortex contained a ferocious force that emitted a sharp howl. Boom. His body was engulfed by the raging wind elements, and when the dust settled, Mao Yang's figure had vanished entirely. Luo Chen gazed at her. Thank you for your efforts. Artoria cast a cold glance at the two corpses. To insult the name of Arthur, they deserve no redemption. With Luo Chen's ascension to the river realm, his mental strength could now support Artoria's materialization. However, possibly due to insufficient mental power, he could not allow Artoria to unleash her full potential. Nevertheless, dealing with a sea realm foe was more than adequate. For she was indeed King Arthur. Activating his aura perception, he checked the positions of Shun Qingzhu and the others, then stepped forward. Artoria once again became incorporeal, following closely beside Luo Chen. From a distance, Luo Chen spotted Shin Qizhu and the others busily searching for something. Captain Deng Wei and the others noticed Luo Chen's arrival. Shin Qingzhu cast a glance at Luo Chen and asked, "Have you made any discoveries after all this time?" Luo Chen shrugged. No sign of the victims. But I did take care of a few insects. Shin Qingzhu paused for a moment and finally uttered a single word, pervert. Luo Chen chuckled innocently. Come on. At least say thank you. Those creatures were from the Chuan realm, and there was even one from the sea realm among them. If they had come for you, it would have been disastrous. At those words, Shin Qingzhu's movements froze mid-air. The sea realm. Upon hearing this, the others turned to Luo Chen with astonishment. Yes, a few worthless beings seemed ready to attack us. I suspected this torrential rain was not merely a coincidence, Luo Chen continued. Shin Qizhu fell silent, utterly surprised that Luo Chen had single-handedly slain a powerful being from the sea realm. He even mentioned there were several from the Chuan realm nearby. Pervert, he muttered again. Luo Chen, bewildered, responded, What? Again? Is it DJVU? Luo Chen expressed his surprise, while Shin Qizhu wore a peculiar expression. Deng Wei and the Li brothers also looked on in confusion. Shin Qingzhu finally sighed and said, Let's set aside that for now. We found a little girl and had a Qingyu escort her down the mountain, but her parents seem to be missing. You understand what that means, right? Their chances of survival are slim, he remarked. Exactly, Luo Chen replied, patting him on the shoulder. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and they immediately became alert. Surrounding peaks began to collapse, with torrents of earth and water cascading down like a waterfall. In mere moments, the entire Jinan mountain appeared to flip over. As the world spun, they all began to fall. The earth dragon is stirring. Luo Chen realized instantly. He, Shin Qingzhu, Deng Wei, and the Li brothers fell into a deep cavern. Shin Qingzhu stood up and brushed off the dust, glancing around to find that visibility was severely limited except for a small area in front of him. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. What the hell is going on? Shin Qingzhu cursed. Yet, just as he prepared to vent his frustration, Deng Wei and the others clung to his legs. Brother Shun, is that you? Where are you? Hearing their voices, Shin Qizhu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Noticing their vitality, Luo Chen felt somewhat reassured. This is the Earth Dragon stirring. Earth Dragon? Li Jia questioned, puzzled. Smack. Shin Qingzhu slapped the back of his head. The crisp sound indicated a clear lack of intelligence. You clearly didn't pay attention in theory class. The Earth Dragon is an ancient mystery that typically resides in deep mountains. Each time it stirs, it flips the mountains it inhabits into underground caverns. Given the scale, this one must be at least of the sea realm. Shin Qingzhu began to enlighten the others. Welcome to Shin Qingzhu's lecture. Deng Wei gazed at him with admiration. So, do you all understand now? Shin Qingzhu asked. A visible vein throbbed on his forehead, and his fists cracked ominously. Observing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. These three lively characters paired with Shin Qingzhu's stoic demeanor made for an entertaining combination. Chapter 58. Infrastructure Maniac. The five of them walked through the dim tunnel. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly heated. They found themselves in a vast underground cavern, which Luo Chen estimated to be roughly the size of 3 sports arenas. The deeper they went, the brighter it became. Molten lava filled a significant portion of the space, illuminating the previously dim cave. After traversing several tunnels, Luo Chen suddenly sensed a presence. Wait, someone is coming, he warned the others. As footsteps grew nearer, Luo Chen brandished his star knife, ready to strike. However, the next moment, he recognized the individual and quickly redirected his attack. Clang. The star knife embedded itself into the wall beside the newcomer's neck, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Instructor Hong? Hong Hao's lips twitched as he glanced at the blade near his throat. You little brat, are you just going to attack anyone you see? He exclaimed, nearly cursing. It would have been too embarrassing to be taken out by one of his own, especially a rookie. Luo Chen scratched his head. I thought you were an enemy. After some pleasantries, Hong Hao explained that many from their side had also fallen into the underground cavern due to the Earth Dragon's stirring. He shook his head, emphasizing that their priority was to locate Lin Xie and escape this wretched place. Our objective should be you and Lin Xie. Honghao stated with a serious expression. But how can we leave? Breaking through the soil could cause a collapse, Shen Qingzhu retorted. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Did you forget about the girls' dormitory? Shen Qingzhu paused, turning slightly to say, I'm an infrastructure maniac. Luo Chen replied with a smile. Clang. Countless celestial locks erupted from the ground, securing the surrounding walls, and then forcibly created an opening in the ceiling just big enough for a person to pass through. In the blink of an eye, the celestial locks formed steps leading up to the opening. Honghao gaped at the spectacle, but the urgency of the situation left no room for astonishment. Let's go, he urged, leading Shen Qingzhu and the others toward the exit, with Luo Chen trailing behind. As Dang Wei, the Li brothers, and Shen Qingzhu emerged from the cave, Luo Chen suddenly spoke up. Instructor Hong, I want to apologize in advance. What's wrong? Honghao sensed something amiss. Out with you. Bang. Luo Chen kicked Honghao out of the cave. Clang, clang, clang. Countless celestial locks quickly sealed the entrance. Luo Chen waved goodbye. Shen Qingzhu shouted angrily, You bastard. How dare you deceive me? I don't need your help. Luo Chen, come back. You must not take risks. This was an order, Honghao shouted urgently. Having already lost Lin Chiye, he couldn't afford to lose Luo Chen too, and yet this kid was intent on venturing into danger alone. Luo Chen merely smiled. Instructor Hong, don't worry. I will definitely bring Lin Chiye back. We'll meet on the surface. Clang, clang, clang. The celestial locks completely obscured their view, and Luo Chen's figure vanished from sight. Damn it. Honghao punched the celestial locks in frustration. Step aside, Shen Qingzhu commanded, gathering a massive amount of energy in his hands. What are you doing, Shen Qingzhu? Honghao exclaimed in alarm. This brat dared to deceive me. I must go in. I loathe being in anyone's debt. Are you insane? Even if you can blow it open, if you trigger a collapse. Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth but ultimately lowered his arms, striking the chain before him. This bastard, trying to be a hero without consulting me. Honghao's expression was equally grim as he picked up the walkie-talkie. Command Center, have you located the commander yet? Meanwhile, Yuan unleashed a terrifying golden ripple. And with a flash of light, he instantly appeared before Yu. Boom. He punched, shattering the nearby mountain into countless fragments. Haha. Everyone thought you had just entered the Sea Realm, but it turns out you were at the peak of the Sea Realm? You were so close to a breakthrough into the Infinite Realm. Yu's voice echoed as he appeared in the air above. What a pity. Your age is a limiting factor. You will likely only reach the Infinite Realm in this lifetime, otherwise. I would have been quite interested in having you join my ranks as a follower. With a wave of his hand, the murky clouds in the sky began to churn violently, and a grotesque visage slowly emerged, bolts of lightning flickering menacingly towards Yuan. Thunder crashed. Yuan's figure was engulfed by the tempest of electricity. Stop struggling. In my nightmare, you stand no chance against me, murmured Yi with a smile as he gazed downwards. When the lightning subsided, Yuan was visibly bloodied, yet his stature remained unyielding, standing tall. Yu cast a surprised glance before seemingly hearing a distant sound. He looked at Yuan with a face full of regret, lamenting, What a pity. It seems our play must end here today, yet unexpectedly, I have found a delightful surprise. With a casual wave of his hand, the entire world shattered into fragments, and his figure vanished from the scene. A sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness struck Yuan, who felt himself plummeting downward. Thud. He crashed heavily onto the ground, the rain washing away the blood that stained him. He quickly rose, surveying his surroundings. Everything was intact. He had been released by Yu. The previous battle felt like a haunting nightmare, yet this dream was alarmingly real. All the wounds he had suffered would manifest in reality. Commander, a training officer, alerted by the commotion, emerged to investigate and discovered the bloodied Yuan. It's the commander. The commander is injured. Quickly, someone. He waved frantically towards the tent, and soon 2 instructors rushed out to assist Yuan. However, Yuan shook his head, his expression grim. None of that matters. Report the situation to me immediately. The instructors exchanged glances. Beneath Jinin Mountain, a subterranean dragon had overturned, causing numerous rescue team members to tumble into the underground void. Currently, only Instructor Honghao, along with Shen Qingzhu, Dang Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, had managed to escape. According to them, it was Luo Chen who had facilitated their exit, while Luo Chen himself had re-entered the underground void to rescue others. Is contact possible? Due to the depth of the underground void, communication signals could not reach below, making it impossible to establish contact. Yuan gritted his teeth, his body trembling. In the depths of the cavern, a sweltering heat enveloped him. A massive dragon coiled within, its scales glinting with a fiery glow. The scorching dragon's breath surged towards a fleeing figure, who was desperately dodging the dragon's onslaught, his right arm completely missing, his body charred. Damn the subterranean dragon. Where's Lord Yu? As time slipped away, Ma Yiqian felt his heart sink. If this continued, he would soon perish at the hands of the fiery dragon. Suddenly, a captivating figure appeared, igniting a flicker of hope in Ma Yiqian. In the darkness, a bat flapped its wings, darting towards Lin Xie. Upon hearing the situation, Lin Xie expressed surprise. A subterranean dragon residing in magma was battling a man from the sea realm. Beside him, Baili Pangpang wore a sorrowful expression. What should we do now, Xie? Meanwhile, a series of dragon roars resonated. The once intricate cavern began to shift. Lin Xie and the others felt as if the ground was spinning beneath them. Even Luo Chen, who had been searching for them, was swept along. In the next moment, everyone found themselves in a vast, open cavern filled with magma, the heat overwhelming. Luo Chen, Lin Xie and the others suddenly noticed an additional figure beside them. Luo Chen shook his head in resignation. It seems someone has invited us as guests. This saves me the trouble of searching for you. He lifted his gaze, focusing on a dapperly dressed, enchanting man. The ancient god church, you? The man smiled off. Even the new recruits recognize me? It appears my reputation among you night watchers is quite renowned. Luo Chen scoffed. Indeed, that repulsive demeanor is unmistakable. Yu chuckled. So you are that spirit agent? He nodded, his demeanor impressive, though his strength left something to be desired. He then turned his attention to Baili Pangpang and Lin Xie, the dual god agents, and the young master of the Baili family. What a delightful surprise. If I could convert you into my followers, the entire Baili clan would become my garden. Baili Pangpang's flesh quivered, his expression darkening. You won't succeed. I would rather die than let you achieve your goal. Clap, clap, clap. Yu applauded. Brave indeed. With a cold smirk, Yu remarked. But do you truly believe you have a chance? Baili Pangpang trembled. Indeed, aside from his forbidden items, he possessed nothing. Yu was a wanted criminal in the Klein realm. Targeting him would leave no opportunity for reprisal. As he pondered, Luo Chen and Lin Xie stepped in front of him. Emoli hesitated before advancing, followed closely by Chao Yuan. Observing the group before him, Baili Pangpang's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, unable to hold back his emotions. Chengge, Xie, even Emoli and Chao Yuan. Ha ha, how touching. I never expected to witness such a spectacle. Yu's face displayed a playful smile. How delightful. You all shall become my followers. Allowing you to maintain your camaraderie while I gain several capable assistants, truly a win-win. But a stray dog hunted by a spirit medium dares to bark here? Luo Chen scoffed. Yu furrowed his brow, his fingers lightly tapping, as a black chain shot forth from the void behind him, hurtling towards Luo Chen. A chain. You have indeed found the right person. Luo Chen's pupils contracted. Clash. The celestial lock emerged from the void behind him, meeting the oncoming black chain head-on. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp sounds of impact rang out. Surprise instantly crossed Yu's face. Yet he remained unfazed, as the fiery dragon behind him swung its colossal tail, swatting the approaching celestial lock away. Yu shook his head. No matter how much you struggle, it is futile. With the fiery dragon, Ma Yiqian, and myself, 3 Sea Realm powerhouses, even if all the instructors from your training camp were present, they would be no match for us. However, Luo Chen merely dug at his ear. What Sea Realm? It's not like I've never killed one. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, causing the others to look on in astonishment, while Ma Yiqian exclaimed in shock, Kid, you actually killed Mao Liang and the others. So what? Yu smiled slightly. Killing a sea realm with a river realm? It seems you haven't been injured. I'm becoming quite curious about the secrets you hold. Luo Chen snorted. If you have the capability, come and take it yourself. Yu turned his gaze to Lin Xie. I am more curious about him. Young man, how did you become a dual god agent? Was it mere coincidence? Lin Xie's expression remained calm, ignoring Yu's inquiry. Not going to speak? No matter. I will personally delve into the depths of your soul to uncover your secrets. Yu's face bore a sinister smile. Luo Chen and Lin Xie exchanged glances. You wish to invade our souls. Indeed, before me, human souls are mere playthings, devoid of any secrets. Luo Chen paused, then burst into laughter. Come on, hurry up. Observing Luo Chen's lack of fear and instead displaying excitement left Yu bewildered. You are not afraid? Luo Chen blinked rapidly, nodding vigorously. Oh yes. I'm so scared. Please, don't do that. Luo Chen shrank his head, feigning fear. Yu, the others, humph. What a charade. Yu scoffed. Let me see with my own eyes what secrets lie in the depths of your soul that grant you such audacity in facing me. The murmuring pupil glimmered with an eerie light, as a formidable soul surged directly into Luo Chen's mind. Perhaps in terms of raw strength, he could not compete with some of the top-tier powerhouses, but when it came to the realm of souls, he was in no way inferior to anyone. Despite being merely a projection of a nightmare, he still possessed the power of a peak sea realm. Viewing Luo Chen as nothing more than a mere specter of the river realm, he could hardly believe that Luo Chen could stir any waves in the domain of souls. Alarmed, Lin Xie shook Luo Chen's arm vigorously, yet the latter remained unresponsive. Li Pangpang frantically rummaged through his pants for forbidden items, discarding one after another. Not this one, nor that one. Damn it, how could I not find it at such a critical moment? Meanwhile, within the depths of Luo Chen's subconscious space, the murmurer glanced around in confusion, surrounded by a vast void. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon a flicker of light. So that is where it is. A sinister smile crept upon the murmurer's face as he found your secret, kid. As the murmurer drew closer to the light, a towering throne stood majestically amidst the clouds, emanating an inscrutable aura, its golden patterns shimmering brilliantly. Please do not let me down. A greedy expression spread across the murmurer's face as he reached out toward the throne. Unexpectedly, a fierce energy erupted from it, accompanied by an impatient voice. Get lost. The faint golden patterns glowed, and an immense pressure instantly bore down upon the murmurer. Boom. The murmurer spat blood, his soul shattered in an instant. How could this be possible? Cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling Ma Etienne beside him. My lord. The murmurer wished to express something, but his lips twitched uncontrollably, only managing to emit a faint groan. The sole power he prided himself on was utterly insignificant in the face of such overwhelming pressure. He could clearly sense that even if his true form were to arrive, attempting to shake the throne would be akin to a fool's dream. Luo Chen suddenly regained consciousness, as if he had sensed something. He murmured softly, "Kid, thank you." In that fleeting moment, his mind had blanked, yet he distinctly heard a voice filled with authority and anger. The single word "get lost" not only shattered the murmurer's soul, but also awakened Luo Chen's consciousness. Simultaneously, in a remote cave, the murmurer's true form, being pursued by spiritual mediums, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. My soul fragment has been shattered. How could this happen? Has the plan against the two agents in Songnan City failed? Already being hunted by spiritual mediums, now suffering a backlash from my own soul, it was truly a nightmare. It must be noted that most of his abilities stemmed from the soul, and now, with his soul gravely injured, evading the pursuit of the spiritual mediums became increasingly difficult. The nightmare projection of the murmurer looked grimly at Luo Chen before gritting his teeth, turning his gaze toward Lin Xie. You cannot stop me. How could I not deal with you? Just a mere projection of a nightmare. It would be no loss to disregard it. He remained utterly unaware that his true form in the distance was also suffering severe injury due to his actions. With such thoughts, the murmurer snorted coldly, forcibly propping up his shattered soul, and once again charged into Lin Xie's consciousness. Xie. Li Pangpang was about to take action but was stopped by Luo Chen. Don't rush, he's fine. But Chen Gu, trust me. Looking into Luo Chen's unwavering gaze, Li Pangpang ultimately chose to believe him. Molly and Xiao Yuan also cast skeptical glances, yet out of trust for Luo Chen, they refrained from voicing their doubts. Humph, what delusions are you still entertaining? Ma Etienne sneered. How can a kid from the Pool realm possibly withstand the power of Lord Murmurer? Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him. Am I not standing right here? Ma Etienne was instantly slapped in the face, his expression darkening as he spoke. That is because your forbidden ruins have never appeared. Lord Murmurer simply underestimated the situation, leading to this unexpected outcome. Divine agents are different. This is not Lord Murmurer's first encounter with divine agents. Just as the banner continued, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. Ma Etienne was ecstatic. I knew Lord Murmurer was invincible. Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the Murmurer beside him. His eyes gradually lost their luster, resembling a lifeless corpse devoid of vitality. How can this be possible? Ma Etienne's mouth gaped open, filled with disbelief. Hu Qie, you defeated him. Li Pangpang exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. Roar. The infernal dragon beside them also roared at the group due to the soul contract. The surrounding magma began to churn violently. Lin Xie and the others' expressions grew solemn. Although they had dealt with the Murmurer, two enemies from the sea realm still stood before them. A wave of heat surged forth, and the temperature rapidly escalated. The infernal dragon gently flapped its wings, unleashing a tremendous energy from the magma. Lin Xie stepped forward, saying, leave the rest to me. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, a mysterious aura bursting forth from within him. Just as Lin Xie prepared to take action, he was halted by Luo Chen grasping his shoulder. All right, let me handle this. Luo Chen smiled slightly, causing a look of surprise to flicker across Lin Xie's face. Make your move. Luo Chen's voice was calm yet commanding. Clang. Countless chains of heaven erupted from the ground, instantly binding the infernal dragon. Luo Chen grinned widely. Two figures had appeared before Luo Chen unbeknownst to anyone. A young girl charged towards the infernal dragon with her sword drawn. The infernal dragon thrashed wildly, but was utterly unable to break free from the chains. "Hiya!" the girl exclaimed, her long sword slashing toward the infernal dragon. Swoosh! A deep gash was instantly carved into the front of the infernal dragon. Roar! The infernal dragon howled in pain, its fury unleashed. Two beings comparable to the sea realm. Where did they come from? Ma Etienne felt a sense of impending doom and turned to flee. "I permit you to use your treasures, but you must restrain your power." Luo Chen's voice rang out. The girl paused momentarily before nodding. "Understood. Enki, do not let the other one escape." The pale green figure swiftly blocked Ma Etienne's path. "I'm truly sorry. But since we've stated this, I cannot simply allow you to flee." Ma Etienne felt a surge of panic, although he was from the sea realm. He had sustained injuries during the struggle with the infernal dragon. He had thought that even in a severely weakened state, he could easily crush several low-realm specters with a mere flick of his hand. "Damn it!" Ma Etienne shouted angrily, slamming the ground, causing countless sharp spikes to erupt toward Enki. Enki looked at him in surprise, seemingly impressed by his abilities. Clang! Several chains burst forth from the wall behind, shattering all the incoming spikes effortlessly. "How could this be?" Ma Etienne exclaimed in shock. "He is also from the sea realm. Why can the opposing attack so easily destroy my spikes?" Thud! A chain pierced through his chest, pinning him against the wall beside him. Meanwhile, on the other side, golden particles gathered around the girl, illuminating the darkness caused by Lin Chiye's ultimate shadow. More and more particles amassed upon the sword she raised high. "Wind, unleash." With the girl's declaration, the concealed sacred sword's wind barrier was released, revealing the long-hidden golden sword for the first time to the world. The silver blade sparkled with golden flecks, and the center of the sword seemed to be inscribed with some incantation, emanating a radiant hue. "What a beautiful sword!" Lin Chiye and the others gazed at the sword in the girl's hand, suddenly realizing that this sword was the formless sword that Luo Chen had always wielded. As the sacred sword fully manifested, more golden particles converged towards the girl. A radiant beam of light pierced through the ceiling, standing tall between heaven and earth. Even the boundless void covering this area was penetrated. Meanwhile, the Inferno dragon, facing this beam of light, instantly revealed a look of terror, desperately struggling to escape. However, its massive body was suddenly impaled by the heavenly lock, firmly pinned against the wall. Drawing upon the breath of countless stars above, the splendid flow of life surged forth. The girl stepped forward, causing the surrounding space to tremble with her immense power. Luo Chen silently unfolded the Wind King barrier, shielding everyone behind him. The girl swung the holy sword. Boom! With the release of its true name, the golden beam of light tore through the sky, cleaving the entire Jinnan mountain in two. In the blinding radiance, the Inferno dragon could only watch helplessly as the colossal beam rushed towards it. Unable to even emit a scream, its massive form was vaporized in the flames, along with the individuals who had been underground. They now saw the light of day once more. The entire cavern, along with Jinnan mountain, was forcibly split in two. Whoosh! The aftermath swept outward. A fierce wind howling. Luo Chen's lips twitched. "Didn't I tell her to restrain her power? Hey, is this a joke?" Bai Li, the chubby fellow, stood in a daze, staring blankly at the scene. Gulp! Lin Chi unconsciously swallowed hard. Goodness, it turns out she had been concealing her strength all along. I initially thought Luo Chen was already formidable enough. Little did I know that he lacked imagination. Luo Chen himself was somewhat astonished. Although he knew that was a city treasure, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. Keep in mind, this was without unlocking the 13 restraints. When everything settled down, what appeared before Lin Chi Yi and the others was a vast chasm, with no trace of any underground cavern remaining. And the Inferno dragon and Ma Etienne had vanished without a trace. Casting a glance at the empty sky, Lin Chi Yi and the others turned to Luo Chen with peculiar expressions. Ahem, ahem. Luo Chen cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Artoria and Enkidu also slowly approached. Luo Chen glanced at Artoria, noting her calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. "Didn't I say to restrain your power?" Luo Chen weakly remarked. Artoria's expression was serious. "I have done my utmost to suppress it." Luo Chen helplessly facepalmed. "Well, thank you for your hard work." He turned to the others. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Artoria, and you may also call her Artoria," politely nodded to everyone. Subsequently, Luo Chen turned to Enkidu. "And this is Enkidu. You may refer to him as hello. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Enkidu greeted, waving politely. Luo Chen coughed lightly. "Both of them are my heroic spirits. Besides wielding the power of heroic spirits, I can also summon the spirits themselves. I apologize for concealing this for so long." "Monster," Luo Chen smiled wryly. "Call me whatever you want." Following this, Artoria and Enkidu stayed by Luo Chen's side, as there was no need for them to manifest as spiritual entities any longer. Gazing at the severed Jinnan mountain, Luo Chen felt a headache coming on. How should he explain this? Meanwhile, Yuan Gang and the others rushed over, spotting the crowd below. "You little rascal," Yuan Gang exclaimed, looking at the chasm before him, his lips twitching, but as long as everyone was safe, that was what mattered. After pulling everyone out of the deep pit, Yuan Gang inquired about their condition. Upon learning that Luo Chen had summoned 2 heroic spirits to obliterate the likes of EU and the others, he was taken aback. Shen Qingzhu silently absorbed the information, momentarily frozen in place. His mind was in a haze, utterly bewildered. Is he a monster? Luo Chen smiled at those around him. Everyone, this catastrophe has finally come to an end. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, with tears glistening in Deng Wei and the others' eyes. And Qing Yu stood among the crowd, observing Luo Chen with a contemplative expression, a slight smile gracing her lips. Truly a monster. In just a day and night, they had endured what felt like years, from the initial earthquake relief to the later ambush by the ancient god church. Subsequently, they fell into a cavern, experiencing far too many events. Yet, as soldiers, they had to face these challenges. It was also this time that the new recruits, having undergone a baptism of blood and tears, had completely shed their rookie title. They began the long-awaited rest, utterly exhausted, nearly falling asleep the moment they hit their beds. Luo Chen was then called aside by Yuan Gang, accompanied by his 2 heroic spirits. Yuan Gang regarded the seemingly fragile girl before him. He could hardly believe that the astonishing sword strike had come from her. "I am Yuan Gang, a night watchman of Huaxia, and also the chief instructor of the new recruit training camp. It's a pleasure to meet you." Artoria nodded silently. "I am Arthur, the King of Britain, and the leader of the Knights of the Round Table." Yuan Gang's pupils dilated in shock. "Arthur, the King of Knights?" Luo Chen nodded. "Indeed. She is the legendary King Arthur, one of my summoned heroic spirits." But Yuan Gang scrutinized Artoria with skepticism. "Be cautious with your words," Luo Chen kindly advised. Yuan Gang then nodded in realization. "And this one?" Luo Chen stepped over to Enkidu. "This is Enkidu, the closest companion of Gilgamesh, the heroic king known for crafting divine weapons." Enkidu offered Yuan Gang a polite smile. "Hello." Yuan Gang nodded back. "Hello." Luo Chen acknowledged them before leading his 2 heroic spirits away. Moments later, Hong Hao entered, carrying a document. "Chief, this is the report on the recent incident. How should we explain to the public about Jinnan Mountain being cleaved in 2? Yuan Gang patted Hong Hao's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "It's up to you. Your task is to make it sound plausible." Hong Hao replied, "What a question." Chapter 62. The frying pan is smoking. The following morning, Luo Chen, accompanied by Artoria and Enkidu, made their way to the cafeteria. Upon arrival, they found Bai Li and the others indulging in a feast. Speaking of which, today's meal seemed surprisingly delectable, a far cry from the usual bland bread and raw beef combination. Luo Chen turned to his 2 servants. "Feel free to take whatever you like. The plates are over there." Artoria's eyes lit up, and she nodded at Luo Chen, proceeding to pile her plate with a mountain of food under the gaze of the others. Luo Chen remarked. Enkidu glanced at Artoria, then at Luo Chen. "Technically, we servants don't need to eat." Luo Chen scratched his head. "I see. However, little Enkidu, you might want to give it a try." Artoria seems quite pleased with her meal, and the food here is not bad. Enkidu nodded in agreement. "Thank you for the hospitality." An hour later, Bali exclaimed. The reason is simple. At this moment, Artoria's table was already filled with dishes, and she was still going strong. The entire long table was brimming with plates. And the chef, Sun Lao, was struggling to keep up with Artoria's voracious pace, his spatula smoking from overuse. "Damn it, why are these brats eating so much today?" Sun Lao wiped the sweat from his brow, yet his hands showed no sign of slowing down. Lin Chi silently pointed at Artoria. "Is Luo Chen really okay with her eating like this?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "I doubt it. After all, she is the gluttonous queen." Artoria responded, "It's fine. Just keep eating. Enjoy yourself." Luo Chen smiled at her. "It's a buffet. It has to be a buffet. Though I do feel sorry for the chef." Luo Chen's lips twitched. Today's training has also been cancelled, as everyone is soon to officially join the Night Watchman Corps and depart from this training camp. Bai Li, plump and content, absent-mindedly picked at his teeth, feeling a twinge of reluctance for the dining hall. Luo Chen glanced at him, bemused. "Oh, the esteemed young master of the Bai Li family is reluctant to part with a mere dining hall?" As he spoke, Luo Chen surveyed him with a playful gaze. Bai Li was momentarily at a loss for words, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. It was not the dining hall he was truly reluctant to leave. Rather, it was the people he would miss. Although they had only spent a year together, they had forged profound friendships. Chao Yuan, standing nearby, shared a similar sentiment, his gaze softening as he looked at Bai Li. Chao Yuan then turned to Lin Chiyi, suggesting that if he found the time, he could come visit him in Huaihai, as mysterious events seemed rare in Songnan. Lin Qi nodded in agreement. Luo Chen smiled wryly. Indeed, mysterious occurrences were scarce. Yet there would be no future opportunities. Bailey let out a sigh. You lot are fortunate to be so close. As for me, I'm in Guangshan. Who knows when I'll see you again? Suddenly, Bailey smacked his thigh, as if struck by a revelation. Oh no, how could I forget this? His exclamation drew everyone's attention. The special team. The special team is not bound by city restrictions and can mobilize personnel freely. While we may not qualify for the special team, we could form our own special team. The group expressed their confusion. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Exactly. Bailey continued, growing animated. Shen Gu is an agent of the heroic spirits, and Shi Yi is an agent of the twin gods. While I cannot fathom why the higher-ups assigned you both to Team 136, your talents undoubtedly promise boundless potential. What do you lack compared to the members of those special teams? Bailey's excitement was palpable, his ample frame quivering with enthusiasm. There's also me, Xiao Yuan, and Zhuang Gu. Bailey counted off on his fingers. Why are you calling me? Shen Qingzhu turned in surprise. Zhuang Gu. We were just contemplating whether to form a special team. You should join us. The prospect of a special team sparked a glint in Shen Qingzhu's eyes. He suddenly realized that with Luo Chen and Lin Qi's abilities, it was implausible for them to remain in the modest Team 136. In that case, count me in. Shen Qingzhu readily agreed. Bailey grinned. Oh, and we mustn't forget about Molly. Observing Bailey's smitten grin, the others raised their eyebrows. Lin Qi's gaze flickered as he turned to Luo Chen. What do you think? Luo Chen fell silent. He had contemplated this matter too. However, each special team had a limited quota. Should he join the Nightfall team, it would prevent others from joining. Moreover, given his own capabilities, he doubted he could be anything less than an entire special team, specifically one dedicated to slaying gods. On the training grounds, the bright sunlight illuminated the new recruits. At this moment, they had undergone significant transformation, standing in perfect formation with uniform attire. They embodied discipline, no longer the undisciplined recruits of before. The atmosphere was solemn. The instructors stood in unison on the training platform, observing the recruits below with expressions of satisfaction. Artoria and Enki stood nearby, keenly watching the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang gradually ascended the platform. He had two announcements to make during today's assembly. The recruits watched him intently, a hush falling over the crowd as they awaited his words. The first matter concerns the recent earthquake relief efforts. You all performed admirably, displaying calmness and bravery in the face of danger, exemplifying the indomitable will of the Night Watchman, and upholding the dignity of the Daxia soldiers. Upon hearing this, the recruits were instantly stirred, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Pride swelled among them as they exchanged smiles. As the instructors bestowed their honors, Yuan Gang's gaze drifted to Luo Chen. In the earthquake relief operation, Luo Chen had played a pivotal role, with all accolades attributed to him. However, Yuan Gang considered the presence of a mole within the higher ranks, worrying that if Luo Chen shone too brightly, he might attract unwanted attention. Hence, Hong Hao approached Luo Chen, patting him on the shoulder. Don't worry, your contributions haven't gone unnoticed by the higher-ups. Luo Chen nodded, smiling. It's all right. I understand. Chapter 63. Born under the red flag following the award ceremony, it was time to receive the exclusive equipment of the Night Watchman. Hong Hao held a list, calling out names one by one. Shen Qizhu, Deng Wei, Li Jia, Li Liang, Kai Kuan. Once everyone had collected their gear, Yuan Gang surveyed the recruits below. The origins of the Star Blade are mysterious. All you need to know is that its material is unbreakable. From the moment it is forged, it will accompany you for life, engraved with your names. As for the cloak, it is crafted with cutting-edge nanotechnology, designed to help you withstand external influences. Do note, however, that the cloak differs from the Star Blade. It is not armor and may be damaged. In the end, what the Night Watchman can offer you is limited, just a blade, a cloak, and a dignified death. As Yuan Gang's words fell, the formerly lively atmosphere turned somber. The recruits fell into contemplative silence. Luo Chen gazed at the black box in his hands, equally lost in thought. These three pieces of equipment represented humanity's final stand against the mist, crafted by the Queen Mother of the West, the fourth commander of the Night Watchman, Wang Qing, and the second commander, Li Kangqiang. Everyone was doing their utmost to protect this precarious nation. This was humanity's last sanctuary. All eyes turned toward the nearby open space, where a crimson flag fluttered in the breeze, glowing warmly in the sunlight. As Luo Chen gazed at the flag, his expression grew serious. Born under the red flag, nurtured by the spring breeze, the people possess faith, and the nation draws strength. In every world, the comfort and strength this red flag provided were immeasurable. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone clenched their right fist over their hearts, their gazes fixed upon the flag. I, Luo Chen, I, Lin Qiyi. I, Shen Qizhu. I, and Xingyu. I, Chao Yuan. I, Baili Tuming. I, Molly. The voices of the group resonated, echoing through the skies, scattering the clouds above. Under the red flag of Daxia, we pledge. Should darkness descend, we shall stand before the multitude, with blades drawn against the abyss. Let our blood stain the heavens. Their voices rang with unwavering conviction. In this moment, some might forget each other's names or even fail to recognize one another. Yet beneath this red flag, their hearts seemed intertwined, standing shoulder to shoulder, collectively vowing to safeguard their faith and shoulder their responsibilities. Brother Shen, how would I survive without you? Ding Wei, along with two others, cried inconsolably. Shen Qizhu looked at the trio, exasperation etched on his face as he fought the urge to kick them away. Get lost. Once we reach our destination, be clever. I don't want to see your corpses. Hurry up and leave. After much coaxing, the three finally departed with lingering reluctance. Shen Qizhu looked at Luo Chen and the others, rummaging through his pocket. He pulled out a pack of gum, distributing a few pieces to Luo Chen, Lin Qiyi, and the others. If anything happens, let me know, and I will definitely come. Luo Chen said little in response, nodding at him. You two stay safe. Shen Qizhu let out a cold laugh, declaring that even in death, she would not perish. With that, she set off on her journey. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Amused by her audacity, Baili Pang, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, was also preparing to depart from the training camp. Qinggu, Qiyi, you must come to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to visit me, he exclaimed. All right, go have fun, Luo Chen replied affectionately. Why does that sound like you're coaxing a child? Baili Pang muttered as he exited. Take care, Luo Chen, Qiyi. Chao Yuan bid farewell, casting a lingering glance at Lin Qiyi. Luo Chen shot a teasing look at Lin Qiyi. Shall we go see them off? After all, you two are such good friends. Luo Chen. May your mother enjoy good health. Lin Qiyi forcibly suppressed the urge to retort. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Thank you. Lin Qiyi rolled his eyes in exasperation, signaling his desire to ignore Luo Chen. At that moment, and Xingyu approached, having gathered her belongings, observing the two who were staring at each other. Shouldn't we be on our way? She asked tentatively. The three of them exited the training camp together. This time, they had truly become competent night watchmen. However, Luo Chen was acutely aware that time for Cangnan was running short. As they walked towards the military checkpoint, a familiar black vehicle stood silently. A scruffy man leaned against the car, exhaling smoke. A woman clad in a red spandex outfit and a white coat waved excitedly at Luo Chen, rushing towards him. Xiao Chen, and little brother Qiyi, and little brother Yu. Hongying called out, bounding towards Luo Chen. Sister Hongying, he greeted with a slight smile. She enveloped him in her embrace, exhilarated by his presence. Xiao Chen, I've been so bored without you by my side. At that moment, Zhao Conching approached, teasing. No one to cook or do housework, you must be dying of boredom. Get lost, Zhao. Hongying playfully scolded, delivering a light punch to his arm. Reluctantly, Luo Chen stepped out of her embrace. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Old Zhao, you're here too. It's been a while. You little rascal. You finally graduated. Zhao Conching chuckled, playfully punching Luo Chen's chest, before inquiring after Lin Qiyi and the others. Hongying grinned at Luo Chen. Xiao Chen has grown up. He is now a true night watchman. Welcome back, new members of Team 136. Zhao Conching produced a firework from nowhere. With a bang, colorful sparks erupted into the sky, adding a sense of ceremony to the moment. Luo Chen glanced at Lin Qiyi and Xingyu beside him, and the three exchanged smiles. In Chapter 64, the tranquil routine, in the hall, Chen Mai was busy in the kitchen while everyone else sat neatly on the sofa. Who are these three? When Chen Mai inquired with a grin, the trio exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly. Ahem. Luo Chen and the others bowed to the crowd. Team 136 of the Night Watchmen. Luo Chen, Lin Qiyi, and Xingyu. The others beamed with pride, and Wu Xiangnan turned to Chen Mai in the kitchen. Captain, we have newcomers. Aren't you coming to see? In response to Wu Xiangnan's teasing, Chen Mai wiped his hands and emerged from the kitchen with a plate of freshly cooked food. Beaming at the sight of the three, Luo Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Captain, I have two friends to introduce. With that, Artoria and Enkidu materialized before everyone. Zhao Conching pointed at the girl, exclaiming, Isn't she the one who defeated the Demon King with a single sword strike? Luo Chen smiled gently. Allow me to formally introduce, this is Artoria, the legendary King Arthur, and beside her is Enkidu, the esteemed friend of the hero Gilgamesh. I apologize for keeping this a secret for so long. My abilities extend beyond summoning heroic spirits. I can also manifest them as servants for battle. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Hongying's chopsticks fell from her hand. What did you say? They gasped in unison. Lin Qiyi and Xingyu exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Hello, Artoria said politely, bowing slightly to the group, while Enkidu waved with a smile. After a brief commotion, Team 136 gradually accepted this reality. Chenmai treated the two heroic spirits with utmost respect, inviting them to sit. The others realized that Luo Chen was becoming increasingly formidable. Even Hongying, as his older sister, found it hard to recognize the little brother she had grown up with. As conversations unfolded, they discussed the arrival of a human prodigy in Songnan. Master. He came specifically to share a cup of tea with Chenmai. What they discussed remains a mystery, even to Wu Xiangnan. Luo Chen was fully aware of the situation. He casually glanced at Lin Qi beside him. 10 years ago, the entirety of Songnan was erased by the wrath of Shiva. Now, it existed as a miracle created by Lin Qi's mortal realm. However, this miracle could only last a decade, and the deadline was approaching, indicating that the city's life was on borrowed time. Luo Chen sighed, relieved that the deities of the great Xia had revived. Even if Songnan were to vanish, Yangjian could safeguard everyone's souls. The concern now lay with the forbidden object, the wrath of Shiva. It was likely that certain Western deities were already stirring. A divine war was imminent. Luo Chen had adequately prepared for the forthcoming conflict and had already considered candidates for a third heroic spirit. During this time, no mysterious incidents occurred, apart from addressing the romantic dilemmas of elderly couples. However, one individual proved to be an exception. Upon entering his room, Luo Chen was taken aback by the sight of Xingyu covered in blood. "What on earth are you doing?" he exclaimed, and Xingyu calmly adjusted her glasses, conducting a dissection of the mysterious. Luo Chen's eyes widened. Intestines and organs were strewn everywhere. Ugh, he retched, overwhelmed by a psychological aversion. And Xingyu smiled at the scene, her gaze reflecting a hint of gray as she looked at Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, I wish to discuss something with you." "I refuse." Under Xingyu's persistent persuasion, Luo Chen eventually relinquished a drop of his blood to her. After spending time together, Hongying and the others adapted to the presence of Artoria and Enkidu. Of course, Artoria's appetite astounded everyone, leaving Chenmai speechless. After the meal, as they prepared to leave, Luo Chen pondered quietly, observing the vigilant Cold Xian. "Xian Ge, wait a moment." Cold Xian turned, puzzled. Luo Chen smiled and pulled out his phone, discreetly snapping a photo of everyone. Click. "What do you think, Xian Ge? Is it all right?" Cold Xian couldn't help but smile at Luo Chen's cheerful expression and the bewilderment captured in the photo. This picture included not only all members of Team 136 but also him. "Ah, you little rascal. How dare you take a candid shot at me? Show me." Redding suddenly pounced with an air of mischief. Luo Chen chuckled playfully, "Not giving it to you." Haha. The sibling pair began their chase once more, engaging in a playful tussle reminiscent of their childhood. Ultimately, unable to resist Hongying's charming antics, Luo Chen relented and handed her the photograph for her to examine. Upon gazing at the picture, Hongying froze, an inexplicable emotion surging within her. "Captain, has our Team 136 never taken an official group photo together?" Chenmai paused, realizing it was indeed true. Smack. Hongying clapped her thigh. "Perfect timing. Now that Xiao Chun and the other two have returned, let us take a family portrait." Zhao Kongqing grinned widely. "Just in time. I just shaved yesterday." Luo Chen exchanged glances with Lin Qi, and they both nodded in agreement. They hurried to the laboratory, forcibly dragging out the still dissecting Xingyu, insisting he freshen up and change into clean attire. Xishaonan hesitated momentarily but ultimately agreed. Under the expectant gazes of the group, Chenmai also nodded. "Let us take a picture then. After all, my time is limited." He was acutely aware of his circumstances, and this would serve as a cherished memory for his team. "Wonderful! Long live the captain!" Hongying exclaimed joyfully, leaping up. Observing this scene, Chenmai smiled wryly. This girl, Chapter 65. I shall begin to deceive with everyone's efforts. A brand new family portrait was developed and quietly hung on the wall of the Peace Affairs Bureau's basement. Luo Chen gazed at the smiling faces radiating happiness in the photo, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Days passed by, and they encountered a mysterious incident involving insects, which Luo Chen ultimately resolved. Chenmai cast a deep glance at the increasingly overcast sky, his mood seemingly plummeting. As a phone call rang, he extinguished the cigarette but underfoot. "It's me." After a long pause, Chenmai hung up, inhaling deeply before dialing another number. Meanwhile, the others sat in the Peace Affairs Bureau, idly watching television. Suddenly, a news bulletin interrupted. A sudden earthquake has struck Jinan Mountain, splitting the entire range in two. Following investigations, it appears the cause may be an excessive concentration of underground methane leading to an explosion. The television in the living room blared the startling news. How strange. How could there be methane underground at Jinan Mountain? Another gas leak? How many times has this happened? When Qima pondered, a large question mark forming in his mind. Lin Qi and Xingyu silently glanced at Luo Chen. Ahem, Luo Chen coughed awkwardly, relieved that neither of them called him out. Earlier today, a powerful typhoon made landfall along the East China Sea, with wave heights exceeding 30 meters. Over the course of one night, substantial public property along the coast was damaged. Experts predict waves may surpass 40 meters within 24 hours. The meteorological station has issued a red alert, advising coastal residents to stay away from the shoreline for their safety. Chinmai composed himself, opening the door and stepping inside to find the others bored and listlessly watching TV. It seems everyone is present today, Chinmai remarked with a smile. It's been a long time since we've had a team-building activity. Since we have no plans today, let us pack up and go for a picnic. Hongying's eyes instantly lit up. She tossed the remote aside. Yay! Long live the captain! The remote soared gracefully through the air. Bang! When Chima exclaimed, to Songnan City Park. Hongying lay back on the soft grass, stretching luxuriously, her stunning figure fully accentuated. Luo Chen lay beside her, glancing at the children playing in the distance with a smile. Indeed, Sister Hongying, since we grew up. It's been ages since we've all gone out together. Those childhood days. Luo Chen shook his head, a helpless smile escaping him. You naughty little brother. You're not obedient at all like you were back then. Humph. The little Chen from our childhood was much better. Hongying giggled, leaving Luo Chen to shake his head in resignation. Chinmai busily tended to the barbecue grill in the nearby cooking area. Wu Xiangnan assisted him in skewering meat. Their teamwork remarkably seamless. Si Xiaonan trailed behind, holding a green flower. Lin Xie, intrigued, inquired, what kind of flower is that? I've never seen one before. Luo Chen smiled faintly. It's a manjasaka. The flower of the other shore? Isn't that red? Wu Xiangnan asked as she approached with a platter of skewers. But what about the green? Lin Xie questioned in confusion. Luo Chen sat up and joined the others, offering them a subtle smile as his gaze lingered on the green manjasaka. I see the eternal surge of life. With that, a playful smile graced his face as he looked at everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Luo Chen, and I'm about to start telling lies. Lin Xie regarded Luo Chen thoughtfully before finally nodding. Yes, just like the patients I encountered in the psychiatric hospital. Zhao Kongqing reached out and touched Luo Chen's forehead. Strange, you're not feverish? Ahem, ahem. Luo Chen coughed a couple of times. Apologies, I was a bit distracted just now. Chenmai brought over all the grilled food, and the group immediately began to feast, engaging in lively banter as they ate. Watching the harmonious scene, Chenmai wore a genuine smile. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to announce something. The group fell silent, their attention fixed on Chenmai. Hongying paused for a moment before quickly reacting. That is fantastic. I've always wanted to go, but never had the chance. Wu Xiangnan frowned, sensing something amiss. But what about Songnan? What if mysterious events occur while we're gone? Chenmai calmly replied, you needn't worry about that. I will remain here to oversee things. By the way, Chenmai turned to Lin Xie. Xie, would you stay here with me as well? Luo Chen glanced at Enchidu, who was amusing himself with the flowers, and at Artoria, who was happily devouring barbecue. He had started to piece things together. Captain, as a newcomer, I would also like to stay, along with Xie. Chenmai studied Luo Chen closely, contemplating for a moment before finally uttering a single word. All right. Then I too and Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Chenmai smiled gently at him. But Captain, how long will we be observing? When Qima queried, perplexed. At least 3 days, or a maximum of 1 week. Chenmai handed out the documents to everyone. The next morning, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Leng Xian, Si Xiaonan, Hongying, and Qingyu, and Zhao Kongqing boarded the plane to Shangjing. Meanwhile, Chenmai and the other two stood outside the ticketing area, smiling as they waved them off. Safe travels. Stay safe, Sister Hongying. As he watched them depart, Chenmai let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Chen exchanged a glance with Lin Xie. Luo Chen placed a hand on Chenmai's shoulder. Captain, why are you deceiving them? Lin Xie spoke up. Chenmai replied, Chapter 66, The Young Ones. Knowing full well that the two of us possess perception abilities, you still forge documents in the office? Luo Chen smiled at Chenmai. Lin Xie quickly grasped the implications of Chenmai's words, his pupils widening in realization. Luo Chen fell silent, deep in thought. Chenmai turned to Lin Xie. If possible, I would prefer you to leave as well, but due to certain reasons, you cannot leave Songnan for the time being. This is also an order from the higher-ups. Lin Xie felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why could he not leave? Countless questions intertwined, forming a vast net that rendered everything even more elusive. Chenmai glanced at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, unlike Qi, you have the option to leave. Why then? Do you choose to remain in this turbulent situation? His tone was earnest as he continued. I recognize your intelligence. You are not like that girl Hongying. Your talent is exceptional, and your future is limitless. You should not be entangled in this disaster. All right, Captain, enough of this. If we are brothers, We should face it together, Luo Chen interrupted, turning to wink at Lin Qiyi. Though Lin Qiyi felt a tinge of confusion, she was nonetheless touched by Luo Chen's words. Chunmai sighed, stubborn as ever, and then smiled wryly, reminiscent of his own past. He casually invented an excuse to step outside. Lin Qiyi, on the other hand, called Yuan Gang to inquire about Chunmai. Yuan Gang paused for a moment before replying, "Forget it, you should know this anyway. It's fine to tell you. Chunmai's forbidden domain is sequenced 037, Black Wuchang. Alongside the former 038, White Wuchang, Xiaopinga, who is now the captain of the Shaojing City team. They're known as Black and White Wuchang. Why would he come to such a remote place as Cangnan to be a captain?" Lin Qiyi pondered, bewildered as to why someone with such a promising future would willingly settle in an obscure location. She sighed and asked a few more questions, but to no avail. Even Yuan Gang, at that time, was merely a novice, with limited knowledge, and even if he had more information, he could not share it with Lin Qiyi. What's wrong? At that moment, Artoria approached Luo Chen. "It seems everyone has left. Is something the matter?" Luo Chen looked at her exquisite face and smiled helplessly. "It's nothing. They had to leave for a while. Something significant is about to happen, the Divine War." Yet, looking at Artoria in front of him and Inkida behind him, Luo Chen felt a sense of reassurance. Inkida glanced at Luo Chen thoughtfully before continuing to fiddle with the remote control, learning to watch television. The next day, boom. On the coast of the East Sea, dark clouds loomed ominously over the sky, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Lightning flickered among the clouds, and the sea roared, churning colossal waves as if an enraged beast were surging forth, sending towering waves crashing toward the clouds. The fierce winds swept through, uprooting trees along the shore, creating an apocalyptic scene. Amidst this doomsday-like backdrop, a handsome young man strode toward the shoreline. Clang! The clear sound of a sword echoed, instantly overshadowing the deep, tumultuous roar of the sea, as if time itself had frozen. The waves parted at his waist, as if an invisible sword had sliced through the massive swell stretching for miles. This catastrophe, potent enough to devastate a city, was effortlessly halted. A young man with a sword sheath strolled through the shattered streets, his black attire billowing in the wind. Yet, he seemed oblivious to everything around him. Advancing towards the sea, he slightly raised his head, patting the sword sheath in his arms. Clang! The sound of the sword resonated again, completely shattering the towering waves before him, dispersing them like fine rain, gradually fading into the ocean. To the great Xia, divine beings must not tread. The young man's voice was neither humble nor arrogant, yet it resonated powerfully throughout the sky. The waves surged once more, and a voice emerged. "A mere mortal dares to obstruct the path of the divine." Immediately, a figure wielding a trident emerged from the waves. The divine being was designated as 009, Poseidon. The young man's voice remained calm. "Insignificant mortal. How dare you refer to the divine with arbitrary titles? I'm sorry, but I trust no one but my sword," he declared, gazing down at the sword sheath in his arms. Poseidon glanced at the young man below him. "What is your name?" "Zhou Ping. I shall deem you the strongest among mortals I have encountered. But do you truly believe that as a mere mortal, you can halt the divine's advance? I'll say this one last time. Within the borders of Great Xia, divine beings must not tread." Clang! The sound of the sword rang out as the sheath opened a fraction. In that instant, a terrifying sword scar appeared between them. As if an endless stream of sword energy surged forth from Zhou Ping, rising to challenge Poseidon's divine might. Simultaneously, the doorbell of the Peace Affairs office rang. A young attendant entered from outside, surprising Lin Qiyi, while Luo Chen's eyes brightened. What is meant to come will always arrive. Upon the attendant's invitation, Lin Qiyi learned that he was the servant of the Master, the pinnacle of humanity, who awaited them outside. Although he didn't require protection, Luo Chen felt it was necessary to meet him. Stepping outside, they were struck by the oppressive environment and the deafening thunder. Luo Chen sighed. It seems the divine war has already begun. The two heroic spirits immediately transformed into their spiritual forms, accompanying Luo Chen. A carriage stood quietly at the entrance. "Please, come in." As a gentle voice called out, the attendant pulled back the curtain and gestured for Lin Qiyi and Luo Chen to enter. Luo Chen stepped into the carriage first, with Lin Qiyi following closely behind. Upon entering, Luo Chen was taken aback. The interior of the carriage was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Various antiquated bamboo slips adorned the table, alongside exquisite tea sets. An elderly man sat quietly at the table. Luo Chen slightly bowed, clasping his hands in respect. "Greetings, Master." Lin Qiyi mirrored the gesture. "Make yourselves comfortable." Master Chen gestured for them to sit. "Drive on." The attendant bowed and closed the curtain. An unusual sensation enveloped them as Luo Chen gasped. "This is Master Chen's inner realm." In that instant, The trio's presence was entirely concealed, and the surrounding space began to ripple. The commotion in Tiannan Mountain the other day, was it your doing? Master Chen chuckled. Luo Chen nodded. It was I. Lin Shiyi was astonished. When did Luo Chen become so honest? Master Chen regarded Luo Chen and nodded, quite forthright. Master, you are not here for this matter, are you? Luo Chen smiled slightly. At this, Master Chen took a gentle sip of his tea, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, you are quite astute. Indeed, I sought you for another reason. Lin Shiyi, puzzled, inquired. Then what is it that you require of us? Master Chen calmly placed his teacup down and beckoned with his hand. The teapot instantly soared into his grasp, and before their eyes, he leisurely poured tea for both. I merely wish to see you both and invite you to tea. Master Chen smiled. Lin Shiyi exclaimed, at such a time. Master Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Do you disdain my hospitality? Lin Shiyi, not daring to be dismissive, immediately clasped his hands. How could that be? It is an honor for a junior like me. Then, Lin Shiyi steeled himself and took a sip from the teacup. Luo Chen remained calm, gently lifting his cup and savoring the tea. Luo Chen couldn't help but marvel. What exquisite tea. It was smooth and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste. Master Chen's eyes brightened, surprised that such a young lad understood the art of tea. Ha ha ha, my young friend, you truly are a kindred spirit. Today, let us savor this together. I have plenty of fine tea here. As they journeyed, Master Chen imparted much knowledge about the art of tea to Lin Shiyi. However, Lin Shiyi was more concerned about the events occurring outside. Noticing his urgency, Luo Chen slowly raised his head. Master, it is time for me to leave. Master Chen paused his tea-pouring motion and turned to Luo Chen. Do you know what is happening outside? I do. Luo Chen was acutely aware that with the onset of the Divine War, the South would soon dissipate. Master Chen calmly sipped his tea, contemplating whether to depart. Staying here with me is far safer, he remarked. Although Lin Shiyi was oblivious to the unfolding events, he could sense the gravity of the situation from Master Chen's tone. I shall take my leave as well. What can a mere pool realm and river realm achieve? He added, Commander Yi has entrusted me with your protection. Do not make it too difficult for me. Luo Chen shook his head resolutely. We are the Night Watchers. Our inherent duty is to safeguard the myriad lights behind us. If we remain idle here, merely watching as everything crumbles, then I am unworthy of the title of Night Watcher. Master Chen fell silent. Luo Chen stood, turning his back to the two. What use is my frail body if the mountains and rivers shatter? The outcome can only be discerned through action. He turned to Lin Shiyi and winked, believing that those who trust in miracles are themselves remarkable. Master Chen observed the determination in Luo Chen's gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well, young man, you have piqued my interest. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, the air shimmered, and Luo Chen and Lin Shiyi vanished from sight. Sensing the divine aura outside, Master Chen's eyes narrowed. Just in time, Chen Mai planted 3 signposts into the ground, and light surged skyward, enveloping all the frost giants within. No boundaries domain. With dual blades in hand, Chen Mai became the epicenter of a dark void, a crimson hall of phantoms materializing behind him. Before him stood hundreds of frost giants of the river realm, yet he would not retreat an inch. Behind him lay the countless lights of home. Luo Chen cleaved through the no boundaries domain, joining Lin Shiyi at Chen Mai's side. Captain, allow me to join the fray. Luo Chen grinned at Chen Mai, who, though surprised, smiled resignedly. You too. Lin Shiyi, wielding the star blade, unleashed a golden and shadowy spectacle from his eyes. A surge of divine power erupting forth. Behind Luo Chen, the silhouettes of 2 servants materialized. Artoria swung her arm, instantly donning her knightly armor. We shall discuss matters later. Even if it means defying orders, I will not retreat today, Captain. Luo Chen brandished his intangible sword. Artoria, taken aback, tightened her grip on her weapon and faced forward. 2 Excaliburs. The throne of heroes possesses such power. Luo Chen could utilize Artoria's abilities and noble phantasm without compromising his own strength. Let us vanquish them. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the 2 figures surged forth. The trio exchanged determined glances, stepping forward in unison amidst the biting wind. Lin Shiyi darted between the legs of the frost giants, his star blade carving an arc through the air, aiming straight for a giant's neck. Clang! The blade met flesh, producing a metallic clash. Yet, in the next moment, a crimson gash appeared, blood gushing forth. The massive body crumpled, while countless other frost giants continued their relentless advance. Lin Shiyi pressed on, targeting the next foe. Luo Chen's intangible sword harvested the lives of the frost giants with relentless efficiency, his knightly armor glistening. Each strike was decisive, the glimmering blade claiming a giant with every swing. Artoria and Enkidu were even more ferocious, rampaging through the horde. Enkidu unleashed a flurry of heavenly chains that pierced the colossal bodies of the frost giants, skewering them like candied fruit. Yet, Their numbers showed no signs of dwindling. Chapter 68. A great commotion. Despite being surrounded, the group exhibited no fear. Chenmai gazed at the scene, marveling at the growth of these two young warriors. A smile crept across his face as he stepped forward. The Hall of Phantoms unleashed a barrage of dark chains, impaling the frost giants in front of him. Their lifeblood ebbed away as if their very souls were being extracted. In the blink of an eye, countless frost giants lay defeated. Chenmai appeared as a grim harbinger, reaping the souls of the giants. Meanwhile, Luo Chen sensed something and smiled subtly. Whoosh! A long spear, wreathed in fierce rose flames, streaked through the sky. Boom! It obliterated a frost giant, the flames dispelling the surrounding chill, offering a glimmer of warmth to the weary combatants. A delicate veil enveloped her as she appeared, followed by Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Lang Xian, Xi Xiaonin, Zhao Kongqing, and An Qingyu. You all? Chenmai stammered in astonishment. Captain, can we expense the flight? Wen Qima scratched his head awkwardly. The South belongs to us all. You cannot be alone, hero. Wu Xiangnan smiled gently. If not for Xiaoyu, we would still be in the dark. You truly are inconsiderate, Captain. Hongying teased, brandishing her spear at Chenmai. Chenmai glanced at An Qingyu, who simply adjusted her glasses and replied, My apologies. He shook his head. I will not hold it against you. Captain, give the order. Luo Chen smiled at him. Taking a deep breath, Chenmai's expression hardened. Team 136, obey my command and eliminate them. Understood. The group dispersed, launching a frenzied assault on the surrounding frost giants. With their reinforcements, the tide of battle shifted slightly, alleviating some of the pressure on Luo Chen and the others. However, the frost giants continued to spawn relentlessly. We must destroy the portal, otherwise, we will all succumb to exhaustion. Luo Chen shouted. Everyone, fall back. Despite their confusion, the team trusted Luo Chen and quickly retreated. On the battlefield, belief in one's comrades is as vital as strength itself. Artoria, unleash your noble phantasm. We must obliterate them along with the portal. Luo Chen commanded telepathically. Yes. Surrounded by the frost giants, the girl exhibited no fear. With the gaze of her comrades upon her, she stepped onto the water's surface, her intangible sword raised high. The blessing of the lake's fairy enables one to walk upon water. Oh, unceasing wind, I command you in the name of the king. The power bestowed upon me by the great spirit of the lake, I shall summon your true name in the honor of a knight. Clang. The sword emitted a soft chime. Countless golden particles converged towards the girl's hand from seemingly nowhere. As the Wind King's barrier dissipated, the sacred sword re-emerged before the world. A dazzling beam of light pierced the heavens, dispelling the heavy clouds. With a firm step, the girl shattered the ice around her. Boom. As she swung her sword, the golden beam struck down, incinerating all frost giants caught in its wake, reducing them to mere ashes. Not a single giant survived, and even the distant portal was utterly annihilated by the force of that strike. The once cacophonous battlefield was now silent save for the howling wind. Chenmai and the others, having long since withdrawn from the fray, remained unscathed. Gulp. Hongying swallowed hard, staring vacantly at the scene. Little Chen? Lin Qi's lips twitched. Having witnessed this for the second time, he felt a strange numbness. Chenmai wore a bewildered expression. He had anticipated that Luo Chen was about to unleash a powerful attack, but he could never have imagined its magnitude. With a single blow, he dispatched all the frost giants and obliterated the nearby teleportation portal. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses and mused, They call me a freak. But this guy is the true aberration. Simultaneously, an armed transport aircraft hovered in the sky. It was evident that they had witnessed the golden beam of light moments ago. Xia Siming gazed at Luo Chen below, her excitement bubbling over as she shouted, It's him. It's him. Just you wait. I will definitely recruit you into the Phoenix Squad. With that, Xia Siming leaped from the aircraft. Ha! Luo Chen, Lin Qia, I'm coming to abduct you. Don't resist, okay? Just obediently join our Phoenix Squad. The blonde woman laughed maniacally as she descended. A man on the plane cursed as he followed her. Xia Siming, you crazy woman. Do you realize that hijacking an armed transport aircraft is a serious crime? We're headed for a military tribunal. Without a care, Xia Siming replied, I don't mind. It's not my first time. Why make such a fuss? Kong Shang's gaze fell upon the chaotic battlefield, his brow furrowing. Loki? Even Xia Siming frowned at the mention of this name. Had the divine war from a decade ago reignited? Why hadn't they received any news? Observing the 8 golden figures in the sky, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The Phoenix Squad had arrived at just the right moment. Though Xia Siming's mental state remained a concern, Luo Chen's lips twitched as he recalled Xia Siming's earlier words. Suddenly, a fiery phoenix soared into the air, trailing the other 7 golden figures away. Lost in thought, a new teleportation portal manifested in the sky. A blood-soaked creature, resembling a ferocious wolf, emerged onto the battlefield. The underworld hound, Garm. Luo Chen's brow arched. The appearance of this creature indicated that the howling celestial dog was not far behind. Oh no! This beast should be addressed as the devourer of the sun simultaneously. Countless massive tentacles reached out from the rift in space, and when the creature fully materialized before everyone, astonishment gripped the onlookers. It was a colossal, squid-like monster, the Kraken of the North Sea. Oh, is tonight's dinner grilled octopus? Luo Chen glanced at Artoria beside him, his lips involuntarily twitching. Such a large specimen should provide sustenance for quite some time, shouldn't it? Chapter 69. Look at your Na'vi expression staring at the sudden appearance of the two mythical beasts. Everyone was taken aback. What on earth were these creatures? The underworld hound, Garm, and the Kraken of the North Sea. Luo Chen's calm voice broke the silence. We must not allow these two to enter the city. Chen Mai's expression darkened. 8 golden figures descended from the sky. Xia Simeng struck the ground with her fist, instantly shattering the countless bones summoned by Garm. Observing her commanding presence and golden locks, Luo Chen recognized her at once. The leader of the Phoenix Squad, Xia Simeng. Hi. You must be the rookie who ranked first this time, Luo Chen. What do you say? Interested in joining our special squad? Xia Simeng grinned, displaying what appeared to be a polite smile. Beside her, Chen Mai's lips twitched. I'm still here, and you're trying to poach me? Luo Chen chuckled and shook his head. It was best to focus on how to deal with the formidable foes before them. Xia Simeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, right. It doesn't matter. I'll just kidnap you later. Luo Chen. Roar. Garm let out a deafening roar and charged at them once more. The other members of the Phoenix Squad quickly joined forces to combat Garm, while the Kraken would be handled by the 2 heroic spirits along with Team 136. Watching Garm's advance, Xia Simeng smiled. Perfect. This is a great opportunity to showcase the prowess of our Phoenix Squad. Her voice rang out, but Luo Chen was faster. Countless golden voids materialized behind him. I'll bind this creature. You all find a way to slay it. The members of the Phoenix Squad exchanged glances, astonished. You, a mere boundary dweller, intend to bind it alone? Xia Simeng was equally taken aback. You needn't worry about that. Focus instead on how to kill it. He invoked the heavenly chains. Clang, clang, clang. Countless chains erupted from the golden voids behind him and the ground, swiftly ensnaring Garm. Roar. Garm thrashed violently. Due to its relatively low divinity, the heavenly chains could be broken, but new ones would quickly replace them. Xia Simeng watched the figure in the sky, taking a deep breath. Phoenix Squad, move out. We cannot allow such monsters to enter the city. Coordinate with Luo Chen and eliminate Garm. Fight to the last breath. Yes, that day had finally arrived, but since the moment they joined the Nightwatch and the Special Squad, their fate had already been sealed. Xia Simeng glanced at him. Regret it? Kong Shang smiled faintly. Of course not. Let's go. Roar. Garm held in fury. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Qiye unleashed a surge of magical light, erecting 3 massive magical arrays that effectively restricted the Kraken's movement. His deep blue robe billowed in the wind, and his white hair added an unusual flair to his appearance. The members of Team 136 were also transported back to the Peace Affairs office through his teleportation magic array. However, soon even the 3 strongest spells Lin Qiye could currently cast would not suffice to restrain the Kraken's actions. This creature was a demigod-level mythical beast. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed from not far away, and Luo Chen rejoiced. It's the howling celestial dog. Finally, you are here. Cough, cough. Luo Chen cleared his throat, and the Phoenix Squad members looked on in confusion. They all turned to the source of the sound. A massive black beast was charging across the horizon, sinking its teeth into the Kraken and pinning it to the ground. The Kraken writhed in pain, its numerous tentacles attempting to ensnare the black dog. However, as the tentacles neared the black dog's skin, a torrent of lightning erupted from its body, instantly scorching the Kraken's appendages. The black dog took a bite of the Kraken's flesh and spat it out. Ugh, I won't even eat this. Luo Chen's lips twitched. Lin Qiye, 00. The Phoenix Squad members were stunned. This dog can talk. Who is it? Is it an ally? I've never heard of any Night Watcher's ability involving a dog. After dispatching the Kraken, the black dog raced towards Luo Chen, casting an appreciative glance at the tightly bound Garm. Well done. Its imposing figure left everyone astounded. Kong Shang trembled, pointing at it. It spoke again. The black dog rolled its eyes. Look at your Na'vi expression. With that, it lunged at Garm, which was utterly immobilized, easily dispatching the creature. On another front, Si Xiaonan was the first to awaken. She gazed deeply at the family portrait on the wall, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Just as she prepared to leave, a large hand grasped hers. Xiaonan, where are you going? She turned in surprise to find it was Long Xian. Long Xian. I want to go with you. Si Xiaonan looked at him in shock, but this plan is very dangerous. Observing Long Xian's steadfast gaze, she felt a wave of emotion swell within her. She clenched her fists. Loki, you, who do not comprehend the intricacies of emotion and merely toy with the hearts of others, will ultimately be played with in return. Shaoran nodded vehemently, and they departed. The two figures left the peace agency and, in a flicker, arrived atop a nearby skyscraper. A man donned in a tailored suit, exuding an air of gentlemanly charm, was confronting a delivery person. Upon noticing Shaoran's arrival, a mocking smile spread across the suit-clad man's face. I'm afraid I have prevailed. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, his figure flashing before Loki. Yet, Loki's speed surpassed his own, instantly placing him 100 meters away. Speaking, he cast a glance toward the distance. Those two agents must not be allowed to remain. Simultaneously, Luo Chen seized the opportunity to enter the realm of the subconscious. He reached towards the throne of heroes, which erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. A third beam of light soared into the heavens. I entrust my essence to you. However, before Luo Chen could finish, a thunderous voice erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that sent him hurtling away. Boom. Begone. Luo Chen's pupils constricted. Chapter 70. Unwilling, Luo Chen coughed up a trace of blood, staring incredulously at the throne of heroes before him. Unyielding, he attempted once more. Build the Great Wall. Pacify the 9 provinces. Standardize the script. Unify the tracks. O Emperor of Origins, who seeks to unify the world, heed the call of the throne of heroes. If you wish to comply, then let it be so. Boom. Another wave of pressure swept forth, propelling Luo Chen once more. Begone, unwilling. Luo Chen clenched his teeth, striking the ground with his fist in frustration. Why? The voice fell silent, plunging the scene into quietude once again. Luo Chen, with no alternative, raised his hand once more toward the throne of heroes. Nearby, Lin Qiye observed a dark crimson figure rushing from afar. Captain? Chenmai ran over in a flurry. Why are you still here? Lin Qiye inquired, puzzled. Something happened, Captain. Shaoran has fled. She stole the Shiva's wrath. We must pursue her. Lin Qiye stood frozen. How could Sister Shaoran betray us? Luo Chen's furious roar echoed. Roar. A deafening sound erupted, and a colossal figure, towering over 2 meters, with skin as dark as night and crimson pupils, clad in a warrior's skirt and bare-chested, descended from the heavens, swinging a massive axe toward Chenmai. Bang. The icy surface shattered, yet Chenmai dodged just in time. Luo Chen, what are you doing? Lin Qiye exclaimed. Chenmai glanced at Luo Chen and the imposing figure before him, raising an eyebrow. Heracles? How did he come to appear in this form? And why is he aiding you? He then grinned at Luo Chen. You are indeed quite amusing. Haha, don't worry, your turn will come soon. With that, Lin Qiye's figure vanished alongside him. Meanwhile, the outline of the entire city became obscured beneath a blanket of dark clouds. From the edges, everything in Songnan began to disintegrate into particles, drifting skyward. Within a humble dwelling in the old city of South Songnan, an ant observed her body shimmering with light. Seemingly realizing something, memories flooded back, and she smiled wearily. Hey Jean, it is time for me to go. Yang Jin knelt, his face drenched in tears. I'm sorry, Mom. Truly sorry. His body trembled softly. The ant gently crouched, embracing her child one last time. With you and Shaoqi by my side. These past 10 years have been joyous. Yang Jin broke free from his mother's embrace, kneeling on the ground. Child Yang Jin, representing the gods of Daxia. I seek forgiveness from all the victims of Songnan. The ant softly stroked Yang Jin's head. It's all right. These things do not concern me. Even upon learning that her child was a deity, in her eyes, he remained simply her child. Hey Jean, as I depart, remember to take care of yourself, eat on time, and avoid junk food. She offered her final words with the care of a mother preparing for a long journey, indifferent to her own dissipating form, gazing at her child. As if suddenly reminded of his divine nature, the ant nodded. You have worked hard. She instinctively reached to touch Yang Jin's head, but found her arm had already begun to fade. With her final words, the ant's form completely transformed into countless particles, vanishing from sight. Yang Jin clenched his fists. Return the soul. At the peace agency, seeing everyone around Chenmai in tears, Luo Chen sensed his presence and waved him over. Shaoran did not steal Shiva's wrath. The true Shiva's wrath is here. Chenmai produced the Shiva's wrath, wrapped in unyielding threads, and handed it to Luo Chen. Shaoran is not a villain. The time ahead will require your assistance, Xiao Chen. Chenmai's form had already begun to dissipate. Beside him, Hongying was in tears. Luo Chen gently crouched, 3 heroes silently observing the unfolding events behind him. Captain. Luo Chen suppressed his tears, patting Chenmai's shoulder. Chenmai looked at Luo Chen, a faint smile appearing, interpreting it as a gesture of comfort. I, Chenmai, have protected this city for 10 years. Now, it is time for me to leave with it. Captain. Hongying reached out, trying to grasp the fading light, but found herself powerless. Chenmai smiled, his body disintegrating entirely. For these 10 years, I, Chenmai, have no regrets. Hongying suddenly lunged forward, but was unable to seize the fleeting light, collapsing to the ground in despair. Luo Chen softly comforted her. The others wore expressions of anguish, each face marred by sorrow. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, commanding, "No more tears." His furious shout left everyone momentarily stunned, gazing at him. What meaning does crying here hold? It is our duty to make our enemies weep. Clap, clap, clap. In that moment, applause erupted from a corner. What a touching scene. Such an exhilarating declaration. Loki. The three heroes reacted instantly. Enkidu raised his arms, binding Loki with countless heavenly chains, while Artoria and Heracles positioned their weapons at his throat. Yet, Loki displayed no sign of panic, for this was merely a projection, not even a true doppelganger. A smile crept across Loki's face. Do you know how splendid it is to witness the agent of duality witnessing Songnan's disappearance? His favorite pastime is creating mischief and deriving joy from the torment of others. Lin Chie's expression of despair is precisely what he delights in, what he longs to see. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, his hands trembling slightly. Loki continued to taunt. If I were to slay your companions, would you not exhibit a similar expression? Swish. The flash of a sword interrupted as Artoria, unable to endure any longer, beheaded him. Yet, Loki's figure dissipated, only to reappear in another corner. How crude, haha. They must mean a great deal to you, don't they? You shall not. Luo Chen bellowed. Oh, you think not? There will always be a time when you are absent, won't there? A mocking grin spread across Loki's face. Hearing this, Luo Chen froze. Indeed. He could not perpetually shield them from harm. Realizing this, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Loki, I shall surely slay you. Chapter 71. The supremacy beyond the three emperors, ascending above the five sovereigns glaring at Loki, Luo Chen felt his fury boiling. Yet, he found himself powerless against Loki. Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, a colossal beam of light emerging behind him. The throne of heroes. Descend. Loki gazed at the scene before him, utterly astounded, especially as he sensed the aura emanating from the throne, causing his previously calm countenance to contort in disbelief. How could this be possible? He felt a mysterious presence upon that throne, an essence reminiscent of Alea. Countless heroic spirits intertwined above, many of whom sent shivers down his spine. Luo Chen beheld the throne of heroes and immediately knelt. Gritting his teeth, he implored, "Young Luo Chen, please, your majesty, open your eyes and behold. The land of Huaxia lies in ruins, besieged by foreign deities. Darkness ravages the realm, and sinister mists loom, intent on devouring Huaxia. Oh, transcendent ruler. Sovereign over the three sovereigns and surpasser of the five emperors. Young Luo Chen welcomes the ancestral dragon of Huaxia, the eternal emperor, Qin Shi Huang." Boom. The throne of heroes erupted with an unprecedented radiance. When did mere foreign deities dare to offend our great Qin? As that voice resonated, an overwhelming aura surged from the throne, crashing into Luo Chen's mind. When he raised his head again, an immense tyrannical spirit enveloped him. Little Chen Hongying looked on in astonishment at this spectacle. Luo Chen's pupils glimmered with a dark golden hue. With a mere gesture, he obliterated the projection of Loki before him. Heroic spirit manifestation. At that moment, the figure before the crowd was no longer Luo Chen, but the revered eternal emperor. Let these trifling foreign deities witness the might of the ancestral dragon of Huaxia. Luo Chen instinctively flicked his sleeve, an undeniable voice emanating from his lips. I am the surpasser of the three sovereigns and the exalted ruler above the five emperors. This is the first emperor. This is I. His gaze narrowed slightly as he addressed the three heroic spirits beside him. You shall guard here. The rest is entrusted to me. Ying Zhang's eyes lifted slightly, a domineering glint flashing within. Boom. The land of Huaxia began to tremble, the boundless dragon veins rejoicing. Wisps of dragon energy surged from the ground. Even the national monument at the borders radiated light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Roar. A faint dragon's roar echoed. Endless dragon energy surged violently into Luo Chen's being. Even the ethereal luck of the nation began to churn. Meanwhile, the heroic spirit team within the river of national fortune looked on, their expressions filled with shock. A man wielding a long spear furrowed his brow, sweat already dampening his forehead. Why had the previously tranquil river of national fortune suddenly begun to churn? The river surged in celebration, as if the dragon veins of Huaxia resonated, welcoming something. Huatsubing narrowed his eyes, sensing the presence of the human emperor. The human emperor? Only the human emperor could evoke such a transformation in the river of national fortune. But which one still lives among us? Huatsubing's gaze fell, flickering with uncertainty. It was all due to the oath. You are entrusted beneath me. He had the audacity to let this first emperor rely upon him. Truly, he was ensnared by the oath. Fortunately, this eternal emperor would, in times of great peril, choose to protect his subjects. In his eyes, what was Huaxia? It was his great Qin, At this moment, the first emperor manifested through possession, descending through Luo Chen's body. He transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Hundreds of miles away from Songnan City, Loki's cold sweat broke forth, his heart racing as he observed the gradually vanishing Songnan. Damn it! Why does a mere human possess such power? What is this? The Emperor of Humanity? What nonsense! Just a human. How dare he offend the divine? Loki gritted his teeth, steadying his emotions as he grasped the ancient parchment in his arms. Fortunately, he had acquired the wrath of Shiva. As for this young man, he would have to be dealt with next time. Just as he prepared to turn away, a colossal dragon appeared in the sky. You rodent. Where do you think you're going? Boom. Loki's mind felt as if it had exploded. He stiffly turned his head to see the figure standing atop the dragon's head, his heart momentarily halting. The overwhelming pressure of the tyrant bore down upon him, nearly forcing Loki to lower his gaze. He struggled to suppress his fear. The atmosphere felt frozen. Loki could acutely sense that the surrounding space had been sealed by that tyrannical aura. He could not escape. Do you think you can kill me? Just you? A mere human? How dare you offend the divine? Loki opened a portal behind him. A massive gray-white serpent emerged from the void. The earth-shattering serpent, Rhongomyniad. It was Loki's offspring. Upon its appearance, it sensed an overwhelming pressure from the figure above, instantly tensing its body. Fear flickered in its eyes. Is this worm your trump card? Zheng's voice resonated. Then let us see how it fares. As he spoke, he stepped forward, his figure hovering serenely in the air. The golden dragon beneath him lunged toward Rhongomyniad. Though terrified, Rhongomyniad knew it had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, it would have no chance. Despite being a body forged from dragon energy, the golden dragon still overpowered Rhongomyniad in combat. As the god of trickery, Loki understood that Rhongomyniad was no match. But if their battle could shatter a corner of this space, he might escape. Chapter 72. A mere foreign deity dares to offend my great Qin. The sharp dragon claws slashed through Rhongomyniad's body, green blood gushing forth. Rhongomyniad let out a wail, seemingly awakening its ferocity. Swish. The massive serpent's tail swung through the air toward the golden dragon. The golden dragon neither dodged nor evaded, but instead retaliated with a lash of its own tail. Bang. The two colossal beings collided, but it was evident that Rhongomyniad's strength was no match for the golden dragon. To put it bluntly, Western dragons are merely lizards. A glimmer of disdain flashed in the golden dragon's eyes as it exerted its strength, the massive tail striking toward Rhongomyniad's head. Boom. Rhongomyniad's body crashed to the ground, shattering nearby structures to pieces. Roar. The golden dragon let out a long howl, gathering boundless dragon energy in its mouth. Boom. A dazzling breath of dragon energy descended from the sky, akin to a falling meteor. Wherever it passed, the space cracked with fissures. Confronted by the incoming breath, Rhongomyniad's pupils widened in terror. Boom. With a deafening explosion, it was as if chaos had descended, the blinding light tearing through the dense clouds. When all settled, Rhongomyniad's body began to disintegrate, slowly transforming into countless fragments, vanishing from this world. Roar. Loki's expression darkened to the utmost degree. Damn it. Why does a mere human possess such power? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he forced a smile. No matter. Without rules, you cannot kill me. Upon hearing this, Zheng in the air tilted his head, letting out a cold laugh. Are you questioning me? As he spoke, endless dragon energy coalesced in his hand, gradually forming into the shape of a sword. The sword of the human emperor, with the sword reappearing in the world. The river of national fortune surged like a torrential flood, forcibly pouring into Luo Chen's body. Golden lotus flowers emerged in the void, manifestations of national fortune, paving a golden path for Luo Chen. At that moment, his aura ascended from the realm of mere mortals to the domain of the seas, then to the immeasurable, Klein, the pinnacle of humanity. But this was not the end. Luo Chen's aura surged uncontrollably. Even without rules, he had shattered the limitations of humanity. This was the realm of the human emperor. Even deities must prostrate themselves before the human emperor. Those who offend my great Qin, though far, shall be punished. At this moment, Luo Chen, within his consciousness, was overwhelmed with excitement. This is my illustrious ancestor. It was he who subdued the tumultuous lands of Huaxia, bringing tranquility from every corner, and it was he who ensured that the common folk had sustenance at dawn and dusk. He was the architect of a true nation and home. As Zheng raised the emperor's sword, his gaze narrowed slightly. A mere avatar, such a lowly deity does not deserve to be struck by my blade. Zheng, with his eyes fixed on the horizon, entrusted this task to the young one. With a flash of golden light, a figure emerged. Loki, I demand you to accompany this city to its demise. That was the light of miracles, the miracle belonging to Lin Chiya. The last vestige of Michael's divine power was sufficient to allow Lin Chiya to rival deities for a fleeting moment. His target was a true god. In the old city, A child of 6 or 7 stood beside Hongying, gazing at the figure receding into the distance. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Hongying bowed slightly to the figure, proclaiming, "The divine Yongjian of Daxiao warmly welcomes the emperor's return." The child patted his shoulder, chuckling. "Now you need not overextend your divine essence. Who would have thought there still exists an emperor among us?" Above, the tumultuous dark clouds churned, and thick bolts of lightning struck. Indra, bathed in thunder and lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar, declared, "Lowly humans, how dare you show disrespect to a deity? Who grants you such audacity?" Lightning relentlessly struck the dilapidated chariot below. Master Chen appeared before Indra, his surroundings fracturing and reassembling in a chaotic landscape. Holding a ruler, he faced Indra without an ounce of fear. "You have slaughtered my people and trespassed upon my land. What of the gods? Your countless deaths cannot atone for your sins." Indra's face twisted with scorn. "Humans are but ants. Dare you judge a deity?" A tremendous divine pressure swept over, shattering Chen's mental realm, causing him to grunt as blood trickled from his lips. Yet, despite his injuries, he stood his ground against Indra, refusing to retreat. "Daxia shall not be humiliated." Indra's expression morphed into one of mockery. You require all your strength merely to withstand my pressure. What do you possess to judge me?" At that moment, a commanding voice resonated through the heavens. "You, a mere foreign god, dare to invade my Qin? Let me pronounce your sentence." With a dragon's roar, Zhang's figure materialized. Clad in a dark dragon robe and wielding a sword exuding an aura of terror, he stepped forth from the void. The national fortune paves the way, with golden lotuses blooming everywhere. With each step, it felt as if a hammer struck Indra's heart. The tyrant's pressure surged forth, scattering Indra's divine might, while the surrounding thunder dissipated at Zhang's command. Indra's pupils widened in shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Who are you?" he bellowed, attempting to mask his fear. Below, Master Chen recognized that familiar visage and gasped. "Luo Chen, is this truly that boy?" With a resounding clash, the sound of a sword echoed through the skies as a golden blade cleaved through time and space, shattering the surrounding realm. It struck fiercely at the fleeing Indra. No. Indra's face contorted with resentment. Why does a mere human possess such power? As the god of storms, his strength was among the mightiest of deities, yet he found no means of resistance against this sword light. He struggled, but before this force, he appeared so frail and powerless. This was the might of the emperor. Even gods must kneel and submit before the sovereign of humanity. Indra's form was obliterated within the sword light, ultimately vanishing into the ether. Zhang's hand gestured slightly, and a fragment flew towards him. Indra's divine essence. He glanced at it and clenched his palm tightly. Boom. The divine essence of the storm god shattered instantly, the power of thunder swirling in Zhang's hand, only to be swiftly quelled by the dragon's might. Here, the deity has met his end. Chapter 73, The Might of the Ancestral Dragon. Luo Chen cast a glance downward at Master Chen. A mere glance brought immense pressure upon him, prompting an immediate bow. He had just heard this person refer to Huaxia as the Great Qin. Thus, his identity was unmistakable, the first emperor, Zhang. As for why he occupied Luo Chen's body, Master Chen could not fathom. Zhang did not linger, instead soaring forth upon a golden dragon, disappearing from sight. "This is our magnificent ancestor. Ha ha ha. Who says humanity cannot slay gods? This ancestral dragon of Daxia has accomplished it." A flicker of excitement crossed Master Chen's pale face. "Dare to mock our Daxia without divine presence. The emperor is here. What of the gods?" In Daxia, East Sea, white waves transformed into towering surges, countless water blades descending upon a young man. Yet, he remained unfazed, his sword humming lightly. Ding! An invisible sword aura emanated from him, shattering every incoming water blade. The water blades fell like raindrops, yet not a single drop touched the young man. Poseidon watched in astonishment. This young man could truly contend with a deity. Just as he prepared to speak, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. "Those who offend my great Qin shall be punished, no matter how distant." Upon hearing this, both Poseidon and Zhou Ping were taken aback, though Zhou Ping's face quickly broke into a smile. With the emperor present, who would dare be insolent? Poseidon's gaze sharpened as he sensed something amiss, his expression turning to shock. "What? Indra is dead." His brow furrowed. "The gods of Daxia? No, that was a human. How could a human slay a deity?" After a moment of silence, he refrained from attacking Zhou Ping again, as the tumultuous waves behind him parted, forming a tunnel leading to the ocean's depths. "What? Are you preparing to flee?" Zhou Ping remarked coolly. "Oh, is that so? Then let me pronounce your sentence." A voice resonated from afar, followed by a streak of golden light. Clash! The sword light arrived before the man did. Poseidon was taken aback, hastily diving into the sea. In the vast depths, Poseidon swam swiftly, navigating the undercurrents, reaching the ocean's opposite shore in mere breaths. Yet that sword light transcended time and space, locking onto him tightly. Realizing the power contained within that sword light, Poseidon was struck with panic, his complexion shifting. He turned to flee, but the sword light remained steadfastly behind him, no matter how he twisted and turned. As the sword light drew nearer, Poseidon's expression darkened. Upon recognizing escape was futile, he resolutely turned to face it. Raising his golden trident, the surrounding waters roiled as if boiling, the light of the sea god enveloping the entire region, the trident exploding with brilliance. With an enraged shout, Poseidon hurled the trident toward the sword light. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted beneath the sea. Although sound could not propagate underwater, the explosive noise was unmistakable. Poseidon's trident cracked under the force of the sword, slipping from his grasp. The power contained within the sword light had not diminished in the slightest. Poseidon's pupils constricted as he struggled to adjust his form, barely avoiding the leading edge of the sword light. Yet that terrifying force carved a deep wound across his chest. Divine blood mingled with the depths of the sea. Poseidon was almost cleaved in two by this strike. The excruciating pain rendered his complexion deathly pale. He endeavored to maintain his composure, gritting his teeth to draw upon the ocean's power in a desperate attempt to recover. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he could not dispel the damage inflicted by that sword light. The brilliance of the blade was imbued with a tyrannical ferocity, akin to maggots clinging to his wounds, incessantly devouring his divine strength and preventing his recovery. The wretched people of the Great Xia. He treaded upon the undercurrents, stumbling towards the direction of Olympus. In the northern realms of Great Xia, a celestial radiance clashed against countless specters of death. Yi Fan regarded Hades before him, questioning if he had succumbed to fear. Hades' expression shifted, inquiring what more Yi Fan knew. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers of Great Xia, privy to numerous secrets. Yi Fan fixated on Hades' eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips, challenging, "Then why do you flee?" Hades' face stiffened. "You are afraid." Yi Fan pierced through his thoughts. Hades had transitioned from arrogant bravado to indecisiveness, every movement observed by Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan remained unaware of the identity of the being that instilled such dread in these foreign gods, it was evident that he belonged to Great Xia, which was precisely why Hades had become so cautious. He had just mentioned the Emperor of Humanity. The Emperor of Humanity? Yi Fan astutely grasped the crux of the matter. Which emperor could it be? It was astonishing to realize that not only deities but also emperors existed in this world. Hades scoffed, dismissing the notion of fear. Merely a human, what is there to fear? Yet, the cold sweat beading on his palms betrayed him, though he maintained his lofty demeanor as a deity. Yi Fan, amused, remarked, "Is that so? Then what of the sweat upon your brow?" Hades furrowed his brow, retorting, "Sweat? It must be rain. How could a mere human make me sweat?" "I see your bravado is confined to your words," Yi Fan coldly laughed. A flicker of gloom and displeasure crossed Hades' eyes. "Do not be too pleased. He is but a human emperor. Do not forget, there are many mythic realms that persist in this world. Should the balance be disrupted, you will become the target of ire." With that, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a calm voice resounded, "Since you have come, do not leave." Yi Fan looked up to see a golden path manifest as a man clad in a black dragon robe emerged from the void. The tyrannical aura swept through, dispersing both the celestial radiance and the deathly miasma. The resonance of national fortune thundered behind him, and the dragon aura surged forth from the earth. "I once vowed, while I exist, I shall safeguard the land and bring peace to the four corners. Should I perish, I shall transform into a dragon spirit, ensuring the eternal prosperity of my Huaxia." Yingzheng gradually lifted his downcast gaze towards the shadowy figure. "Those who invade the territory of my Qin shall pay with their lives." Yi Fan's pupils widened. He now comprehended the identity of the newcomer. He fully understood why these foreign gods were sweating and trembling. The fifth commander of the Night Watchers of Great Xia, Yi Fan, paid homage to the ancestral dragon of Huaxia, Emperor Yingzheng. With his arrival, the situation for this foreign god was far more dire than mere perspiration. Chapter 74, Emperor Yingzheng. Yingzheng cast a cursory glance at Yi Fan. "You are impressive." His overwhelming presence swept through the area, purging the land tainted by the deathly miasma, restoring vitality. A chill surged within Hades, and without a moment's thought, he turned to flee. However, the dragon aura had already sealed the space around him, and with the tyrant's oppressive force bearing down, Hades found himself gasping for air. Despite being the king of the underworld, he felt utterly powerless before this human emperor. Hades' breathing quickened, and his divine pride dissipated in that moment. "My lord, we have no enmity. I have not caused any harm to Great Xia. I apologize for today's transgressions. I am willing to make any reparations. Let us end this matter amicably." Observing Hades' desperate pleas, Yi Fan found it amusing, a mocking glimmer in his eyes. Yet, Hades was beyond caring about such things. Acutely aware of the murderous intent emanating from the figure before him. My lord, let us speak civilly. Is not Huaxiao a land of propriety? Gentlemen speak rather than resort to violence. Yingzheng scoffed. Gentlemen? Ha ha, that term is quite novel. I did not expect someone would use gentleman to describe me. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, mindful not to offer any comment. After all, historically, this figure was labeled a tyrant, just as Hades believed he had placated Yingzheng. The emperor's tone shifted. You mentioned reparations, did you not? Indeed. I am willing to offer any compensation. Hades nodded fervently. Yingzheng smiled faintly, stating, an apology must be befitting. To slaughter an entire city of my subjects and invade my Qin territory. I demand that you suffer as my subjects have for it to be a true apology. Hades' pupils dilated in disbelief. He watched as Yingzheng raised his hand. A massive hand of dragon aura descending from the sky. Wait, my lord. I have the entire Olympus behind me. If you kill me, Olympus will not relent. The chance for peace between Great Xia and Olympus will vanish. Are you threatening me? No, not at all. I assure you, if we let this matter rest, the gods of Olympus will refrain from any transgressions against Great Xia for the next decade. Hades hurriedly gestured. My ambition is for this world to have but a single voice. That voice is the sound of Qin. What I desire, I shall take for myself. No need for your assurances. The golden hand descended upon Hades with crushing force. Hades, stricken with terror, cried out, no, please. Zeus, save me. Boom. The colossal hand engulfed Hades, countless deathly miasmas erupting into the sky, only to be continually dispersed by the dragon aura, ultimately disintegrating completely. A massive pit appeared on the ground, an immense handprint left behind. Hades did not even utter a cry as he was annihilated by a single blow. The divine essence representing the king of the underworld was clasped within Yingzheng's grasp. Yingzheng arched an eyebrow, contemplating the underworld. It was quite satisfactory. He slowly descended to the ground, savoring the essence of the land, which brought back fond memories. Once everything had settled, Yi Fan approached and halted 50 meters from Yingzheng, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Emperor, for your assistance on behalf of the people of Great Xia. Yingzheng shook his head, stating, it is my duty as the Emperor of Qin to protect my subjects. Furthermore, time is of the essence. Before that, I must ensure that these foreign gods pay a price for daring to covet my realm. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yingzheng's eyes. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Yingzheng's intentions. Yingzheng slightly raised his gaze towards a specific direction. Young man, I have a question for you. He addressed Luo Chen within the subconscious space. Your Majesty, please proceed, Luo Chen replied with a bow. What is your perspective on my actions? Your Majesty refers to. Yingzheng nodded. The world calls me a tyrant, yet I harbor no resentment. Those who have never stood at my height cannot comprehend the vistas I behold. How dare they judge my merits? His voice resonated with authority, exuding an innate gravitas. Luo Chen observed the majestic figure in silence. Saluting Yingzheng from the depths of his heart, I, Luo Chen, hold immense respect for your Majesty. I have never regarded you as a tyrant. Yingzheng's lips curled into a slight smile, a playful expression gracing his features as he looked upon Luo Chen. Oh, why is that? Luo Chen's voice rang out with conviction. Warlords divide the land. How can one establish a nation? A century of conflict. How can one build a home? You are the one who has compelled the realms to submit, expanding the horizons of heaven and earth. It is you who has ensured that the people have food during the day and shelter at night. It is you who has forged a true nation and family. You unified the 6 states, bringing the world together as one. You constructed the Great Wall to defend the 9 provinces. The standardization of the tracts, scripts, currency, and measures, all of this was for the enduring peace of the Huaxia civilization. As Luo Chen spoke with increasing fervor, sincere tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Were it not for you, the land of Huaxia would still be fragmented among 6 states, no different from the disarray of Europe, where small nations vie for dominance. How could someone like you possibly be a tyrant? Yingzheng, upon hearing these words, was momentarily taken aback, then a satisfied smile graced his lips. Some have accused me of burdening the people with the construction of the Great Wall, and I accept that, for I have witnessed the ruthless savagery of the Xiongnu. Even if the sin lies with the present, I shall bear it. Others have claimed that I burned books and buried scholars. Yet I did not incinerate a single legitimate text. I destroyed only those that spread falsehoods and deluded the masses, silencing self-proclaimed literati and wandering sorcerers. I was born into a chaotic era, yearning for the people's recognition, once seeking eternal life, but it was all in vain, and yet I have no regrets. His voice was calm, seemingly indifferent to the past. This is the first emperor. All he requires is to acknowledge everything he has done. He does not need the judgment of others, nor will he ever regret. Yingzheng looked at Luo Chen and smiled. What truly moves me, young one, is actually your words. What? Luo Chen gazed at him in confusion. If this land were to shatter, what use would my frail body be? Yingzheng slightly turned away. My territory shall not be violated by others. Receiving a satisfactory response, Yingzheng took control of Luo Chen's body and leaped into the air. With the imperial sword in hand pointing forward, he softly murmured, "Let the blame begin with you, for I am the conqueror who surpasses the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I am the first emperor, Yingzheng. O deities of the outer realms, prepare to face your twilight. Salute." Yu Fan's voice rang out as he rendered a standard military salute to Yingzheng. The night watchmen instantly stood at attention, paying their utmost respect to the dark figure in the sky. Chapter 75, The Round Table Conference commences. Yingzheng stood in the void, his left hand slightly clenched, as the dragon energy of the earth surged toward him. With a crackling sound, 3 crimson lines resembling dragon scales appeared on the back of his left hand. Young one, this is a gift from me, Yingzheng's voice resonated. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. Regaining control of his body, he instinctively looked at his left hand. His pupils constricted. It was a command spell. Thunderous roars erupted as endless dragon energy and a portion of national fortune surged into Luo Chen's body. I grant you boundless dragon energy and national fortune to wield as you will. Unleash your power. Luo Chen's pupils sparkled with golden light. For some reason, his gaze seemed to pierce through space, looking far into the distance. In his vision, a colossal divine kingdom materialized in the sky. Asgard. Thank you, your majesty. With a thought, Altria appeared beside him. Previously, she had been concerned and had followed Yingzheng in her spiritual form, merely observing silently. Luo Chen stood above the vast expanse of Tsangnan, calmly gazing at the distant Asgard. After exchanging a glance with Altria, a holy sword appeared in Luo Chen's hand. The sword of promised victory. Feeling the lingering power within him, he realized that his majesty had resolved to allow Luo Chen to exact his revenge personally. For a short time, Luo Chen still maintained the realm of the Emperor of Humanity. Moreover, he could draw upon endless dragon energy and national fortune as the source of his magical power. In this case, Luo Chen's deep voice resonated from the sky. This is the battle to protect the city. I hereby declare the Round Table Conference open. Not far away, Lin Xie, bearing Merlin's soul, widened his eyes. Merlin, attached to Lin Xie, curiously observed that figure and the holy sword in his hand. He was all too familiar with that blade. And standing beside him was none other than Arthur. Through prophetic arts, he glimpsed glimpses of Altria's past. A faint smile graced Merlin's face, pondering why another version of himself would entrust such a brutal task to a young girl. Though she was also King Arthur, her path to kingship was destined to be fraught with difficulties due to her gender. From the moment she drew the Sword of Kings, Altria had to abandon her own identity, existing solely as a king. Was such a life truly fair to her? Was it what she desired? Let me witness once more the brilliance of the holy sword. Merlin smiled gently, closely observing the figure in the sky. The entire world seemed to fall into an uncanny silence at Luo Chen's voice. A voice echoed from the void. The 13 seals are lifted. The round table vote begins. It was proclaimed, this is not a war against the elves. Acknowledge Lancelot. Luo Chen raised the sword of promised victory high. This sword was no longer concealed by the Wind King's barrier but appeared before all in its true form. It was proclaimed, this is a battle against those stronger than oneself. Acknowledge Bedivere. Thunderous roars erupted. The sword in Luo Chen's hand burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. Soaring into the heavens, the Phoenix Squad and Lin Xie's group could discern that Luo Chen seemed to be performing some mysterious ritual. It was proclaimed, this is a battle for survival. Acknowledge K. It was proclaimed, this is not a battle against humanity. Acknowledge Gaharis. It was proclaimed, this is a battle for the truth. Acknowledge Agravain. It was proclaimed, this is a fair and just battle. Acknowledge Pamela. It was proclaimed, this is a battle against evil. Acknowledge Mordred. It was proclaimed, this battle is not for selfish desires. Acknowledge Galahad. It was proclaimed, this is a battle of honor. Acknowledge Gawain. It was proclaimed, this is a battle alongside the brave. Acknowledge Tristan. It was proclaimed, this is not a sword raised against the virtuous. Acknowledge Gareth. With a thunderous sound, countless golden particles emerged from the void, converging upon Luo Chen. Even without releasing his true name, the surging power of the holy sword was nearly overwhelming. It stood like a blazing pillar of light piercing the sky. In that moment, everyone gazed in awe at the figure in the sky. The borders of the great Xia, and indeed the entire universe, felt the massive pressure and the light piercing through the heavens. The nameless mist surged violently, exuding a stench of decay and corruption. It trembled in fear. That pillar of light shone like the blazing sun, incinerating the gray mist surrounding the world. Everywhere it passed, The mist dissipated. The pillar of light stood as a lighthouse amidst the fog, illuminating the entire universe. From within the mist came chilling screams and wails, akin to the howls of countless vengeful spirits. Countless souls lamented. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the Norse gods sensed the immense aura, and they gathered in the temple. Thor, the god of thunder, Tyr, the god of war, Vidar, the god of the forest, and Frigg, the mother of all gods, assembled there. Their faces were filled with panic, some merely uneasy. No longer did they hold the lofty demeanor of gods. Gazing at the pillar of light piercing through the heavens, Thor's fury ignited. Loki, look at the mess you've created. The sky darkened with clouds, and thunder crackled, seemingly reflecting Thor's wrath. Loki, disheveled and panic-stricken, rushed into the temple, terror etched on his face. Thor, unable to contain his rage, seized Loki by the collar, lifting him off the ground. You scoundrel! Why did you involve yourself in the matter of Shiva's wrath? Look what you brought upon Asgard. Gazing at that distant pillar of light, even the gods at their peak would shy away from its brilliance, let alone in this moment of fog invasion when their powers had waned. Loki realized the gravity of the situation. He never anticipated that after slaying Indra and Hades, that being would still have the strength to turn their sights toward Asgard. How can mere mortals possess such power? Loki murmured, entranced, oscillating between laughter and tears, teetering on the brink of madness. Luo Chen cast a glance at the nearby Artoria and proclaimed, "This is a battle for the salvation of the world." Acknowledging Arthur, Artoria's form began to wane. Merging with Luo Chen, his gaze sharpened, and he raised the sword of victory high. I declare the Round Table Conference approved. The 13 restraints are lifted. Holy sword, bloom forth. Assemble, breath of the stars, radiant flow of the cosmos. Gather the hopes of the mortal realm. The twilight of the gods has arrived. Accepted. Chapter 76. The twilight of the gods. It is evident from the name that these are indeed the greatest knights of the Round Table under the legendary King Arthur of Britain. With the recognition of the Round Table Knights, the light of the holy sword in Luo Chen's hand bathed the sky in golden hues. As the conference concluded, a colossal pillar of heavenly light enveloped Luo Chen, sanctified and formidable. Countless orbs of light, akin to fireflies, converged towards him, representing the beliefs and hopes of warriors longing to protect this beautiful world. This was the fully liberated true name of the Star Holy Sword. Its power derived from the indomitable will of humanity. Below, Yi Fan stared in awe at this spectacle. Is this the spirit agent? Artoria's call resounded, and Luo Chen nodded. Let us together obliterate that filthy divine realm. At that moment, Artoria's essence and Luo Chen were utterly fused, enabling him to unleash this overwhelmingly powerful strike after unbinding the 13 restraints. Luo Chen felt an overwhelming surge of dragon energy coursing into the holy sword, draining the very ley lines of the land beneath him. Were it not for Ying Zhong, Luo Chen would have been incapable of executing such a terrifying blow. His meager mental strength paled in comparison to the might of the Star Holy Sword. He stepped forward, and the surrounding golden flames seemed to cheer. With a mighty swing of the holy sword, the colossal beam of light cleaved towards Asgard. At that moment, the entire world turned its gaze upon this event. The golden beam resembled the primordial axe of Pangu, cleaving the heavens in twain. Where the light passed, oceans evaporated, and all that stood in its path was utterly obliterated by the golden flames. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, common folk believed the end of the world had come. Look, is that a meteor? Exclaimed one. Goodness, at this rate, the earth won't be shattered, will it? Yi Fan, equally transfixed, felt this moment indelibly etched into his mind. The earth won't be cleaved in two, will it? He murmured. Asgard. Odin slowly opened his eyes. Seated upon his throne, he inhaled deeply. Let us confront the foe. At the end of the rainbow bridge stood a giant clad in golden armor, wielding a sacred sword. This giant was none other than Heimdall, the guardian of the rainbow bridge. Gripping his sword tightly, Heimdall beheld the approaching pillar of light and involuntarily swallowed. Curse it! Heimdall swung his sword with all his might, yet both the sword and his very form disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with the beam. It was as if he had never existed. Though the Allfather was powerful, he was no match for the unbound sword of victory. That was a weapon of the stars. The strength of the Star Holy Sword remained undiminished, surging towards the Temple of Asgard. Simultaneously, the divine energies within the temple ascended, as the Norse gods, led by Odin, activated their divine artifacts. Odin's expression darkened, the immense power of the gods erupted, and Gungnir blazed with radiant light. Yet, this light, when faced with the monumental pillar, resembled a flickering candle flame, utterly incapable of competing with the brilliance of the moon. Boom! The clash between divine energy and the pillar generated a powerful shockwave that swept across all of Asgard, instantly vaporizing weaker deities. The ground fractured deeply, countless structures collapsed. The most resplendent temple trembled, its lavish decorations shattered. The entire space twisted visibly. The protective barriers of Asgard were rendered insignificant before the star holy sword. Crack! The sound of metal fracturing rang out. Odin's pupils contracted. Gungnir shattered in his grasp. "You force my hand," Odin bellowed, as countless vile insects wriggled forth from beneath his eye patch, instantly occupying his vision. In an instant, Odin's aura surged, yet he remained minuscule before the colossal pillar. Boom! Odin's eyes exploded, divine blood splattering across the ground. Had he not evaded in time, he might have perished within that overwhelming light. Even so, the left side of his body disintegrated, dissolved in the divine flames. The pantheon of gods, unable to withstand the onslaught, spewed blood and collapsed to the ground. Boom! The entire Asgard was pierced by the radiant flames. Countless edifices were engulfed in the inferno, and the protective barrier was utterly annihilated. Odin, clutching his wounded body, glared darkly at the scene before him. His divine realm was no more. The Norse deities were either dead or wounded, none left unscathed. Even his supreme essence severely damaged by this strike. Everything that transpired in Asgard was observed by other mythological realms. They felt fortunate that the sword was not aimed at them. Among them, Olympus felt the deepest resonance, having preserved their strength more intact than any other mythological domain. Yet faced with the blow of the star holy sword, they too found no means of resistance. Zeus's gaze flickered, relieved that only Hades had perished. Compared to the obliteration of Asgard, Olympus had merely lost their lord of the underworld, a loss they could begrudgingly accept. Luo Chen gasped for breath. Had he not restrained his power, the earth would indeed have been cleaved in twain. In this moment, silence enveloped the world. Any mythological realm harboring ambitions against the great Xia chose to remain silent. It was precisely because the original power of the star holy sword was so formidable that King Arthur had summoned the Round Table Knights to impose restraints upon it. Watching the vanishing city of Tsangnan below, Luo Chen felt a pang in his heart. Despite possessing immense power, could he not prevent the demise of Tsangnan? Suddenly, Luo Chen noticed the dragon mark command on the back of his hand. An idea blossomed within him. "Artoria, I beseech you to aid me once more. By the command seal, I implore." The people of Tsangnan were engulfed in endless sorrow. Yet, in the next moment, a towering tower of light slowly ascended from Tsangnan. The city, which had been fading, suddenly came to a standstill. Chapter 77. The Holy Spear set sail. To save Tsangnan, Luo Chen's power alone was insufficient. Observing the god of the underworld's essence in his hand, Luo Chen offered it as a sacrifice. Beneath the tower of light, he grasped a long spear. It was a lance of pure silver, its shaft entwined with mysterious patterns and ancient engravings. Resembling a work of art, a knight's spear exuding an aura of mysterious beauty and an unsettling energy. Luo Chen raised the spear high. In the next moment, it erupted with blinding brilliance, the ancient patterns and beams of light surrounding its shaft expanding instantaneously, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A colossal tower of light rose into the sky above Tsangnan. "What is that?" a citizen exclaimed. "It is light. I knew Digga existed." Once again, another individual afflicted with delusions of grandeur, in stark contrast to the crowd's jubilant cheers. The appearance of the Tower of Light revealed that the once vanishing Tsangnan city had surprisingly regained its stability. Yi Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Could he possibly reverse the obliteration of Tsangnan city's very essence? The others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the figure suspended in the air. "Impossible." From afar, Zeus's incredulous voice echoed from Olympus. The destruction of Tsangnan city stemmed from the power of the supreme deity Shiva. That was the ability to erase everything at a conceptual level. To reverse such causality was a feat even other supreme gods could not achieve. How could he possibly accomplish this? Witnessing Tsangnan stabilize, Zeus's expression turned to one of horror. First, he shattered Asgard with a single strike. And now he had reversed the concept of Shiva's wrathful annihilation. How could he not be astounded? Moreover, this was all the work of a mere human. Throughout history, it has often been ordinary humans who have brought down the stars. Beneath the Tower of Light, Luo Chen raised the holy spear high. At this moment, the 13 restraints of the Round Table had been liberated, allowing the holy spear to manifest in its fully liberated form. The spear, Rhongomyniad, existed in the guise of the Tower of Light, serving as a pillar that maintained the boundary between reality and fantasy. Although it descended in the form of the holy spear, only that noble figure, King Arthur, standing at the intersection of divinity and fantasy, could wield such immense power. Moreover, beyond representing the cataclysm, it possessed the ability to strip away and annihilate all aspects of reality, while also locking all concepts in a state of constancy. Luo Chen was currently harnessing the power of the Holy Spear to firmly secure the entirety of Songnan. Furthermore, by sacrificing a supreme god's divine essence, he intended to permanently bestow the spear's power upon the vanished inhabitants of Songnan City. While he could not prevent Songnan's dissipation, he could ensure the survival of its people. With one last glance at the bustling Songnan City, Luo Chen sighed. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Amidst the astonished gazes of the populace, the towering Tower of Light suddenly vanished. The once stabilized Songnan began to fade once more, its buildings gradually transforming into scattered glimmers of light. Fortunately, the people who were on the brink of disappearance did not dissolve into particles alongside the city this time. This was a miracle. Although everyone had lost something in this calamity, those losses paled in comparison to the value of life. Even those who had already faded away were restored thanks to the power of the Holy Spear. The people were filled only with the joy of surviving. Luo Chen turned his gaze fiercely towards Olympus in the Egyptian pantheon. Do not think this matter has concluded, wishing to remain uninvolved? Dream on. Luo Chen raised the Holy Spear once more and began to chant. The 13 restraints liberated. Holy Spear set sail. With a thunderous roar, as his incantation resonated, the Holy Spear Rhongomyniad erupted in a dazzling radiance. The luminous bands encircling the spear instantly unfurled, transforming in the air into a golden tower of light. It served as the anchor of the storm, tearing through the sky and connecting the earth. A formidable force of tempest swirled around the Tower of Light, its brilliance flashing as countless beams of light interwove. A chilling aura enveloped the scene, yet it also exuded an air of sanctity and inviolability. An overwhelming presence surged from Luo Chen, reminiscent of the moment the Star Sword was unleashed. It was the light at the end of the celestial lock, revealing the truths hidden beneath the surface of the world. As the chant approached its zenith, the storm in the Tower of Light began to contract dramatically. Finally, it converged at the tip of the spear. Luo Chen took a deep breath, aiming the Holy Spear at Olympus in the Egyptian pantheon, pouring all his remaining strength into the spear. This strike encompasses all that I am. Ancient deities, perish. Shining spear of annihilation. With a resounding proclamation. As Luo Chen's voice soared, the true name of the Holy Spear Rhongomyniad was fully unleashed. Beneath the shroud of night, a brilliant beam shot forth towards the heavens. As the people of Songnan City looked on in awe, Olympus, how is this possible? Zeus's rage boiled over. He had just unleashed a devastating blow against Asgard and reversed Shiva's destructive prowess. Why? Why did he still possess the strength to strike against Olympus? Currently, with the death of Hades and the severe injury of Poseidon, only 9 top-tier gods remained in Olympus, along with the supreme god Zeus. The rest were either ordinary deities or exceedingly weak ones. They could not hope to withstand the might of the Holy Spear Rhongomyniad. Meanwhile, at the other end, Ra, the chief of the 9 pillars of Egyptian mythology, immediately sensed something amiss. As a god, he could not help but curse aloud. Damn. I haven't provoked your great dynasty. This was truly an unwarranted disaster for him. During the Shiva incident, the Egyptian pantheon had remained uninvolved, merely observing in silence. However, Luo Chen understood that to deliver a crippling blow, he must take this opportunity to weaken all mythologies. Otherwise, a single entity's dominance would lead to inevitable consequences. Thus, Ra reluctantly led the Egyptian deities to Olympus. Before Zeus could utter a word, he spoke first. Zeus, let us unite. Zeus's expression shifted unpredictably, but the current situation left him no room for contemplation. The arrival of the 9 pillars undoubtedly provided a glimmer of hope. As the Tower of Light surged straight into the heavens, a terrifying force tore through the sky, transforming the night into day. The first to be affected was the fog. The endless mist was evaporated by the Holy Spear's radiance, and then Zeus and the others beheld a horrifying sight. A colossal Tower of Light pierced the firmament, descending upon Olympus.